Alice and the Billionaire's Wonderland, Romancing the Hatter, Once Upon a Billionaire Book 3, written by Caitlin Meadows, narrated by 11 Labs. Chapter 1. Adelie. There was no other option. I had to rock this interview. My hands rested in my lap. I sat pristinely in the seat and met my interviewer's eyes with contact. Contact. That was a question he should ask me, just how long it had taken me to be able to master the skill of looking people in the eye. Years, okay? It had taken me years to be able to lift my head and look at someone when they talked to me, so to me this interview was already a success. If only that was enough to get me this job. The man sitting behind the desk was a little overweight and unshowered, considering the greasy look in his dark hair and the amount of dirt under his fingernails. He looked like the hijacker from the episode of Forensic Dispatch Susie and I watched last night. That gave me pause. Viewing the man interviewing you for a job you didn't even want as the villain in a high-profile crime scene was probably not the best approach. He adjusted his t-shirt and stared at the clipboard in his hands a few moments before looking back at me again. His eyes scaled to my bare knees at the end of my professional-looking business suit. The corners of his mouth twitched upward. I may have overdressed to interview for a place like Javelin Recycling, but it was always better to do too much than not enough. Even so, his gaze lingered on my legs a little too long. Guess I wasn't the only one who needed to work on eye contact right about now. "Adelie," he said, interlocking his fingers and smiling as he lazily dragged his gaze up my body to meet mine again. "Tell me about yourself." Go time. Except this was the worst question. It was far too broad. There was so much about me, I didn't have a definitive starting point, and, thanks to his ogling moments before, my mind went completely blank. "I'm a student at the University of Vermont," I began, trying to work through answers I'd practiced. Ella and Susie had done several mock interviews with me just so I could feel extra prepared. "Cool." His eyes raked to my bare knees again. I shifted, uncomfortably. "What are you studying?" "Nursing." "And why are you interested in working at Javelin? Do you believe fate brought you here?" I gaped at him, completely thrown. Fate? What did that have to do with a factory that recycled plastic water bottles? This was usually the part of the interview where you were supposed to show how passionate you were about whatever position you were trying for. Not that I had anything against this job, but I was not passionate about working at a smelly recycling plant. I needed money. I'd prefer something that could reflect well on a resume once I completed my nursing degree, but most places required experience, which I didn't yet have. Since I'd failed to gain a position everywhere else I'd tried, I was here. That was why I was interested in this job. "I care about the Earth and its ecosystem," I said, giving the response I'd practiced with Susie and Ella. "I like you," the interviewer said, nodding with approval. Unflattering redness climbed his cheeks. Then he coughed, fidgeted, and pulled on his collar. Sketchy. The villain in that episode last night had acted superficial, too. Ugh, stop thinking of him as the villain. This is not a crime show. I like that. That's a great answer. Sorry, having you here and looking so hot, you're just throwing me a little off right now. His eyes scaled over me. Again. I uncrossed my legs and sat up straighter in my chair, pulling my skirt down as far as it would go, which was only mid-thigh. I suddenly wished I had worn something else, like a hazmat suit. He glanced at his clipboard and cleared his throat. "What are your biggest strengths and—" His eyes roved again. "Weaknesses?" I'd never been in an interview where I hoped I didn't get the job. "You know." I squirmed under his gaze as my discomfort amplified. Now that I knew why he kept looking at me that way, and that it had nothing to do with my knees being a good candidate for the job, I wanted to get out of here as quickly as possible. "I'm not interested in the job anymore." "No?" He set the clipboard down on the table beside him and laughed. He licked his lips and jutted his chin toward the door behind me. The very closed door. "All righty then. Let's talk about what else you might be interested in." Barf. He stared me down with what I'm sure he intended to be a come-hither sort of look, but his eyes were watery, and the expression had the opposite effect I was sure he intended, like a predator ogling its prey. I could so see him as a villain. "Go out with me, Andy," he said. "It's Adelie," I corrected. He couldn't even get my name right. That was a big fat no. "I clean up real nice. I could take you out. We could talk about recycling or anything else you wanted." His mouth quirked. At least he didn't look at my legs again. "I'm leaving." I stood from the seat. The man stood as well. Luckily, the office we were interviewing in was cramped, which put my chair close to the door. He took a step toward me, only to knock his clipboard from the table. Thrown off, he bent to catch it. I turned tail, wrenched the knob, and jerked the door open. My heels clacked on the linoleum. I scurried down the long hallway toward the factory's exit. The odorous smell, presumably from recycling plastics after they'd had food and who knew what else in them, was enough to stir my stomach. Add sexual harassment during the job interview, and I was so ready to be history. Fortunately, my repulsive interviewer didn't follow me out. I darted out into the warm May afternoon and gulped in the biggest breath of fresh air I could manage. The sky overhead was a hazy shade of blue, cloudless except for the white puffs of smoke rising from the factory's many chimneys. I rushed over the gravel parking lot to my car. My fingers shook so badly I dropped my keys. Hurriedly, I recovered them, unlocked the door, and slid in, not releasing a breath until I was safely behind the wheel with the doors locked. "Gross," I said to myself. "Gross, gross, gross." Talking to people I know is hard enough. But talking to a total stranger, trying to impress him with my prowess and skills on first acquaintance, all while saying all the right things? I'd never mastered that on the norm, let alone when someone was undressing me with his eyes. I triggered the ignition to life and stared out at the valley of Westville below. There was one good thing about Javelin Recycling, or its location at least. It offered a great view of my tiny town. I could make out the towering Ever After sweet shop corporate building where Ella and Hawk worked, the spread of farmland on the outskirts and the spires, Ferris wheel and Rides of Wonderland theme park directly in the center of the town. Movement came from my rearview mirror. I peered to find the interviewer standing in the open exit, looking at me. That was my cue. I shifted into gear and peeled out of the parking lot, tires screeching, gravel crunching and all. Disappointment paraded through me during the drive back into Westville. I did what I could to ignore it, but I had front-row seats, and the Javelin recycling float kept spraying water at me, followed shortly after by the jobless loser float, which blew its foghorn in my ear. I had to slow my speed through the residential and business streets, and I eventually parallel parked in front of Ever After Suites on 17th. Grammy and Ella had told me to stop by once I finished. I wouldn't mind relaying my disastrous interview to them and getting an Italian soda or something, to cool my blood and get the feeling of ick off. The sweet shop was bustling this time of afternoon. After a long winter, people were eager to get out, soak in some sun, eat sugar, and mingle. I was all about every single one of those, except the last one. The only people I wanted to mingle with were sitting on the bar stools across from the entrance. Grammy patted Ella's hand. She wore the Ever After Sweet Shop pink and white apron with ruffles along its edges over her black shirt and pants. Her gray hair was pinned away from her face. "There she is," Ella said, breaking off from her sentence and sliding off the stool to greet me. Her long brown hair was pleated in elegant waves. She wore a blue sweater buttoned over jeans, and her dark eyes glistened with excitement. "You're back sooner than we thought." She pulled me into a hug. "And you look fantastic." Apparently, the interviewer thought so too, I said, sliding onto the stool beside the one Ella had vacated. Grammy laughed, but Ella's shock was evident. "You're kidding. He hit on you in the interview?" "More than once." I shuddered, feeling slightly tainted. I guess I should feel flattered, but I couldn't take his regard that way, not when he'd been such a creep. I wasn't sure I'd ever stop squirming. It was the way I felt every time I crossed paths with the mayor's son. He had been trying to get me to go out with him for weeks. I'd told him no, and then he'd resorted to playing dirty, stalking me, and even threatening to jeopardize my living situation, because that's the way to get a girl to like you. I'd never dated much, so I didn't have a whole lot of experience with guys or knowing what kind of guy I wanted, but after that interview, I was fairly certain of which guy I didn't want. "That sucks," Ella said, checking her phone for a minute before pocketing it. "So what are you going to do now?" "You could work here with me," Grammy suggested. The bell chimed and she raised her hand to the man who stalked in. With his hood pulled up, he kept his dark head bent low and skulked past without looking at her or responding. That wasn't going to deter Faye Carroll. She shuffled forward. "Welcome to Ever After Sweet Shop this fine afternoon, sir. I must say those are some remarkable shoes. What a unique design." I chuckled, loving her friendly persistence. Based on his scowl and lack of response, the man probably didn't much care for her attention, but that was his loss. Ella jumped on the topic in Grammy's absence. "I've told you before," she said, agreeing too readily. "Hawk would be open to that. He wouldn't be a perv during the interview. In fact, he probably wouldn't interview you at all. All we'd have to do is say the word, and the job would be yours." I was already shaking my head. I couldn't do that. "Why not?" Ella said. "It's a job." "They'd be flexible with your hours too," Grammy said, returning from greeting the man with the shoes. She inserted herself back into the conversation as though she'd been listening the whole time. "I can work whenever I want." Ella and I exchanged glances. We both knew Grammy Carroll would never have accepted charity from Hawk Danielson, her godson and owner of Ever After Sweet Shop. He'd given her a job to make her think she was earning it herself, when really the position of greeter wasn't typical for the stores. Arguments dominated my tongue, but none were really that valid. I wasn't sure what my reservations were for. It wasn't like scooping ice cream would be all that difficult. I wouldn't have to talk to people other than asking what flavor they wanted. But that wasn't it. Frilly apron aside, I couldn't see myself working here. I didn't want to accept the job just because my cousin was dating the owner. That seemed wrong. What I really wanted, what I needed, was experience in the medical field, something that could help push me out of my comfort zone, something that could help me get better at talking to people. "I'll consider it," I said, "though I really would like to try myself. Do you think Hawk has any connections with the medical offices around here?" So far, every office I'd tried had given me the opposite of yes. I couldn't figure out what they had against aspiring nursing students unless they truly didn't have any openings. "Maybe," Ella said with a shrug. "Want me to have him look into it?" Hawk had bribed store owners to treat Ella on Christmas Eve. I wouldn't put it past him to bait someone into giving me a job. The thought was mortifying. Like Malfoy getting on the Slytherin team only because his dad bought everyone new broomsticks. I wanted to find a position on my own merits. "No thanks," I said, thinking twice about the suggestion. "Please don't," I added, because she looked like she was about to insist. "I'll find something. Really. It's okay." With her hand in her pocket, Ella's eyes turned shrewd for only moments before she lifted a shoulder. "Sure. He's on his way here," she said. "I'm sure you could talk to him about it if you wanted." That was my signal to beat it. "No, I'm okay," I said. "Really. Susie is covering the payments on our house for right now. We'll be fine until I can find something." The unease in my stomach didn't dissipate as much as I hoped it would with that statement. The bell over the door jangled, and sure enough, Ella's completely gorgeous boyfriend strolled inside. I was comfortable enough around Hawk. He'd been cute and considerate of me since we'd met last fall, and I hadn't experienced the usual squeamish unease I did around guys who looked like him, because his attention had never been on me. His blonde hair was combed to one side, and he wore a white shirt and tie with dark slacks. The sleeves of his shirt were rolled up to his elbows, indicating he'd either had a stressful day or hated having to dress up, and that was his form of rebellion. Hawk approached and slipped an arm around Ella, pulling her in and placing a kiss on her temple. Her eyes glittered, heat pooled between them, and for one small moment she looked nowhere but at him. A little twinge of jealousy knotted in my stomach. Someday I'd find a man who gazed at me as though he'd drunk a love potion, who'd steal touches, and who I couldn't wait to see at the end of every day. "You guys started the party without me," Hawk said. "We were just waiting to meet up with Addie after—" I waved my hands voraciously, all while also trying to keep the movements as indiscreet as possible. The result probably made me look like I was trying to direct the traffic out on the street from all the way in here. Hawk narrowed his eyes. "You okay, Adelie?" he asked. I forced a smile. "Yep. Fine." "Good," he said, though he paused as if waiting either to ask me something else or for me to fill in the obvious gap in our conversation. "Did you tell them yet?" he said, turning to Ella. "Tell us what?" Grammy asked. Ella flashed her teeth in an uncharacteristically cheesy grin and pulled her left hand from her pocket. She flared it in our directions. A ring dazzled on its fourth finger. "What the what?" That hadn't been there the last time I'd seen her. "We wanted to invite you all to come to Wonderland with us," she said with a grin. "To celebrate." Grammy snatched her hand and yanked it to her face for a closer look. "You're engaged?" I squealed with excitement and threw my arms around my cousin. "When did this happen?" I asked. Once she was freed, Ella beamed at Hawk, looking doe-eyed and love-struck. She offered her hand to me. I drank in the sparkly diamond glinting on her finger, and the smallest twinge of longing strummed my heartstrings once more. "Last night," she said, swapping another lovesick glance with Hawk. The adoration in his eyes was gushy, ridiculous, borderline disgusting. I'd give up binge-watching, books, and a kidney to have a man I loved look at me like that. Hawk wasn't undressing her with his eyes. No, gentleman that he was, it was more like with that glance he pulled back the curtain on their future together, like he could envision the small, collective moments of their existence, 2 lives shared as one, and he couldn't wait to experience every moment with her for himself. "Wonderland, huh?" Grammy asked, shuffling. "When?" "I need to get back to work. Can't have the boss thinking I don't pull my weight." Chuckling, Hawk placed a kiss on Grammy's cheek. "We're headed there on Friday. MADDOX is coming, and so is Duncan." "So I need you girls to even things out a bit," Ella said. Her forced smile implied she wasn't too happy about Duncan coming. Grammy threaded her fingers together. "I think I could handle a few rides. The GGs might want to come with me." Grammy was part of a collective of old women who called themselves the Godmother Gals. Being a godmother was a prerequisite. Being quirky and kooky was just a bonus. Hawk's mouth curved upward. "They'd be more than welcome." Then he turned to me. "What about you, Addie? You in?" My initial reservations about being in public areas filled with people reared their heads. My usual excuses revved up, ready to hit the gas at the first sign of a green light, but I slammed on the brakes, letting them idle instead. This was for Ella. I could crowd it up for Ella. "Are you kidding? You're engaged. How could I say no?" I topped the forced enthusiasm with a smile. Ella saw right through the effort it took to lift my lips. "I've heard you say no to Wonderland before. I know you and crowds don't mix." "Yeah, but that was just to go. This is for you." I hoped she couldn't read how hard I was trying not to show my unease. She was right. I wanted to go to a theme park about as badly as I wanted dental work done. Ella knew me all too well, which she evidenced by giving me a stern glare. "What?" I asked. I expected more arguing. I told Hawk we should celebrate somewhere else, but this is Westville. "And Hawk's best friend owns the park?" I added, a feeble attempt to show I was being considerate of him too. I wasn't sure either of them bought in. Sneering, Hawk closed in, his arms folded across his chest and cupping his chin in one hand. He eyed me with the seriousness of a search for flaws in one of his candy batches. "Adelie, I have a sincere question for you," he said. "By that, he means it won't be sincere at all," Ella muttered. I ignored her, folding my arms and facing Hawk. "What's your question?" "What do you have against having fun?" Ella's mouth dropped open, and I knew her dismay was on my behalf. His question and the glint shimmering in his blue eyes lightened the mood. Time to lighten it some more. "Only what you have against aprons without frills." Grammy beamed at me in approval before turning to her godson. "Looks like she has you there, Hawky boy." Hawk laughed. "For the record, I like fun as much as anyone," I added, finishing my thought. Sure, I started out a little on the quiet end. Shyness was no indicator of awesomeness, and I had both in spades. "Remind me not to get on your bad side," Hawk said, slinging an arm around Ella's shoulders but still looking at me. "Addie doesn't have a bad side," Ella said. Raising one eyebrow, Hawk stared me down as though any minute now I'd whip out a machete and a hockey mask. He tilted in. "Let me know when you find one." "Find what?" I asked. "A bad side." The bell over the door tinkled. He peered back at it. Ella continued bantering with him, but I was too distracted to hear the rest of their exchange. The concept of Adelie Carroll and bad side didn't go together at all. I'd never done anything that wrong in my life. The worst fault anyone could hold against me was binge-watching too many hours of Forensic Dispatch or NCIS instead of doing my homework. I had a thing for crime TV. Morbid as it sounded, there was something engaging about watching others commit the misdeeds the rest of us wouldn't dream of. That only made it more satisfying to see the good guys bring them to justice. Hawk and Ella exchanged a few words under their breaths, sharing discreet, secretive glances. My heart took on the little flutter again. Oh, to be young and in love! I had the young part down. The love part, though, had evaded me for the last 26 years. I got all kinds of looks and terrible pickup lines from men, but as far as true connection went, that was patchier than the internet at Adrian's cabin in Montana. Anyway, for now, we're off to get a rabbit some food, Hawk said, winking at Ella. "I'll see you guys Friday." If that wasn't vague, I didn't know what was. Rabbit food? Ella seemed to go with it. She laughed. "Good luck with that." "I'm off too," I said, taking a step toward the door. "Already?" "Yeah, the semester just ended, and I need a job like a donor needs a transplant. I could take on extra hours over the summer in my spare time, assuming the venue for the hours existed." "Do you have another interview?" Grammy asked. "Not yet." Another step toward the door. I didn't want them starting in on me working at the sweet shop again. Grammy asked several questions about Ella's online fashion design program, and while I wanted to hear the answers, I really did need to get going. I bade them goodbye and sauntered out to my car parked on the street. Springtime was in full swing. Flowers exploded in boxes along storefront windows. The warm May sunshine would soon cool with the onset of twilight, and my mood was cooling right along with it. I wasn't sure what I was going to do. It seemed as though I'd interviewed just about everywhere Westville had to offer. Where else could I check? I crossed through the residential area and toward the town's outskirts, where the classic farmhouse I shared with my sister was located. It was an adorable house, white with gabled rooftops, multiple windows, and a covered porch. Discouragement tainted my outlook as I shifted into park on my side of the driveway and stared at the rustling trees and the neighbor kid riding his bike waving to me. We couldn't lose this house. At least Susie was able to hold down the fort until I could pick up my end of the slack. I'd search online. That was all I could do. Keep trying. Retrieving my bag from the back seat, eager to change into my comfiest clothes, I exited, locked the car, and trudged up the front steps. And then I stopped. A paper was taped to the old-fashioned screen door. Squinting my eyes for a closer look, I stared at the gigantic F word on the top of the letter, foreclosure. Chapter 2. Adelie. My thoughts pureed, spinning and turning as sickly yellow as turnips in a blender. "This can't be happening," I said, closing the front door and staring at the paper I'd just torn from it. My purse slumped to the floor. All thoughts of changing fled, though I did kick off my heels. My feet thanked me for flattening on the hardwood floor. "How'd the interview go?" Susie asked, trotting over in her bunny slippers with a steaming mug in her good hand. Her other hand dangled from the end of a sling. Her blonde hair was piled like rising dough on top of her head. Her eyes dimmed at the look on my face, while a little line appeared between her brows. I couldn't form the words. Instead, I passed the notice to my sister. "How can this be?" she asked. "I don't know. I thought we were caught up." Huffing, I followed Susie past the floral couches and into our kitchen. The smell of sizzling hash browns and eggs filled the room. We'd eaten hash browns and eggs for days. Thanks to the chickens that roamed the yard willy-nilly, it was a cheap meal. Until I lost my job, I said. I've been so stressed trying to find work and keep up with my classes on top of that so I could pass my finals. I thought you said you were going to take care of our mortgage payments until I found something. Right. Susie shifted, shuffling to place her mug on the kitchen's white-tiled counter. About that. I blinked. You haven't been paying the mortgage? My sister was silly and spacey, that was true, but I never thought she would neglect something as important as this. I forgot I had to, Susie said in a pleading tone. All my money has been going toward medical bills. She indicated her arm in the sling, as if I needed the reminder. I sank onto the chair at the oak kitchen table that had belonged to our grandparents. When Grandma and Grandpa Davis both died, Grandma passing shortly after Grandpa had, thinking it was the right thing to do, thinking he would help us, they had left the house to their childless son. Childless, and apparently heartless, too. Uncle Howard had wanted to sell their house and get as much profit as he could. This house was everything. Not only was it, where we lived, but we hadn't wanted him to sell it to anyone else. Having been raised by our Davis grandparents, Susie and I grew up here. To think about selling the Sears kit home with its back-in-time charm to anyone else was unthinkable. Instead of passing the home down to us like anyone with a heart would do, Uncle Howard insisted we pay for it. Susie and I had thought we could swing a mortgage payment if we worked at it together, but with her recent shoulder surgery and me being unemployed, we'd gotten farther behind than we'd expected. She was still working at the local grocery store, but her hours had been cut way back, and apparently she wasn't using her income in the way we'd agreed. I'd been laid off at the urgent care center where I worked. No warning. One day they decided to downsize and fired 3 employees without warning. I was low on the totem pole, as were the others. One was a senior in high school who'd only just completed his certification. We were considered expendable because of our lack of degrees and experience. What do we do? Susie asked. A sense of helplessness swept over me, and I sank onto one of the white dining chairs. We've got to make up the payments, I said, stating the most obvious solution. I could go back to Javelin. I could request to be interviewed by someone other than Womanizer Jack. Yeah, and degrade myself to the worst degree. There had to be other classifieds I hadn't checked. Online sites. Even if finding a job meant commuting to a larger city, the cost of gas and time would be worth it if I were making more, wouldn't it? Maybe I should give in and accept Ella's offer to work at Ever After Sweets. Susie harumphed and folded her arms. How are we supposed to do that? We were surviving on fumes as it was. We'd already sold more of our grandparents' antiques and family heirlooms than we'd ever wanted to, but no matter what we did, the bills kept coming. Adulting sucked. Medical expenses didn't help. Susie's shoulder surgery a month ago and the resulting physical therapy was a killer. It seemed like we'd be playing catch-up for the rest of our lives. I peered around the beautiful, quaint kitchen with its white cabinets and their smooth silver handles, at the buttercream wallpaper speckled with flowers, at the paneled window above the sink that unlatched in the center and opened without a screen, at the exposed wood rafters in the ceiling above our heads. Sure, it was cramped, but this house had too much charm to let it be foreclosed. Not to mention how that would ruin both of our credit scores. And we'd be left on the streets, going from house to house, begging for scraps. The idea sank into my chest like a rock. It even made a cartoonish glunking sound. This is one of those times I wish Grandpa was around to talk to, Susie said, pouting and shutting off the unit on the stove. Yeah, but he isn't. We've got to figure this out ourselves. I could ask Grammy Larson, I supposed, but the last thing I wanted to do was add to her worries over us. She couldn't afford to help us any more than we could afford to help ourselves. Asking would only put that much more pressure on her. We'll find somewhere else to live, Susie said with a shrug. She stared around the kitchen as if she already envisioned saying goodbye. The thought hurt. It was actually physically painful. How can you say that so easily? You love this house as much as I do. Unease sweltered in my empty stomach. Despondent, I rose from the table and pushed past her to the narrow set of stairs leading to our bedrooms on the second level. My room looked exactly as it had my whole life. We painted the room yellow when I was a kid. Strands of twinkly lights hung on the wall. Dried roses dangled from a peg upside down, and a stack of books sat on my bedside table, waiting to be devoured. I sloughed out of my cute business suit, hung it up in the closet, and retrieved a pair of leggings and a baggy t-shirt that hung off one shoulder and tied my hair up before trudging back down to the kitchen. Susie dished eggs with her good hand onto the plate beside the pan, spilling a few yellow clumps onto the counter. I retrieved the milk from the fridge along with 2 cups. She didn't say anything, and neither did I. I didn't know what to say. The TV on the counter behind her blared. Susie and I usually jammed with reruns of old epic shows, but we did break that routine to catch the occasional snippet of news. A broadcaster from Good Evening, Westville piped up to break our worried silence. Ladies, do you have a sense of wonder and a flair for the fantastical? Wonderland theme park is rebranding. They're searching for the perfect Alice to bring the magic of Wonderland to life, and that could be you. There's a job for you, Susie said, peering at the TV in the corner above our dishwasher. Cheers broke out in the newsroom on the screen. Several of the anchors laughed and cheered, joking about this new opportunity. The anchor, in a fashionable suit, with her dark hair pulled back, faced the camera and continued conversationally. Tonight, we have billionaire owner of Wonderland theme park, located right here in Westville, Vermont, MADDOX Hatter, here to tell us more about his park's rebrand. So, MADDOX, before we start, I have to know, is your name a coincidence or a pseudonym you came up with when you started the theme park? MADDOX crossed one leg over the opposite ankle and smiled. A heartbreaker kind of thing that had stunned me in person when I'd met him at Gabby and Adrian's wedding last fall. It had the same effect now. Because he was on a screen, I could stare at him more directly than I would have any other time. There was something about him, the curve of his mouth, the shape of his jaw, his slightly crooked nose, but mostly, it was his eyes. His eyes were expressive. They struck me as surely as if he was sitting here, whispering in my ear. I bumped into the table. Attention equally plastered to the screen, Susie missed my clumsy action. "That man is toxically good-looking," she said, pointing to the glazed smirk on the anchor's face. "Look at that." I'd missed his response to her question. It was something I'd wondered, too. What kind of mother named their child MADDOX Hatter? "It's a wonder she hasn't fainted yet," Susie finished. I sank into the chair across from my sister. Even though I'd met MADDOX at Adrian and Gabby's wedding, he and I hadn't spoken to one another at all. That didn't mean I hadn't noticed him, though. My temperature had gone up a few notches every time he was around, but I wasn't going to mention that. I mean, I'd only been around him for a handful of minutes. First at the reception dinner, and again as Gabby had walked down the aisle. The majority of that trip had been spent on Ella's refusal to admit her fascination with Hawk. Look how far that got her. "Are you saying you would faint?" I asked. "If we were in the same room and he smiled at me like that? I'd be crazy not to." "Crazy," I mused, nudging my eggs with my fork and squirting some ketchup over the top as the interview continued. MADDOX and the news anchor talked about Alice being the symbol of innocence, bravery, and imagination, and how whoever the lucky woman who won the role was, she would have the chance to unleash her creativity while staying true to the iconic Alice look. "This whole thing is crazy," I said. "Who wants to parade around the park dressed as Alice in Wonderland every single day?" Susie's voice cracked with excitement. "Are you kidding? This is the chance of a lifetime. Maybe I should try for it." "You? Since when do you want to be a model?" "Since we just got a visit from our friendly neighborhood police officer." She couldn't possibly be considering this. "Stop. You don't actually want to go and try." She had no acting training, no previous experience. Didn't a role like this require something like that? Beside her, MADDOX Hatter and the news anchor continued their discussion on the TV. Though they mentioned looking for people to play the Red Queen as well, the focus went back to Alice. As Alice, you'll be at the center of Wonderland's rebranding campaign, featured in advertisements, promotions, and special events. This is the chance of a lifetime. "Why not?" Susie said, breaking through his televised explanation. "Can't you see me as Alice?" I pointed to the TV with my fork. "Don't take this the wrong way, but he said the auditions are next week." So? I eyed her arm. "You can barely drive. How are you going to audition with your arm in a sling?" Susie's bottom lip pouted. "Minor detail. I won't be in this forever. I fit the part, don't I? Blonde hair, irrepressible beauty, fractionally spacey enough to follow random, well-dressed cottontails down rabbit holes," I finished. She threw a piece of egg at me. Laughing, I dodged the pathetic yellow mush. "Of course, I think you'd make an amazing Alice. Maybe you can talk to MADDOX about it when we go to Wonderland on Friday." Her eyes boggled at me. "What do you mean we're going there Friday?" "Ella and Hawk just got engaged," I said, taking a bite of buttery, ketchup-slathered hash browns. "They've invited us there to celebrate." Susie's excitement filled the kitchen. I heard her feet drum on the floor beneath the table. "And you're going?" "Why do you sound surprised?" "You've been freaking out for weeks. With the job hunt, with the semester ending, with all your bombed interviews. You're always pressuring yourself to get out there and find work. Her finger stilled and slowly lowered toward the table. The dawning of a thought crackled over her head like a frazzled light bulb flickering to life. "Hey, now, there's an idea." "What?" She placed both hands on the table on either side of her plate. "You." Her attention was equal parts freaky and interesting. "Me what?" "I'd make an amazing Alice, but I've got nothing on you." Where crowds made me want to cower in corners, they were like an IV pumping energy straight into Susie's veins. She thrived off the attention and the vitality. How do I say this? Didn't. Sure, I wanted to get better at interacting with people, but putting myself on display like that? I finished chewing. Not happening. One of us had to be the sensible one. Might as well be me. I'd find something else. I'd wait tables. I'd drive a school bus. I'd call up Ella's evil ex-stepmother and work for her custodial company. I'd even scoop ice cream at Ever After Sweets. I stared at the TV screen and then looked at the foreclosure notice sitting on the table. We needed a large amount of money yesterday. If I had a well-paying job, we could pay off the bills from Susie's surgery. We could get caught up on the house. We could have a buffer until I found something a little more permanent. Ella offered me a job. I grimaced at the admission. Ella? She's marrying Ever After Sweet Shop's owner, but that doesn't mean she owns the business. Besides, I thought you didn't want to accept her charity. She had me there. The foreclosure sign was the clincher, though. I hadn't wanted to accept it before, but I had to do something. Modeling was off the table. I could handle working a register and whipping up Italian sodas for people while wearing a pink apron, though. "I mean Hawk," I said, lowering my fork. "Ella said he wouldn't mind. I think I'll take her up on her offer." Susie stared right at me. "Okay, who are you? And what have you done with my sensible, shy sister? You know working at a place like Ever After Sweets requires you to talk to people." "I talk to people," I said, feeling affronted. She should marvel at my eye contact prowess. "You would have been proud about how I told the guy at Javelin earlier that I wasn't interested in the job anymore." If that wasn't talking to people, I didn't know what was. A line crinkled between her brows. Never mind. You can fill me in later. You're serious about this? You're going to work at the sweet shop?" "I still don't see the big deal," I lied. Susie chewed and shook her head as though deciding the argument in her mind. "I still think you should audition and be Alice. Come on, Wonderland Theme Park is a magical, whimsical, granted campy place, and how often will you get this chance? I thought you'd be glad I'd finally agreed to work at Ever After. Why are you suddenly trying to talk me out of it?" "I'm not, I don't get you right now. What made you change your mind?" I reached for the foreclosure letter on the table. "I don't want to lose the house, Suze, do you?" "No, you know I don't." "Then..." My nerves jangled. "I worked to steal them." "Then it'll be fine. I can't find a job anywhere else. Bills are piling up. We're up a creek without a paddle, and we don't have any other choice. Unless you want to try selling your spleen, or take up gambling." "I like my spleen, thanks." And your poker face is terrible, Susie added, punctuating it with a bite of eggs. So you're going to talk to Ella? I did what I could to muster my enthusiasm. Yes. On Friday, I'll talk to her and Hawk. Working at the sweet shop wasn't what I wanted, but beggars couldn't be choosers. Besides, I did have a choice. It was either this or audition to become Alice, and that was something no one could pay me to do, no matter how much money MADDOX had or offered. At least, that was what I told myself. My mind didn't accept the lie, though. The idea of being Alice refused to leave me alone. It continued to rebel, to sparkle as I readied for bed. I kept envisioning it, mingling, talking to people without any problems. It was something I wanted to be more comfortable with. That wasn't the only thing. The truth was, in my innermost soul, I'd always felt like something was missing. Like there was more to me than I let people see. I'd never known how to tap into that, how to unlock that other side of me, but this burgeoning view of things was clearing the fog. In one fleeting moment, I pictured a different version of myself, one who was confident, one who tackled crowds, conversed easily, and who could inspire Wonderland visitors with her enthusiasm and charm. Just as rapidly as the vision came, I dashed it away. My reservations settled back into place. I could never go there. Even if she did exist, that was a version of me better kept hidden. I'd told Hawk I had no dark side. I didn't have a vibrant, bubbly, outgoing side either. I was the quiet, reserved dormouse who hid in teacups. No matter how hard I fantasized about it, the kind of courage it would take to tackle portraying such a beloved character was something I'd never hoped to have. Even attempting it would cause too much pain, and with my life hanging on the fringes right now, I didn't need anything else to go wrong.
Chapter 3, MADDOX. I rested my hands on the rabbit cage and stared at the white bunny on his shavings. His long white ears bent backward. His red eyes zoned in on me and looked slightly freaky, giving me the impression that he was somehow evil and had a sinister plot to kill me in my sleep. One reason I kept him here at the park instead of anywhere near my house. I get it, I told the rabbit. It's harebrained, no pun intended. Whitey didn't respond. If he were going to zap me with his nefarious red eyes, now would be the time. No zappage, so I went on. I can't lose the park. If that means hiring live actors and updating the branding, so be it. Dude, you're talking to the rabbit? I turned away from the rabbit cage to find my best friend entering my office. In suit pants and a tan button-up shirt, with the sleeves rolled to his elbows. Duncan stared at my little furry friend with disdain. I peered at the rabbit. Just thinking out loud, I said, the auditions and all that. The idea for the rebrand had been Duncan's, after all. I'd all but begged him to invest in my theme park. Ever the logical one, Duncan pointed out details to obnoxious exactness. He rarely minced words and called shots as he saw them. He'd given me crap for opening a theme park in Vermont. I'd argued that people in Vermont liked roller coasters as much as anywhere else. He'd suggested I close the park, cut my losses, sell the place, and move on to something that would actually be profitable. I'd argued that Wonderland was profitable. It had made me a billionaire, after all. Well, the park and the technology I designed to flawlessly operate the rides. The technology I developed for programming the rides had made me a huge success in a short amount of time once I sold it to other theme parks. Wonderland itself, however, was struggling hard. About a year ago, one of my employees had been caught embezzling and had been fired, but the money had yet to be recovered. The park had suffered ever since. Lately, its appeal had all but vanished. The numbers weren't coming. In fact, with the cost of operating rides, maintaining electricity, and staffing the park, profits were drifting into the fiction category, right along with the book it was based on. I couldn't lose it. Then, Duncan had suggested Wonderland needed a new look. Add new signs, redo the decor, update the branding, and appeal to people's love of the beloved characters from the book. If I gave Wonderland a facelift, he'd consider backing it. And here we were. This might help. Duncan tossed the file folder in his hand onto the desk behind us. What's this? I crossed to the desk and lifted the top of the folder. Papers were stacked inside. Many had pictures of women, and even a few of men, paper-clipped to them. You don't have many good options. Duncan sank into the square-backed chair across from my desk and folded his fingers together. I thumbed from paperclip to paperclip. You printed out the applications? Pictures, too. I had Rosabelle do it, he said. You really need an assistant of your own. I've managed thus far on my own without one just fine, I said absent-mindedly, flipping through the options. Only because I'm constantly lending you mine. I ignored this, deciding not to comment on the number of times Duncan's assistant, Rosabelle, had come to my rescue. Name after name appeared, but none of them stood out to me. Not that they should from the start, but I still hoped. If I got one of Adrian's gut feelings about this, that could make my job a whole heck of a lot easier. What about their audition videos? I asked. Still on the submission site. I can't really print those out. People sent in what were supposed to be recent headshots and full-body photographs. I skimmed through woman after woman, face after face. Some were striking. Others were, "You've got to be kidding," I said, holding one of the papers completely still. Duncan stared at his phone. What? I sat up a little straighter and stared at the face I knew better than I wanted to. Scarlett applied. Scarlett, as in your ex? Why would she do that? I stared at her buxom lips, her seductive expression, blazing red hair, and 2 white teeth. Scarlett London and I had dated on and off all through college. She'd been there with me when I'd made plans to start the park, but we'd broken up before I'd launched 8 years ago. Does she think this rebrand is some kind of ploy to get her back now that the pact is over? I asked aloud. Did she know the pact had been absolved? Though she'd signed it too, we hadn't included her in any of the chats about it. None of us had even thought to. I couldn't figure out why Scarlett, of all people, would have responded to my announcement for auditions. I didn't even think she lived remotely close to Westville. We'd pledged not to fall in love. I'd stuck to that. She hadn't. Scarlett had fallen hard for me. While we'd had some good times, she wasn't someone I could envision a future with. With her tendency to, cheat on me, she wasn't worth breaking the pact over. So I'd ended things for good. What was she doing auditioning now? Especially when someone from the frat was sabotaging the bros? Unease stuck behind my sternum. Hawk had dealt with a masked informant targeting Ella last Christmas. This person went so far as to bribe Ella's stepsister to frame her for thefts she didn't commit, all to get back at Hawk for breaking the pact. Now Scarlett showed up out of the blue when I hadn't heard from her in over 8 years? I couldn't help but suspect a connection between the two events. Tapped her picture against the desk and voiced my thoughts. This doesn't have to do with the pact, does it? How should I know? Duncan said. You haven't heard anything else from the guys, have you? As far as I know, Hawk still has his PI tailing Priscilla Malice. But so far, nothing else has happened. We disbanded that thing. I doubt Scarlett turning up now has anything to do with it. She probably just wants you back, man. Yeah, right. Or she wanted my money. Check her audition video. Duncan pointed to my computer screen sitting on the desk between us. Does she bring it up? Wiggling my mouse a few times, the computer blinked to life. I clicked, typed in the site, opened up the requisite tab, and swore. 407 auditions? Duncan rose from his seat and stalked around. He rested a hand on the edge of the desk and leaned toward the screen. That's a lot more than there were when I had Rosabelle check. Don't have her print them all out, I said. The folder had enough now as it was. Rosabelle would hate me if I asked her to print every single one of these. I don't have time to go through all of these. Can you ask Rosabelle to go through and vet them? Maybe have her pick her top favorites. Duncan stared me down. You want her to pick the actors for you? Yes, for the Red Queen at least. But I want to pick Alice. Maybe see if she can shuffle through and whittle them down to the top 10. Do you think she'd be up to that? I reclined back in my roller chair to get a better look at Duncan's face. His mouth was a straight line, his eyes severe. Nothing new for him. Duncan's smile made rare appearances, kind of like a total solar eclipse. Will you be paying her for this? He asked. What do you think? Duncan lifted his hands. Just asking. She hates when I pass your stuff off to her. She was okay printing out the applications, but having her vet the auditions. Forget it, I said. Asking his assistant to go through over 400 auditions was a lot. I could find someone else to do it, someone who was already on my staff. Is she coming to Wonderland with us tomorrow? I asked. Maybe I could talk to her about it myself then. I liked Rosabelle. I didn't want her to think I was using her. I asked. She said no. Duncan frowned and stalked toward Whitey's cage. The rabbit's ears pricked backward at his approach. No? Why not? The rumors, man, Duncan said, speaking over his shoulder. If she came with me to Wonderland, it would give the wrong impression. Everyone at the office already thinks we're dating. You mean you're not? It was a low blow, but I couldn't help giving him crap. Duncan's glare could grill meat. So he caught my joke. I knew how terribly he wanted to be with Rosabelle. He had it bad for his pretty assistant. I laughed. Just tell her I want her to be there then. Tell her I have something I want to talk to her about, or maybe give me her number. I was poking a sleeping bear by this point. No way. Why? You think I'll steal her from you? Duncan muttered under his breath. Something that sounded like, she might like you better. That might be true. I wasn't a total douche to my employees. How Duncan managed to keep his business afloat was a mystery. Maybe it was true that women liked bad boys, and I was fairly certain every person in his office was female. My phone vibrated, keeping me from responding. I swiped it open and frowned at the name on my screen before showing it to Duncan. What's she texting me for? I asked. He turned his back on the rabbit. Rosabelle? No, Ella. Duncan visibly relaxed. He crossed his arms over his chest and strolled to the desk and began sifting through the auditions once more. I turned back to my phone. Ella, I know you're taking auditions, but you need to stop right now. Me, why is that? Ella, because I know the perfect Alice for you. I grimaced. Something told me I'd opened up a can of worms with this whole audition thing. I needed to axe getting any more auditions and stick with the ones I already had. Though I'd only just opened the submission window. It might be time to close it soon. Me. Who? Ella. My cousin. She'll be at Wonderland with us tomorrow. That would be a no. Mixing business with family was a bad idea. Not that Ella was my family, but she was marrying one of my closest friends, so she might as well be. When I was a kid, my dad had opened a tire shop with his brother. Dad had handled the inventory. Uncle Alex had covered the finances. One day, funds didn't add up. Dad accused Uncle Alex of misappropriating funds. Things escalated from there and added so much animosity the two of them still didn't speak to one another today. This felt like the same kind of thing. What if I hired this cousin of Ella's and she ended up being terrible? I'd have to fire her. Then there would be weirdness and possibly hostility between Ella and me. I didn't want that. Me. I don't want to do this as a favor to anyone. I need someone who will really fit the role. Ella, she would. Along with the message, this time a picture came through. It was of Ella laughing with a pretty woman with super light blonde hair. My defenses lowered just enough. I couldn't give in on a single picture, but I was impressed. The blonde with Ella was beautiful. It had clearly been Halloween or some other dress-up event, because Ella wore the trademark pointed Peter Pan hat with its single feather, and the woman I assumed was the cousin wore a green tunic and had gauzy wings protruding from behind her. Me. She's wearing a Tinkerbell costume. Ella. So what? Me. So I thought you said she'd be a good Alice. Ella. I thought you had an imagination. Alice was timid and sweet, and Addie is those things. She'd be perfect. What's she saying? Duncan said, setting the stack of applications back onto my desk. I inhaled and flashed him the picture Ella just sent through. That her cousin would be a good fit for the role of Alice. Duncan examined the women. Something flashed across his eyes and he lifted a shoulder. You could do worse. He wasn't shooting her down right away. That was saying something. She really was beautiful. I took in her light blonde hair, her lovely soft features. And then the imagination Ella accused me of having kicked into gear. I could picture this dainty woman in a blue dress, a bow tying her hair back away from her face, smiling, interacting with people at the park, being stopped by excited comers and goers for pictures or autographs. I couldn't exactly tell Ella no. If her cousin ended up not being a good fit, I could let the submission process do that for me. Me. Tell her to audition. Ella waited several moments before responding. Ella. So that's the thing. She's kind of shy. I'm not sure she'd be up for recording herself. A scoff escaped my lips. I waved the notion off and glanced at the folder full of applicants. Duncan was too busy looking at his phone again to notice. Me. I can't have someone posing as Alice who isn't comfortable reciting lines or interacting with people. Thanks, though. Ella, just see what you think on Friday, okay? If you spent 10 minutes with her, you'd know what I know. I rolled my eyes. I wanted to shoot her down. But Hawk's name appeared on my screen next, and I grimaced. Hawk, he was my friend, and Ella was his girl. Saying no to her could cause friction between us, and I didn't need any more of that right now. Puh. The things we do for friends. Me. Fine. Give me 10 minutes with her, and I'll let you know. I rubbed my temples. Something told me saving Wonderland was going to become more of a pain than I realized. Ella, you won't be sorry. Addie is the most amazing person in the world. I'd believe that when I saw it, which apparently this Friday I was about to do.
Chapter 4. Adelie. Feeling like a third wheel was not my idea of a good time. As fun as the day had started out, I could tell something was going on. Susie and Ella were acting weird. I stood with them in line. I was close enough to tell they were talking about stuff without including me. It was almost like they kept me at arm's length. They probably thought I was too distracted by the park's charming setup to notice. The ticket booth's top hat-shaped roofs, the towering rides, including a double-loop roller coaster, coiling through the sky above the park's fence, the squat, thatched roof cottages and quintessential red hearts, marking the sides of the brick buildings visible within the wrought iron gates and the roses and vines coiling along its lines. This place really had an adorable setup. Even so, how could I not see Ella and Susie so enwrapped in conversation with one another? How they kept darting furtive glances in my direction and then returning to their whispers. They were talking about me, behind my back, except right in front of my back, which made things even worse. I was almost sure of it. "What are you two talking about?" I asked as we approached the wrought iron front gates. If only Grammy had been able to come. She'd woken up with her foot hurting and had backed out. "Oh, sorry," Ella said, flashing a too-chipper smile at me. Before she could respond, Ella turned to the woman within the entrance, wearing a brightly colored, imaginative uniform with patched, puffy sleeves. The woman held a scanner toward us and waited with anticipation. "We've got VIP access," Ella said, digging the prepaid tickets from her purse and handing them to the woman, who scanned them with a smile. "I wouldn't worry too much," Hawk muttered, leaning in close and giving me a whiff of his cologne in the process. "They talk about stuff all the time and never let me in on it." "That's not true," Ella said as we each received stamps on our hands and a midnight blue flyer the size of an envelope, and stepped through the silver three-pronged rotation bar into the park. I hurried to grab a park map from its distributive box and kept up with the rest of the group. Susie whirled around the instant we stepped out of the way of the thronging people. "Where are we meeting MADDOX?" she asked. "You seem eager," Hawk said. I can't believe we're meeting the owner of Wonderland." Her smile was too forced. It made me wonder what her boyfriend would think of her making eyes at another man. This instantly raised my suspicions up another notch. Susie adored Fletcher. Yeah, she'd admired Maddox's looks on TV, but I knew there was more to this interest of hers. He's just a guy, Hawk said, casting his gaze across the gathered crowd of people who'd stopped in various places to examine their park maps or apply sunscreen. I eyed my sister. Does Fletcher know you're excited to get together with another man? Susie leveled a glare at me. I'm not eager to meet him for me. I'm eager for you. To get an insider view of Wonderland, Ella hurriedly said, speaking over Susie and widening her eyes at her. Because how many people get to do that? Frowning, I stared at my sister. Excited for an insider view of Wonderland? Hadn't we gotten that every time we'd come? I thought we were just going to ride the rides and celebrate Hawk and Ella, I said, inspecting the midnight blue flyer. A gold inscription swirled across its exterior surface. It's rather curious, this sort of life. I'd read Alice's Adventures in Wonderland a long time ago, but I found myself intrigued by the quote. A thought like that could be taken multiple ways, which was probably what made it so appealing. Susie fluttered her lips. We are celebrating Hawk and Ella. Because I can't wait to spend the rest of my life with this guy, Ella said, linking her arm through Hawk's. So, come on, we can't get celebrating until the rest of the crew shows up. Where are we meeting them? Susie asked. It's just Maddox and Duncan, right? I added, my suspicions flaring all over again. Unless... Was that what Susie and Ella were whispering about? Had they invited more people to this and not told me? Maybe I was being paranoid. Maybe Ella and Susie were discussing wedding plans or something. If that was the case, they would have included me in the conversation. What were they hiding? Hawk checked his phone. Duncan said they'd be at the Queen's Croquet ground. Let's check the map. I opened its folds, crinkling it and taking in the various attractions. The layout was extravagant and enticing, with bold, bright colors and easy-to-follow routes to get to every ride. Linking arms, Hawk, Ella, Susie, and I wove through the crowds for what felt like miles until we made our way to a large ride set off by a flamingo next to a hedgehog. Playing cards with heads, arms, and legs were situated here and there, as well as a sign. On it, a cartoonish depiction of Alice scolded a disobedient flamingo. I don't see them anywhere, Susie said, peering around. Do you even know what they look like? Ella asked with a laugh. Even though she'd been invited to be another bridesmaid, Susie hadn't been able to come to Gabby's wedding. She'd gone with Fletcher to visit his family in Florida during the same weekend. Duncan stepped out of the shadows. He was a rain cloud among so much frivolity, with his dark hair and expression. He scowled at people around him as though he hated crowds more than I did. There's Duncan, Hawk said. Hey, Dunk. Sup, Duncan said, shaking hands with Hawk and nodding to the rest of us. I peered around, waiting for the infamous owner to appear. When he didn't, I couldn't help my interest. Duncan was alone. If Maddox had been with him, would people know? Would people flock around the owner? Was that why he hadn't shown? There was no stir among the people. Moms were busy wiping kids' faces or offering snacks, pulling wagons or pushing strollers. Couples meandered hand in hand, laughing and smiling, and those waiting in lines were caught up in their own lives. Either way, Maddox was nowhere in sight. Where is the owner? Susie said, having no qualms whatsoever about the fact that she'd never met this man before today. Wasn't he supposed to come with you? He had an issue with the auditions, Duncan grumbled. Has he gotten a lot? For some reason, Ella sounded worried. Why would she care how many auditions Maddox was getting? If you call over 1,000 entries a lot, then yeah. Susie and Ella swapped glances. Ella snatched Hawk's hand. Well, I'm not waiting for him anymore, she said. We're engaged, and it's time to live it up. Who's with me? Susie lifted her good arm and let out a whoop. Excitedly, Ella tugged Hawk to the end of the ride's line. We meandered through the weaving wait, grateful to step under the shade, and then boarded the whirling hedgehogs that spun and undulated on a repetitive track. Excited screams shrilled out from each of the hedgehogs, and my stomach gave excited little flips with every turn. I was slightly dizzy the minute I set foot back on the ground again. When we made it off the ride, no Maddox. After the Queen's Croquet ground, we rode the Pool of Tears. The water ride's boats carried us over rapids and around supposed to be treacherous rocks, surrounded by mice and birds. Water splashed toward us at the most dangerous bend. My shoes and shirt were still wet. "I'm starting to think this friendship of yours with MADDOX is fabricated," Susie said once we finished the third ride of the day. She planted her good hand on her hip, having managed to hold on to the safety bars on the last several rides with one arm while the other was securely in its sling. Hawk lifted his hands in surrender. "He said he was coming. He was the one who picked coming today," he said defensively. "Don't look at me," Duncan said. "I'm here against my will." Ella sneered. "You didn't have to be here." "Why didn't you say so earlier?" he said dryly. Ella's lips parted. Fury raged in her brown eyes, and she pointed a finger in Duncan's direction, ready to fuel the argument. She'd mentioned her irritation with Hawk's other friend, but I didn't realize how deep the dislike ran until now. Even though Duncan had helped try to catch the informant who'd framed her, something had shifted in the months since. Those two couldn't stand one another. Hawk laughed, but it sounded forced. He stepped between Ella and Duncan. Apparently, his intervention was unnecessary because she ignored both men and turned to my sister. "He promised," Ella muttered to my sister, ignoring both men. "What are we going to do now if he won't even meet her?" I stopped outside a squat building labeled the Duchess's house. A cross-looking woman holding a baby peered through the window, and the Cheshire Cat smiled and blinked in and out of view from behind a tree. And I gaped at my cousin. Ella had harped on me for siding with Gabby and Adrian, wanting to set her up with Hawk when they'd first met. And now she was doing the same to me? "You know I can hear you, right?" I said. "Huh? Oh, Addie." Color patched over Ella's face. She spun around with the air of having been caught stealing, something I knew she would hate if she knew I'd just thought it. "What's going on?" I asked. "What are you hiding?" "Who says we're hiding anything?" "You've been shutting me out," I said, whispering, looking at me like I don't notice. "You just talked about someone promising something." We stopped in front of the odds and ends gift shop. A charming lamp dripping with beads along its shade was clustered in the store's display window, along with porcelain tea sets, antique trunks, and a mannequin wearing a sweatshirt with a top hat, and the words "Hatter's Hat Shop" on its front. "Why is a raven like a writing desk?" Susie said, reading something on the little writing desk in the window display. "Even Lewis Carroll said there was no answer to that riddle." "Don't you love that you share a last name with him?" Ella said, cottoning on to what I suspected was Susie's attempt at changing the conversation. "It's not his real name," Susie said. "Are you trying to set me up with MADDOX?" I demanded. Susie and Ella stopped mid-sentence and gaped at me. Neither one of them denied it. Unbelievable. I pressed my lips together. "You know what? You could have told me." "You would have said no," Ella said. "And we're not setting you up," Susie added. "Exactly." The guys watched our exchange in silence until Duncan's glower shifted into something like recognition. He lifted a finger like a cave dweller. "You're the one who texted MADDOX," he said to Ella, "right? You sent that picture." "You sent him a picture of me?" I squealed. Ella's glower at Duncan reached hazardous levels. "I'm done talking to you," she said to him. "I'm just— Shh! You— She slashed the air in front of him. "Nope, stop. You don't get to talk to me." Hawk tried arguing in defense of his friend, but Ella swiped a hand through the air at him next, cutting him off too. She tried coming to me, but a family with small children passed just in time, stalling her. Mortification swept in like a foghorn blasting through a megaphone. Ella knew my aversion to blind dates. What did she think she was doing? Behind her, the Cheshire Cat reappeared from behind his tree and rolled his eyes at me, mocking me. I needed a minute. I didn't wait for her, but headed in the opposite direction, past a mechanized caterpillar sitting on a large mushroom, holding a hookah and shouting out dizzy commands. "You'll never catch him," he said in his robotic voice. "I never said you would." People moseyed along, some stopping to admire a large waterfall. Others gathered at kiosks for breadsticks or corn on the cob. Workers swept the pavestones, collecting bits of garbage and fallen popcorn. I pushed through it all, ready to leave before this owner friend of theirs showed up. Teach them to set me up on a date, I muttered. A thick-set, cartoonish house came into view. Its thatched roof was interrupted by pointed bunny ears sticking straight out of the rooftop. A sign with a caricature of Alice holding a teacup labeled it, March Hare's Madhouse. Keep your wits about you. Throngs milled, stepping into the oddly shaped front doors and into apparent darkness beyond. Brief spurts and short shrieks of laughter escaped with each entry. Whatever was going on in there, I wanted no part in it. In fact, if I hadn't ridden to the park with Susie, Ella, and Hawk, I'd make my way to the exit and go home right now. I pivoted, taking in the long, curved fiberglass table situated in the March Hare's front yard behind a white picket fence. The table was bright blue, its sides striped like a barbershop pole. Teacups of every size and shape littered the curved surface, and a mechanical dormouse residing in the centermost mug popped in and out with crazy eyes and spouted, "Twinkle, twinkle, little rat." Another cutesy sign, with giant fiberglass mushrooms gathered at its base, read, "Stuff and nonsense. Don't believe anything you see within. If you get lost, just wait a while. The way out will come back to you." I wish the way out would come back to me, I muttered. The March Hare's attraction sounded like a fun house, but I was so not in the mood. What were the girls thinking, setting me up with Maddox Hatter? I should be out job hunting. I hadn't even had a chance to mention working at the sweet shop to Ella or Hawk yet, and I couldn't leave here until I did that too. Frustrated, I tramped across the scattered pavestones and took one of the empty seats around the vacant tea table. My feet ached from all the walking we'd done so far. I rested my elbow beside a triangle of plastic cheese, plunked my head into my hand, and traced the rim of a wide, pink polka dot teacup with my finger. "You look lost." A man leaned his hip against the table. If the blue-striped teacup near his backside wasn't fiberglass and attached, he would have tipped it over and spilled its contents. He may as well have tipped me over, though. Just as happened every time I met someone new, someone I felt intimidated by, the contents of my brain slowly seeped out through my ears. His mahogany hair was gelled away from his forehead, his green eyes held teasing glints of riddles and rhyme, his nose was slightly crooked, and he rested a hand on the table as though waiting for my heart to figure out how to beat at a regular pace again. I'd seen this man before. The last time he'd worn a tux and had stood in a lineup of ridiculously handsome bachelors behind Adrian Bear as we'd all watched Gabby walk down the aisle. The last time I'd seen him in person, anyway. The true last time I'd seen him had been on TV, spouting nonsense about rebranding his theme park. I know exactly where I am. My tongue turned to crackers, crumbling with every bash against my teeth so my words came out jumbled. I knew exactly who he was, too. I was speaking to none other than Maddox Hatter, Wonderland's billionaire owner, and probably one of the finest men I'd ever seen. From the dazed way he kept staring at me, I suspected he not only didn't know who I was, but that I was about to get lectured for treading on the landscape. What was he doing here? Staring at me. Did Ella send him to find me? Was he in on this blind date nonsense? I was so not giving in.
Chapter 5. Maddox? The last thing I expected to find here was her. She had a glint about her, from her creamy pale skin that matched the color of her hair, to the cautious way she approached the tea party to become its one and only participant. Something told me she was that way about everything, cautious, careful, and completely oblivious to the effect she had on others around her. The effect she had on me, anyway. Driven by a force I couldn't explain, I hurried to toss my sandwich wrappings and empty cup in the garbage situated at the corner, past the odds and ends gift shop, which happened to be my favorite shop in the park, and made my way toward her. I'd been knee-deep in sorting through the audition applications Rosabelle had printed for me, and had lost track of the time to meet up with Hawk and the others. I'd stopped for a sandwich, and while I shouldn't keep the others waiting any longer, I couldn't let this woman slip through my fingers. March's Hare's house was one of my favorite features in the park, too, probably because I could observe people so well while blending in. I loved watching them laugh as the funhouse mirrors distorted their bodies as they raced to make it through the darkened tunnels inside. Normally, guests didn't wander this far over to actually sit at the tea party table outside the attraction, but she did. That seemed like something Alice would do. She had a pensive expression as she examined the tea party settings, as she talked to the dormouse, as she trailed her fingers along the plastic foods. That was something Alice would do too. In that moment, as both wonder and sadness filled her gaze, I knew. Alice, I breathed, taken by astonishment. That's her. She's the one. Maybe that was why she looked so familiar to me. Maybe it was because she was the ideal woman to portray exactly what I needed. I couldn't let her out of my sight. I had to talk to her. I parried between patrons, dodging a woman's large bag draped over her shoulder, hurtled myself over the white picket fence, and approached. She must really be distracted. She didn't notice me at all, or tear her wanderlusting gaze from the teacup she trailed her finger across. You look lost, I said, keeping my distance, keeping it casual. No need to let her know I'd been watching her for several minutes now. I know exactly where I am. Her voice was so quiet I could barely hear her. At a tea party, for one. Her careful gaze swept across the table. There's plenty of places. She looked at me without reservation, and yet uncertainty all at once. I was dying to know what made her hold herself so deliberately, so carefully. Had she been burned before, and was therefore hesitant to make new friends? Tell me how I know you, I said, taking her implied offer and sliding onto a stool 2 spaces away from where she sat. You mean you don't remember? I swear I've seen your face before. She looked incredulous. Her small smile was a glint of light in the darkness. That's because you have. We'd met before. Where? I scraped my brain but came up blank. Surely I would have remembered meeting her. And you're not going to tell me. A scoff escaped her throat, and that little smile grew a centimeter higher. If you don't remember, I'd rather leave it that way. She kept her gaze on me with something like determination, almost like looking at me was difficult. Another thing I couldn't understand and wanted to. Why, so you have the upper hand? That smile turned victorious. She straightened her spine. Might as well. It doesn't happen often. I had the strangest urge to move in closer. She was maddening in the most amazing way. I could picture her now, acting timid and sweet, as she paraded through the park, interacting with patrons and deflecting their interest, and by doing so, gaining it more, as easily as a musician running through scales. I find that hard to believe, I said. What? That a woman like you doesn't get the upper hand often. She sank back and analyzed me with her penetrating gaze. Did she take it as a compliment? The way I'd meant it? I couldn't quite tell. Within moments, she angled her graceful neck toward me. You've obviously never played me at cards, or any game for that matter. Are you inviting me to? I'd go to the gift shop for a deck right now, if it meant spending more time with her. Almost at the same time, the blonde twirled a strand of hair around her finger and captured her bottom lip in her teeth. I'd say we're already in a game, Mr. Hatter. Her use of my name stirred my breath. I did know her, or at least she knew me. Well played, I said. You trumped me again. You know who I am, but you won't tell me who you are? Color patched her porcelain cheeks. She tucked that strand of hair behind her ear and dipped her chin again. The most beautifully bashful creature I'd ever seen. You mean Ella didn't put you up to this? What? Ella? She got me there. How did she know Hawk's fiancé? Footsteps pattered, penetrating our bubble. With that one sound, it seemed like all the other sounds of the park roared back through too. Heralds of laughter, clattering rides, music playing from overhead speakers. It all poured in my ears like a symphony on full blast. I turned as none other than Ella herself appeared, near the March Hare's Madhouse sign and its overlarge mushrooms. She and Hawk were holding hands and headed straight for us. Another blonde with shorter hair than my Alice's dashed up not far behind, and Duncan pulled up the rear. The grumpy scowl on his expression tore a grin from me. I wasn't sure why, but it was fulfilling to see Duncan at one of the most fun places in Westville, and hating it the whole time. They knew her? How did they know her? There you are, Ella said, panting, peering past me toward where my Alice sat. A smile broke on Ella's face as she took in the situation. Looks like you met MADDOX. The longer time went on, the more it felt like I was the butt of a joke. Then, more details shuffled into place. Ella Embers. She couldn't be that excited to have found me. She'd been looking for my Alice, which meant no wonder the woman had seemed so familiar to me. If I hadn't been staring at dozens of pictures of women, I might have remembered the one Ella had texted me yesterday. I rose from the table and stared. The blonde didn't look like Ella at all. Her hair was so light it could have been wheat, while Ella's was completely dark. Though both women were beautiful, they didn't share many features that I could discern. But the longer I compared the two of them, that gave time for other realizations to shuffle into place. I remember you, I said, turning back to Ella's cousin. What did she say her name was? We met at Adrian's wedding. The blonde chewed her lip again, and though she dipped her head, her eyes were focused on me. I again had the suspicion that she was forcing her gaze where it was. I remember you too, she said in that soft voice. You're so full of it. Ella laughed and elbowed past me to stand by her cousin. Addie, this is MADDOX. MADDOX, this is my cousin, Adelie Carroll. What had Ella said? 10 minutes with Addie, and I would know she was the perfect Alice. It hadn't taken 10. It hadn't taken 1. The minute I'd seen her, I knew. She was right about you, I said to Adelie. Adelie angled her head again. She said you'd make the perfect Alice. Adelie's eyebrows pinched. Her eyes darted from side to side. Who? Leave me out of this. Ella backed away with her palms out. She ran her fingers along her lips and twisted the invisible key. I said nothing. She returned to Hawk's side, and the two of them exchanged glances as if in triumph. Hawk nudged her with his elbow. Duncan bent toward the pieces of bark littering the bases of the stools, as though he'd found something more interesting than this conversation. He was probably bored to death, or thinking of Rosabelle, or both. What are you talking about? Adelie asked her cousin. I'm rebranding Wonderland, I said, answering for her. Pulling in actors to play live-action characters for patrons to interact with. I'll also need a new face for the park in general, and I think it's you. What's me? For the rebrand. New logo. New signs for every ride. New brochures, maps. I need a girl to be the face for that. It's you. I need you to be my Alice. Your Alice? One of the women squealed from behind me. Adelie's brows crunched, first in Ella's direction as if censuring her, and then back to me again. Why? Why me? I need investors to keep the park's momentum going, I said. With your face, your innocent demeanor, and your hesitancy to accept any attention, you're the perfect candidate. I opened my phone, tapped the pictures icon, and searched until I found it. Then I presented the image to her. It was from the original Alice's Adventures in Wonderland. A penciled sketch of a young girl staring straight forward, wearing a dress and apron thing, with tall grass and hollyhocks around her, carrying a pig in her arms. I'd brushed Ella's insistence off before, but I didn't want anyone else. The girl in the picture's face was innocent, youthful, and reticent. Her forehead wide, her lips pouty, giving her a sort of who, me expression. And this woman sitting before me could collaborate with that original innocence and yet add her own modern twist to Alice's look. Exactly like I wanted. The noisy blonde skirted past me to stand by Adelie and Ella. I see it, she said, glancing from my phone to Adelie and back again. Her mouth widened in amazement. I already tried convincing her. It's so you, Addie. You could totally pull that off. Adelie seemed at a total loss for words. I wanted to explain, to put her at ease. When I first launched Wonderland, I hired an artist to recreate my mother's impressions of a book she loved, for the signs for every ride at the entrance, even the directions in the parking lot. He did a great job for what it was, but the park has become campy. Everything is too exaggerated, too overemphasized, too cartoonish. I want it to become more real to those who arrive, and the way to do that is to redecorate, rebrand, ramp up the rides, the entire Wonderland experience. We believe a live actor is the best way to handle that, Duncan said, entering the conversation as though he'd been a part of it this whole time. Especially someone with your untarnished beauty and youthful demeanor. You capture the innocence of Alice, the curiosity mentioned multiple times throughout the book. The women all stared at Duncan, as though wondering what planet he'd come from. Admittedly, he was a hard man to understand. I mean, he'd just used the words untarnished beauty. Duncan was logical to a fault, and he didn't understand the meaning of a filter. When it made sense for him to state the facts, he did so. Sometimes those facts came out as criticisms, sometimes they were compliments. This time, the women clearly weren't expecting the latter. Ella sneered at Duncan as though he were a freak of nature. I couldn't say I blamed her. He'd just said some remarkably flattering things about Adelie, and I wasn't sure Ella had ever heard him be that nice before. Adelie's skin turned paler. I couldn't do that, she said. I dared a step closer, wishing fewer people were around to overhear this conversation. Still, I wasn't about to let her go. Not until I made sure she fully understood what I was offering. I'd pay you, of course, I said. It would be a job. Her demeanor changed from frightened to intrigued. A job? Do what you just did. Look beautiful sitting at the tea party table. But get paid for it. She peered at the table and rubbed her arms. How much? How does 100,000 sound? The other blonde behind me swore. Adelie's eyes boggled. She leaned forward as if to peer past me to whoever the other woman with them was. 100,000, she repeated. A year. From what I understood after researching it, the going rate for female models was significantly lower than that. She'll do it, the woman behind me blurted. Adelie's mouth gaped, looking past me to whoever the other woman was. What? No, she won't do it. Adelie. I cleared my throat. She stood from the tea party table. She was surprisingly tall, only a few inches shorter than I was at 5'11". Her long blonde hair flurried in the gentle breeze, and she shook her head to cast it behind her back. Look, I'm really flattered, she said, but I'm just looking for a summer gig until school starts up again. Besides, this isn't me. You could find 1,000 other girls who would be better suited for this. They'd have experience. They'd have a desire for this. I don't. In all my preparations for the auditions and taking on models for the park, I never thought I'd have to beg anyone to take the part. You're right, I told her. Hawk tilted in and spoke quietly with Ella, the two of them eyeing us. Duncan's scowl was terrifying the poor girl, so I pushed him away. With everyone watching our interaction, I suspected Adelie felt cornered. Would you come with me for a moment? Just over here where we won't be overheard. Adelie gave a little nod and went in the direction I gestured, beneath the flowering ornamental tree whose purple blossoms fit right in with the park's outlandish colors. The blossoms emitted an incredible scent, and I knew I wasn't the only one breathing it in. You're right, I said again once we were alone. Hawk, Ella, Duncan, and the other blonde, whose name I didn't yet know, all took seats at the tea party table and leaned in, talking conspiratorially. About me, no doubt. Did I care? Not 1 ounce. I have over 1,000 applications taking over my desk, I began. Over 1,000 pictures of lovely, talented women whose audition tapes I haven't yet had the chance to go through. Then why are you insisting on this? She asked, wrapping her hair around her fingers. They want the job. I don't. A strand of that platinum hair caught a ray of sunlight through a break in the tree branches above us. I had the inexplicable urge to touch it. I know this is the last thing you were expecting today, I said. Why don't you take some time to think it through? because I don't need time. It's a good job. I pay my employees well. We have a great atmosphere here. I gestured to the funhouse, where a gallon of laughter escaped every time the door was opened for more people to enter. Time crawled past as I waited for her to answer, but at least this time, she didn't immediately shoot me down. It's even something you could coordinate with your schedule once school started if you wanted. How much time would you give me to decide? She asked. I lifted an arm to the branch behind her head. The wind stirred traces of something that smelled like green apple and black licorice around her. I found myself analyzing the cobalt color of her eyes, the shape of her pink mouth, the smoothness of her skin. She blinked long lashes up at me. I had a short window to select finalists for the application process. Now that I'd found her, I'd give this everything I could. 2 days? I suggested. A small laugh escaped her throat, and she ducked her head, stepping to the side, putting some distance between us. I ambled around to stand between her and the tree. If you don't want to be a part of what I have going here, I understand. But this could be the opportunity of a lifetime. For me or you? Both, I suggested with my most charming grin. She eyed my mouth. Her resistance seemed to lessen. Bolstered by that fact, I went on. Meet me here on Sunday, I said, straightening to my full height. You can think it over. The park will be closed. I'll give you a personal tour, just you and me. Show you the areas I'll be updating and exactly where your images will go, and where you'll be interacting with people. Then, at that time, you can give me your decision. Does that sound reasonable? My heart beat unaccountably fast as I waited for her response. I wasn't sure a single moment had ever taken so long to pass before. Laughter roared from the tea party table, interrupting the tense silence between Adelie and me. Adelie peered past me to her cousin and then back. Gradually, she gave a nod. Sunday, I can do that, she said. My smile came at full force, and she glanced away so quickly I worried I'd scared her with it. Thank you, I told her. What do you say we rejoin the others, have some fun? She didn't answer, but turned away from me and scampered back to her cousin and my friends. I stuffed my hands in my pockets and followed, completely thrown by the day's turn. When Ella had told me her cousin would make the perfect Alice, I hadn't believed her. This was the whole reason for audition videos, in addition to the request for a photograph. Live interactions were needed on top of seeing what a person looked like. I never thought Ella's cousin would grasp hold of me like she did and not let go. We indulged in ride after ride, and corn on the cob and cotton candy. And though Adelie remained quiet and kept her distance from me, I caught the sound of her laughter. I was enchanted by her smile. By the time the day ended, I couldn't wait for Sunday. I'd be touring Wonderland with her, and I had only a short time to convince her to be in the public eye.
Chapter 6. Adelie. Are you insane? Susie muttered the instant we were back in our farmhouse. She kicked her shoes off her feet and flopped onto the dated floral couch. Just say yes. My feet ached after a day of standing for 9 million hours, walking from ride to ride, standing some more, and then walking to the car. It's my face going all over the place, I said, slipping out of my shoes and rubbing the places that ached most on the bottom of my feet. Not yours. You're the one who said you wanted this. Maybe I'll convince him to hire you instead. She blew a raspberry. He saw me, she said. He didn't want me. He wants you. Holy cow, Addie, $100,000 a year? That's twice what Fletcher makes. That would save the house. The same thoughts had crossed my mind all through the rest of the day at the park, but I'd stamped them out like a dropped match in a forest. We could find some other way to save our home. I'd find a legitimate job, something that didn't require me to be so out there. It's just a few pictures, Susie said. You'll be all made up and Alicey. No one will even recognize you otherwise. She added a cheesy, encouraging smile. I gazed around the living room, its brick fireplace, built-in shelves, and wide, cheery windows. I loved my quiet life, but if we lost this house, it wouldn't be the life I loved. I'd no longer have serene solitude in a place I'd lived my whole life. One slide at a time, I pictured the house being repainted, refurbished, fixed up, and made our own. The decades-old plumbing that needed repairs, the cool air leaking through the antique windows in the winter. Both needed to be replaced, and neither of which could we even dream of affording, not with both Susie and me in school and dog paddling and medical bills. Uncle Howard was certainly not going to cover the expenses. This way, they could be repaired, without either of us quitting school or going into more debt. Even if I found another job, it wouldn't pay nearly as well. I didn't have to work at Wonderland indefinitely. Just a few pictures. A few billboards which were always up so high, who really looked at those anyway? This wasn't Victoria's Secret, selling my soul or my body. Just my face. Working at Wonderland? Posing as Alice? I could do that, couldn't I? How could I turn this down? An ember of excitement flickered in my chest. MADDOX had gotten over 1,000 applicants for this post. But he wanted me. That was kind of amazing. He'd shown no signs of doubt about me whatsoever. That meant he believed in me. "Are you sure you won't mind?" I asked. "You were the one who wanted to audition." "I'll be fine. I don't mind at all. They're not asking me. They want you. You can do this, Addie." I couldn't ignore the compliments MADDOX and Duncan had paid me. Me, not Susie. I remembered the image of Alice that MADDOX had shown me. The withdrawn innocence, the sweetness yet standoffishness. Susie was so bubbly, she'd probably grin the entire time. MADDOX needed someone pensive, someone absorbed and withdrawn. He hadn't been obsessed with my knees or given off any creepy vibes whatsoever. In fact, during the entire chat under the purple tree, I'd felt safe with him. Not only that, but there was a part of his offer that glimmered in a way I'd never allowed anything to before. Much as fear made me want to ignore it, something deep inside of me told me I could do this. I pictured that other version of me, the brave one, the vibrant version I only saw in my dreams, dressing up as Alice, parading through the park, interacting with people without being afraid. I was tired of being afraid. That fanned the excitement inside of me, causing it to flare and catch hold. "Okay," I said on a shaky breath. "I'll do it. After I tour Wonderland with him, I'll tell him yes." Susie fisted her hands and strangled a squeal halfway out of her throat. "He's so hot, Addie. Don't get me wrong, I love my Fletcher, but MADDOX is gorgeous, and you get a whole day alone with him. I wish I could be a fly on the wall. I wish—" I snatched the throw pillow beside me and put it to its rightful use, chucking it across the room at her. It nailed her right in the beak. "That's not why I'm doing this." "It should be. Did you see the way he looked at you? He didn't take his eyes off you the whole day." MADDOX's immaculate smile and unrelenting admiration had heated my blood and given me all kinds of wayward thoughts. When he'd lifted his hand to the branch over my head and towered over me in that sexy, possessive way, he could have taken all kinds of advantage of me at that moment. At least the fantasy me. The in-my-head me who wasn't scared. I'd pictured exactly that more times in the last 2 days than breaths I'd taken. MADDOX swooping in, pressing his lips to the spot where my neck met my collarbone, cradling me against him, whispering sweet nothings as his lips made their way toward mine. Ugh, these fantasies were so stupid. It was all MADDOX's fault, telling me how beautiful my face was, how perfect I was, how I was exactly what he wanted. Plenty of men had ogled me before, but his words had been so sincere, so genuine. I knew it wasn't a personal admiration. I knew that. But he was gorgeous, and his words were so earnest, and my stupid romantic heart couldn't help but read more into it than was actually there. I tried to tone it down. I'd spent the last several months watching my cousins fall in love. The thought of being wanted was so appealing, but I also wanted to be wanted by someone who liked me, not just my looks. If you say no, he'll just find some other girl. You'll see someone else's face on the news or in the theme park every time you pass it, Susie went on, goading me. She knew me so well. I didn't like the sound of some other girl. And every time you pass it, you'll think, that could have been me. Right, Fletch? I rotated, startling as her boyfriend Fletcher entered through the front door with his phone tucked under his arm. His orange hair curled like a sponge. He was tall and gangly in a completely adorable way that I knew made Susie squirm with the feels. "Huh?" Fletcher said, clueless. I rolled my eyes. "I get it, Suze. I know we need the money." "Yes, we do." Susie patted the couch beside her, and Fletcher responded like an obedient dog. He settled himself onto the open seat, slung his arm around her, and pressed a kiss to her temple. The smell of grease was strong with this one, but that was typical after a day working at the machine shop across town. At least he'd changed his clothes and showered before coming over. "Hey, babe," he said, gazing at her. I chuckled. Anyone who didn't know any better would think he lived here with us. He dropped by often enough. "I'm proud of you," Susie went on. "Proud of me?" Fletcher asked, staring at his phone. "Shut up." She shoved his shoulder playfully and turned to me. "This is completely out of your comfort zone, but you're doing it, Addie. That takes gusto." "Gusto?" Not a word my sister usually employed. "Exactly. You know what Grammy always says. It's character building to do one thing you don't like every day. Look at all the character you'll be building." "You're right," I said with pluck, cottoning onto my sister's enthusiastic sarcasm. Her little pep talk was working. My shoulders relaxed. I stopped fiddling with the end of my sleeves. "This is going to be good for me." "What is?" Fletcher pried himself from his phone long enough to ask. Susie waved him off, keeping her attention on me and promising to explain later. Part of me still felt the way I had when I'd gone with some friends to a spook alley in high school. The pressure had been sky high. Everyone had laughed, prodding me, poking fun, taunting me to go. I'd given in. I'd gone through every frightening, goosebump-inducing, too dark inch of that freak show. When I'd arrived on the other side, I could have kissed every speck of light around. My friends had been wrong. I hadn't gotten tougher. In fact, I'd sworn off anything creepy and had stuck to it. But this would be different, because I wanted it to be. I was born shy. I was terrified of talking to people, scared to be in crowds. But I wanted more for myself. I wanted more than to be able to talk to people. I wanted to genuinely connect. How else could I learn to do that if I didn't try? I stood at Wonderland's gates Sunday morning. The wrought iron curled in a quirky, captivating way, implying darkness and mystery and yet playfulness within. Metal roses adorned the curls, adding traces of beauty to the whimsy. Circles in the center of either side of the gate swirled with fancy W's that connected to leaves and adjoining top hats. Within the gates, a man in a plain uniform held a broom in one hand and a long-handled dustpan in the other. He shuffled his way over the pavestones that made up the front of the park, sweeping litter and other garbage that had drifted into Wonderland. Rides that had taxied and spun now slept. A few of them groaned in the gentle breeze, and the eerie moans sent chills down my nape. The park wasn't open on Sundays, which was perfect. I wouldn't have to deal with MADDOX pressuring me to ride anything. Just a tour. That was all this was. I'd see the park. I'd get a better grasp of his intentions for its remodel, for my role as Alice in the park itself. And then I'd tell him my decision. I clutched my messenger bag and began to pace. Several people worked their way through the park's innards, stopping to wipe windows on the buildings or to adjust the straps on tarps covering kiosks or to change out garbage bags. But no sign of MADDOX. I was starting to think I should call him when a smaller, regular-sized gate swung open about 20 feet down the brick wall to my right. He stepped through, wearing jeans and a button-up shirt beneath a black leather jacket. His hair was disheveled, his lips quirked, and with his left hand skimming his jeans pocket, he looked like the one who should be posing for pictures. My heart gave a little flip. I was tempted to lift my phone and snap a few, just to remind myself this was real. And yeah, to stare at him when I was all by my lonesome too. Because that wasn't weird at all. "Hey there," he said. "I wasn't sure you were going to come." I stepped toward him, my boots scuffing on the sidewalk. "I'm here. I've been waiting all morning. I was going to call you, but I didn't want to seem too desperate." I snorted. "You didn't want to seem too desperate? I was the one practically begging for the job he promised me. "I haven't been able to stop thinking about you since I saw you," he said with 100% sincerity. The world tilted. I was pretty sure the Ferris wheel behind him was going to tip over. I was tongue-tied. Other women in this situation would know the perfect thing to say, but I was not one of those women. "So, Adelie, are you ready?" "Ready?" "Yeah, the tour. Want to start at the beginning? Make our way through the park?" Did he just say make out in the park? I was really tumbling down now. Awareness phased through me. He was looking at me. This beautiful man was looking at me, and if I didn't know any better, he liked what he saw. Most men looked at me that way, but having him do it, after offering an insane amount of money to take my picture... I hated that I was being asked to do something based on my looks rather than my capabilities, and I squirmed under his attention. This isn't permanent. This is just a job to make ends meet until I can get through school. "That sounds good," I said, hoping I'd just agreed to something I could handle. I'd better get it together, or he'd think I had a few screws loose. "Why don't you show me where the changes are going to be?" I suggested. "You know, where you're going to put me." "Kill me now." "My pictures, I mean, where you're putting me. The pictures of me." Okay, I was going to stop talking. Fortunately, MADDOX didn't seem the least bit put off by my awkward display of no social skills whatsoever. His smile stretched by a fraction, and a soft twinkle shimmered in his eyes. "The beginning sounds great," I amended, cursing myself. "Down the rabbit hole we go." Hands in his pockets, he invited me in and locked the iron gate behind us. It was hard to believe the park was as crowded as it was on Friday. Silence enveloped everything eerily now, the way it did around mannequins in a museum. Walking past them always gave me that crawly sensation, like any minute they'd move on their own. The smells of popcorn and caramel were missing today as well, and the sound of wind whistling through the bars of the roller coaster soaring through the air nearby was peculiar. I longed to break that silence, but considering my track record of awkward conversation starters today, I wasn't off to a good start. Even so. "Your name," I said, itching with curiosity. "Is it real? Hatter is legitimate?" "It is," he said. "My mom named me MADDOX because Alice's Adventures in Wonderland was her favorite book. Actually, this," he gestured around, "is all for her." I admired the flower beds, trees, and towering rides. This was a serious gift. "That's such an amazing thing to do for your mom. Does she love to come here?" I didn't know the woman at all, but I pictured a fun-loving older woman elbowing her way to the front of every ride and lifting her arms with every drop, the way Grammy Larson and the GGs would have done if they'd been able to come. MADDOX lowered his head. "She passed away, I'm afraid. It's one reason I did this, as a tribute to her memory." There I go, sticking my foot in my mouth again. I'm so sorry to hear that. He nudged me as we walked. "No, you're good to ask. I'm the one who brought her up. I miss her, but it's okay." "Both of my parents are gone too," I said, not sure why. An attempt at alleviating awkwardness? At creating connections? "I'm sorry to hear that," he said. "It's never easy to lose a parent. I can't imagine losing both." His kindness was striking. "Thanks," I said. "It happened when I was young." "How did they die?" "A car accident." He pressed his mouth into a line. "That is hard." The two of us stood together for several more moments as if neither of us knew what to say. "So, we're starting at the rabbit hole ride?" I prodded, trying to bring things back around. "Yeah, just this way." MADDOX led the way up the stairs toward the entry point for the Down the Rabbit Hole roller coaster. No lines, just directly to the front. Its steep climb and sudden drop made my stomach plunge just looking at them. And the loop-de-loops? Hawk and Ella had gone on this one multiple times when we'd come. How would it be to work here? To jump on any ride whenever you wanted? "I was raised by my grandparents," I said. "That's one reason I'm doing this. I want to save their house." He whistled. "Must be some house." "It is," I said, unable to help my smile. It's got this perfect craftsman look to it, and I have so many memories there. I'd like to see it sometime. I paused in my perusal of the empty rabbit cars on their track. You would? Wasn't that a kind of personal thing to say? Sure. If you care about it that much, it must be amazing. My stomach cinched tight. I hadn't expected him to be so amiable. Wouldn't a small farmhouse be like nothing to whatever fancy house a billionaire would live in? Yet he acted as though he truly cared. MADDOX didn't seem to notice. He kept his gaze on the surrounding structure and said, "All right, here we go." He gestured to the sign at the front of the ride near the railing meant to separate those who were waiting from those taking their turns. The sign featured a light-hearted version of Alice on her hands and knees, staring into a hole in the side of a bank. This is one of the signs we'll be redoing. I want to hail back to as many of the original images from the book as possible. We'd like to capture you looking stunned and amazed as you're falling slowly down a well. The idea made my muscles twitch. I see, I said, trying to picture it. How exactly are you going to capture me falling? I could tell I had him there. He gaped at me, making me wonder what his answer might be. Chapter 7, Adelie. Any minute now he'd write me off, send me back out the way I'd come in, tell me he'd changed his mind and that he realized I was no longer the perfect fit he'd thought I was. But he didn't. Good-naturedly, in response to my question about how to pose, MADDOX lifted his arms and mimicked the movement, astonished facial expression and all. The combined actions were so comical and endearing, I laughed. "You're onto something. Why not just don a wig and do the pictures yourself?" I said. When his hand lowered, it settled on the wooden fence near me. His expression sharpened and turned intentional. He was gorgeous. Way too gorgeous. And missed the chance of seeing you instead? Why did he keep saying things like that? Things that made me feel as though I were the marshmallow and he was the fire. Tongue-tied. Again. I caught my bottom lip in my teeth, unable to tear my glance away. "Come on," he said, straightening. "Pool of Tears is next." We meandered through, stopping by the water ride Susie and I had experienced. I was grateful the towering, quick-drop ride was closed. Its bright blue, man-made river was much lazier today without the large tubes filled with people floating along it. We stopped next at the caucus race, which was made up of animals that spun and moved at slow speeds. "To dry off," MADDOX said with a wink as he pointed them out. I chuckled to myself, remembering the ride's slow spin progression and the young kids and their parents who'd smiled in delight. It was the perfect sort of ride for children. "It's nice of you to gear some rides toward kids," I said. "People from every walk of life love the book. If not the book, then Disney's rendition of the story. I wanted to make sure the park could be a family place." "Is that why you're not open on Sunday?" "An old-fashioned notion, I guess," he said, stopping before the odds and ends store across from an ever-after sweet shop in the park's center. It was so much nicer meandering through without so many people here. I'd come every Sunday if I could. "Mind if I make a confession?" MADDOX gestured to the kiosk by the gift shop. "That depends on what you're confessing. If you're about to give me a live performance of what you sing in the shower, then yes, I mind." MADDOX's smile widened and he laughed. "Who says I sing in the shower?" The comment was offhand, something I'd said at random without thinking. "Sorry, that was way too personal." Then, seconds later, I asked, "Do you?" It took a collection of seconds and brief introspection before I realized those words had been spoken. Yes, they had, in fact, left my mouth. Why mouth? Why do you insist on embarrassing me? Tricks played in his eyes. I could say something about that, but it probably wouldn't be appropriate. I cleared my throat and looked straight ahead. It was time to move on, move way on, to pretend that conversation never happened. My brain didn't comply. It was too busy imagining what he might have said, and then imagining him singing in the shower, and I slammed my eyes closed, cursing myself for ever bringing it up in the first place. What had I been thinking? Though I didn't glance his way, I suspected he was still laughing at me. Rude. "No," he said, recovering quicker than I did and pointing to the kiosk in the center of the brick pavilion at the base of the rabbit hole coaster. This was where I first saw you on Friday. He stopped beneath the striped awning over odds and ends window. And he looked right at me in that piercing way he had. He looked at me as though I were a vision, a secret passage he'd just found the key to, something only he could see and no one else could. You stole my breath right from the start, he said. Talk about stealing breath. I still hadn't recovered from the inadvertent shower singing innuendo, but at this point, I wasn't sure I'd ever breathe easily again. My lips parted. I was fascinated by his confession, by the sincerity in his eyes. Who talked like this, especially to someone he barely knew? I could have sworn we'd met before, he said. You looked so familiar to me, but I couldn't tell why. So I followed you to the tea party table, and then when Ella showed up, I knew you were the pretty bridesmaid at Gabby and Adrian's wedding. There was more than one of us, I said, uncertain how to take his undeviating attention. The eye contact thing was harder with him than it had ever been with anyone else, and considering the time I had to sell candy bars as part of a school fundraiser, requiring me to go door to door to complete strangers, that was saying something. How come you never mentioned the wedding? He asked. I never had the chance to, I said. It wasn't like we'd been introduced or talked to each other at all in Montana. He'd been busy with his frat buddies. I'd been content with the sidelines and the energy between Hawk and Ella. I knew I'd seen you before. I just couldn't place where. And when I saw you again, I knew I needed you as my Alice. The statement was a lowered arm at a railroad crossing, a road closure sign, an invitation to a party, because I never wanted to go to those. Right. Alice. Here I was, stirring the kindling, urging the newfound dregs of a fire, and he was only talking about his park. I drew in a long breath and stepped away from him, waiting for my head to clear. This was just a job offer. This was just a business deal. His only interest was in my looks. I couldn't get in over my head. MADDOX pointed to the marketing materials visible in the store's window. See? Even here you'll be on posters and displays. Even the bags in the store will have some version of you on them. Butterflies rolled in my stomach. Thunder crackled through the sky overhead, scattering every single one. I don't have any kind of modeling background, I told him as a raindrop kissed my cheek. The sky had taken on a gray overcast. When had that happened? Doesn't matter, he said. Things that are meant to work out have a way of doing so. So that's your solution? I asked, unsettled. Throw me in the deep end and hope it works out? Who said anything about a deep end? You're asking a lot of me. Another raindrop speckled my cheek, and this time a few landed on my forehead and neck, too. I'd say we're in the deep end. I blinked upward, struck by the mass of gray clouds that swarmed overhead. They cloaked the vibrant blue that had been there when I'd first arrived. Had I been too distracted to notice the weather changing? Uh-oh, MADDOX said. Looks like we might have to cut things short unless you want to get caught in a deluge. I don't mind a little rain, I said. But I did want an answer. I didn't like his laissez-faire outlook on everything. Assuming I could do the part well just because I was pretty was ridiculous. More drops trickled down, wetting my hair and shoulders. Without further warning, the rain increased its tempo, drumming down on the rooftops and tinkling against what sounded like tin. I lifted my messenger bag over my head as puddles quickly formed at our feet. Here, MADDOX said, raising his voice over the din. He put a hand on the small of my back, and the two of us ran toward the carousel about 20 feet away. MADDOX wove his way through the iron maze where patrons snaked through to wait their turns. He hurtled over the final gate, turning to open it and allow me through. I leaped onto the dormant carousel, taking shelter beneath its circus tent-like roof. The base wavered slightly under my feet. Gripping one of the supporting poles, MADDOX dashed on after me, his feet hammering against the base at the same time another clap of thunder boomed through the sky. The rain made a symphony on the roof, but at least I wasn't getting any more soaked than I already was. I lowered my bag, wiped wet hair and rain from my eyes, and caught my racing breath. Rain dripped from MADDOX's hair, which had fallen into his eyes. Rather than using his hands, he angled his head and whipped the locks from his forehead. In his leather jacket, with his watch peeking from the end of his sleeve and the unapologetic amusement in his green eyes, my heart didn't stand a chance. It gave a hopeless thud. "Here we go," he said, resting a hand on the back of a seahorse. "We'll just wait out the storm." "This is actually really great," I said, reining in my speeding pulse and glancing around at the carousel. "It is?" I gestured to the surrounding animals, the mice, cats, flamingos, and then up at the inner workings of the poles leading to their gears within the roof. This attraction hadn't been part of Friday's celebration, which was a shame. I would have loved a ride. Carousels were the best. "How often does anyone get a carousel all to themselves?" "You've got your pick," MADDOX said, gesturing to the animals. The prospect was enchanting. Despite the cold spring air, warmth radiated through me. "No horses?" I asked, noticing the lack. "All carousels have horses." "Not this one." He gripped the pole, holding a fat hedgehog to the upper and lower gears. "Makes sense." I wandered on the wide, circular platform and inspected each ornate creature. "Wonderland doesn't conform to any norms." "Exactly," MADDOX said. He walked backward, eyeing me as I wove between a pair of elaborate fish with sparkling scales. "So, which one will it be?" "This one." I stopped beside a brilliantly colored peacock. Peacocks were the kind of bird that demanded respect and attention and yet kept to themselves. I liked that. Plus, their feathers were exquisite. "Well?" He inclined his head. "Are you going to get on?" A blush climbed my cheeks. I lowered my head, hoping to hide it. "It's not moving." "Isn't it?" He watched me as though I were the one who was loony. He wanted me to get on? Fine. Fighting a smile, I lifted a foot, climbing onto the peacock. I gripped the pole with one hand to steady myself as I inserted my feet into the stirrups on either side. Seated as I was, it put me eye level with MADDOX. Rain dripped from his hair and landed on his bottom lip. I couldn't manage to pull my gaze away from that single bead of water or the fullness of his mouth. His tongue trailed down to that drop, licking it away. Defibrillators just shocked me. No one shouted "clear." No one gave any kind of warning. It was just a rapid jolt, messing with my heart's rhythm in such a sudden zap. I was breathing hard as though I were running around the carousel instead of simply sitting here. A tiny glint flickered in his gaze, like he knew exactly how much he was tormenting me. To make matters worse, MADDOX didn't find his own creature as I thought he would. He stayed right by me. Rain hammered against the roof and created a curtain of water around us, and he rested a hand on the peacock behind me, boxing me in, the air between us supercharged. I didn't notice the playful landscapes painted on the carousel's center pivot, or the other vacant animals surrounding me. I noticed nothing but him. My feet nestled in the stirrups, my hand gripped the peacock's reins, and my heart tapped out the same flighty rhythm in my chest. Lifting a hand from the pole, he gently wiped a raindrop from my cheek. His fingers were warm and wet. The touch sizzled straight into me like molten sunlight, hollowing out the pit of my stomach. He stayed close to me, too close. His pupils dilated, turning dark and overriding the translucent green of his irises. I was stymied. I was breathless. I clung to the supportive pole, not failing to notice just how close his hand was to mine. How his pinky brushed the edges of my forefinger ever so slightly, igniting a charge that singed straight through my bones. I withdrew my hands. He only saw me as his Alice, I reminded myself. Nothing more. "If I could access the controls, I'd start the ride for you," he said, his voice huskier than usual. "But it's all computerized these days." I swallowed. I'd never handled attention like this well. Most of the time, like during my interview at Javelin Recycling, I squirmed and bolted as quickly as I could. But MADDOX wasn't a creeper who laid on the cringe with every glance or every word he spoke. He was nice. He was sweet and classy, and too handsome for his own good. His hand slid to the bottom of the pole, resting close to mine once more. My knee brushed his side, and he inched in the slightest bit closer. The rain slowed. My mind cleared in the subsequent quiet. I'd never been kissed before, but here, in the rain, on a carousel that for all the world was singing its own melody and spinning right off with my imagination, with a suave billionaire who looked at me like I was the only thing he could see, a kiss suddenly became an option. His eyes closed to half-staff. He examined the shape of my lips the way I'd done to his moments before. I couldn't allow myself to give in. Sure, he'd showered me with praise since Friday and he was great to be around, but his attention was all superficial. I wanted my first kiss to be with someone who saw me for me, who saw more than my knees or how perfect my face was for posters. "Looks like things are clearing up out there," I said. "Yeah." The word was a breath. "We should probably get going." But he didn't move. He lingered there, ensnaring me with his pale green eyes. The moment grew wings. It fluttered and pulsed, and then took a nosedive. MADDOX cleared his throat and stepped back, glancing around as if only just remembering where he was. "Right," he said, running a hand through his wet hair and turning his back to me. "I think I've shown you all there is to see." My entire body pulsed as if my blood reminded me it needed more movement. I stared at the animals on the carousel, my breathing shallow, my heart a frightened horse. What the heck just happened? I needed to move. I needed to get some air, some distance. The carousel's base shuddered under MADDOX's steps. He ambled to the edge, and then, as if only just realizing I was still sitting on the peacock, he returned and offered me a hand. I didn't take it. After the amplified moment between us, I wasn't sure I could handle feeling his fingers touch mine. As for kissing, there would be no locking of lips between us. The only puckering he'd get from me would be if he gave me a sour candy from Hawk's sweet shop. Even then, I'd reject it because I didn't like sour candy. Clearing his throat, MADDOX stuffed his hands into his pockets and retreated once more. "I think you get the idea of what we'll be doing here. Was 2 days enough time? Have you made a decision about my offer?" He stepped off the carousel's platform onto the newly planted puddles on the cement walk. Again, he turned to offer me a hand, but I'd already jumped off as well. I tucked a strand of wet hair behind my ear. I couldn't bring myself to meet his eyes, so instead I fixed my attention on the drinking fountains near the restrooms across from us. When would I get the money? This job, is it like working on salary or... "You'd get a bonus up front," MADDOX said, stepping to the gate we'd entered through. He fiddled with the latch and opened it for me once more. "For the initial photo shoots. Then you'll be on salary." I attempted to remain unaffected, though inside my organs were pinwheeling. "When would the photo shoot be?" 1 week from now, and then you'll be in every corner of Wonderland." Every corner. I was really doing this. "You never answered my question before," I said. "About the deep end," he said. "Yes. Will I need any kind of, training? For not only the pictures, but the acting?" MADDOX stepped back. He rested his chin in a hand and narrowed his eyes, shrewdly examining me. I gripped the soaked strap of my messenger bag. "What are you doing?" His eyes thinned to slits. "If you're asking me whether you can stand there, looking bewildered, lost, and beautiful all at once, I think you've got it mastered." My lips parted. I didn't know what to say. Would I ever get used to his praise? Was he this sweet all the time? "The whole premise of Alice in Wonderland is this fantastic dream for Alice," MADDOX said. "Let me make this a dream for you." Whew, a dream. Sure. A dream Alice had wanted to wake from the whole time. A dream where everyone she encountered was borderline psychotic. Still, I felt as though I'd drunk from that bottle. I was soaring, climbing feet higher than my normal height, so my head wafted in the clouds, so much so that I couldn't keep the smile from my face. "I must be crazy to agree to this," I said. MADDOX tilted forward. I was transfixed, stunned, an array of breath and nerves. His voice thrummed, echoing low in his chest and resonating right into my ear. "I'm afraid so, you're entirely bonkers," he said in that mysterious tone. "But I'll tell you a secret. All the best people are." Did he just quote the book to me? That was kind of hot. My eyelashes fluttered. This job wouldn't help me in the slightest with gaining experience before I got my degree. But I'd wanted something that would push me, something that would help me face my fears when it came to being around people. This was my chance to try something new, to be someone I'd only ever dreamed of being. My excitement grew. This was my chance. Out of 1,000 other girls, he'd picked me. With him only molecules away from me and yet not touching me at all, still grinning ridiculously, my lips formed the words all on their own. Yes, I'll do it. Maddox's return smile was a flash of lightning across a bleary sky. Vibrant, colorful, and so intense, it stole every ounce of my attention. Now that was a smile. He removed his phone from his pocket, asked for my email, tapped a few screens, and then pocketed it once more. "The contract has been sent," he said. I swiped to check, and sure enough, an official contract from Wonderland theme park blared at me. Shaking, nervous, and elated at once, right there on the puddled Wonderland street, I did my best to sign my name on the digital screen, though the signature looked nothing like it should have. Maddox accepted it when I finished, tucking into his jacket to retrieve what looked like a business card. "Come to this location in 1 week," he said, offering me the card with an address on it. Somehow my fingers closed around it. "What should I wear?" "Everything will be set up for you," he said, walking me to the exit. Our return trip was quiet and filled with anticipation. We passed the rides and kiosks we'd passed before. The men who'd been clearing the streets had vanished, probably taking shelter during the brief thunderstorm. The park's elegant entrance came into view, as did the ticket booths with top hats. Maddox guided me to the gate he'd opened for me earlier. Rifling a set of keys from his pocket, he opened it. Nerves rattled through me. It felt like the minute I stepped back out to the street, all of this would fade. I didn't want that. I wanted this to last. "Okay," I said with a breath. "Okay," he replied. The corner of his lips quirked and added an extra glint to his eyes. Dipping my chin, I thanked him for the tour and bade him goodbye. I ambled in a daze to my car's space in the mostly empty parking lot. So much had happened in such a short amount of time. The rain, the carousel, the contract. I'd signed it. This was official. In 1 week, I would become Alice.
Chapter 8. MADDOX. I couldn't get my swing right. Usually, golf was the best way to relax and let go of my cares, even if only for the afternoon. It always offered the escape I needed. But for some reason, it wasn't working today. I concentrated on the ball, squeezed out the distracting thoughts, used my pitching wedge to make an approach shot for par, and then I proceeded to slice the ball, not on the green, but in the sand bunker right next to it. Well, that was disappointing. Duncan snorted. "You really don't finish that," I said. Chuckling, he slid behind the wheel of his golf cart. I gripped my club and climbed on. We drove the golf cart over to the green, and I stared at my ball in utter disappointment. It was like a white lizard in the sand, a lizard who was much too far from home. "You got this," Duncan said. Grunting, I pulled out my sand wedge. My feet sank with every step, but I lined myself up and proceeded to chip that stupid lizard onto the green where it belonged. It skirted right past, like it wanted me to fail. Traitor. "You know that's going to put you over par," my friend said. He scowled down at the ball. I wouldn't put it past him to lift his foot and kick the thing, like I wanted to. "Shut up, Duncan. What's got you so distracted?" I released my grip on my putter and looked at him. "You'll think I'm nuts if I told you. Try me." I bent for my ball and stepped aside so that he could putt his into the hole. Sure enough, one tap with his club, and the ball obediently made its way in without protest. I glowered at him. "It makes no sense," I told him. "I don't want to put too much stock in it." "Whatever you say." Duncan bent for his ball and strolled toward the cart. I followed. He wouldn't push me to confess anything. I liked that about Duncan. He allowed people to be who they were without pressure. Probably because he allowed himself to be who he was without pressure either. He may come off calloused and jerk-faced, but Duncan was Duncan. What you saw was what you got. There was something trustworthy about that. He'd been my best friend since before college. The two of us had gone to high school together back in Eureka Springs, Arkansas. We'd roomed at Sigma Phi Rho. Random events had brought us to Westville after graduation. Hawk had inherited his grandfather's candy company, and so the guys had all come out here to support him, as he'd become CEO at such a young age. Scarlett had come too. She'd been the one to scope out the small town and suggest I build Wonderland here. She was the whole reason I was having this current conflict. "It's Adelie Carroll," I finally said as I slipped onto the seat beside Duncan, who'd taken the wheel. Within seconds, we headed to the next hole. "What about her? She's throwing me completely off my game." "A woman is ruining golf for you?" "Not this game," I said. "My life game." I expected him to make some kind of snide comment about the board game and cars with pink and blue stick people, but he refrained. "What happened on that tour of yours?" he asked. Our cart roamed across the grass. The terrain took the smallest dip past a man-made lake. I didn't think it would be a big deal, but there's something about her that's grabbed hold of me, and I can't stop thinking about her. "And that's bad?" I could understand his confusion. They were just thoughts, but thoughts led to other things. "She's enchanting. She's amazing. Ella said she was shy and would never dare to audition, and while I saw that side of her, she's got fire too. She's hesitant, sure, but she's not letting her fears stop her, and I admire the heck out of her for that. I nearly kissed her on the carousel." "So?" "Dude," I said, "how could he not see the problems this created? Sure, the pact was dissolved, but he knew I'd never been all that invested in anyone before. Not even Scarlett, not after what happened when Mom died. The truth was, while Mom's death had been hard for me, it had been harder for my dad. And it had made my relationship with my dad worse, because love made you give too much. Love sucked your soul right out of your body. Sure, it was great in the moment, but what happened when it ended? I have to keep professional boundaries." "Why?" His tone said he saw right through me. "Because it's professional." It wasn't enough, and I knew he knew it. Duncan grumbled. "You barely met her. Did you kiss her?" "No." "Have you dated her?" "No." "Are you going to?" "I want to." "And that's your problem." I ran my hands through my hair as he pulled to a stop at the next tee box. Duncan got off the cart and removed his driver from his set of clubs. I did the same, holding the club in one hand and staring in the direction I knew the hole to be. The emerald grass was inviting, the sky was blue, and the day couldn't be more amazing. I'd hoped to enjoy it more than I currently was. Duncan waited for me to tee off first, since I'd gone first thus far, but I hesitated. He rested his club behind his neck and stared at me. I signed the pact because I felt like love would complicate my life and potentially ruin whatever relationships might come because of it, I began. Scarlett was fine because I knew she was okay with me not wanting to tie myself to her. "Or you thought she was," Duncan said, taking place at the tee instead. "Exactly, that's exactly my problem. I've tried to stay emotionally detached from every woman I've been with since. I'd dated, but I'd kept women at a distance. This was what I wanted. Emotional detachment. But you can't do that with Adelie." "I've never had a woman affect me like she does," I said, tapping my club against my shoe. "Half of the time I was with her yesterday, I found myself pulled to her, moving in closer, touching her without even realizing I was. It's like it's just so natural with her. Her warmth, kindness, and genuine personality broke through my emotional defenses yesterday. I'd been attracted to plenty of women before, but it was the fact that she didn't seem to know how appealing she was. She was so completely unaware of her quick wit and charm. I tossed my ball in the air and caught it, fisting it, choking it. What am I going to do at the photo shoot? She's coming to my freaking house. That's your own fault. You should have scheduled it somewhere else. It's too late for that now, I said. I had the perfect space for the photographer to set up and for the hairstylist to take her time fixing Adelie up. Why book somewhere else? As though tired of waiting for me, Duncan stalked in, placed his ball on the tee, and swung. The driver launched the ball in the distance, a straight shot, right onto the fairway, shooting far beyond the 150-yard marker. Nice. Too bad I was too distracted to appreciate it. I still don't understand what the problem is, Duncan said moments after the ball landed. I don't know what the heck I'm doing. That's the problem. And I always know what I'm doing. I walked up, stuck my tee and ball in the ground between the men's tees, and began to take practice swings. I inched forward, prepped for my actual shot, swung, and topped the ball, barely making it 5 yards off the front of the tee box. To his credit, Duncan didn't laugh. He watched me for several moments. "You're right," he said. "She's throwing you off. I've never seen you this unhinged over a woman before. What do I do about it? The logical thing is to fire her and get someone else. Someone who doesn't lure me in like she's my bat signal. But she's already signed the contract. She's perfect, man. She's the perfect look. The perfect face I want. And not just her face. There were things about her yesterday that had struck me. Her bravery, her wit, the way her smile lit her eyes. There was so much more to her." "On the park?" "Yeah, the park." "Then you find your boundaries," Duncan said. "Figure out what lines you won't cross and stick to them. Professional boundaries," I said, cementing the statement. "If that means keeping your distance from her, do what you gotta do." I knew he was right, but why did what I knew I should do and what I wanted have to clash so hard? I barely knew her. The embezzling we discovered at the park should have been an indicator enough not to trust too quickly. Not that I expected Adelie Carroll to do anything like that, but I still needed to be careful. I couldn't let Adelie close to me. For years now, I'd kept every other woman at a distance. I could do that with her, too.
Chapter 9. Adelie. "If you pin it in this direction," Grammy said, leaning in to adjust the pins on my taco fabric with shaking hands, "then the sewing is easier. Then you can pull the pins out as you feed the fabric into the machine." "Like this?" I asked, pushing the colorful fabric through the sewing machine on Grammy's kitchen table. "Just like that. Don't press your pedal down too hard. If the stitches are too fast, it's harder to control." Ella sniffed, the sound of her machine on the table across from Grammy's slowing. Her eyes appeared over the top of her machine. "Don't mind me," she said. "I've been doing this a lot longer, so I can take it fast." "Experience equals speed?" I asked. Ella was putting together some skirts for the nonprofit organization she used to oversee. She'd clocked in a lot more hours behind a sewing machine than I ever had while she'd run stitches for Sierra. Now she'd dubbed someone else in charge, but still liked to contribute when she could. Grammy had invited me to sew with them. A project day, as she'd called it, so I found some taco fabric and estimated the size and length I'd need for a tablecloth. Because tacos, and because I didn't know what else to sew. "I can't wait for the semester to start up again," Ella said as her machine whirred twice as fast as mine. "The instructors are amazing. That class I took on silhouette and body shape would blow your mind. It's completely changed my perspective on crafting." "Sounds like an amazing program," Grammy said. "I considered fashion design back in my day," Gertrude said. Grammy's friend sat in the recliner that I dragged in here so she could hang out while we sewed. The tech-loving octogenarian tapped a stylus against the device on her lap, going through the digital painting app she'd shown us when she first arrived. Ella chewed her lip. "You're going to die when you see what I'm cooking up for my wedding dress." "Designing it yourself?" I asked. "Why am I not surprised?" Ella's face glowed with delight. "When is the wedding?" Gertrude asked. "Next spring," Ella said. Grammy lowered the bundle of yarn she was in the process of disentangling and shot my cousin a look. "Why wait so long? When I was young, your grandpa and I were engaged for about a month before we tied the knot." "There's a lot more to plan," Ella said. "Plus, I'm in school, and we talked about waiting until—" Grammy cut her off. "Don't you want to marry your man as soon as you can?" "Yes, but—" "Then don't put it off. I think you of all people know how quickly life can throw a wrench at you when you least expect it." Gertrude nodded her agreement. It made me wonder what the two elderly women had experienced to make them both think as much. Ella stared at her sewing machine for several minutes. I suspected she knew that all too well after what had happened with her stepsister last Christmas. "I once had a friend of mine who married young," Grammy said. "She'd bought some porcelain dishes that she insisted on keeping put up until she and her new husband were in a more permanent place. She made curtains she never hung, again insisting she'd save them for their dream house. A year or so later she was hit by a car, honey." I released a small gasp. She never got to use her plates, I said in a sad tone, struck by the story. Grammy pointed to me. She never got to use her plates. Hang up the curtains, Ella. Gertrude gave a nod, seconding Grammy's motion. Curtains? I thought we were talking about Hawk. Grammy swatted Ella's hand. You know what I mean. Don't put it off. You never know what tomorrow will bring, and you don't want to wait to be with the man you love. Look at that mystery cousin of yours, Gertrude said, tapping the stylus on her screen. That Gabrielle showed up out of the blue. She claimed you without any worries. She met that Adrian, and they didn't put it off. They got married, and that baby of theirs is coming in a few months. Grammy picked up where Gertrude left off. Exactly. Do they regret it? I don't think so, because they knew. Just yesterday, Gabby had sent a picture to our cousin group chat of her swollen belly and another of Adrian bending down to kiss it. Those two were the goal couple. They were adorable and so happy together it was disgusting. Adrian just finished building the house on their land in Montana. Ella and I had talked about flying out there to help them move in. Gabby hadn't yet set up the crib and talked about wanting our help. Then you'll be a great grandma, I said to Grammy. That's right. I need more of those, you know. She nudged Ella. Hawk and I want kids, Grammy. Ella's face went slightly pink. But you can't rush things like that. Don't see why not. You'll be sleeping with him soon enough if you're not already. Though I hope you're not living in sin. Grammy! That's how babies get here, Gertrude said, unabashed, still tapping her screen. Ella and I exchanged incredulous glances, and then in unison, we broke into laughter. Grammy joined in and then turned to me. For the record, Ella said, her face bright red, we're waiting for that part of things too. Then that's all the more reason you should get married, Grammy insisted before turning back to the mess of yarn in her lap. Honestly, a year-long engagement, she muttered. Kids these days. Ella clutched her stomach from laughing so hard. I was hunched over, laughing with her as well. And what about you, Adelie? Oh no, I said, wiping a tear from my eyes. Don't start in on me. You want to get married, don't you? Grammy, Ella said. You can't rush this either, remember? Addie isn't even dating anyone. She wants to, though. Grammy pointed to me as though she knew the deepest secrets of my heart. She's dreamed of her wedding day since she could talk. Ella, you talked about making clothes. And Susie, she talked about going fishing with her granddaddy, God rest his soul. Gertrude gave a little nod. But our little Addie here in your playtime, you couldn't wait to marry that boy from church. What was his name? You mean Logan? Ella offered. Will you two stop it? I said, covering my face with my hands. I can't be held responsible for dreams expressed by my 5-year-old self. My first crush ever had been on Logan Germain from church. It was true. But those childish fantasies were long gone. Logan had married a girl from Chattanooga and had moved there with her a few years ago. I wasn't sure of the last time I'd seen or heard from him. The person in question may have changed, Grammy said. But the idea of being married hasn't. I know you, Addie girl. You dream of being married. Grammy, Gertrude, and Ella all looked at me. I tried to find words, but they were as slippery as this fabric I was trying to feed through the machine. I have no argument, I said. She was absolutely right. Though they weren't married, Susie had Fletcher. Gabby had Adrian. Now Ella had Hawk, and I couldn't wait for it to be me. In my heart of hearts, I wanted a husband. I wanted romance. I wanted someone to wake up to cook breakfast with, to kiss me goodnight. Late night snuggling while watching reruns, doing mundane things like grocery shopping or changing the oil in my car. I stared intently at Grammy's sewing machine. I think that's one reason I decided to do the modeling gig. I kept the words quiet, unsure if I should even admit something like this aloud. Saying it aloud would make it all too real. Because you want to marry that Mad Hatter? Grammy smirked. Ella chuckled again. What? No. Too late, I realized how wrong it had sounded. No, I met Gertrude's, my grandma's, and my cousin's glances once more. I've been too scared to date anyone, I admitted. Ella reached beneath the bridge of her sewing machine and threw Grammy's to touch my hand. You need to stop hiding how amazing you are. Thank you. I agree, I said. My hands shook as I tried holding the fabric to the sewing machine. I couldn't concentrate enough to feed it through, so I lowered it to my lap and met my cousin's wide eyes. You do? Ella said. Ella and Grammy both gaped at one another and then at me. I never thought I'd hear you say that. I've been scared my whole life, I said. But if anything in my life is going to change, I'm going to have to be the one to change it. Wiser words have never been spoken, Grammy said. Except for the part where you said Ella shouldn't wait to have kids with Hawk, Gertrude said, not hiding a smile. Ella snorted and then caught herself, eyes boggling at me again. Hang on. So you're doing it? You agreed to model? I did, I said, grinning. I start in a few more days. Ella nosed in like a dog anticipating a treat. And? Are you freaking out? Constantly. I'm nervous, I said, but I'm hoping I'll be able to tackle this. I exhaled, pushing out the words. I want to be someone different. How different? Grammy's frown was both concern and a warning. Don't change, my Addie girl. No one can help changing, Grammy, Ella said. That may be true, but maybe just don't change too much. I like you as you are. I smiled at her. No pressure to start having babies then? I didn't say that. We all laughed again. Grammy asked for details about the modeling job, so I filled her in. When will they have your pictures up? She asked, past the yarn sticking out between her lips. It was like she was trying to play cat's cradle by herself. I'm not sure, I said. I'll have to ask him that when I go on Friday. Friday? Grammy and Gertrude exchanged a glance. We'll be going to Wonderland that day. You will? Ella said incredulously. With the GGs. I should have known. The Godmother gals didn't just settle at things like bingo nights or book clubs. Nah, these ladies hosted mystery movie marathons, traveled together to eccentric locations and haunted mansions, tackled escape rooms, and even held treasure hunts and recipe experiment nights. I could just picture a bunch of old ladies meandering around the theme park, riding those mechanical scooters, bossing everyone around in the lines, and pushing their way to sit in the front the way Grammy had done the last time we'd gone with her a few years ago. We worked on our projects until it was time to go. Ella left, saying she was meeting Hawk. I braced my hand on the wall next to the picture of my grandparents' 50th anniversary picture, taken just before Grandpa died, and stuffed my feet into my shoes. Guess I'll head home too, I said. Hobbling past her friend still sitting in the recliner, Grammy came to see me off. She held me in place with her hands on my elbows. Do me a favor, she said. Anything, I said. She tweaked my chin. Fall in love with this billionaire of yours, okay? Grammy, I said, my cheeks heating. I've seen the way you look when you talk about him, Addie girl. There's something between you two, isn't there? I dipped my chin and thought about the moments we'd shared at his park. The moment on the carousel was going to haunt me for the rest of my life. She tucked her thumb beneath my chin and lifted my face until I brought my eyes to hers. You can't fight love, she said. You shouldn't try. Remember what I told Ella about waiting. Don't wait for love. If you're in it, dive right in. It's delicious. Her smile created more lines beneath her eyes and cheeks. Her words stirred flurries of hope inside my chest, but I couldn't allow them any sway. I'm not sure it works like that, Grammy, I said. No one knows how it works, she said, her eyes twinkling. Love is different for every single person on this planet. But I'm just telling you, you have my permission to find happiness. I didn't know I needed it. You don't, but you should give yourself that same permission. Her words stilled me. Give myself permission? She said it almost like I was holding myself back. Was I? Her statement stayed with me until I got home, until I showed Susie the tablecloth I'd sewn, hemmed, really, until I went up to my room. I looked up MADDOX Hatter online. That man was oh so photogenic. His face was even more attractive than I remembered. His smirk had the same ability to disassemble my thought process in picture form as it did in person. The same fears I usually experienced when dealing with something that stretched me surfaced. But I was done with fears. I was done being scared. Plenty of other people put themselves out there. So could I. I would focus on him. Not on falling for him, though. Thanks a lot, Grammy. No, MADDOX Hatter believed in me. I needed a dose of that belief if I was going to get through that photo shoot. I needed to believe in myself, too.
Chapter 10, MADDOX. I didn't cancel on Adelie, though I considered it. After talking things over with Duncan, I was resolved. I would keep my distance from her. I would maintain professional boundaries. I couldn't let an unexpected blast of chemistry diminish my resolve. The more I went through the motions of getting ready on Friday morning, of anticipating her coming over, the more that resolve weakened. I was 100% sure about her as Alice. There was no question of that. But working with her, maintaining a proper distance, that was a variance in the equation. It was a sledgehammer to glass. I dressed and readied for the day, checking with my marketing team to make sure they announced that the position of Alice was filled. Sure enough, the post was live on Wonderland's social media page. An image of a big, fat question mark garnered what it stood for. Questions and speculation about who had been chosen as Alice. The actress for the Red Queen had been selected as well. I hadn't had the chance to look into her much, but I trusted my team. I trusted Rosabelle. Apparently, whoever this actress, whose stage name was Little Red, was, she'd passed the background checks. That was all I needed to know. I'd meet her this morning since she was coming for the shoot this morning as well. Another thing I didn't mind. Having additional people between Adelie and me was preferable. So far, the comments on the social media posts were mostly positive. People expressed excitement about the changes. Some griped about the audition window being so short, but you got haters no matter what. I learned a long time ago that I couldn't please everyone, so I stopped trying. The longer I scrolled, the more anticipation added itself to my bloodstream. Just nerves over the new venture. Nothing more. The sound of my doorbell razzed me. I glanced at my phone and then at the clock by my bed. Whichever woman was here, I was not hopeful that it was Adelie. She was early. Martha would get the door, but if this was Adelie, I wanted to be the one to do it. So I stuffed my feet into my shoes and jogged through the halls of my house to the front door just as Martha approached. She reached for the knob, but I reached to stop her. "Wait," I said. Instead of a striking blonde with timid confidence, a fiery redhead peered through the front door's frosted glass. My heart did a stupid wham against my ribs the way it always did whenever I saw a woman with that hair color, a fact that made me resent my ex even more than I already did. Of course, I kind of expected my Red Queen to have red hair, but something about this particular woman made me feel as though beetles were crawling beneath my skin. It wasn't just the red hair. It was the shape of her nose and its angle in the air. It was her curvy build and that hand across her chest and touching her opposite arm. I knew that pose a little too well. My whamming heart dropped into my stomach. "Aren't you going to answer?" Martha asked. "If I leave her out there, maybe she'll go away," I said. Martha sniffed. "You know that glass goes both ways. She can probably see us standing here too. She'll know you're ignoring her." "Even better." "Sir, isn't she one of your models?" "She'd better not be. Rosabelle couldn't have picked Scarlett." Martha tapped her foot. I eyed her. She was my housekeeper, not my mother, but she tended to give advice whether I wanted to hear it or not. She lifted her hands and backed up. At the same time, the evil ex tilted forward and lifted her hand over her eyes to peer through the glass. "Fine," I muttered like a petulant child and threw open the door. Might as well get whatever this was over with. Maybe she wasn't here to model. Maybe she was just taking up a second bout of stalking. Never thought I'd hope for that option. "What are you doing here?" I snapped. And how had she gotten through my security? Beyond the fountain, the security guard's stand was visible at the end of the long drive leading up to my house. Had she used her wiles on Javier? Bribing others with her body had worked for her in the past. Scarlett sneered. Her lips were as red as her name, and she tossed her hair over one shoulder as if to emphasize the skin-tight black dress she wore. Who wore a dress like that at 9 in the morning? She'd used her curves to distract me and get my attention before. That wouldn't fly this time. She pouted her bottom lip. Is that really the best way to treat your new employee? Oh, no, nope, nope, no. You're not my employee. I am now. She flashed her phone at me. Against my better judgment, I leaned in for a better look at the email on her screen. Sure enough, it was a thread in a line of emails. This final one invited her to take the part of the Red Queen in my new branding. Great, I muttered, seeing Duncan's assistant's name in the sender line. So it was true. Rosabelle had confirmed an actress would be coming. Why? Why hadn't I looked more closely at the model's info? That's what I got for putting this on someone else. She really is the most amazing person to work with, Scarlett said. She tried to shut me down, but was so reasonable when I asked her to at least give my audition a chance. And then imagine her surprise when she admitted mine was the best of the offerings you'd gotten. I don't care if she hired you. Rosabelle isn't in charge. I'm here, though. You have to admit, I have the face for a villain. She laughed. She had a face I never wanted to see again. I wasn't about to have it up all over my park. Where I had to see her every day? I'd rather stick toothpicks in my eyes. I'd rather move back to my hometown, a place I'd more than willingly left. Eureka Springs was quirky. There was no doubt of that. But my dad lived there, and let's just say having some distance between us was preferable. No, Scarlett, I said. A fraction at a time, her smile slipped. Her expression darkened. She stole the morning's warmth with a single glare. I could sue you for discrimination, she said. You're welcome to try. Scarlett stood on my porch and stroked her phone with the long claw on her forefinger. I heard you're doing a photo shoot today. I'm ready to go. Who else are you going to find? Anyone but you. I'd have to tell Richie we'd shoot the Red Queen another day. The main focus was Alice anyway. You sound so professional, she said, and she sounded so sarcastic. Little Red? Stage name, My Foot. She'd probably taken up acting just to plague and torment me, disguising her name so I didn't immediately ask her audition. Because I did. I'd seen her name in that stack of auditions Duncan had brought to my office, and I'd ignored it completely. What did she do? Enter 2 different auditions? Do you want a professional response? I straightened my back and kicked my business world linguistics into high gear. I'm afraid you're not the right fit for this part. Thank you for your interest, but I'm going to have to ask you to leave. I hold the right to refuse to hire you. It's not discrimination, because this isn't based on your race or gender, sexual orientation, or religious affiliation. This was a preliminary trial, and you're not right for this part. Behind Scarlett, a car pulled into the drive. It took an insane amount of effort to keep my groan from surfacing as I noted the blonde behind the wheel. Goody. The last thing I wanted was Adelie and Scarlett in the same space with one another. My conflicted feelings from earlier that morning resurfaced. I was into Addie. Scarlett was a loose cannon. If she ever got word about the way Addie made me feel, as though I were an appliance that finally got plugged into a power source, she'd turn nasty. Especially after my rejection of her and my acceptance of Addie for their various roles. Scarlett didn't just savor competition. She didn't like losing. That made her ruthless, if for nothing else than to make sure she was the best. You can go now. Anytime. Looks like you have some company, Maddie, Scarlett said, turning to face Adelie. Adelie exited her car and strolled toward the door with a pleasant smile on her angelic face. Something inside of my chest gave a little twinge. I both wanted her here and wished I could tell her to come back in about 10 minutes, once I exterminated the vermin. Standing here with my ex and the woman I was into was the last thing I expected when I woke up this morning. If I was nice to Adelia, it would look like even more of a slap to Scarlett. If I was rude to Scarlett, it would look to Adelia like I was a heartless jerk. This sucked rocks. Thanks for coming by, Scarlett, I said, the polite words tasting like tar. You have a nice day. Have a nice life, more like it, since I never wanted to see her in mine again. She didn't take the hint, but turned to Adelie. She jutted out her hip and folded one arm across her chest in the familiar stance. A power stance, probably stemming from her insecurity, because she had no power here. Whatever you're offering, we're not interested right now, thanks. Adelie's already pale skin turned white. Oh, I'm not selling anything. Then what are you doing here? Scarlett sneered. To her immense credit, Adelie didn't respond. Her jaw tightened. Her fist clamped the strap of her purse, and she looked toward me for an explanation. "Welcome, Addie," I said. "The rest of the crew will be here soon. Why don't you come in?" Scarlett scoffed. "Addie? Addie and Maddie, that's cute." "Not now, Scarlett," I said. It would be so like her to make a scene. Like she'd done back at the frat every time she came over and threw herself at a new freighter in her attempts to make me jealous. It had been the main reason I'd never let myself get too close to her. When she and I had first started dating, I'd been all in. But then she and I had signed the pact, and I'd caught her kissing Ulrich a few days after that. We'd had a talk. I was ready to be done with her, but like an idiot, I'd considered her argument. Why not just enjoy what we had when we were together? That didn't mean we couldn't enjoy things with others, too. I hadn't really gone around with anyone else, not like she did, but like an idiot, I'd indulged in her attention and kisses when she'd wanted to shower them on me. I'd guarded my heart, knowing her affection didn't mean anything, knowing that once that time was done, she'd just be off with someone else until the next time. I'd told myself it didn't matter. I'd told myself I didn't want anything more with her. Then she'd graduated and left Sigma Phi Rho. She'd tried insisting she'd broken the pact. For me. She'd tried to insist she loved me, that she didn't want anyone else, that she wouldn't fly around like she had before. I couldn't believe it of her. I'd seen her with too many guys to buy that line. And by that time, my mom had died. My dad had shut me out of his life, and I hadn't wanted love to wither me like it had done to him. I'd been about to launch Wonderland. So I'd told her it was best if we parted ways for good. Scarlett hadn't accepted that easily either. She'd come back over and over again, even after I'd moved here to Westville when Hawk and Duncan did. She persisted, hounding me, slashing my tires, putting glue under my car's door handles, basically bringing Carrie Underwood's "before he cheats" to life. Even though I didn't cheat, until I had a restraining order put on her. Finally, she'd gotten the hint. Scarlett was obsessive. She was relentless. When she said she'd make a good villain, I didn't put it past her. She had sabotage written all over her. Hawk and I were already trying to find the last guy who'd tried sabotaging Ella. We didn't need another psycho to contend with. Adelie watched me with wary eyes, but I smiled at her and nodded toward the door. "My housekeeper is just inside. Why don't you go on in and wait?" More cars pulled up the long drive. Looks like the camera crew had arrived. The need to get rid of Scarlett increased to code red levels. "I'll just be a minute," I assured Adelie. Giving Scarlett an uncertain glance, Adelie dipped her chin, passed us both, and strolled through the door. I closed it behind her, standing alone with my ex once more. "I'm not playing a game here," I told Scarlett in no uncertain terms. "You're not who I'm looking for as my Red Queen. It's not going to work. So please, I need you to leave my house." "Or what? You'll put another restraining order on me?" "If I have to." The previous one had lasted only a year. The black van slowed as it approached my circular driveway. It pulled up close to the fountain in the center, and the guys leaped out, unloading cameras and large black boxes of equipment. Scarlett folded her arms across her ample chest, tapping her long claws on her arms. She glared at me as if waiting for me to retract my request. I didn't. "Scarlett," I said, keeping my voice low as the camera guy approached, "it's not going to happen." "Not going to happen," she muttered, whirling fast enough her hair flared out and stroked my arm. Wordlessly, she clacked in her tall heels, strutting toward her red BMW parked in front of Adelie's car. I didn't give her the satisfaction of watching her stalk away. I turned my attention to Richie and shook his hand. "Our model is just inside," I said. "Thanks for coming." "Show me where we'll be setting up," he said. Without another glance in Scarlett's direction, I entered my house, though I did pull up my phone and tapped out a text to Javier. "Me. The woman who's leaving. The redhead. Please ensure that she's never admitted to my house again. I would get another restraining order if I had to. I'd do all I could to make sure Scarlett didn't get anywhere close to me again." I tried to quench the acrid aftertaste of her unwanted appearance. It was time to give Adelie my full attention. She had swept in, striking me as sure as a lightning bolt gleaming through the sky. It was a good thing the pact was nullified. Where Scarlett was the living definition of the word flaunt, Adelie was quiet, reserved. She was like a well-kept secret, like something hidden away in an attic, untouched and spotless. Professional boundaries aside, I was scared. It was another reason I'd pulled away on the carousel, because if it had been anyone else, I would have moved in and taken her mouth like I wanted to. Not only could I not kiss her and have it not mean anything, but I didn't want to sully her. She was delicate. She was porcelain. She was coy, and possibly one of the sweetest people I'd ever met with. Just a hint of spice lying beneath the surface. I so wanted to discover that part of her, but I had to be careful. She was working as my model, and that was it. I couldn't get attached to her. It wasn't just my desire to maintain emotional and professional distance, though that was part of it. Thanks to Scarlett, I was reminded that I had no desire for a relationship again, which meant getting close to Adelie would be a mistake. I didn't want to be the one to break her heart.
Chapter 11. Adelie. The words restraining order and regret crept through as I closed MADDOX's front door behind me. Tension had strummed between him and the redhead, a fact I could tell he'd tried to play off, unsuccessfully. I watched through the front door's glass. The redhead glared at me as though I'd cut her hair without her permission, and then whirled around and stormed to her shiny car, which made my old Honda look like a crushed soda can in comparison. My curiosity about the interaction between the two of them was momentarily cast aside once I allowed myself to take in his mansion. I mean, the exterior was immaculate. His house was like a miniature castle, set off by dormers above an arched courtyard that led to the front door. Balconies, dozens of windows. It was breathtaking. Of course, the inside was going to be just as exquisite. I wanted to soak in every detail. I couldn't imagine living in a place like this. Visiting was one thing, but having this for a home? The ceiling along the wide, bright corridor was curved, set off again by dark wood. Glittering chandeliers dangled overhead, and I kept looking everywhere I possibly could. An elegant setup of tables and chairs here, a fireplace there, vases of flowers, columns, paintings, so much splendor in one place. MADDOX re-entered the house along with a gaggle of other people, and a small firework exploded in my stomach. He looked amazing this morning, his jaw freshly shaved, his hair gelled, a t-shirt and jeans. His gaze had an intensity about it that I couldn't completely read. "Is everything okay?" I asked. He released an exhale. "Everything is fine. It's good to see you. Thanks for coming. Are you ready to get started?" "Yes," I said, wanting to convey confidence, even though I didn't feel much of it. He continued. Rubbing the back of his neck was the only indicator that he'd been frazzled moments ago. "The camera crew just arrived, and the stylist should have things set up by now, too. We talked about hiring a wig maker, but your hair is so perfect, covering it would be a shame." "A wig maker?" I was having a hard time following his thought process and taking in the vaulted ceiling at the same time. The white and cream interior of the foyer was set off by dark wood crown molding. Swirled wrought iron curled around the staircase and led to a magnificent window on the landing above. I itched to explore, to investigate every nook and cranny in this incredible place. "They're just down here, if you'd like to come with me." I wanted to ask him what his relationship with the redhead outside was, and what about that restraining order. But that was so not my place. So instead, I followed him, taking in the beauty of his home. This place was too flawless, and so opposite from the blend of beauty and chaos in MADDOX's Wonderland, I couldn't keep my jaw from gaping. We entered a room that had very few pieces of furniture. Its wooden floor was covered by a white tarp. A crew with large black boxes shuffled inside, working to set up tall poles with large screens on the ends, as well as assembling some kind of frame to hang backdrops on. A pair of double doors led out onto what I assumed was a balcony. A woman with stylish short hair and trendy short-cropped jeans, and tassels dangling along the hem of her shirt, stooped over a set of cases in the corner. When we entered, she abandoned her cases, closed in, and clacked her way toward us. "Good morning, Kathy," MADDOX greeted. Kathy didn't respond, but instead analyzed me from head to toe for so long, my stomach began to squirm. "You're right," she said, her expression growing more and more approving by the minute. She's going to be perfect. This time, MADDOX fixed his attention on me. My breathing accelerated. I fought the urge to look away, to twirl my hair around my finger, to do anything to deflect their attention. Go me. I didn't do any of those things. I kept my head up. I met their gazes straight on. If I couldn't handle attention from MADDOX and his wig maker, or whoever this woman was, how could I handle having so much attention on me everywhere else? I could do this. I wasn't sure what to wear, I said, wanting to break their focus and have them look anywhere else. You look amazing, MADDOX said. Just how you're supposed to. This is Kathy. She's a genius when it comes to hair and makeup. The photographer is setting up now. He should have everything ready in about 2 hours. Does that give you ladies enough time to do what you need to? 2 hours? Just what were we going to be doing? Should be enough, Kathy said, sizing me up with one hand gripping her chin. Do you need anything? MADDOX asked. Just your absence, Kathy said, waving him away. Wow, gutsy. He smirked and then lifted his chin to Kathy. She's all yours. The bracelets along Kathy's wrist jangled as she gestured to the leather couch. Want to sit down? I took the offered seat. Kathy sat across from me and gathered my hands in hers. Mr. Hatter wants you to keep much of what you've already got going, but he did ask me to prepare you for the photo shoot. Mind if we sprinkle on some makeup and trim your hair just a bit? I might also add some highlights. Make sure it's extra blonde. Our girl Alice is blonde in the book. Highlights? Sure. Kathy offered a friendly, impish smile that managed to comfort me. Though I didn't know this woman, that look implied confidence in me. You'll hardly recognize yourself when I'm done. Come on.
Chapter 12. MADDOX. I checked my watch for the 100th time. I'd said 2 hours. Kathy and Adelie had been at this for closer to 3. How could it take this long? We need to get things moving, Richie said. He and his team had everything set up. I'll check their progress, I said. I knew for Adelie, putting herself out there for a photo shoot took courage. I'd seen something in her from the minute I'd spotted her at the March Hare's table. People claimed they could read others' auras, and while I'd never given the claims much backing, I would now. The sight of Adelie had called to me. I was eager for Kathy to bring that spark in her out, for everyone else as well. Footsteps sounded from down the hall. I did my best to act like I wasn't a tornado on the inside. Richie also stood and pocketed his phone, watching the door with expectation. Kathy entered first, wearing a black stylist's apron she hadn't had on earlier. A blue comb and pair of scissors jutted from the wide front pocket. With bated breath, I watched Adelie enter after her. Combed away from her face and secured by a headband, her yellow hair tumbled in gentle waves to her shoulders. Its color was lighter, set off with highlights, and added a glow to Adelie's countenance. Or maybe that was the way Kathy had arranged her makeup. Either way, she had created a youthful masterpiece. The blue dress with its poofy skirt, the white apron thing over the top, the red stripes along the hem. It was as though the Alice I'd seen in pictures my entire life had grown up, and this was some kind of sexier version. Or maybe that was just her. The gleam in her blue eyes, the bright flicker of delight, the bashful blush pinking her cheeks when her gaze aligned with mine. Heat flushed across my skin. Do you think this will work? Adelie asked, tugging on the skirt. I had to clear my throat before I could speak. You're perfect. Perfect? You make the perfect Alice, I mean. She dipped her chin. That, Richie said, interrupting the charge swirling between us. He pointed a finger in her direction, camera in his other hand, before directing her to the bright studio setup with its green screen background. Come here, young lady, and do what you just did. The instant Adelie set foot on the set, her head dropped. She tucked her lips into her teeth. Richie gave instruction after instruction, but no matter what he did, no matter how he posed her, she wouldn't loosen up. I wanted to go to her, put my arm around her, and assure her she could do this, but I didn't dare interfere. There, Richie said, offsetting his feet and holding the camera over his eye, only to lower it again. That's... No, not like that. Go back to what you were just doing. He grew exasperated. Sorry. She hugged her arms to her chest. I told him I wouldn't be very good at this. You're doing just fine, I said, hoping she believed me. Richie eyed me as though I were a raccoon who'd wandered in. He lowered his camera. This isn't working. Why don't you take a break? We'll all take a break. Get some air. He set his camera on its case near one of the tripod stands, beside a light surrounded by a wide circular shade, and strutted out of the room, his assistant scurrying after. Color blotched Adelie's cheeks. I'm so sorry, she said. You're doing just fine, I said in my calmest tone. This is all new. Richie is just used to working with more experienced models. She winced, and I cursed myself. Why did I say that? I hurried to correct it. I mean, this is your first time doing anything like this. No one expects you to get it right the first time. She stared at my collar. I just feel stupid. There aren't even any props or the backdrops he's talking about, like the trees. How can I look at the tree when there isn't one? I'm pantomiming, and I have no idea what I'm doing. My jaw clenched for a moment. I'd thought she didn't need training, but I should have clued her in a little more about what would be expected. That was evident. I'd wanted to speed through the process and get things rolling as quickly as possible, but maybe I'd rushed into this. That was moot at this point. It was too late to postpone. Break's over, Richie called, re-entering the room. His tone sounded infinitely more chipper than it had when he stormed out. You ready to try again? I asked Adelie. Her expression looked doubtful, but she gave a small shrug and shuffled toward the studio. Arms folded, Richie called without turning. Hatter, get over here. Confused but willing, I strode to the photographer's side. You need me? Yeah. Though Richie had addressed me, his attention was on Adelie. Head bowed, she lifted her lashes in my direction. There it is again, Richie said, gentler this time. He faced me. Stay here by my side and keep her looking at you. At me? Why? Richie smiled through his goatee. You bring out the blush in her. Adelie's cheeks went bright pink. There, like that, it's perfect. Don't move. Richie worked around her, snapping photo after photo. Good, now, reach upward to the tree. But there is no tree, she said, confused. Don't worry, there will be. I lifted my arms, hoping she was thinking of the same thing I was. Of the way I jokingly mimed lifting my arms and posing during our tour of the park. She gave me that coy, reserved smile, and turned as though reaching for an invisible apple. Though there was no background, I pictured it exactly as I'd done the first time I'd seen her sitting at the table outside the March Hare's house. The magic of the moment swirled through my mind, bringing an imaginary scene to life. There it was. There was the magic I knew was in her. The camera made click after click sounds, and the longer the shoot went on, the more relaxed Adelie seemed to become. It ended with her walking toward Richie, her attention focused on something invisible at her side, while fans blew to lift her hair away from her face. Richie's camera made a final clicking noise before he lowered it. That's it, he said with a pronounced exhale. That was amazing, boss. He turned to me, clearly asking for approval. I gave it. Enchanting, I said. I'd been spellbound by her the entire time. Richie signaled his crew, and the gathered men and women began packing up lights and the set in such an orderly fashion, it was clear they'd done it 1,000 times before. Adelie meandered to the window and glanced out. I dodged between a pair of men carrying black cases on my way to her. You did it, I said. She lifted her shoulders and smiled. Her eyes shone with something like wonder. Yeah, I did, didn't I? I saw it in her expression, in the gleam sparkling in her eyes. She was proud of herself. She didn't elaborate, so I hurried to fill the silence. If you want to change, I can meet you out in the foyer when you're done. Still smiling, she directed the full force of her blue eyes at me, before she inclined her head and made her way out of the room. I stared in the direction she'd stood long after she left. Incredible, I muttered. She really was. And better still, I was fairly certain she had recognized it in herself. Minutes passed as a message appeared on my phone. It was from Larry Arlo, my head of security. Larry, ride malfunction. You should come to the park if you can. Like a chain reaction, my phone blazed to life from several more sources. and they all announced the same thing. A ride at the park had malfunctioned, people had been injured. I knew it made no sense, but while my worries were instantly for the injured ride, and my company on the brink of bankruptcy, thanks to Scarlett's unexpected reappearance, I couldn't help but suspect it had something to do with the pact.
Chapter 13. Adelie. I looked at myself in the mirror, but it wasn't only the makeup and highlights that made me feel like a new person. I was taller somehow. I'd done something crazy hard, something that had scared me. It hadn't been like the spook alley where I was more terrified at the end than I'd been at the start. No, this time I was soaring inside, and I couldn't keep the smile from my face. And then there was MADDOX. I couldn't stop thinking about him, about his attention during the shoot. He'd been completely riveting. I'd never been one to bask under the weight of that kind of thing, but from the minute the shoot started, his gaze spoke volumes. Every glance glimmered, with interest, with admiration. I'd tried playing it off as something else, but what else could it be? The way he'd looked at me just now, it had been curiosity and adventure, as though he had plans to rove and explore new territory, and he wanted to bring me along. Throughout the entire photo shoot, any time nerves had plucked or attempted to sever my concentration, all I had to do was look at him. I only needed the wonder and weakness in his gaze. I'd felt courageous, spontaneous, and stout-hearted with him. I'd never been strong or resolute in my life, but he gave me the impression that maybe, just maybe, I could be. I changed out of the Alice dress and pinafore and back into my jeans, and I didn't see anything t-shirt. My first steps out of the bathroom revealed him pacing the room and on the phone, talking fast. His staunch brow was mashed, his voice urgent and concerned, and it quickly raised my concerns as well. What was wrong? How long ago did it happen? He asked. How many were injured? My hackles rose. Injured? At that same moment, a text from Ella dinged on my phone. Ella, are you okay? You aren't at the park, are you? My trepidation went from flutters to one of those industrial fans at full blast. Me. I'm fine. Why do you ask? What's wrong? MADDOX's voice carried. That's impossible. The sensors prevent the boats from piling up like that. He paused again. Of course, I'll be right there. Then he hung up. Is everything okay? I asked. He rubbed a hand across his jaw. Someone managed to override the safety sensors on the Pool of Tears ride. They weren't in place when the ride started. I'd ridden the Pool of Tears last week. The water ride had a few brief drops and several places where water splashed right on the riders. It was refreshing and fun, a great way to stay cool on hot days. Had Grammy been on it? What does that mean? What happened to the boats? The sensors keep the boats at a reliable distance from one another, but without them in place. That took the term bumper boats to a whole new level. Shame on me, or the image in my mind anyway, for conjuring something comical right now. He'd asked how many people were injured. People were hurt. This was no laughing matter. No wonder Ella was asking if I was okay. She knew I had my photo shoot this morning. She knew I'd started my job as an official Wonderland theme park employee, capitalized, because that made it look more official. I've got to head to the park. He made for the door and then, as if thinking better of it, turned back to me. I'm sorry to make you leave like this, he said. I was hoping to meet you at Wonderland under better circumstances, to go over where you'll come when you'll arrive for work every day and where your dressing room is. I let the idea of having my own dressing room like I was some famous actor or something gloss over me. But now I need to go to the park under more dire circumstances. Ella's reply came flashing in before I could answer. Ella. Grammy went to the park with her friends, remember? I haven't heard from her. My hands flew to my mouth. Our conversation a few days before resurfaced. Grammy had said she'd be going to the park with the GGs. Today? She was there? And she wasn't responding to Ella? The chances that she and the GGs were on the ride when it malfunctioned were slim, right? Me. You're kidding. Ella. I wish I was. She said she was excited to see you on your first day and hoped to surprise you. Oh, my ever-loving ginger ale. Our wild grandmother and her kooky friends, who often acted more like much younger versions of themselves, had gone to the park today. To see me. I should have told her and Ella that I wouldn't be at the park itself for the photo shoot. Was she on the ride that had malfunctioned? My heart began to pound. "I'm coming with you," I said without looking at MADDOX. His eyes flashed to me. "You don't have to." "Ella just asked me if I was okay. She said Grammy had gone today with some friends and she can't get a hold of her." "I can't—" My voice broke. "Your grandmother, you mean Hawk's godmother?" How much did he know about our family? He and Hawk were friends. I guessed that friendship ran deeper than I originally thought. Had he met Grammy Larson? It wasn't until recently that Ella and Hawk had discovered that his godmother was also her and my grandma. "Yes," I said, emotion threatening to choke me. I had to rein in these thoughts. We didn't know for a fact that anything was even wrong with Grammy. Keep it together. MADDOX strolled over to me. A line appeared between his brows, and he looked into my eyes. "We'll make sure she's okay," he said. "Do you want to leave your car here? You can ride with me. You'll be able to bypass police and security if you come with me." Police? Security? That would be great, thank you. That was how minutes later, I wound up sitting in the front seat of a very posh blue Mercedes-Benz and gripping the door's handle as MADDOX raced down the country backroads toward the main thoroughfare of Westville and his theme park. Rather than veering to the main guest parking lot I'd always parked in the few times I'd attended, he took a back street and swerved in and out of the traffic that had piled up outside the theme park. Police cars clogged the main entrance. People were gathered in hordes at the gates, clustered as if offering comfort. Some wore blankets around their shoulders. Others sat on the back of ambulances, receiving treatment from paramedics. "Oh my gosh," I said, peering at the terrible scene that could very well have come from forensic dispatch. I didn't realize so many were hurt. Grammy, was she here? Had they found her? What about the other godmother gals? I checked my phone again. Still nothing from Ella. I texted Grammy too, wanting to check for myself. Me. "Are you okay? Check in as soon as you get this, Grammy. Please." I didn't have any of the other Gigi's contact info. A gross oversight. "Me neither," MADDOX grumbled, triggering his signal and turning onto one of the streets. The street lowered beneath a bridge and he followed it through, but instead of staying on the main drag, he turned into a darkened route I'd never noticed before. "What's this?" "This is the back entrance," he said. "This is how you can come to work, assuming you still want the job." "Why wouldn't I want the job?" I asked. "If taking photos of me didn't scare me away, this certainly won't." "It's the pact," he muttered, almost under his breath. He turned through some kind of underground parking lot. Numbers marked the walls, and the dim lighting left too many shadows in the corners. This place was just screaming for a crime to take place. "Ella told me about that," I said. He turned as if startled I'd heard him. "You know?" "I know you guys all attended the same fraternity in college," I said as he rounded a bend in the lot. "I know Gabby got attacked by some guy who's now in jail, and that you all thought it was the same guy who framed Ella for the theft last Christmas. You think this attack is about the pact?" "Maybe," he muttered. "Does that mean you're in love with someone?" "You really do know all the parameters." His voice sounded pensive. It made me wonder what had made him want to sign something like that in the first place. It was beyond stupid of them, but none of the freighters could have ever guessed that their actions would wreak so much havoc later in their lives. "Of course I do. Ella isn't just my cousin. She's one of my best friends." He pulled into one of the stalls and shifted into park. Sitting so close to him here in his fancy car, seeing the strength in his arms, admiring the shape of his jaw. Something crossed his gaze. My question had affected him, but I wasn't sure how. "No, Addie," he said, low and gruff. "I'm not in love." "Then why do you feel like this has something to do with the pact?" The sides of his jaw tensed. "You know about the informant, then? The one who framed Ella?" "Yeah." Her stepsister had altered the security feed at corporate Ever After Sweet Shop to make it look like Ella had stolen from the company's employees. The worst part was that Pris had been paid to do so by a man wearing a mask and a dark hoodie. A man who'd known more than he should have about the absurd Bachelor for Life pledge Hawk had signed and was currently breaking with my cousin. "Did you know we're still trying to find out who that was?" Maddox said. "We caught him. Duncan nearly had him, but then he pulled a fast one and got away before the police finally came. We never found out who it actually was." "I'd heard something like that," I said, remembering Ella recounting the events from that evening. I still didn't see how this accident had anything to do with that night or the informant they were still trying to catch. "Are you sure this isn't just a random incident?" I asked. He stared at the windshield and then reached for his door handle. "We don't have a lot of time to discuss this right now, much as I would like to. I have to meet with my security team, check for liabilities, and do some press debriefings to try and smooth this over. I need to make sure everyone is okay." From the hunch in his shoulders and the worry lining his brows, I could only imagine the concern and pressure he must be feeling. I reached for my handle as well. His warm hand touched my arm, shocking me into stillness. "I will say this was no random incident. From what my team told me, someone hacked our system." "Why would they do that?" "Unless it was personal?" "Exactly. That's why I don't think it's random." I frowned and followed him out of the car, hurrying my steps to keep up with his. "I guess that makes sense then. Who would be able to hack into your system?" "I don't know. I developed it in college," he said. "I developed the program. I was even able to sell the prototype, which gave me the capital I needed to start the park in the first place." "So it could be anyone who knows your system? Anyone you sold it to?" "I wouldn't go that far." He opened the door and held it for me so I could step through first. We walked down a plain hallway toward another door at its opposite end. "It's personal, remember? I didn't know any of those people. Why would they attack me?" "Why would anyone attack you?" He looked at me for so long I wasn't sure if I'd said something wrong or not. Then he stalked toward what looked like a control room. He spoke with several people, and while he was talking about the details of the ride, a man invited me to sit down as they discussed what had happened. "Someone overrode the system?" the man said, addressing MADDOX, me, and the room at large. Many were attentive to screens and what appeared to be urgent calls and texts. "They tampered with the boat's sensor abilities," he went on. "Typically on a water ride, the boats are designed so that they don't crowd the one that launches before it. If they get too close, the ride will automatically stop. Someone shut off the sensors. The boats piled in on one another." "Oh my gosh," I said, wrapping my hands on the edge of the seat beneath me. Several people were trapped beneath the boat each time it happened, and one piling on top of another only compounded the injuries. The ride operators eventually caught wind of this and shut the ride down completely, but by that time, it was too late. I chided myself for ever thinking anything was comical about that situation. I could imagine how terrifying it must have been for the passengers. "And you still don't know how many people were injured?" Maddox asked. "We don't know yet. So far, the count is up to 11. Those who were hurt are being seen to by the paramedics." "Have they found everyone who was on the ride?" "I believe so," the man said. "But we're doing a head count to be sure." Maybe that meant Grammy hadn't been on the ride after all. If not, where was she? I pulled up my phone and typed a quick text to Ella. "Me. I'm at Wonderland now with Maddox. We're learning the full details of what happened. No sign of Grammy yet, but I'll keep you posted. Ella. Hawk and I are coming too. We'll be there in a few minutes. Me. Maddox said he thinks this might have something to do with the pact. Ella. That's what Hawk thinks too. Maddox cupped his jaw in his hand. What had him so deep in thought? He was probably considering other parameters I had no notion of. If Hawk suspected this accident was no accident at all, what were his reasons for thinking as much? I didn't have all the details of Ella and Gabby's situations and what had happened during the attacks that were pact-related. I certainly didn't have any insider information other than what I'd heard, so I couldn't be sure. That only made me that much more eager for my cousin and her fiancé to show. Maddox strode to the far end of the room. A line creased between his brows as he spoke with the man and woman sitting there. They gestured to the screens in front of them, searching for something. The woman tapped a stylus against her tablet for a few moments and then shook her head. MADDOX nodded to them and returned to me. "They haven't seen her," he said. "Grammy? We have systems in place to check people, search the rides, to cover every inch. Larry is running through those checks again. If you want to come over here, you can sit and look at security feeds with him. He's looking to make sure no one else is missing on the boats. We also have people on hand out there searching the water and the boats to make sure no one fell in and drowned." I placed my hands on my cheeks. "That's awful," I said. "I'm so sorry this happened." "Me too," he said. His body was tense. "Sure, I was trying to amp up publicity and get more attention for the park, but I certainly don't want this kind of attention. The idea of anyone being hurt here? Addie, this place is meant to be a fun escape, not a place where people have to worry about their safety." I never expected him to let his guard down and open up to me like this. Compassion stirred in my chest, and I placed a hand on his shoulder. I didn't know what to say, so I said nothing. He met my gaze with pain in his, and in another unexpected moment, lifted his hand to my jaw for the briefest touch. My body lit beneath his fingertips. The air thinned and became harder to grasp. In seconds, commotion stirred, and then I turned to find Hawk, Ella, and Duncan had entered the security room as well. Ella pulled me into a warm hug, and I was left gasping, touching my jaw in the same place MADDOX had, and wondering what the heck just happened. Chapter 14. Adelie. They found Grammy on the island at the center of the ride, at the bend, behind the rock and completely hidden from view. That was why it had taken a second sweep of their system to locate her. Medical professionals had done what they do best and gotten her out of there, though none of us could figure out what she was doing away from the boats in the first place. According to the feed, Grammy had boarded the ride at 1:17 this afternoon, just minutes before it malfunctioned. She and her friends saw the boats piled up in front of the ones they rode on. It looked like a few of her friends bailed into the water and were helped back up onto the platform. But when Grammy climbed off on the other side, she'd slipped, hit her head, and fell into the water. The footage blurred after that point, but somehow she'd gotten herself out of the water and onto the island. Which only made me wonder, had she seen something? What had made her climb out of the boat in the first place? At least she hadn't drowned. But she had yet to wake up. That wasn't the only strange thing that they'd discovered. In the maintenance shed, something had been wedged into the machinery. It looked like a microchip, and the police suspected it had the capability to interfere with the ride's sensors. Grammy lay on a bed in St. Luke's in neighboring Bennington. The machine beside her beeped steadily, monitoring her heartbeat with squiggles and lines, and I watched it as though it would make sense anytime soon. While Westville had a children's hospital, our facilities weren't equipped to handle comas. For longer-term intensive care, patients were sent here. I never thought today's events would lead me to the hospital. Ella and Hawk just left, and the monitor's beeping sounds amplified in the resulting silence. I stared at Grammy's peaceful face, at her quiet hands, so skilled with a needle and now hooked up to an IV, at the tubes protruding from her nose, all while my brain tried to connect this situation with reality. There was a gap somewhere. I just couldn't seem to accept that this was real. Flashes of another time spent in the hospital rammed in on all sides, a view of my parents in hospital beds just like this one, though they had looked a lot more battered. For all I could tell, Grammy could have been sleeping. Tears stung my eyes. My parents hadn't pulled through their hospital stay. They'd succumbed to their injuries from the car accident and had made the hospital their last stop. Susie and I had gone to live with Mom's mom after that, and we'd had a happy childhood, or at least as happy as two orphan girls could have. Grammy Larson was all we had left. "I need you to pull through," I said, tucking my fingers into hers, which were warm. A good sign. "I need you to pull out of this. I need your advice. I need you at my wedding if it ever happens. You told me to fall in love, remember? You can't miss that. You need to come back." Susie's voice broke through my plea. "How's she doing?" I startled and turned as she entered the room. Relief I hadn't known how much I needed swept over me. It was so good to know I wasn't alone. I strode over and met her with a hug that lasted longer than usual. "She's alive," I said, pulling away. "That's about all I know for now." At least the scans hadn't shown any internal bleeding. The doctors did notice contusions on her skull and her brain, though. Someone who was younger could handle it and recover quickly, but someone at her age... "I can hold things down here," Susie said. "Why don't you go home? Get some rest." I sniffed and nodded. Home would be good. While I worried about her, there wasn't much else I could do. I wasn't sure I wanted to stay at the hospital much longer. Today had been long, amazing, heartbreaking, and long. I was exhausted and weary to the bone. "Are you sure?" I asked. "I'm positive. She's not going anywhere. Go get some rest." "Text me the minute you hear anything," I said. "I will." I drove in a daze. 20 minutes later, I gathered eggs from our chickens and moved robotically through the house, checking my phone every 2 minutes, literally for updates. I couldn't bring myself to make anything for dinner, so I walked down to the mom-and-pop restaurant on the corner and ordered a cheeseburger and fries, walking home and taking bites as I went. My brain conjured all kinds of scenarios. Scenes from Forensic Dispatch flashed, only the main characters changed from Roscoe Donovan, the lab director, pursuing the ventriloquist featured in last night's episode instead, to Grammy's lifeless form, finding incriminating evidence beneath her fingernails or in the mysterious particles of dynamite that were somehow embedded into the collar of her shirt. I was so wrapped up in my own serialized drama that I jumped at the sound of my phone. A number I didn't recognize messaged me. Gertrude messaged to see how she was doing. I texted and walked at the same time, juggling my phone and cheeseburger. The sunlight faded, but it kept the day's heat longer than I'd been used to all spring. Gertrude, be sure to keep us posted if there are any changes. We want her to get better. Me too. And I will. When I turned the corner, I stopped. A familiar blue Mercedes-Benz that looked too nice for our little farmhouse was parked in the driveway. My mouth was full of cheeseburger. I hurriedly chewed and swallowed, wrapping what remained of my burger and clenching the bag in one hand. One question kicked and screamed in my brain. What was Maddox Hatter doing at my house? Maybe he had updates. I checked my phone only to lower it again. If there was any news, Susie would have been the one to tell me since she was still at Grammy's side. What else would bring the billionaire to my neck of the woods? He waited on my porch with a bouquet of white roses in one hand and a stare that had the potential to render my joints futile. He wore the same jeans and shirt from earlier, but he'd added the leather jacket he'd worn during our tour to the ensemble, making him look sexier than ever. "What are you doing here?" I asked, clutching my to-go bag and wishing I'd asked them to leave the onions off the cheeseburger. A handsome man comes to see me, and I have onion breath. Not that he was going to be getting close enough to smell said breath. I resisted the urge to do a sniff check anyway. "I stopped at the hospital, but you were gone," he said. "Your sister told me you'd gone home, and then she gave me your address." Good old Susie. You went all the way to Bennington? Had he gotten there after I'd left, and then made it back before me? He must have a lead foot. Then again, I did stop for food. "I wanted to see how you were doing." Not Grammy. Me. All hands on deck, he wanted to see how I was doing. "I'm okay," I said truthfully. I wasn't doing terribly at the moment. I wasn't sick with worry. I was in a sort of limbo stage where I couldn't decide how I felt. "She's alive," I said, "and that's a relief. But for how long?" The plastic around the roses crinkled as he switched hands. "I spoke with the doctors on hand and put in a good word. They've got the best specialists looking after her. I'm so sorry she was hurt." "Thank you," I said, overcome at the thought. "I never said it earlier, and I wanted to." "For what? I haven't even given you these yet." He handed me the roses. Their aroma swarmed from the soft velvet petals immediately, swirling into my nostrils. White roses. The reason for Alice's encounter with the Queen when she'd mistakenly planted them in the Queen's garden. She was supposed to have planted red ones. They're beautiful, I said. Thank you, but not just for the flowers. I worked to organize my thoughts. Thankfully, they flowed much easier than they had during the last conversation he and I had exchanged, the one where he'd almost kissed me on the carousel. Oh, and let's not forget the glorious and all too embarrassing allusion I'd made to him singing in the shower. You had a crisis on your hands back at the park earlier, and yet you left it in others' hands so you could help me. There were a dozen other places you were needed, but you were there, with me. I can't think what might have happened if we'd waited any longer to find her. Grammy was in a coma now, but might it have been too late? You saved her life for all I know, I said, swiping a tear from my eye. The doctors expressed confidence that she would regain consciousness, so we were holding on. Maddox's eyes were intense. You're welcome, he said. I'm glad we found her. Do you have any leads on the microchip they found? I asked. Not yet. They'll let me know on Monday. We faced one another. He wasn't leaving, and frankly, I didn't want him to. Do you want to come inside? I don't have much to offer you. I lifted my bag. Unless you want a half-eaten cheeseburger. I'd love to come in. You would? He cocked a single brow and the corner of his mouth twitched. Am I not supposed to? I didn't think you'd actually accept. I thought he'd deflect. Having delivered his flowers and well wishes, I figured he'd wish me a good evening and bail. But he didn't. He was still here. With me. He trailed up the steps behind me, and the awkwardness earlier tripled. At least Susie and I kept things pretty tidy. The faded couches, the light refracting off the curve in the dated glass in the windows, the dated light fixtures. I loved it all. So this is the house you're hoping to save? He glanced around our front room. This is it. Come on in. He sat on the floral couch. I sat on the other one, back straight, hands in my lap, not sure how to act. When Fletcher came, he just kind of loafed around and fit in, but Maddox gave off opposite vibes. Formal or something. How are you feeling after the photo shoot today? He asked. How am I feeling? I wasn't sure I had a solid answer for that. Strangely okay, I said with a little exhale. I thought I'd be more rattled, but I'm not. I couldn't tell if I should be more rattled. Was it bad that I was no longer freaking out? The images are being processed right now. We'll have everything up in about 2 weeks, he said. That's fast. I'm fast-tracking everything, he said, leaning back and crossing his ankle over his knee. I couldn't help but notice his nice shoes. Did he always wear such nice clothes? Especially in light of this disaster. My thoughts went to the call he'd gotten while we searched for Grammy. I heard you talking to someone. You're going to keep the park open? Yeah, he said, shifting on the couch. That might seem heartless to some, but it's a business for one thing. For two, this was a personal attack on me, and I can't let whoever did this think I'll go down that easily. For three, you. The word ignited a sparkler in my stomach. Me? You deserve for your hard work to be seen too. I'm not sure about that. His gaze turned shrewd. You always deflect, don't you? Praise, attention. What are you going to do when the images are up? I'll handle it, I said, sniffing under the weight of his attention. I didn't like him looking at me so closely. He was right. I didn't like the spotlight on me. What about you? I asked. What are your plans for announcing the images? He lowered both feet to the hardwood floor, leaned to place his elbows on his knees. I wasn't going to bring it up, he said. Oh? I didn't mean to ask about the pictures either. I didn't know what else to say. I wanted you to know I'm here as a friend. My lips lifted. Are we friends? A strange glint flashed across his face. Unless you want to be more. I lowered my chin in an attempt to hide my blush. Are you allowed to say things like that? I wasn't sure how to handle that from regular men, let alone my new boss. Probably not, he said, but around you I say things I shouldn't. Are you calling me a bad influence on you? The corner of his mouth twitched. How could something so seemingly inconsequential steal so much of my attention? We sat there staring at one another while this unfamiliar sensation gathered between us. It was like we'd ventured to an alternate plane of existence without moving a millimeter. He swallowed and placed his hands on his knees. Seconds stacked one on top of the other like blocks, growing tipsy, ready to topple any second. "It was out of line," he said, breaking our gaze and rising to his feet. And there went our emotional tower. It made a whistling noise as it tumbled. The pieces shattered as it hit the ground. "I know you've had an emotional day," he said. "I'll see you at the park Monday?" My movements were the same as they ever were. Arms bending, legs straightening, weight on my feet as I stood. Why then did the motions feel so foreign? "Monday?" I asked. "Won't you be coming in for costume fittings?" "More fittings?" He tucked a hand into his pocket. "Kathy will be there. She'll outfit you each day and help you run through your lines. She'll be giving you a bit of training for interacting with the public." "That will be helpful." I pressed my hands to my stomach, hoping he didn't read my fear. Interacting with the public. No biggie. "Oh, and I guess this isn't a friend kind of thing, but I forgot to give you this earlier." He handed me an envelope. "What's this?" "Your bonus for the photo shoot. Once you fill out the W-2 and other forms on Monday, you'll be my official employee." I'd signed release agreements and all kinds of papers before the photo shoot, but he'd said there were more when I started at Wonderland. "So, I guess your comment earlier wasn't completely out of line," I said, "since I'm technically not working for you yet." He smirked. "Not completely." That still didn't make the concept of being more than friends with Maddox Hatter any easier to swallow. "I'd better get these in water," I said after an eon passed in only moments, lifting the roses. "And I'd better see what marketing has cooked up for me to handle the press this weekend. I don't envy you that at all." "Well, wish me luck." He didn't move at all for several long seconds. Then he stepped forward, smiled, turned, and left. I stood at the door, holding the roses and watching him stride down the front steps, across the walk, and to his car. It wasn't until he drove away that I allowed myself to move. I trod to the kitchen, retrieved a vase from the cupboard, removed the roses from their wrapping and placed them inside. They added a bright spot of light on the kitchen table. This day had definitely not gone as I planned. Would the rebrand do what Maddox hoped? Part of me doubted it. Whether he thought pushing through was a good idea or not, someone had intentionally targeted his park. Would whoever this enemy was keep this up?
Chapter 15. MADDOX. 2 people quit after the attack. I'd hoped no one would leave, but I couldn't say I was surprised. By the time Monday rolled around, things at Wonderland were moving full speed ahead. Marketing had scheduled press conferences and interviews with local TV and radio stations. I'd been contacted by several online newspapers to offer statements about the attack. And best of all, the tech team had data back on the microchip piece that had been found on the scene at the ride. I called Duncan and Hawk, and like the awesome friends they were, they came right away. Duncan brought coffee, which tasted like the nectar of the gods this morning. I took another sip of the hot, bitter, and creamy liquid and explained what the team had found, passing the pictures of the piece to Hawk and Dunk for good measure. "That piece blocked the connection of the ride's mechanics to the signal," I said. "That piece was how whoever did this was able to override the system and shut off all the sensors on the boats." Hawk frowned at the image. "What's the surveillance showing?" I passed them another image. This guy, wearing jeans, his head covered by a hoodie, and a medical mask and sunglasses hiding his face. He's in line, but look, he used the surrounding crowd as a block to cover his way to the maintenance shed. Duncan hunched in for a closer look. "I bet that's our informant," he said. "This guy isn't in all black like the man I fought with at the docks, but it could be him. He had the same face mask." "If so, that means this is about the pact after all," Hawk said. "It's connected somehow." "Who is he?" I demanded, sinking back in my chair and tossing my hands. "What does he care if we signed some thoughtless pledge 10 years ago? With his face masked like that? He could be any of the guys," Hawk said. "You saw their responses on the chat," I said. Everyone agreed to disband the pact. So who is this douche, and why won't he just let it go? Silence bounced between us. This is a good thing, Hawk said. Please, enlighten me. I didn't hide my sarcasm. Hawk slid the picture back to me. Hear me out. This drew him out of hiding? This way, maybe we can check all the surveillance from this point. Find a car, get a license plate, get some kind of trail on this guy. He showed his hand. It sucks that he attacked the ride, and that Faye is in the hospital. I'll personally land a punch in his nose for that one. But our last trail died. He gave us a new jumping off point. He's right, Duncan said. The park will recover. He may have attacked you, but this was a mistake on his part. He just gave us a new lead. I appreciated their insights and considered for several moments. Hawk, can you have Noah start tailing him instead? Priscilla Malice hadn't put a toe out of line since Christmas. Chances were she was probably no longer going to be a problem, not now that she couldn't hold anything over Ella any longer. I'm on it. Hawk pulled out his phone and began typing a message. I wrapped my hand around my warm cup of coffee and stared out the window of my office to where the employees were going about their various jobs. My heart gave a little lurch at the sight of Adelie stepping out of her dressing room. She was decked out as she'd been for the photo shoot, with Kathy on her heels, bending to straighten part of the blue skirt that had gotten caught in whatever the chicken wire type fabric was that made the skirt puff out that way. We follow the trail, I said, thinking aloud, and in the meantime, we give him a trail of our own to follow. Not that I knew what trail that was, but hey, it was a start. Now that's an idea. Duncan followed the line of my focus to where Adelie bashfully ducked her head while speaking to Connor from marketing. A small smile stole across her pretty face, and an unexpected wave of jealousy crashed through me. What did I care if she got attention from other guys? I didn't. I shouldn't. Okay, I kinda did. What are you talking about? I asked, tearing my gaze from her. Duncan steepled his fingers. We don't know much, but we do know that the informant threatened Hawk and Ella because of the pact, right? Right, Hawk said. So, he's attacking Wonderland now. And MADDOX isn't even breaking the pact yet. Duncan's fingers drummed on the table. But what if he did? I said. I had a feeling where he was going with this, and I wasn't sure I liked it. Hawk seemed to be on the same wavelength, because he was shaking his head. The attacks will only worsen, Hawk said. Bad idea, dude. Think about it, Duncan argued. What if we had a way to draw the loser out? I frowned. My eyes darted between my two friends. I'm not sure I follow. Will went after Gray and Adrian, right? Duncan said by way of a recap. He's in jail now, but it's clear this informant is out to get the rest of us. Maybe it's because of the order in which we each graduated. Adrian left first, then you, Hawk. Then MADDOX and I graduated just after you, right? No argument there. He's already tried his hand at you, Hawk. For all we know, he's the one who was embezzling funds from Wonderland. How else did he get the money to give to Pris when he bribed her to frame Ella? He'll move on to MADDOX next. You need to fall so in love, he won't be able to doubt your outward actions. Sure, yeah, I said dryly. I'll just get right on that. Something beyond my shoulder caught his attention. Without another word, Duncan rose, went to the door, and opened it. Adelie faced Kathy in the hall, her eyes focused and intent. Her makeup, flawless skin, her hair, and the massive bow on top of her head, her red lips, everything about her sucked me in like a vortex. My hands legit went clammy. I had to wipe them on my shirt. I can't go back to yesterday, Adelie said, as if reciting passages they'd given her. I was a different person then. The line was striking. It was one of my favorites from the book. Excellent, Kathy said with approval. If you have these one-liners down, then when you're talking to a passerby and you don't know what to say, they'll eat it up. And it'll help you get yourself out of a situation where you're uncomfortable. Adelie smiled. I like that line the best. Me too. That made me wonder what other passages they'd given her to memorize. Not something to focus on right now. Excuse me, Kathy, Duncan said, clearing his throat. Adelie turned, but her attention wasn't on Duncan. It was on me. Her face was angelic, beautiful, and glowing. Dark liners shaded her eyes. They had advanced the Alice look to something more stage-like than it had been for the photo shoot. She'd done exactly what I wanted. She'd given her own take on a modern Alice. Just going over some of her lines, Kathy said. We need to speak with Adelie for a moment. Is that okay? Wait, what are you doing? I moved to intercept Duncan, not wanting to make a scene in front of everyone, but also not sure I liked where he was going. Several men dressed as playing cards stepped out of another room, along with the woman whom I had chosen to play the Red Queen. She was small-boned with a staggeringly pointed face, and her lips were painted to rival the burgundy redness they'd added to her hair. I gave them a wave and complimented them on their getup. I wasn't sure why I hadn't incorporated live actors in the park before, but having live playing cards walking around, interacting with people, and then having Alice make appearances at certain times around the park was going to be epic. Once we caught the idiot who was attacking us all. Is everything okay? Adelie asked timidly. Beside her, Kathy scowled. Duncan pressed on. Everything is... I cut him off. It's fine. We're good. You go ahead and finish what you were doing? Kathy smiled and nodded her thanks at me. She gestured for Adelie to continue in the direction they'd been headed, but that wasn't enough to stop a tycoon like Duncan Hawthorne. When he had a target in mind, it was locked. Hear me out, Duncan said, stopping Adelie with his hand. Too many eyes watched us. Kathy, Adelie, the playing cards. We didn't need this many witnesses to what may pan out to be a terrible idea. Duncan meant well, but I wasn't sure we needed to involve my new model. Is this about my grandma? Adelie said. Duncan's reply was immediate. Yes, can we have a minute of your time? The eagerness in Adelie's expression did it. I was ready to intervene, to put a stop to this. But that hope I saw? My arguments died like flies in a fire. What could it hurt? The least we could do was hear what he had to say. Do you mind joining us? I asked, very ready to get rid of our audience. Kathy watched the entire interaction with unimpressed interest. Her arms were folded, her mouth turned down. She clearly wasn't happy that we'd interrupted her training. Adelie tucked her lips into her teeth. Anders, who had recently been put in charge of some new safety protocols, was leading employees into the conference room to discuss them in smaller groups at a time. She waited for them before crossing to the conference room we'd been in and stepping inside. I followed and closed the door behind her. These rooms were amazingly soundproofed. All the noise and commotion in the central part of the place were instantly muffled. Duncan returned to the spot he'd been sitting at in front of the large windows looking out onto the park. The sight of her blonde hair tied back with a black ribbon, the shape of her mouth as she bunched it into a curious pout, nearly undid me. I had the sudden urge to touch her, to wrap her in my arms, and it took more effort than it should have to repress it and pull out the chair next to mine for her to take. What's going on? She asked, sitting and eyeing my friends warily. Duncan bulldozed through. We had something we wanted to talk to you about, where we wouldn't be overheard. Actually, Duncan had something he wanted to run by all of us, I clarified, earning a scowl from him. She dipped her chin in that modest way she had. What is it? Duncan angled his head at me, his brows pinched and yet somehow lifted at the same time as if asking me for permission to continue. I lifted my chin. We found surveillance footage that led to a man garbed in a hoodie entering the maintenance shed, he began. He looked a lot like the man we encountered at Christmas when we tried catching the guy who framed Ella. Her eyes widened. You caught him on camera? Yes, not wedging the piece in. Unfortunately, there's no surveillance inside the maintenance shed, but we saw him enter and leave again, which means in all likelihood, he was the one who planted the piece so the ride could be jammed. What now? Can you find out who it was? That's what we wanted to talk to you about. Since you're Ella's cousin, I think you know about the pact. She nodded. An unexpected rush of nerves swept up my spine. My throat tightened. I pulled at my collar, fighting the sudden urge to loosen my tie. Oblivious to that fact, Duncan went on. For whatever reason, this person is making his way through the freighters. We're guessing by the year we each graduated. Adrian was the first of our group to go. Hawk wasn't far behind. MADDOX and I graduated the next semester. Talking this over with the guys was a cinch. Spilling this to Adelie made my blood race. So they're plucking you guys off one by one, she said. That's our theory anyway, Duncan said. I pushed for a straight answer because I suspected what Duncan was getting at, and frankly, it terrified me. When she'd asked about being friends, I'd hinted to Adelie that I wanted to be more with her, and I did. All reservations aside, I liked her. What are you talking about? I said. You want me to date MADDOX? she asked. Apparently, Adelie caught on quicker than I did. My mind was still reeling to catch up. Hold on! My feelings aside, we couldn't involve Adelie in this. It would put her in too much danger. Duncan ignored me, either not realizing the danger or not caring as much as I did. Dating's not enough. If you're doing this, it's got to be serious. Dating isn't serious? Hawk asked. Could have fooled me. The pact had insisted on lifelong bachelorhood, Duncan said. If we want to draw the informant out, it needs to be more. Like what? Hawk said. I'm not sure I want to know, I muttered. A wedding will be in the public eye, Duncan said. A wedding? I blurted. A squeak escaped from Adelie. Duncan persisted. A wedding with your cute new model would bring all kinds of attention to the park. It was ludicrous and impulsive. It was hasty and outrageous and extreme. And it would do exactly what we needed it to. Draw out the informant. Marry Adelie? Hawk gaped at her and then at me. They don't even know each other. They don't need to. Duncan stated this with his typical knack for no tact whatsoever. No way, I said, shaking my head. I swore I'd never get that close to a woman, not ever again. That wasn't my biggest reservation, though. While I knew we couldn't wait around for this idiot to act again, and we needed to take things into our own hands, I also needed to ensure Adelie was safe. This would put her right in harm's path. Adelie pushed away from the table, and I realized how harsh I'd sounded. I hurried to smooth things over. It's not fair to her, I said. It wouldn't be fair to put this sweet, innocent girl in harm's way. Duncan rose and planted his fingers on the table. We can't let this new information go stagnant. We have to act. And if that means finding the loser who targeted Ella, the one who ambushed Wonderland, and is the reason innocent people are getting hurt, we have to do something. Will this help my grandma? Adelie's voice was so adamant. I wasn't the only one it took by surprise. Hawk gaped at her. Duncan's brows lifted. My mouth legit dropped before I remembered to close it. Duncan's expression softened. Yeah, I think so. Now that we have a trail on this guy, though, we want to act. He's after us for falling in love. She turned to me. What do you think? My body temperature was at inferno levels. When did it get so hot in here? I wanted to slip out of my suit jacket, roll up my sleeves for good measure. I wasn't sure why I was so embarrassed. The guys knew my past better than anyone. But this conversation was turning a little too personal to continue with an audience. I looked at my friends. Would you excuse us, guys? The line between Duncan's brows grew more defined. You can't be serious. Whoever this is wants revenge on us for signing the pact at all. Please, I said. Grunting, Duncan stalked to the door. Hawk joined him and exited first. Duncan lingered, hesitating long enough to say, You know it's a good idea, before stepping out. The instant they were gone, the tension in the room altered. It was as though we'd been in one of those rooms where something valuable was guarded by laser lines of defense, and now the red lasers were gone. That didn't mean everything was peachy keen. Adelie was too quiet, pensively quiet. She gazed toward Duncan's seat as if he were still occupying it. I'm so sorry, I said, swiveling to face her and resting my hand on the back of her chair. I had no idea what he had in mind when he invited you in here. You don't think it will work? Slowly, she brought her gaze to mine. This wasn't what I expected. You do? Grammy's in a coma. I feel so helpless. She gazed around the conference room listlessly. I want to do something, but I don't know what. The words settled between us. I'd known she was struggling, but I didn't realize how much. She flattened her palms against the table and turned to face me more fully. I want to know if you think this will work. It could, I admitted, grateful for the chance to talk this out with someone who wasn't my overbearingly insistent friend. The pact is dependent on if I fall in love. And beautiful as you are, I'm not in love, Adelie. She gave one of her sweet little smiles and demurred, tucking her chin down. But the informant doesn't know that. Duncan might be onto something. If we can take this public, we can get digital fingerprints on people. We can keep tabs on attendees right here at Wonderland. She gnawed her lip. Take what public? Our frontal assault. If it looks like I've fallen in love, we're hoping this will draw the informant out again sooner than he may have planned. I think he's hoping to meet this guy on our terms rather than his. I had to admit, it had merit. Holy crap. I was considering this. My tie was choking me. It had come to life, and it was choking me. She kept her head high while I tugged the knot of my tie a little looser. It would be a temporary agreement, I said, hurrying to clarify my intentions, such as they were. But Duncan's right. I think we need more of a reason to draw out this attacker. He's the reason Grammy isn't waking up, she muttered, staring off as though it's something only she could see. He's the reason Ella nearly went to jail. I was boosted by her statements. They were the reminder I needed. This wasn't just for me, or for Duncan River and the other freighters, who were at Sigma Phi Rho the same time we were. This would help her, too. This would help her grandma. She was braver than I gave her credit for. It'll have its risks, I said, wanting her to know from the start. You have to decide if that's something you want to take on. Adelie rubbed her arms. I was scared for Ella, she said, and Gabby told me about her attack. This can't keep happening. No, it can't. What if she never wakes up? Her voice grew stronger. What if Grammy dies? This man will need to be brought to justice. Yes, I said, but we can't do that unless we know who he is. Still in the seat beside hers, I waited for her to consider. Waited to hear her thoughts. Temporary, you say? She said. We would have to make a big deal out of it. Publicity, press. We'll hold the wedding here at the park and have all kinds of security in place. And then? My throat thickened again. My body was heating, thinking of the usual things married people did once the wedding was over. I forced my eyes to stay on hers. I would respect her. I wouldn't go there. And in all reality, I hadn't thought this far ahead. Not since Duncan sprang this on us 5 minutes ago. Then you could come live with me. We would stay married, act married for the public, I hurried to explain. Once this idiot gets caught, we can annul it. No obligations. You can live at my house in the meantime. Have your own separate wing if you wanted. Adelie pushed away from the table and, keeping her arms around her chest, she stalked to the other end of the room. Her attention was on her feet as she walked. I could understand her reservations. Not only did this come out of nowhere, but it was so much more than the photo shoot, or even the job. A public wedding in the public eye, to make a very public display in front of crowds, and all the things I knew she hated. This must be eating at her. We don't have to, I said, wanting to give her an easy out. This wasn't fair to spring on her. It's too much. Too big of a... I'll do it. She faced me and lifted her chin. Risk. You what? She didn't shy away. She didn't back down. But she did make her way back to me. For some reason, the nearer she drew, the tighter my nerves got. My breathing quickened. Her proximity had the effect of an electric fence, humming and sending off the promise of a shock if I got too close. Are you sure? We'll have to be believable. We'll have to make it look like we're in love. Her cheeks pinked. She chewed her bottom lip. Aside from Susie, Grammy is all I've got left. I can't let this guy get off. Not when I have the chance to do something to help catch the person who sent my grandma into a coma. It may be dangerous. Her gaze softened. She stepped closer. It already is. She knew, and she was still on board. Wow. Okay, I said, and the pull to touch her was heady. It flickered like an alluring flame calling me to touch it. A flame that, once I gave in, would burn. I had to keep my head in the game. Let's do it, I said, but only if you agree to let me track you for your own safety. I was sure Anders could come up with something subtle. Okay, she said, and though she released a sigh, she kept her eyes unwaveringly on mine. I held that gaze, and dang it, I wanted to kiss her. I wanted to pull her to me, to answer the heat in my bloodstream. But we'd just agreed to something that may or may not be certifiably crazy. And I couldn't get impulsive now, no matter how badly I wanted to. I watched for signs of uncertainty or doubt. She showed none. In fact, from the way she stared me down, from the vulnerable heat in her gaze, I'd bet she wouldn't fault me for it if I gave in and kissed her here and now. I was wrong about this woman. Sure, she was shy, but it was possible Adelie was one of the strongest women I'd ever met. I couldn't take advantage of her. I had to protect her. I had to do everything I could to help her. If she was being this brave, then I could, too. And I was going to marry her, assuming our plan worked. I wasn't sure what I'd do if it didn't.
Chapter 16. Adelie. No way. Marriage? Are you both out of your minds? Susie, come on, I said from across the suitcase lying open atop my bed. I thought you'd be freaking out and telling me to go for it. The freak-out happened to be my older sister's typical play when impulsive cards were dealt. The evening after MADDOX's outrageous proposal, Susie and I hadn't spoken much. She'd come home from visiting Grammy at the hospital and gone straight to bed, so I waited to tell her, dying the whole time. Of course I think you should go for it, Susie said. He said it's not permanent, right? You'd have your own wing in his mansion. You could finish your degree while living in the lap of luxury. Just don't forget about me while swimming in his room full of gold coins like Scrooge McDuck. I reached for another stack of shirts out of my drawer and placed them in the suitcase. The resultant empty drawer was a sight I wasn't used to. I hadn't moved since Mom and Dad died. That was 20 years ago. I'd been 6. It's so... marriage, I said. I'd hardly been able to process it much at all through the rest of the workday yesterday. The distraction had helped as I'd walked through the park for my first time as Alice. People had lined up to meet me. They'd budged in, begging for pictures. At first, the attention had made me want to cower and hide. But the more I forced the eye contact, the smiling, the being around people, the easier it got. I went out for small increments at a time, and Kathy was always with me, tailing close behind in case I needed her for anything. I'd been emotionally exhausted by the time I'd gotten home. I was glad I didn't have to go in today until after lunch. Tons of people see it as a piece of paper anyway. No big deal. Ella's doing it. You might as well too. Her castaway comment gave me pause. Ella and Hawk's engagement was the real thing, prompted by true, resounding feelings of love for one another that had come over time. I wanted my marriage to fit those criteria. I wanted it to matter. But this was for Grammy. This was to help Hawk, MADDOX, and the guys. It was to help the innocent people who'd been attacked at the park. Each of those reasons was more important than living my childhood fantasies with a man I loved more than anyone else in the world. I was getting married like Grammy had encouraged me to. It was too bad she wouldn't be able to be there since this might be the closest to matrimony I ever got. Hitching myself to a man I barely knew, knowing our marriage had an expiration date. If that meant catching the man who'd done this, so be it. It was my own episode of Forensic Dispatch. I couldn't help the nerves flaring through every inch of my body, though. Marriage was so much more than just living together. MADDOX and I hadn't really talked about that part of things. Would he keep his distance while I lived in my own wing at his house? What? Susie asked, leaning forward from her perch on my bed. You're staring at nothing, like a major internal debate is going on in there. I bent to my jeans drawer, adding a stack to the suitcase. Now that it was full, I closed the lid and flopped onto the mattress in the open space, resting my hands on my stomach and staring up at the ceiling. Susie was going to give me so much crap for this. I'll be at his house, alone with him. You mean you don't want to be alone with the Mad Hatter? He's not mad. She rolled onto her side and rested her head in her hand. Then what's the problem? Too tempting for you? Secluded quarters with a handsome billionaire? Gee, I wish I had that problem. I threw my pillow at her. Be serious. I've never even been kissed, Suze. You have Fletcher, but you have to know this is a big deal for me. Plenty of guys had tried to give me my first kiss, but every time I always panicked. Something awkward always happened that ruined the moment. She continued with a teasing expression on her face. Security sees what's on the outside, but not the inside. You guys would have the place to yourselves. And with that whole ring on your finger scenario, there wouldn't be much in your way. Susie! I couldn't remember shrieking like that in my life, but my cheeks were so hot they might as well be sunburned. You do know that's what happens when two people get married, right? Please tell me I don't have to have the talk with you. I know what happens, Susie. Why did she think I was the one freaking out here? So, you're worried he won't want to? The whole prospect was so foreign to me. I shrank inside a little the way I always did with something new. I don't know what I'm worried about. MADDOX hadn't mentioned the physical parameters of this arrangement, which in this moment seemed like a huge oversight. This is your chance, Addie. You guys already had that connection on the carousel. You were gushing about it like a schoolgirl. The prospect of anything like that with MADDOX had to be off limits, especially since this wedding had an expiration date. I couldn't go there with someone who couldn't promise me forever. What about you? I asked, wanting to change the subject. Your arm, your injury. You'll be here living all by yourself. I'm healing more every day. Soon I'll be able to go back to full-time at Leon's grocery. I have Fletcher, too. He comes over in the evenings. He's practically here all the time, anyway. Besides, someone needs to stay in the house. Thanks to that hefty wad of cash you just got, we're about to get the plumbing fixed. And who knows? Maybe I'll talk Fletcher into a marriage of convenience. Won't Ella love that? 3 marriages in a row. Jane Austen style. I didn't laugh. I knew Susie had been waiting for years for a marital commitment from Fletcher and wasn't likely to get a proposal soon. I didn't know what had him dragging his feet. If Susie knew, she'd never told me. You sure you'll be safe without me? What can you do to protect me, sis? Susie's tone was too skeptical for my liking. I'm the older one. It's not my face all over the place. No one has ever noticed me before. They still don't. It'll be totally fine. If you're sure, I ran a finger along my quilt stitching. Possibility seared through me, but I worked to keep it in check. Maddox Hatter was quite possibly the hottest guy I'd ever been around. Not only that, but he was charming and thoughtful, and there was definitely chemistry between us. Richie had noticed. I felt it every time Maddox looked at me, and don't even get me started on the way he'd stroked my cheek, or how he'd ditched everything to help me find Grammy and then come to check on me, how he'd brought me roses, and kind of, flirted with me. Still, those were just common politeness. I couldn't read more into this than there was. He was just a decent person, that was all. He didn't mention anything about feelings during the entire proposal. As always, he was only focused on what he wanted from me. This marriage of ours would probably be about the same. It was just a facade to catch the informant. I wanted someone to want me for more than my looks or for assistance in catching criminals. I'd marry Maddox. We would annul things as soon as possible. Love could come later, if it ever came at all.
Chapter 17, MADDOX. It started with whispers. I told my marketing team about the wedding, about my plans to marry my model, and they took it from there. Soon the publicity around the whole marriage thing felt like that scene in Spider-Man 3 where Tobey Maguire's character called Eddie Brock out for posting false pictures of him robbing a bank, and the Daily Bugle had to post a redacted edition of their newspaper. Metaphoric music blasted, and the screen was filled with a swirling version of a newspaper and its headline. Within days, it seemed like everyone knew about the wedding, which was just how I wanted it. I took Adelie ring shopping. It was all over the papers. Rumors of wedding bells ignite as Billionaire and model visit jewelry store. We went to the park where I officially popped the question. Hours later, images of me down on one knee and of Adelie shielding her surprise with her hands in front of her mouth surfaced. Billionaire mogul, engaged to his model. I took her to the flower shop where she and I argued over the best way to bring out a whimsical yet classy wedding with the right touch. I happen to have more of an opinion on the flowers than other men might, as Duncan constantly reminded me, but that was me. We eventually settled on white roses, reminiscent of those I brought to Addie after her grandma had been found, colorful daisies, forget-me-nots, and wildflowers. We even agreed to use hydrangeas around the processional, because their fluffy blooms in different colors made Adelie think of the Cheshire Cat. Several pictures of the two of us arguing, then laughing, then embracing in the middle of a splash of flowers at the shop surfaced along with this headline. Love blooms as Billionaire and fiancé shop for wedding flowers. Adelie stopped me when it came down to shopping for a wedding dress, though. Absolutely not, she said, folding her arms across her chest and inadvertently displaying the sparkly rock I'd placed on her finger. I folded my arms as we stared one another down in my office. The room was just as eccentric as the rest of the park, with fat black and white stripes on the back wall and my rabbit in his cage near the window. For someone who's supposed to be shy, you're surprisingly opinionated, I said, only pretending to be irritated. The truth was, I liked seeing how particular she was about everything. Adelie was constantly taking me by surprise. She'd had some great ideas about the flowers and the decorations for the wedding itself. She wanted to keep it as classy as possible, while still incorporating elements from the book. I just want to do it on my own, she said. Is this about the pictures, the publicity? She shook her head. Because I'm sorry to tell you, but you're in the public eye now, and you're amazing at it. They'll target you dress shopping whether I'm with you or not, and I'd rather be with her. The whole reason we were doing this was to essentially paint a target on our backs. I didn't like the idea of leaving her defenseless any more than I had to. It was nerve-wracking enough to let her go home on her own every day. I felt protective of her. She tried to put on a brave face about all of this, but I could tell having so much attention was hard for her. It was in the strained expressions she held when she thought I wasn't looking. It was in the way her hands trembled, the nervous tic she had of twisting her hair around her finger and using filler words like, or. I sensed the weight of this, which was another reason I wanted to be there with her every step I could be. I didn't want her to feel like she was in this alone. I'll be fine. Ella and Susie will be with me, and it's bad luck for you to see me in my dress before the wedding. Luck? That's what you're worried about? We need it, don't you think? Plus, I've always dreamed of seeing the man I... Color flushed on her cheeks. She continued twisting her hair around her finger. The man waiting at the end of the aisle's face light up at the sight of me in my wedding dress. What had she been about to say? The man she loved? I'd been so distracted by the publicity of everything and keeping Adelie safe and in her concerns for being in the public eye, I hadn't considered other possible feelings she might be having. We'd spent a lot of time together in the past few weeks as we went about the wedding preparations. I'd found myself entranced by her thoughts, by the glimmer in her eyes when she got a new idea, and just how badly I wanted to put my arms around her and how hard it was not to. I'd tried keeping my feelings tamped down, remaining emotionally detached from the sound of things she'd noticed. If this were any other time, if she and I really loved each other, I wouldn't be able to keep my hands off her. I'd kiss her every chance I got. I'd want to be with her just because she was my favorite person in the world, because I worshipped everything she was, because I couldn't stand being apart. Did she want that, too? In a bizarre moment that went against everything I knew I wanted, I wished it didn't have to be this way. I wished this was real, that I could be in love with her without alternative motives or the risk of danger. But I stamped that thought out. This is hard for you, isn't it? I asked. She started in on another strand of hair. I'd be lying if I said it wasn't, but I'd also be lying if I said I didn't want to do this. We stood together, each of us quietly wandering through our own thoughts. Marketing had gone pedal to the metal in their own preparations and setting up the digital system for guests who would be attending the wedding. So you can track everyone who attends the park on the day of the wedding, Adelie had said when I'd presented the idea to her. Exactly, I'm ramping up security. I don't want anyone getting hurt again. We anticipated that the informant would make the most of the wedding day, which was only 2 weeks out. The prenup had been signed. Preparations were in place. Everything was ready to go. I brought my hands to her shoulders and met her eyes. Stillness overtook me. My body awakened, suddenly aware of hers, and my gaze strayed to her soft, pink mouth. The strangest flicker interrupted my heartbeat, and then sent it racing. She tilted her face upward, and desire flooded me. In an instant, we were swept away, secreted on a carousel with the rain pattering overhead. The same urge I'd had then overtook me now. I wasn't sure when I'd ever wanted to kiss a woman more than I wanted to kiss her. Adelie was completely still. Her eyes widened and filled with something like fear, not the way a man wanted his future bride to look at him. She broke free from my touch and gathered her hair over one shoulder as she backed away toward the door. I guess I'd better head out, she said. I'm meeting Ella for dinner. And then dress shopping, I said. It took more effort than it should have to shake off her nearness. Yep, she said, turning and bolting out the door so fast you would have thought I were diseased. Was she that bothered by the thought of kissing me? If the moment had stretched any longer, I would have done it. I would have tilted in and pressed my lips to hers. She and I hadn't discussed the physical parameters of our upcoming nuptials. Again, it was something I hadn't broached when so many other things were so pressing. Now, though, I'd have to talk to her about it sooner than later. Was she scared of me? I'd never gotten that impression before. But then again, I'd never gotten close to her like that before. Not since the moment we'd shared on the carousel. She hadn't looked terrified then. She'd looked hopeful. Professional boundaries. Those boundaries had been trampled and knocked down. Apparently, some rubble remained. The truth was, I was attracted to my future wife. I wanted her as near to me as she could be. Maybe that was the reason for her near slip about being in love and for all her hesitation. Something told me she didn't want to be close to me at all. This was all for show, and she'd become an even better actress than I realized.
Chapter 18, Adelie. In the past few weeks of playing Alice and interacting with people at the park, I thought I'd gotten more adept at hiding my emotions. Evidently, I couldn't hide my feelings from my cousin. "Uh-oh," Ella said as we sat down across from one another at the restaurant. "What happened?" "What do you mean?" From the minute I left Maddox's office, I tried hiding how flushed I was, how overwhelmed I was, by his touch, by the sultry expression that had taken over his face, by the way his gaze had flicked to my mouth. It had been only the two of us in his office, but I could swear something else was there, magnetizing us together. I'd never experienced this before, the unraveling feeling that I was losing my grip on everything that mattered, the way that grip was starting to take hold of him in place of everything else. I couldn't fall in love with Maddox through this. He'd made it clear this was fake. He'd made it clear from the start that I was nothing more than a model for his rebrand. His interest in me was purely professional, for publicity, and he was playing his part way too well. How did he have so much practice at being such a good fake fiancé? I'd had to remind myself of that when I sat with his knee brushing mine beneath the counter at the jewelry store, as I'd stared at diamonds that sparkled like stars beneath the special lighting. Yet again, at the park, as he'd warned me under his breath that he was about to propose, and it was time for me to be as in the moment as I ever was. I wouldn't have needed any prompting in that regard. The instant he'd dropped to one knee, the instant his hands had enveloped mine, the instant he'd asked if I would be his wife, and then had slid the sparkling rock he'd just bought onto my fourth finger, I was in another cosmos completely, and it had taken ridiculous effort to ground myself. But then, it hadn't been all that hard. Because after he'd asked, after I'd said yes, he'd wrapped me in his arms. I'd breathed in the scent of laundry soap and the hypnosis of his cologne. I'd basked in the warmth of his body holding me so close, until he'd slipped back, smiled as if posing for a picture, and threaded his fingers through mine to continue walking in the park with me. At the flower shop, he'd flirted with me, tickled me. He'd playfully grabbed my hands to keep me from reaching for the Queen Anne's lace that he didn't like, only to pull my back to his chest and secure those arms around me again, in another perfect photo op. That one had made the front page. Each time, I'd hoped he might think a kiss would be a good idea. But he hadn't. Each time, every time he took me home, he hugged me, and then left it there. He was making it incredibly clear that the affection I felt from him was only an act. He wouldn't kiss me, not even for the pictures. What was going to happen at the actual wedding? "You know, in all the publicity we've had," I said, "Maddox hasn't once kissed me." Ella lowered her menu, her dark hair draped in a side ponytail down one shoulder. "You're kidding." "I'm not," I said. The waitress approached our table at the same time Susie arrived. "Sorry I'm late," she said, sliding in. Her arm hung in its sling, so she slid the menu toward her with her good hand. "Did you guys order?" The waitress smiled. "Not yet," I said. "We were just about to." "Do you need another minute?" the waitress asked. "Sure," Ella said. "Thanks." She took our drink orders, water for me, strawberry lemonades for Ella and Susie, and then left our table while Susie pried open the menu and began poring over it. "What did I miss?" Susie said, noticing Ella watching me. "Maddox hasn't kissed Addie yet," she said. Susie eyed me. "Maybe he thinks you don't want him to." "What?" "You're kind of standoffish," she said. "All those pictures of you guys in the papers, they're adorable. Anyone who doesn't know you well wouldn't have a clue, but I know you, and you look terrified." She made a face of a pained smile with wretched eyes. Embarrassment hit me directly in the face. He'd asked me if our upcoming marriage and all its build-up was hard for me. Was this why? Had he noticed? "I'm not terrified to be with him." "To be with him, no. But how do you feel about him kissing you? Do you want him to?" "Yeah, I do," I said, grateful Susie wasn't bringing up the marital activities she'd given me crap for when I'd first agreed to this. Maddox hadn't mentioned whether or not we would be sleeping together, and if I was too chicken to ask him to kiss me, I was certainly too big of a wuss to ask about that. It was definitely something that needed to be addressed, though. I mean, he'd offered up a wing of his house for me, giving me completely separate quarters, so I was probably way overthinking this. But with marriage involved, it was a valid question. "Then maybe you need to let him know that," Ella said. This felt ridiculous on so many levels. "Did you guys have to ask Hawk and Fletcher to kiss you?" Ella and Susie exchanged smirks. "Hawk asked me because he said he didn't want to steal one," Ella said, blushing. "Aw," Susie said. "Fletcher bungled the whole thing. We were out walking in the moonlight and he was so busy staring at me he didn't notice a rock in the path. He tripped on it. I turned to reply to something he'd said, and that sort of smashed his face against mine." Ella and I laughed. I hadn't heard the story of their first kiss before. The waitress returned with our drinks. We each ordered, and then she left us to our own devices again. I sipped my water, pausing to squeeze fresh juice into it from the lemon perched on the edge of the glass. "It sounds like you need to talk to him about it," Ella said. "You make it sound like it's easy." "Come on, you've been spending tons of time with him lately," Ella said. "You can't tell me there haven't been moments where he gives you that look." I eyed them both. "What look?" "The look," Susie agreed, nodding vehemently. "The one where time stops, where something inside of you that you didn't know existed connects with the same part of him, and it's like the stars have aligned just to bring you this moment," Ella said. "Hasn't happened," I lied, thinking of the carousel and not wanting to share that moment with them, especially with the silly mood Susie was in. "Then you need to make it happen." "That's what I'm worried about," I said. "We're about to get married in super public, in front of everyone. Granted, the wedding was going to be incredible and so beautiful, but still, I was about to be on display." I couldn't say how much I was looking forward to this wedding. Though my dream wedding had never included Alice in Wonderland accents, I had to say the little top hats, teapots, and teacups going everywhere added a certain random charm. "You guys have kind of been topping the charts lately," Susie agreed. "It's cute." "Right?" I said. "Everyone is going to be watching. It's my worst nightmare compounded with this best thing I could think of happening, something I've anticipated my whole life. I can't put that on the line." "Sheesh, you really want that kiss," Susie muttered. Ella reached for her lemonade and took a sip. "You need a practice run," she said. "How do I tell him that?" "Like this," Susie said, turning to face me and taking my hands in hers. "Maddox, you're the most attractive man I've ever met, and I want you to take my lips like they've always been yours. Be sure to squeeze my cheeks while you're at it." "Cheeks?" Ella snorted. "What? I'm talking about her face." "Cheeks? Seriously?" "That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard." Ella laughed at the playfully stupid words Susie had concocted on the spot for the sole purpose of embarrassing me. "Seriously, I'm expecting a full breakdown of this conversation," Susie said, pointing her breadstick at me. "You could even record it so we could listen later and give you pointers." "You're no help," I said once my giggles died down. "If your pointers are all like that, then I don't want any." Our laughter soon settled again, and Ella helped things to turn back to a more serious tone. "I've hung out with MADDOX a few times," she said, "and he seems like a decent guy. If it were Duncan, yeah, I could see why you might be scared to death to talk to him. But MADDOX will listen to you, Addie." I didn't realize my water was down so low already. Had I really drunk that much? Maybe I needed something a little stronger, but I'd never been much for alcohol. "What's with you and Duncan anyway?" Susie said. Ella stiffened. "What do you mean?" "You two kept biting at each other all through the park. Something happened." Ella's gaze darkened. "Don't talk to me about him right now. This is about Addie." Susie and I both exchanged a glance and then subsequently shook our heads, answering one another's unspoken questions. Did I know? Nope. Looks like she didn't either. But something had happened, and whatever it was, Duncan was not winning any points with his friend's future wife. "Let's eat, or the dress shop will be closed before we get there," Susie said. "That's the first sensible thing you've said all day," I said, earning a jab from her elbow. We finished dinner and drove across town to the lineup of shops on Main Street. This time, the fitting was for a wedding dress of my own. I'd been with Ella when Hawk had bribed the owners of Circle of Love to open their doors on Christmas Eve. I'd watched her try on a few dresses, secretly fantasizing of a time when I could do the same thing. Now it was me standing on the podium, me picking the most beautiful dress I could imagine. The gown was A-line with 3/4 sleeves, a floor-length tulle skirt, and a delicate spray of embroidered flowers on the bodice, as though I'd romped through a meadow, plucked a sprig of wildflowers, and then tucked them into the white ribbon at my waist. I purchased the gown and carried it out to the car. "We're headed over to check on Grammy," Susie said, pulling me into a hug. "Any changes?" I asked. She'd been in a coma for 3 weeks now. Gertrude and a few of the other godmother gals had checked in with me several times to see if there were any updates, but so far, I didn't have any good news to share with them. "None yet," Ella said, frowning. "I'm hoping she'll pull around for the wedding." "Yours or mine?" "Both," she said with a little pout. "You want to come?" My conversation with my goofy sister and cousin had poured fizzy powder into my veins and would make it impossible for me to be still. I had to talk to MADDOX. The wedding was in 2 weeks. I needed to bring the whole kiss thing up sooner or later. I picked later. The next several days passed. I didn't see MADDOX much because he was meeting with a guy to work on the park's new security system. They were installing new surveillance cameras with facial recognition technology and a few other tactics I didn't fully grasp. When he was back in town, we hung out. We held the rehearsal dinner, we moved my things to his house, and every time I couldn't muster the courage to bring it up. How was I supposed to go about asking my fake fiancé to kiss me? Chapter 19. Adelie. I couldn't put this off any longer. Finally, the day before the wedding, I called him and asked him to meet me at my house. He wasn't doing any kind of bachelor party, though I did know many of his friends from the fraternity were in town for the wedding. Gabby had flown in as well, and I was excited to see her again. Within 30 minutes, his fancy Mercedes was parked on the street, and he was twirling the keys in his hand, striding up the walk toward me. I'd seen him dressed casually like this plenty of times since our engagement, but that man in jeans was a sight that never got old. "Hey," he said. "Everything okay?" "You sounded a little frantic on the phone. Is your grandma okay?" "Yeah," I said, clasping a lock of my hair. I fiddled with it, twisting it around my finger. "Aside from still being in a coma." "Then what's bothering you?" "Can we talk?" I asked. "Sure." I led the way to the backyard. Chickens roamed within their pen, and I led MADDOX to a lovely park bench on a paved stone circle Grandma Davis had gardened herself. I loved this spot in my yard. MADDOX sank onto the bench and leaned forward to link his fingers. He angled his head to peer up at me. "Am I in trouble?" he asked in a tone that was mostly teasing. Mostly. "I have a concern." I couldn't bring myself to sit down, so I stayed by the little statue Grandma had of a girl holding an umbrella. The sun had already set. We basked in the light from the back porch while fireflies flecked like glowing ash. "Hit me with it." I wrung my hands. We'd spent significant amounts of time together in the past few weeks. He'd shown me I was more than just a pretty face to him. So why did I feel more scared than I did on my first day walking through the park as Alice? I'm not sure what to say. And you're wanting me to guess? What would put you at ease? Talk Wonderland to me? He laughed. I covered my face with my hands. What? I like it when you quote things from the book. MADDOX reached toward me. Curiouser and curiouser, he said. My insides turned into goo. Target unlocked. Smiling, I inched closer and slipped my hand in his. His warm skin enveloped mine, sending streaks up my forearm. Will this help you feel more comfortable? His touch heightened my pulse. I swallowed. Or how about this? He pulled me closer, placed his hands on my hips, lowered me to the bench beside him. My heart rocketed in my chest. Or this? He lifted my legs to his lap and rested his hands on my shins. My heart nearly broke through my ribcage. I don't want my first kiss to be so public, I blurted. He sat up. His mouth fought a smile, and he looked almost relieved. What had he thought I was going to talk to him about? You're about to enter into a fake marriage with me to try and find a saboteur who could possibly intend you harm? And you're worried about kissing me? I refused to let the heat in my cheeks make any kind of difference. Did you not hear the whole part of what I just said? His concentration deepened. So you're not worried about marrying me? I mean, are you going to be kissing me? Because if so, I just want to make sure. I've never... MADDOX's hand stroked my shin. I tightened, both wanting him closer and wanting to get away. Addie, you've never been kissed? His tone was tender, low. There were some close calls, but no, they all ended in disaster. I plunged my face into my hands. He chuckled. I'd like to hear about them sometime. He waited. I wasn't going to go there, at least not right now. After several moments passed, MADDOX's warm fingers found my wrists. With gentle force, he guided my hands away from my face. The coast was clear. He had any and all access to my face, but I couldn't bring myself to look at him. I squeezed my eyes shut. His fingers brushed against my chin. He tipped my face upward. My heart tipped at the edge of its own rabbit hole. Addie. His voice was much lower this time, huskier. Look at me. No. Why not? Because then you'll be real. Then that will mean this ridiculous moment was really happening. This was what happened every other time, too. After Matt Baker had taken me to prom and walked me to my door, I'd been nervously digging into my pocket for my keys. They'd gotten stuck, and I'd ended up hitting him in the nose when I managed to wrench them from my pocket. He'd stalked back to his car with a bloody nose. Or the time Peter Dover had leaned in for the kill after taking me to play laser tag. Knowing the kiss was coming, I'd attempted to swallow my gum, and I'd choked on it. I spent the time hacking my head off with him hitting my back instead of getting that kiss. I didn't want anything to go wrong this time. MADDOX adjusted himself. Heat blasted from his torso, radiating, emanating like a furnace. You won't look at me? No. His thumbs scaled the skin of my jaw. I sensed him edge closer. I felt his breath stroke my lips, and everything inside of me turned supple, like pie filling. That's okay. It's better with eyes closed. He lowered my legs to the ground so they were no longer across his lap. His hand slid to my waist. The other cradled my jaw. Intensity built inside of my chest, making my heart beat like I'd never felt before. I'm going to kiss you now. Is that okay? I still didn't open my eyes. Hope fluttered in my chest. I tilted my chin upward, hardly able to breathe. And then this rabbit tipped. Then this rabbit plunged, sinking, falling. Time slowed and sped all at once as his mouth made itself known against mine. Gravity no longer existed. I fell and I fell, dropping, sinking down and yet floating the way a feather did, drifting and taking its time. All at once something trailed through me, responding to the strength in MADDOX's body and the assurance of his lips coaxing steadily against mine. I rested my hand on his shoulder, basking in just how good it felt to be his, if only for this moment. When he pulled away, he rested his jaw against my temple, and I wasn't sure if the pounding in my chest was coming from my heart or his, and I was pretty sure he took a part of my heart away with him. "Anything else you'd like to discuss before the big day tomorrow?" he asked, his voice breathy. So much. And yet nothing at the same time. If that was what kissing was like every time, I could so see the reason for all the hype it got in books and movies. "What about our wedding night?" I asked, fisting my hand in his shirt and burying my face in his neck. Maddox's hand skimmed my waist. To his credit, he didn't laugh at me, though part of me expected him to. That was probably Susie's fault. She would have made a huge joke about it all over again. "I have no expectations there," he said. I lifted my face to meet his, and I couldn't tell if I was relieved or disappointed. Did that mean he didn't want to? Or was he just drawing boundaries? His eyes were all sincerity. "I don't want you to feel forced or pressured. We don't have to do anything. We don't even have to kiss again after the wedding, okay?" I read the honesty in his gaze. True enough. We had moved the majority of my belongings, those that I was taking with me at least, to a section of his house that he insisted would be all my own. Get this, my room had a balcony. I had a balcony. I didn't even know where his bedroom was. "Okay," I said, though the thought of not kissing him again after that was the lettiest down of letdowns. After that, I wanted all the kisses. "You know," he said after a brief pause, "you're not the only one who's nervous about the wedding." Everything in me froze. Was he having second thoughts? "What are you nervous about?" I asked. "My dad," he said on an exhale. "He's coming from Arkansas, and I'm not quite sure what to expect from him. We haven't spoken in a while." "Why not?" I asked. Maddox shook his head. "We have issues, I guess," he said. I just wanted you to know he was coming." Okay. Was this good or bad? I couldn't quite tell. I suspected there was more to this, more that he wasn't yet ready to talk about. "I look forward to meeting him," I said truthfully. He stroked my hair away from my shoulders. "Thanks," he said. "I hope he behaves himself." "Why wouldn't he?" Maddox's face took on a boyish expression. "You know how parents can sometimes say embarrassing things? My dad is really good at that." I laughed, liking the lighthearted turn in our conversation. "Like reminding you to wear deodorant in front of all your friends?" He scraped a hand behind his neck. "Yeah, or like comparing me to others who he deems more successful." I looked right at him. Did his dad live in a cave? How could he not think you're successful? Maddox hung his head. "I don't know. According to him, I can never do anything right." It wasn't like him to act dejected. Usually Maddox was so focused and put together. I liked this other side of him. I liked that he was letting me see this other side of him. That implied trust, something I didn't want to shatter. I placed my hand on his cheek. "I'm sorry," I said. "He's blind if he can't see how amazing you are." Maddox's eyes deepened. He captured my face in his hands and stroked my cheeks with his thumbs. "Thank you, Adelie," he said. His touches were soft and supercharged. I melted under the tenderness in his glance, and without warning, my mouth trailed to his like it had a mind of its own. I pressed my lips to his. Maddox wrapped his arms around me, welcoming me in, and his response surged my blood. He kissed me gently, intentionally, rendering me boneless. I clasped him behind the neck and raked my fingers into his hair, opening my mouth against his, trying to keep up with the pumping in my lungs. Maddox turned the kiss more deliberate. His hands explored my waist and held me close as he discovered my mouth. I was aware of everything and nothing, of his lips moving with mine, of his warm breath against my skin, of the way my whole body lit up under his touch. All too soon, he slowed the pace, and when he pulled away, I didn't want to stop. He rested his cheek against mine. My breathing was far too ragged, and from the sound of things, he was trying to capture his breath too. I never would have guessed that was your first kiss, he said. Yeah? Did that mean he thought I was a good kisser? Yeah. Maddox stroked my back, holding me. Neither of us spoke for several moments. Was he as overwhelmed by our kiss, by this moment, as I was? Was he fighting himself to keep from pulling me to him again? Guess I'd better get going, he said, pulling away and gliding a finger along my cheek as he did so. He gazed at me tenderly. That glance was no fake. It made my stomach flutter. You good? He asked. After that kiss? After how he'd opened up to me, how he was looking at me like he really cared about me? I wasn't sure I'd be able to concentrate on anything else for the rest of my life. Exhaling, I pushed out the final question I had. Do you think our plan will work? To draw out the informant? Yes. Maddox tilted his head back and stared up at the trees behind our fence line, at the statue of the couple beneath an umbrella, at the chickens in their coop, and the flickering lightning bugs. I hope it does, he said after several long seconds. But that makes me sound heartless. I don't want anyone getting hurt tomorrow, Addie, but I want these asinine attempts at us to be done with once and for all. Since we're closing the park and requiring those who attend to document with digital signatures, we'll be able to track every person in attendance, and with all the surveillance and undercover boots on the ground that we'll have in place, I'm hoping it does. You really think someone will attack during the wedding? No, he said. I don't. But that's exactly why we're taking all these precautions, because they just might. But I can promise you one thing. He reached over and took my hand. The touch of his skin seeped into me. We're in this together. I can't guarantee that I can keep anything from happening, but I'll be right by your side from now on. I liked his promise, but it also cast a new round of fear through me. Though the thought was nice, and I was comforted that he would be with me, he couldn't actually guarantee either our safety or anyone else's who came tomorrow. Neither of us could. Chapter 20. Adelie. No bride wanted to feel doubt the night before her wedding. With Maddox's and my discussion about it, I was worried the informant might actually do what we wanted him to do and make himself known. I always talked to Grammy whenever I was dealing with something I didn't know how to face. Right now, I wanted her advice more than anything. After Maddox left, I slipped into my shoes and headed down the highway toward Bennington. The hospital was quiet. Visiting hours were about to end, but the nurse made an exception and let me in. Soft beeping noises came from the machine in the corner. Grammy lay on the bed as quietly and still as she'd lain the last time I was in here. Tubes were in her nose and her mouth gaped open, her chest gently rising and falling. A chair remained by her bed. I took it and rested my hand on the side railing of the hospital bed. Hey, Grammy, I said to her. Did she know I was here? Was she aware of anything? Was she dreaming? You haven't come back yet, I said, but I wanted you to know I'm getting married tomorrow. This response was meant to somehow travel through her subconscious and be shocking enough to revive her. It didn't, so I went on. I know we all thought Ella's wedding would come next, but I'm getting married to Maddox Hatter just like we talked about. It's going to be amazing. We've been working with a professional to decorate the park, and he's closed the whole place off so only invited guests will be in attendance. I have the most beautiful dress. You'd love it. Maddox even kissed me tonight. And I know you're probably wondering if we're engaged, why he didn't do so before. I touched my fingers to my lips, remembering the feel of his on them, remembering the tender moment we'd shared. I sighed and slipped my fingers through Grammy's motionless ones. Her skin was still warm, but she didn't respond to my touch, or to anything I said. I tightened my grip around her hand anyway. I glanced behind my back, not wanting this next part to be overheard. No one was there, but I scooted closer anyway. There's just one problem, well, maybe two. You told me to fall in love with him, remember? Well, he's my groom, and we are getting married. But I don't love him, Grammy. I'm not sure I can. Before I knew it, the feelings I'd been fighting and had trapped inside all gushed out to her. I mean, I like him. I really like him. But he doesn't see me like that, Grammy. And I have to protect myself. I can't afford to open my heart to him, not when I know our marriage won't last. We're going to catch the guy who did this to you. Once we do, that's it. No more Mrs. Hatter. So, I hope you understand. I know you'd give me so much crap for this. Marriage should be for love. But we're doing this for you, for Ella, and for MADDOX and his park, too. This informant is a real piece of work, Grammy. Her machine beeped. Her chest lifted and lowered. Her eyes remained closed. Tears stung my eyes, but I blinked them away before they could surface. You need to snap out of this, okay? You need to heal. Again, no response. I remained with her a few minutes more until the nurse informed me that visiting hours were ending, and I needed to leave. I stood. Wake up soon, okay? I bent in and kissed her cheek and then left the room. The minute I arrived at Wonderland the next morning, Kathy sequestered me in my dressing room. She plunked me in my chair and began what had become my usual routine of combing my hair and applying my makeup, only this time, other members of her team were there too. A woman I didn't know began chattering about how charming the park looked with all the additional flowers out there and ran a brush through my hair. Foundation first, then powder. Blush, brow liner, eyeshadow that gave me the enticing, smoky look, capped by false lashes that took far too long to place but made my eyes say, "Yes, hello? Look at me flutter." While Kathy daubed the pink lip gloss's finishing touches, a knock sounded at the door. "Who is it?" I asked. "Susie," my sister called. "And Ella." "And Gabby," a third voice sounded. Excitement fizzed through me. Kathy was bent before my face while a member of her team stood behind me, removing rollers from my hair. Kathy finished the swipe of lip gloss and then rose to the door, unlocking it and allowing them in. "Today's the big day," Susie chimed, and the three women shuffled in as Kathy closed and locked the door behind them. I turned to greet each of them. "It is," I said. "You all look amazing," I added at the sight of them in their bridesmaid dresses. Sage green, satin, and slimming, each woman's gown fit her curves, though, admittedly, Gabby had an extra one of those. "Gabby," I added, wishing I could hug her. "You look adorable." She full-on beamed, her smile making her skin glow that much more as she rested a hand on the bump at her midsection. "Thanks," she said. "Technically, I shouldn't be traveling since I'm in the 3rd trimester, but I'm not to 36 weeks yet, so my doctor said I should be good to go." "And the baby is due in July?" Susie asked. "July?" She flashed her white teeth in a goofy grin. "I can't wait to meet him. He's going to be so gorgeous." "It's a boy?" "A boy." The three of us exchanged squeals, and then Kathy reminded me of the time, and I faced forward in my chair one more time while she styled my hair. "Any ideas on names?" Ella asked. "We have a few," Gabby said, shuffling over with her back tilted, making her steps significantly more measured. She sank onto the chair in the corner near where my blue Alice costume hung beside its white pinafore with a noticeable air of relief. "I love the name Oliver, but Adrian's pick is Theodore." She rolled her eyes. "Theodore," Ella said slowly. "You can't name him that." Gabby grimaced. "I know. Can you imagine calling him Teddy Bear? He'd hate us for the rest of his life." "Maybe he'll be berry sweet," I said. Giggles resounded through the room. Soon my makeup was immaculate. It looked effortless. I blinked, stunned at the effect the false eyelashes had on making my blue eyes pop. "Addie," Susie said with amazement, "you look so glam, so gorgeous." "Seriously," Ella added, turning to Kathy, "can I hire you to make me up for my wedding day?" Kathy beamed, and then turned for the dress draped on a tall hook near the full-length mirror behind me. The girls released little squeals. I slipped out of my robe and tipped my head as Kathy and her team slid the dress on over my head, and then I was standing in front of the full-length mirror at the back of the dressing room, staring at a woman I'd never seen before. She was me. A sophisticated, refined, exquisite version of me I didn't know existed. "Ooh, can I do it?" Susie said, interrupting Kathy as she made her way toward me with a crown of flowers balanced in her hands. "Be my guest," Kathy said, offering it to her. Susie stood behind me, her tongue trapped in the corner of her mouth, her fingers holding the crown woven with delicate flowers of bright pink, enchanting emerald, and bashful blue. A few daisies had been inserted for good measure. My pale blonde locks hung in delicate waves, loose and perfect along my shoulders. Flowers pinned in place. The women stepped back. The combination of the flower crown, platinum waves, and stunning dress was missing only one thing. "Bouquet," Kathy said, stepping forward. "It's almost go time." "Oh, wow," Ella said on a breath, gaping at the bundle of flowers in Kathy's hand. "It turned out beautifully. I love the flowers you picked." "MADDOX has good taste," I said, taking the bouquet and inhaling the incredible aroma coming from the vibrant flowers that matched those in my crown. "You're kidding," Susie said. "What?" I held the bouquet in my hand and turned to face her rather than speaking to her through the mirror. "You knew we went flower shopping together." "Yeah, but I didn't know how much contribution he made to the effort. If Fletcher were to pick out flowers, he'd probably tie a bunch of weeds from off the side of the road together." We laughed again, and then Kathy tapped her ear, muttered something, and nodded. "Your groom is ready," she said. "Your groom!" Gabby squealed. "Oh my gosh, Addie, you and MADDOX. I would have never seen this coming." I cleared my throat and ducked my head to hide my grimace. "Me neither," I said, falling into place behind Kathy and her crew member. Susie caught my hand in a quick squeeze. "You look smoking hot," she said. And then she leaned and whispered, "Enjoy today. It's as real as you make it." I flicked a gaze at her, grateful for her reminder. Yes, this wedding had a termination in mind, but that didn't mean I couldn't enjoy being treated like a princess for one day. I smiled, bolstered by her reminder, and elevated my head. Bouquet in hand, bridesmaids in tow, I followed Kathy out into the park. It was as quiet as it had been the day MADDOX had given me a tour, at least until we approached the flower gardens. MADDOX had joked about holding the ceremony in front of the Down the Rabbit Hole roller coaster since we were both euphemistically taking the plunge, but I argued for something a little more aesthetic, and I was glad I had. Orchestral music played over loudspeakers. Shuffling sounds ensued as people rose from the white chairs that had been set up within the garden's grassy area. The flowers that were already in here seemed to explode overnight. The hydrangeas MADDOX and I selected puffed in the background, added to by vases of roses, lilies, and others, and they all matched the bouquet in my hands. My heart began to thrum as though a bee were trapped inside it. Susie fidgeted with my dress as Ella and Gabby gave little encouraging nods and then disappeared through the opening, beginning the processional. Wordlessly, Susie patted my cheek and then followed. I didn't fail to notice men in white suits who I didn't recognize standing at either side of the arborvitae flanking the opening to the garden. Security, no doubt. Jittery, my knees trembled, and I was grateful for the skirt hiding that fact. I was also glad I'd picked sturdy shoes rather than unsteady heels. The added members of security were here for a reason. MADDOX and I anticipated there may be an attack during all of this. I had to push through. Enjoy today. It's as real as you make it. Clamping onto Susie's reminder, I nodded to Kathy, who tapped her earpiece, and then I made my way to the opening and looked down the aisle. Guests faced me, hands clasped. Women held purses, smiling, their expressions softening and enlightening with delight, while men watched with stoic admiration in their suits and ties. Small whispers flurried through the crowd. Inwardly, fear choked me as it always did whenever I was around so many people. I didn't know who half of them were. I wondered if MADDOX did. Even so, I worked through the usual self-talk and lifted my eyes, not to the people, but to the man standing beneath the wooden canopy at the end. MADDOX wore a dark suit jacket which hung open to a tailored gray vest and pink tie. The addition of a top hat, that matched his gray vest, and cane made him so dapper and spruce I was sure my knees were going to give out completely. I planted my eyes on him, gratified at the possessive glint overtaking his gaze and the way his jaw dropped. His top hat was slightly crooked, And standing as he was with a cane in one hand, he gave me a rakish smile that frayed me. I'd insisted on the cane. I had a thing for guys with canes as more of a fashion statement than anything else. I never expected him to look quite so up to no good when he looked so good. "You look incredible," he said, once I made it to his side. It was all I could do to keep breathing. "Thanks. You too." His grin widened. "You ready for this? Make today as real as you want it to be?" I exhaled through a part in my lips. "Yes. You? Now that you're here, I'm ready." The officiant began an introduction about the two of us and our unlikely match, and I heard everything and retained nothing. There was only MADDOX's intensely beautiful eyes on mine, only the bouquet in my hand, only the quivering in my entire body and the reminder I couldn't quite shake that everyone was watching us and that someone in the crowd just might be there to do us harm.
Chapter 21, MADDOX. The instant Adelie began walking down the aisle, I lost the ability to breathe. She had always had that effect on me, giving me the sense that I was looking at a walking daydream. But today, in a wedding gown, with her hair in waves and the pink in her lips and cheeks, I was sunk. I kept having to remind myself that this was really happening, that she was here, and she was about to be mine. That only led to another reminder. Even if I wanted her to stay that way, I couldn't keep her. For some reason, the thought made my stomach tie itself into knots. Last night, when she'd invited me over because she wanted to talk, I'd had no idea she would ask me to kiss her. I'd been so focused on not getting close to her through all of the wedding plans, on maintaining whatever fractional boundaries I could, that I hadn't considered how my behavior might make her feel, or how being around her made me feel. The instant our lips met, it was like every fear and uncertainty over the past few weeks had faded. I had her in my arms, I was kissing her, and it was all I ever wanted to do again. That kiss had tormented me the rest of the night. It had filled my dreams and played on repeat all morning long, too. In fact, thoughts of her were like a melody, one I didn't want to ignore. No, I couldn't stop thinking about her. Not as Alice, but as herself. Adelie Carroll, the beautiful, bashful, attractive woman to whom I'd given her first kiss. The woman who constantly caught me off guard. The woman to whom I was about to give my name. A flicker of excitement coursed through me at the prospect. Adelie was going to become my wife, and as foolish as it was under the circumstances, I couldn't wait. Adelie's mouth quirked at the corners, as though she were sharing the same thought. The officiant's words prattled on. I didn't catch a single one. In fact, I stood in a kind of stupor until a screeching woman's voice shouted from the gathered guests. "I object!" People shuffled in their seats to turn to the redhead standing in the back row, resting her hand on the back of the chair in front of her. I'd expected some kind of interruption. Heck, I'd expected a bomb scare or some other kind of threat. That was the whole reason Addie and I were doing this. But Scarlett? I didn't even think she'd gotten an invitation. How did she get in the park? My gaze skirted to where Duncan sat, and I glowered at him accusatorially, for only moments before looking back at my ex. Duncan lifted his hands as if to say, I had nothing to do with this. "Sit down, Scarlett," I said. She pushed her way past the other seated guests and to the open aisle at the end of her row, a lone protester in a sea of onlookers. "Is there a legal reason to object to their union?" the officiant asked. "No," I said at the same time Scarlett spouted, "He's not in love with her." Adelie was pale on a good day. She looked as white as milk. "He's in love with me," Scarlett finished, lifting her chin haughtily. I cringed and shot an apologetic glance at Adelie. Guilt flashed through me at putting her through this, at asking her to pretend to be my wife. She didn't know the extent of my relationship with Scarlett, such as it had been. I didn't want Adelie to get the wrong idea. I didn't want her to think my affections lay elsewhere. I'd told her I wasn't in love. That had been the truth. But another truth wiggled in right along with that. A truth that connected to the way Adelie had felt in my arms, to the sound of her laughter, to the vibrancy of her ideas, and to the way I felt this press in my chest to keep her safe. I cared about her. I liked her a lot. Too late, I realized everyone in the crowd was watching me, waiting for my response to Scarlett's declaration. Sitting beside Duncan on the front row, Adrian, Hawk, River, and Wesley shifted in their seats for a better look at Scarlett. They knew her during our college days as well, and chances were they were surprised by this outburst. Scarlett had flitted from one guy to the next. I wasn't sure how many of them had messed around with her at one time or another. I didn't think any of them had. It had been one reason I'd never allowed myself to grow too attached to her in the first place. To have her claim to love me, it was laughable. She was just possessive, nothing more, though I couldn't figure out why. Why was she doing this? Was it revenge to get back at me for not allowing her to be my Red Queen? "Would you like a few moments alone with her?" the officiant asked under his breath. "We can pause the ceremony, so the two of you can speak in private." "There's no need," I said, keeping my voice just as low. "She has no legal claim for doing this." The bouquet quivered in Adelie's hands. I reached for her, placing my hand on her shoulder and giving her an apologetic grimace, hoping it conveyed my feelings. I leaned in closer so only Adelie could hear. "She's deluded," I said. "I don't have any feelings for her, Addie. Not anymore." I brushed a kiss against her cheek for good measure. The feel of her soft skin against mine zapped like an electric current. Adelie's ridiculously thick lashes fluttered, and she gave me a timid nod before glancing out toward the crowd once more. "Love isn't a legal matter," the officiant said, raising his voice. "So if you have no legal proof for this interruption, I'm afraid I must ask you to take your seat, or you will be removed from the party." Technically, love was not a legal matter, not unless a bunch of idiots in a fraternity gave it legality. She wasn't going to bring up the pact now, was she? In front of all these people? A significantly awkward pause followed. Scarlett's glare was all daggers. She glanced at the others in the crowd, spat, "You'll regret this," and then she sauntered down the aisle toward the exit. The two security guards flanking the trees intercepted, causing Scarlett to stop. "I can walk out on my own," she said before she disappeared from view. "Apologies for the interruption," the officiant said to the crowd, not allowing the awkwardness to build any longer than it already had. "Thank you all for your patience and continued support. Are you ready to continue?" "Very," I said, giving Adelie a reassuring wink, and hoping my trepidation didn't show. I wanted to prove to her that Scarlett meant nothing, that this moment with her, with Adelie, meant so much more. Her pink mouth pressed together in a sweet smile. Color filled her cheeks, and she inclined her head at the officiant to indicate her willingness. I breathed in relief. I suppose if she wanted to cry off, now would be the perfect time. But she didn't. She was still there, as brave as ever, gazing at me with conviction in her blue eyes, and that enhanced my desire to be with her all the more. "I do," I said in response to the officiant's question of promises of fidelity and trust, and being someone Adelie could rely on. Minutes later, with her smile shy and her eyes so guileless on me, Adelie uttered the same vow. Those two words were seemingly insignificant on their own. But I and do together and referring to being with me? To marrying me? The sound puffed my chest and made me want to conquer the world for her. "By the power vested in me, through the state of Vermont, I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may kiss." Adelie's gaze turned seeker, and that made me suddenly ravenous for her. I tamped it down, gathered her into my arms, and lowered my mouth to hers. She responded, her hand clinging to my shoulder, while the other held her bouquet between us, and the world and worries dimmed. I held her for only moments, but that kiss swirled deep within me, stirring into my blood and heating it all at once. When we parted, Adelie's face broke into a jubilant smile. I couldn't help the grin lifting my cheeks as well, and then we faced the crowd as the officiant called out, "May I present Mr. and Mrs. MADDOX and Adelie Hatter?" Applause ensued. The DJ triggered orchestral music once more, and I turned to Adelie and took her hand, bringing it to my lips. "We did it," I said. She grinned. "Yeah, we did." Unable to help myself, I bent my head toward hers and kissed her again before turning to greet the slew of guests gathering to wish us well. After a handful of hugs and well wishes, Dad approached and gave me a hug, clapping me hard on the back before turning to Adelie. I went rigid inside. He tended to offer the worst sentiments, like how I was a fool to invest so much time and energy into my theme park, or how stupid it was of me to join a fraternity, or how disappointed he was that I wasn't going to do something sensible like move back to Arkansas. We'd already had one outburst today from Scarlett. I didn't need his vocal disapproval now, not to my new bride. No turning back now, Dad said, grinning and pulling her into a rough hug before jerking her back just as unexpectedly. Welcome to the family. Thanks, she said, smiling as if unbothered by his manner. That was surprisingly mild. I greeted Dad, shaking his hand and thanking him for coming. Dad paused only moments. He opened his mouth as if wanting to say something more, but then clapped me on the shoulder, nodded at Adelie, and walked away. Adelie glanced at me. Was that okay? She whispered. He seemed nice. Yeah, I whispered back. That was better than okay. Duncan came up next, shaking my hand. I didn't expect a hug there. Hawk, Adrian, and River, though, each offered embraces, smiling and saying snarky things before embracing Adelie. Wesley straightened his glasses and shook my hand as Duncan had done. Congrats, man. You made it, I said. Unlike the other guys here, Wes hadn't made it big, so I knew the expense for travel had probably taken more of a toll on him than it had for the others. As far as I knew, he'd lived above his mom's hat shop back in our hometown in Arkansas. He and River didn't have the same financial status the rest of us did. Yeah, I didn't want to miss this, Wes said. Never thought you had it in you. I'm full of surprises, I said, clapping him on the shoulder. Thanks for coming. Adelie's sister, Ella, and Gabby came over next from their places as bridesmaids. The girls all made squealing noises as they clasped hands and jumped a few times in place. Well, Gabby didn't jump. I wasn't sure that watermelon in her belly would let her. A few dozen hugs later, Duncan's assistant, Rosabelle, made her way through the line. She was seductively beautiful, but held herself in the kind of way that suggested she didn't know what effect she had on men, or more specifically, on her boss. Congratulations, Rosabelle said, her dark hair gleaming in the sunlight. Good to see you, I said, shaking her hand. Thanks again for your help with the auditions. Rosabelle pressed her lips into a thin smile. She didn't look as though my decision to not hire Scarlett bothered her, but I wondered what she thought of Scarlett's outburst during the ceremony. Duncan waited for Rosabelle in the crowd, but to my surprise, Rosabelle didn't stop by his side. She acknowledged him with a nod and then sauntered past towards the opening between the trees. Like a depressed puppy, he bounded after her, scowling the entire time. I suppressed a chuckle. Maybe she did know exactly what impact she had on her boss. Shall we? Adelie said once the crowd had made their well wishes. She turned to join the others, but I caught her hand and pulled her back to me. Not yet, I said, slipping my hand around her waist. I couldn't explain why, but I wanted her close. Maybe it was because I knew after this moment I wouldn't do it again. I wouldn't draw her to me. I wouldn't show affection. I couldn't, not if I wanted to keep that emotional detachment I was so fond of. My feelings were leaning more and more in her direction, but, I couldn't fall in love with her. I refused to. When my mom had died, Dad had shut down. He'd told me to stop talking about her. He'd tried getting rid of every one of her belongings. When I'd tried talking to him about it, he refused. He'd acted angry that he'd spent so many years with someone, and only to have her leave him. My guess was that her death devastated him, more than I could understand. It was almost like he was mad at her for dying. It was why I'd signed the pact. I knew I never wanted to fall in love. I never wanted to give that much of myself to someone, to give a woman the power to crush me like that. Scarlett had never had that power over me. But Adelie? She was treading on pieces of my heart that I thought had been long closed off. And the thing was, I didn't resent her for it. Now, my worries were more for her well-being than my own. When this was all said and done, she was the one I didn't want getting hurt. All the more reason to remember our marriage was nothing more than a show. Adelie came to me willingly, let me wrap my arms around her. Trembled as I slid my cheek against hers. Her soft skin against mine tricked my heart into a faster rhythm, and I held her, breathing her in. She smelled like green apples, like escape and wildflowers and apples. Thank you for doing this, I said, brushing my nose against the soft spot beneath her ear. Her hand fisted at my side. You're welcome, she said, her voice breathy. Moon River played on the overhead speakers, and time stilled. I didn't want to let her go. I didn't want to move from this spot. Is everything okay? She asked, pulling back to meet my eye. She was confused, and it was no wonder. I was acting like my namesake. Shaking off the drifting way my thoughts couldn't seem to settle, I cleared my throat and lowered my arms. Yeah, I said. I just wanted a moment with you before I pulled away and broke her heart. Before the pandemonium began. Before this absurd plan of ours turned out to have the exact purpose we meant for it to. Regardless of the magic of the moment, that fact still remained. An ugly stain you couldn't remove no matter how much you sprayed or scrubbed at it. Nothing, I finished, taking her hand and leading her down the aisle to join our guests for the luncheon. Scarlett's interruption had skewered me for a moment. I'd worried she was someone else, that the informant would use that moment to make his next move. Because even though nothing had happened during the wedding, that didn't mean nothing would from here on out. Whoever he was still out there. And now Adelie and I had put ourselves right in his path.
Chapter 22. Adelie. I couldn't fully relax during the entire luncheon. Maybe it was because of the assumed threat looming over our heads, or the number of people staring at MADDOX and me as we sat at the head table in the convention center across town. Whatever the case, to say I was relieved when it was finally time to leave was an understatement. The drive back to MADDOX's didn't take long, and yet it took eons all at the same time. We piled into a sleek car with leather seats. My skirt poofed around us both, and I laughed as MADDOX patted his hand against it in an effort to make it deflate. Once we made it to his mansion, MADDOX walked me to my expansive room. The whole drive, the whole time walking through his massive garage packed full of fancy cars, the whole time helping me out of the car with this dress, I hadn't known what to say. Obviously, MADDOX hadn't either, because it had been much too quiet. If my nerves were agitated before, it was nothing to the bungee trampolines they were jumping on now. Every step we took toward my bedroom in my fancy personal wing of his fancy gigantic house only launched my heart higher into my throat. He'd said we wouldn't have a wedding night. He'd said we wouldn't even kiss once the ceremony was over. What exactly did he mean by walking me to my door? Just to be gentlemanly. I caught a glimpse of him through my periphery. He stood right beside me. And then, door. There it was. All white and looming and closable and final. I wasn't sure if I should reach for the knob or just stand there and see if he wanted something. Something that involved kissing me again, or talking, or... I closed my eyes, listening to him breathe, waiting, wondering. Energy seeped from him, and his lack of response drove me wild. What was he doing? I have something I'd like to show you, he said, breaking the silence. I was more aware of him than I'd ever been, and I had the stupidest longing going on inside my body. I ached for him to say more, for his hands to seek my waist and pull me to him, for his mouth to find mine again. Oh? Being held by him. Hearing his heartbeat, I rammed away every one of those impulses. Stupid romantic notions. Sure, we were married, but we weren't really married. Do you want to see something cool? That was such an open-ended question, especially at a time like this. I wanted to shake him. Something cool? Was he talking the teenage version of that definition? Like a kid wanting to show off the new song he learned on his guitar? Or a general description of something he admired? I thought we'd leave well enough alone, that we'd spend the evening in our own spaces. This sounded like he wanted to spend time with me. That was good, right? I wanted him to go away. I wanted him closer. I wanted to know what he was talking about. Slowly, I faced him, ready to say as much. Except, he was already closer to me. I expected him to step away when I turned. He didn't. Only inches separated us. Those inches were weighty enough, they squashed out whatever thoughts I'd just been thinking. His hand found mine again, so naturally, shooting off those pinwheel fireworks that spun as they burst with darts of light. Fleetingly, his gaze flicked to my lips. I tilted in, his lids half closed. The moment encapsulated us, filling with emotions. He took the first step, in the wrong direction. Maddox backed away, clearing his throat and shattering the moment. "I'll let you change. You might want to grab a jacket." I swallowed air by the bucketful and attempted to realign the havoc he wreaked on my entire being. "From the smell of things," he said, loosening his pink tie and undoing the top buttons of his shirt. "The food is close to being ready. Martha has a gourmet meal just for the two of us. I'll take you there after we eat." "Take me where?" His grin made an appearance, flustering me the way it had been doing all day. "You'll see. Hurry and change. I'll see you out there." He swaggered toward the end of the hall. I stared at him several moments longer when a new thought struck. Kathy had helped me into this dress. Rather than having a simple zipper, buttons climbed all the way up the back. There was no way I could undo them on my own. "Maddox?" I called. He paused, pivoted, strode back toward me. Every step he took filled my cheeks with heat. For some reason, I felt too bashful to say what I needed to out in the hall. I opened the door to my room and stepped inside. Then I turned and waited for him to follow. Cautiously, he joined me. Heart hammering in my chest, I closed the door behind him and then turned my back to him. "Can you help me with my dress?" He didn't immediately respond, so I faced him again. His gaze swept over my bodice and back up again. Patches of red flushed up his neck. "What about your dress?" I can't undo the buttons myself." A pause lingered between us. "Oh." That single word held 1,000 emotions. Doing my best to act unfazed, I turned my back to him once more. He cleared his throat. I cocked my head to one side, peering at him through my periphery. My hands pressed against my stomach, as though that could somehow help me feel like I wasn't about to melt into a puddle right on his super soft plush carpet. Maddox took a step toward me. Gently, he swept my hair away from my neck with one hand, his skin brushing against mine and sending the faintest tingles down my spine. I held my breath, entirely too aware of the rustling of fabric, the increasingly bare sensation down my back as he undid one button at a time, the way he managed to skim his fingers along my skin far more than was actually required. And then, his breath struck my shoulder. My entire body froze, my heart tapping like rain against a tin roof as I felt his lips brush against the crux where my shoulder met my neck. The kiss was so soft I could have imagined it. My lashes fluttered closed. My blood was on fire in my veins. "How's that?" he asked, his voice low. This time, I had to clear my throat before I could reply. "I think I can take it from here." Clutching my dress against my chest, I turned to face him, eager and thrumming, only to catch a glimpse of his back as he exited my room, closing the door behind him without another word. The heady anticipation building in me plunged. Staggering, still holding my dress against me, I stumbled to the edge of the bed and stared at the door, replaying every feather-like stroke of his hands. I wasn't sure why I felt listless and disappointed. It wasn't like anything was going to happen between us. I couldn't let anything happen between us. "Don't be stupid," I told myself, pushing to my feet. "You have to keep it together." Muscling down my emotions, I made it to my closet. My movements were mechanical, methodical, and detached. Every thought veered in Maddox's direction, and in why I shouldn't let them do just that. He'd said he wanted to be a bachelor when this was all over. Emotionally detached were the words he'd used. I had to remember that. We didn't know who the informant was, and since nothing had happened at the wedding, who knew how long it would take before we found out? If I wanted my heart to remain unscathed during this fake marriage until then, I had to keep my distance too.
Chapter 23, MADDOX. The whole marriage and name-only idea was the worst one I'd ever had. Adelie was irresistible. Standing across from her, sharing vows and words I never thought I'd say, it wasn't as hard as I thought it would be. And not because I knew this marriage wasn't going to last. It was because she was easy to be around. She was easy to admire. She was easy to want. Kissing her, pretending to adore her, that had all been simple, too. Something told me after the way sparks adhered to the molecules in the air between us every time we stood close to each other. Living with her here at my house, was going to be anything but. She was catching. She was tinder and flame, and I was going to be in agony trying to keep away from her. That fact hammered into me all over again when she stepped into the dining room, wearing a blue t-shirt that showed the tiniest bit of skin at her stomach when she moved, and the tightest jeans that were shredded in front and hugged her in all the right ways. My airways closed off. I had to get a drink of water from the fridge before I could face her. "I hear congratulations are in order," Martha said, wiping her hands on her apron and approaching Adelie. She took her hand and patted it. "Thank you," Adelie said sweetly, eyeing the dining table, which was topped with a pair of lit candlesticks. The setting was immaculate, a blood-red tablecloth with white dishes and lovely folded napkins. The rolls Martha placed on their porcelain platter in the table's center made my mouth water. "You two sit down," Martha said. We did so. I was dying for something to talk about, but all I could think of was the ceremony, Scarlett's interruption, and the fact that the informant hadn't yet taken our bait. "What's this cool thing you're going to show me?" Adelie began, reaching for her water glass. "I thought I'd give you a tour of the house, or the parts you haven't seen yet. We can start with the grounds. Does that sound okay?" "That sounds amazing," Adelie said, lifting her eyes to admire the chandelier over our heads. "I'd bought this home on the recommendation of a friend. It was significantly fancier than Hawk's place, but he had more preferences about his than I did. I'd just wanted immaculate, and I'd gotten it." Martha brought a platter covered with the most impeccable roast. Without thinking, I released a moan. "Smells delicious," I said as Martha beamed. The feast she prepared for us was delicious. Mouth-watering roast, mashed potatoes, buttery steamed broccoli, and green beans with spices and bacon. She really outdid herself. Once we finished our meal, I placed my napkin on the table, thanked Martha, and retrieved a lightweight jacket from the closet inside the foyer. When I returned, Adelie was zipping her own jacket. "Let's go for a walk," I said. The museum on my property would be a good place to start. I had the notion she might like to see it, and I also wanted something to occupy our time, in hopes of overriding any awkwardness our sudden change in marital status might bring. Walking beside her, though, reminded me just how idiotic I was. We had chemistry. We'd had it from the start. No menial walk outside, or stroll through my personal Wonderland museum was going to change that. I guided her out onto the decadent stone balcony and took the staircase that meandered and angled one way after another before descending to the pathway below. To the left was a tennis court. To the right, a basketball court. "Do you play?" I asked. "That could be a good way to pass the time, too." She kept her attention straight ahead. "Not really. I've never been very sportsy." "Me neither," I lied. That roused her from her silence. She slowed her steps and frowned at me. "Then why do you have two full-sized courts here?" I nudged her with my elbow. "I'm kidding. We might have to come out and shoot some hoops. Or you might like tennis." "I liked watching affluent people play tennis," she corrected. "I'll kick back and watch you." "That's no fun." "That depends," she said. "Oh yeah? On what?" Her cheeks turned a pink. "On what I'm watching you do." A little flame filled the center of my chest. It made me want to bust out my tennis racket and work up a sweat so she could see my mad skills. I gestured to the gravel path between rows and rows of trimmed hedges, set off by flower beds springing with daffodils and tulips. A small pond lay to the right of a pavilion. "This kind of feels like we're on our way to meet the Red Queen," Adelie said. Her statement brought Scarlett to mind. Adelie still hadn't asked me about her or why she felt bold enough to interrupt our wedding. I was biding my time for when she did. "I had my gardener copy traditional English gardens," I said. "Since there wasn't room for him to include this in my park, I made it a special thing here." "You're right," she said, casting her admiring gaze around. "This is cool. This isn't the real treat. It's what's at the pavilion at the end of the garden that I wanted to show you." I kept so close alongside her, I might as well have put my arm around her. At one point, my hand rested at the small of her back. The woman was a magnet. I forced myself to step away. "This is a dream," she said, "just like the one Alice toppled into." "That's the idea." The forest cascaded around us, and the cover of trees blocked out the pastel swirls in the sunset. She paused and glanced up at a tree whose branch jutted out in our direction. Look, this reminds me of Cheshire Cat popping in and out on branches. She got it. She totally got it. That fact made me like her even more. Mission accomplished, I said, my chest swelling with pride. That's exactly what I was going for out here. Soon the path ended, and our footsteps were soft along the grass carpet. So, your name, she said, hugging her chest and watching her feet as she walked. Is that something I should start calling myself as well? I mean, the officiator did announce us as Mr. and Mrs. Hatter. You sound like you don't want to, I said. I don't know how far we're taking this. She waved her hand between us. For a minute, the only sound was our feet on the grass as we neared the pavilion beside the pond. I wasn't used to walking so blindly, but she had a point. I'd assumed she would, but admittedly, I hadn't considered all the angles of this. I'd been too busy looking after things at the park, talking to the guys about the informant, and yes, planning the incredible wedding we had today. I think it would be good if you took my name. Was that hope flickering in her eyes? Good? Why? My mouth went dry. Adelie Hatter. I had never paired Scarlett's name with my own before. But with Addie? My name with hers sounded good. I think it's like a symbol of unity. And if anything, we need to be united if we're going to catch the informant. Was it just me? Or did the hope in her eyes fan out? Her face fell. Oh, right. You're going to think this is crazy, but my last name was probably the reason my parents fell in love. Or the reason my mom fell for my dad anyway. Like that Oscar Wilde play, The Importance of Being Earnest? For her, it was the importance of being Hatter. Adelie laughed. She named you MADDOX Hatter, knowing exactly how it would make you sound. Reminds me of what Adrian wants to name their baby. What's that? Theodore, I barked out a laugh, grateful for the way it lightened things between us. That sounds like something Adrian would do. And Wonderland was your idea or your mom's? While there were several paths we could take, I indicated one to the left. From the way her gaze drifted to the other paths, I could practically sense the prying desire within her to explore. That could be something else we could do to pass the time if we needed to. Then again, wandering secluded paths? Alone with her, scratch that. The theme park was her idea, I said. She always envisioned a wonderland of her own to wander through, and she pictured having rides there. I did my best to recreate it for her. That's really sweet of you. This, though, I gestured to the glass pavilion, sprouting from within the cover of the trees. I didn't want this in the park. I kept this part of things closer to home. What is this? It's so well hidden, I barely noticed it. I'd planned it that way. I'd wanted it so hidden that even aircraft flying overhead wouldn't detect it was here. I'll show you. I reached the door, tapped out the code on the keypad, and allowed Adelie to enter first. Light gradually filled the space, set off by sensors at our entrance. It illuminated displays of collectible items, the bookshelf hosting a single book, and the mannequin in the corner wearing an antique dress. This was my mom's, I said. I told you, she was a fanatic. Adelie circled in place. This was her collection. I trudged over beside the mannequin and ran a hand along the dress of the skirt it wore. Yeah, she collected this stuff since she was a kid. This dress was worn by an actress who played Alice in a movie from the 1940s. I nearly had you wear it, but I couldn't bring myself to take it out of here. I'm glad you didn't, Adelie said. I'd hate to be responsible for ruining it. She meandered to the bookshelf and the single volume standing there, amidst other small trinkets. The book's old cover was tattered and brown. Its title was embossed on the spine. Alice's Adventures in Wonderland. Oh my goodness, is this what I think it is? Signed by Lewis Carroll himself, I said, crossing the small area to join her, to get a better look at the amazement in her eyes. Don't ask me where she got it from. Memories of the first time I'd discovered the book flooded my mind. I'd been 10, wandering around Mom's room, and she'd told me to handle that book carefully. Before she died, she'd told me to protect it with my life. That was going a bit far, but it was when I'd first gotten the idea of a locked museum-like space to put all her oddities. Dad had certainly been in favor. If he'd had his way, he would have destroyed it all after she was gone. I love books, Adelie said, gazing in wonder at the spine. But this isn't just any book. This is the original? It is, I said. This is so incredible. She circled to take in other objects. A pair of white kid gloves, a pocket watch, a set of teacups sitting on a white braided display stand. All items Mom had collected along the way as she'd grown up. How did you get all of these? My dad wanted to get rid of them, I said, moving uncertainly. I didn't talk about my dad much, not with the guys, not with anyone. In fact, aside from inviting him to the wedding, I hadn't spoken with him directly in years. He did? Are you kidding? He didn't share her infatuation, I guess. He had everything all piled up in boxes, ready to be hauled out after she died, but I took them first before he could. Was he upset? Emotion stung behind my eyes at the memories. Memories I didn't want to go back to. You remember how I said he sees me as a failure? He doesn't much like what I've done with her dream, I finally said. Talking about her at all was clearly painful for him. For me to create an entire theme park in homage to her must be like a knife to the eyes every time he saw it. Maybe that was why I never seemed to measure up. Adelie's hand rested on my arm. The touch sank through, charging into my chest. I'm sorry, did she ever get to see this? Wonderland? Everything you've done for her. She saw Wonderland, I said, pricked by the memory of pushing Mom in a wheelchair through the park before she died. Dad hadn't come that day. It was almost as though he thought by harboring his disapproval, he could put me in my place or something. But not like it is today. It was smaller then. I didn't want to talk about my family anymore. As an only child, I'd established a separate life from my father. He was still living back in Arkansas where I'd grown up. Believe me, having distance between us was preferable. I think it's wonderful, Adelie said. What is? This tribute to your mom. You really loved her. You don't have to tell me as much. I can see how much right here. I squirmed a little inside. Yeah, I did love her. She was the best mom I could have asked for. That's sweet. I never really knew my mom. I'm sorry, I said, not knowing what else to say. I wish you could have had her around. I'm sure that's been hard for you. It has, she said, smiling sadly. I've always wondered what it would have been like, what she was like. But I had both of my grandmas, and they've been really great too. I'm glad, I said. Grandparents are important. Not that I had much of a relationship with mine. You and I are opposites in that regard, I guess. I went on, since you knew your grandparents well, and I barely knew mine. You didn't? They live too far away for me to see them much at all, I said, meandering to the umbrella stand by the door and selecting one of the canes, removing it and resting my weight on it just for something to do. They've all since passed away now. It was much heavier than the cane I'd used during the wedding. Then you can have Grammy, Adelie said, perking up. Once she wakes up, you're going to love her. She'll swoop her arms around you and welcome you in like she does with everyone else. I'd like that, I said, brandishing the cane at her with a cheeky smile. She gave me a playful shove. By the way, the cane was my favorite part about your ensemble today. Oh, yeah? Yes, that cane stole my heart. I handed it to her. But when she reached for it, I didn't let go. Instead, I hooked the cane around her and reeled her to me, wrapping my arms around her, holding her, and smiling at the happy surprise in her eyes. You were my favorite part about your ensemble today, I said, unable to help the confession. It was completely true. She had ensnared me, which was the whole reason I was having a hard time keeping my hands to myself. Her breath hitched. She rested her palms against my chest, and I lost myself in her eyes. I bent my head toward hers, tasting her breath, feeling her heart pound against mine. I shouldn't kiss her. I told her I wouldn't. But man, I wanted to. Her fingers climbed to my shoulders. She tiptoed toward me, lifting her chin. I didn't stand a chance against those lashes when they closed. I gave in. Her mouth was tender and soft and so sweet, the impact nearly knocked my knees out from under me. I dropped the cane and swept my arms around her, taking her lips with all the fervor that had injected into me like a shot. Adelie's fingers raked into my hair. Her kiss was urgent, hungry, and only invited me to take more of her. That was all the more reason why I pulled back, too suddenly, too abruptly. I couldn't do this. Chapter 24. MADDOX. Conflict tore through me, and I rested my hands on her hips, my forehead against hers. and I stole one last nip before saying too breathlessly, "I said I wouldn't kiss you after we were married." "I don't mind," she said. Her hand was wrapped around the back of my head, and she played with my hair. Her little smile took a wicked turn. An invitation lingered in her eyes. Dang. I slammed mine closed. "I can't do that to you," I said, trying to express the feelings that had swelled in me earlier. I I don't want to hurt you, get close to you, because getting close meant I'd want to stay that way." "Oh." A wave of hurt passed over her expression. She stepped out of my embrace and her cheeks flushed. She ducked her chin. "No, that's not what I meant." "It's okay," she said, casting her face away. Her eyes were closed. She wasn't looking at me. She wasn't looking at anything. "I get it. It's totally fine. I'm just your Alice. This is just my Alice?" Was that how she thought I saw her? "Adelie," I said, hurrying to meet her at the door before she stepped out of it. I had to explain. I couldn't leave things there. She smiled too readily and snatched that strand of hair she was so fond of. "It's fine." "No, it's not fine. That's not what I meant." Her blue eyes were pained. They welled with tears, and I hated myself for being the cause. "You don't have to say anything," she said. "I get it. It's not that I don't want to kiss you, because I do. I'm just saying I think we should be careful." "Careful?" I grimaced. "I wish you could just read my mind, because then you'd see just how much I like kissing you and how much I want to. But this is new, you and me, and it's different, and we're married, but not really," she said as though making a suggestion. "Yeah," I said, grimacing again. She bobbed her head, sniffed a couple of times, turned away from me and made her way to the door. I cursed myself. Our walk tonight, spending time together, was supposed to be a nice gesture. It was supposed to be a distraction, and I was butchering it. Adelie bent for the cane I'd dropped. Smiling sadly, she placed it back in the umbrella stand. "Thank you for showing me this place. I wasn't ready for our evening together to end. Not like this. I had to do what I could to smooth things over again. Can I show you just one more thing?" I opened the door to my left. I usually keep him in my office, but I had him moved here. "Him?" Movement caught my eye. It was the twitch of long, white ears. "Oh," she said, hurrying over and hooking a finger through the cage's bars. "I remember you," she said in a cutesy voice. The bunny froze in place, staring back at her with beady red eyes. He'd been well taken care of by my groundskeeper. "What's his name?" "Whitey." "That's original. I thought about Demon since his eyes are burning red, but Whitey fits his looks. No need to make things confusing." "Like, why is a raven like a writing desk?" she suggested. I laughed. "I love when you talk Wonderland to me." Her lips pressed into a mischievous smile, almost making me forget about my epic botchery of our kiss a few minutes before, and my heart suddenly became the rabbit in the cage. It pounded as if trapped, though not against its will. This was a willing entrapment, and it pulsed with the desire to remain a prisoner. Her prisoner. She had that effect on me. Around her, I said all kinds of things I shouldn't. I thought things I shouldn't, like how I'd give anything to keep her looking at me like she was, like how I wanted to kiss her, like how my house was just 100 feet away and it was our wedding day. I shook myself, frowning and stamping out that thought as quickly as I could. I couldn't go there. I wouldn't go there. I'd told her I had no expectations. I had to be a man of my word. "That might be you," she said, jerking me from my thoughts. "Me?" "The riddle." My mouth twitched. "Explain." "You're the super rich guy with a massive house, but that has nothing to do with who you really are. While anyone might think you started your livelihood as a way to get money, you do it for the exact opposite." "It's in honor of your mother," she said, "and it just ended up being amazing, because you deserve it to be that way. Like the raven has nothing to do with a writing desk. You're nothing like what people think you are, like what you made me think you were." I'd never had anyone see me so clearly. Scarlett had only ever wanted a physical relationship with me, and then she'd wanted my money. She'd claimed it was love, but I saw right through her. To have Adelie see me so distinctly now, it was unnerving. "Adelie," I said, as if saying her name was enough of a response. "How can you think I'm like a writing desk?" Her laughter sounded like bells, like scattered sunshine. She punched my shoulder. Without thinking, I captured her hand, staring at her smooth skin and rubbing my thumb across it. "You're wrong, I said. "I am doing this for money, too." I had to be straight up with her. I wasn't sure how she was beginning to see me, but I wasn't as ungreedy as she'd made me out to sound. "I don't believe you," she said. "Maybe Wonderland wasn't about money to begin with, but it is now," I said, thinking of my friends and the help they'd given me with my finances after I'd discovered one of my employees embezzling funds. They'd supported me. Duncan and Adrian had used their resources to help discover who that employee was. I'd had enough set aside to invest back into the park, to invest in the wedding, but I still needed to be careful. I still wanted to keep my income at its usual level. "I'm greedy," I said. "I'm not as wonderful as you seem to think." "What if you're just as wonderful as I think?" The words sliced straight through me. Did she really think that? What did she think of me? I tried to tell myself it didn't matter, but this closeness I felt with her was doing all kinds of damage inside. It was tearing down my walls, weakening my defenses, making me more of a fool for her the more the minutes passed. We hadn't ever gotten to that, to feelings, which was another reason I'd been doing my darndest to keep my distance from her. Both of us were lost in our own thoughts as we walked back to the house. That silence didn't end when I took her back to her room. She saved me the trouble of having to wonder about kissing her on the threshold. Adelie barely looked at me as she muttered, "Good night, Maddox," before stepping inside and closing the door. I swore under my breath, ran my hands through my hair, and fought the urge to kick something as I meandered toward my bedroom. Was she upset about how I ruined our kiss in the museum? She'd told me she thought I was wonderful, and I'd let the moment die. It was for the best, wasn't it? I considered turning tail, marching back to her room, sweeping her into my arms and letting her know exactly how I was feeling right now. But I couldn't do that. She was probably already confused enough as it was. Returning to my room, I stripped down and stepped into the shower, turning the water on as hot as I could stand it. Steam filled the bathroom, rendering it as murky as my thoughts. How was I going to do this? How could I be married to someone as gorgeous, sweet, insightful, and amazing as Adelie was, and keep away from her? After washing up, I toweled off, strode to my closet, and dressed in a pair of basketball shorts and a t-shirt when my phone vibrated. "Adrian, you up for a meeting?" "Hawk, we should talk. Unless you're busy, wedding night and all." "Leave it to the guys to rub that in. I needed a distraction right now, and this was solid." "Me. It's not that kind of wedding night." "What's up, River?" "Chat link's all set up." He then shared the mentioned link. I tapped my phone, and soon the screen filled with the faces of my friends. "Scarlett's snooping around the park," Hawk said from his square on my screen. "What? How do you know?" "I was driving past," Hawk said, "and she was stalking there outside the fence like some psychotic prowler." My thoughts raced. I wouldn't be so suspicious if she didn't keep showing up at random times like a gambler who continually rolled the same number on a pair of dice. It was happening too much to be a coincidence. What was my ex doing at Wonderland? And why hadn't my head of security alerted me? At almost the same moment, Larry texted me an image of her from the feed. He then shared that since she was on the outside and was doing nothing more than walking past, there was nothing they could do unless she made some kind of move. Let's just say Hawk's use of the words snooping and psychotic prowler were exaggerated. I grunted. We had the facial recognition software implemented, but I wasn't sure Scarlett's face had been added to the alerts. My focus had been on the guys, Ella and Adelie, in case we needed to locate anyone quickly. "They wouldn't report someone walking past the park," Adrian said. "Is Adelie sleeping?" Duncan asked. "I think so," I said, hedging. Weirdness rustled through me. She was my wife now. I should know, shouldn't I? "Then head over to Wonderland," Hawk said. "We'll be there to back you up. See what Scarlett is up to." Dude, I couldn't believe I had to point this out. Do you know how that would look if I'm sneaking off to meet with my ex on my wedding night? So I couldn't do that to her. To Scarlett? Adelie. "I thought this marriage of yours was a spoof." I couldn't answer right away. Why couldn't I answer right away? "Don't tell me you're falling in love with your wife," Duncan said. "You've only known her for like a month." There was the cynic I knew. Even still, he hit the nail on the head. The time I'd spent with Adelie these past few weeks, kissing her, talking to her, If they had any idea how far I'd fallen for her, they'd make me the punchline of every joke from here until next Christmas. He was right. I liked my wife. I really liked my wife. I'd been petrified of what feeling this might do to me. But as I gazed at each of my friends' faces on the screen, a new thought hit at me like a hammer. Hawk loved Ella. Adrian was bowled over by Gabby. Even Duncan was besotted by Rosabelle, though she didn't reciprocate. These guys were happy. They had amazing women by their sides, regardless of the risks. And even if they'd lost that love, something told me not everyone handled that in the same way my dad did. My heart swelled in my chest. I didn't have to be like my dad. Loving Adelie would be worth the risk. Could I let myself go there? It might not be love yet, but I like her, Dunk. And I respect her. I couldn't do that to her. I could only imagine how that would come across. More so if any media outlets caught wind of it. Those would be terrible headlines. Newly married billionaire cheating on his wedding night? Not even to protect her, Adrian said. She's not in danger because Scarlett is at the park, I argued. My security guy just said it. She's not doing anything but walking around. We never thought Ella or Gabby would be in danger, Adrian said. But look what happened to them. What if Scarlett is in on it? You're kidding, right? None of them argued. Scarlett was many things, but she wasn't a saboteur. She could be, Duncan said. I wouldn't put it past her. She liked you more than you thought she ever would. What if her interruption at the wedding was a warning or something? She'd said you would regret rejecting her, River added, his face now appearing on the screen. I was glad Ulrich wasn't part of this conversation. He and I had had more than one fight over Scarlett. For all I knew, he still had it bad for her. I'd never been all that close to him because of it, which was why he hadn't been invited to the wedding, along with the other freighters. You can't be saying you think Scarlett is the informant, I said. She was crafty and smart and had no inhibitions about stooping low to get revenge on a personal level, but a behind-the-scenes agitator. What if it is her? Adrian insisted. It was a dude that night, Duncan argued. When I caught him back around Christmas time, I fought a dude. But Scarlett always had her tentacles in places they shouldn't be, Adrian said. Remember graduation night? You guys were fighting, and she had all this insider info from who knew where. I'm telling you, she knows something about this. Why else would she show up now? Why else would she come to the wedding? What if she interrupted, not because she still has feelings for MADDOX, but because she was covering for something else? Adrian's words made the hair on my arms stand on end. You don't want anything happening to Adelie, Hawk said with purpose. Trust me. And you want some peace of mind regarding Ella, I muttered, knowing all too well what he'd gone through to safeguard her good name. I mean, yeah, Hawk said. We've talked about pushing our wedding ahead of schedule as well, to see if it'll draw this person out. But if this is Scarlett... If Scarlett was behind this, I said, then she wouldn't have any reason to target the rest of you. Which is why we think she's working with someone, Adrian said. We all want this to stop, Duncan said. I graduated after you. That means they'll be coming after me next. He didn't say it, but I heard it nonetheless. They wouldn't just be coming after him next, they'd be targeting Rosabelle. You'd be helping each of us, not to mention River, Wes, Hunter, and Knox. What about Prince Henrik? River piped up. Unless he's the one behind this, his future wife is at stake too. The Prince of Einvarg couldn't possibly be the one targeting the rest of us. On the flip side, I couldn't see the informant going after a prince of a completely different country. But was it possible that Scarlett was involved? If so, did that mean... When was the last time any of you heard from Ulrich? I asked. At the last group chat, Hawk said, when we'd agreed to disband the pact. He'd agreed too. Where is he now? How come he's not in on this? We couldn't get a hold of him, Adrian said. The screen shifted, and there in the corner, Ulrich's name popped up. I'm here, he said. I joined a few minutes late. Ulrich was on the chat? How much did he hear about our speculations about Scarlett? I wouldn't put it past him to go right to her and tell her everything. That got my back up. The guys trusted him, and at this point, it was too late to pretend we weren't talking about his ex and mine. So you're saying you want me to go to Wonderland right now? See if Scarlett is still prowling and what? Talk to her? Taking one for the team, Adrian said. We've got to make sure the attacks stop, Hawk added. And there's the matter of Ella and Addie's grandma in a coma, I said. Too many people are getting hurt. We can't let anything happen to anyone else. I thought of Adelie just a hall away from me. Was she sleeping? What was she doing right now? If I were going to go anywhere, I'd want to be with her. You guys suck, you know that, right? I said. You're doing this huge favor for Adelie, Duncan said. Why not let her in on this? She'd want to know. Sure. After I talked her into modeling for me and then convinced her to marry me for the sake of not only the park, but the pact, she'd think I was just using her one time after another. I didn't want that kind of relationship with her. I shook that thought away. It didn't matter what I wanted. I can't do that, I said. Then don't tell her. Go out and talk to Scarlett and see if there's even anything there. I ran my hand over my face. I'll meet up with you, Hawk said, as if adding additional assurance. I'll come with you. Me too, Duncan said. And me, Adrian added. Gabby won't mind. She's been asleep for a while. I scowled around my room before turning my attention back to my phone and all the guys in little boxes on the screen. So, we all gang up on Scarlett, I said. For the sake of our girls, Hawk said. I had no further arguments. We'd be lucky if Scarlett was still there by the time we all got there, but it was better to check than to do nothing and let the chips fall where they may. Meet me at the south entrance in 15 minutes, I finally said. Are you bringing Addie? Hawk asked. No. She didn't need to know. If anything happened, she would be safer here with my security guard than anywhere else. Regret swam through me. In marrying her, I'd put her in more danger than ever. Chapter 25. MADDOX. Operation Gang Up on Scarlett was a bust. The guys and I collabed on the sidewalk, searched the perimeter, and came up the same as we were when we arrived, full of questions and short of any answers. It was nearing midnight by the time I got back home. I crept through the quiet house, and curiosity brought me to Adelie's door. No light gleamed beneath it. I wasn't sure what drew me to do it, but I cranked the knob open as slowly and quietly as I could. I just wanted to make sure she was okay. Soft moonlight spilled through the upper half-moon-shaped window near the ceiling. Her wedding dress was visible in the open closet door. Looming like a ghost, I crept closer to the bed. Her yellow hair was splayed across the pillow. She wore what looked like silky pajamas, a tank top with one strap slipping off her shoulder. Her foot peeked out from beneath the corner of the blanket. Her hand was curled near her face, and her mouth was slightly parted. I lost a little more of my heart in that moment. I wanted to climb in next to her, to hold her, just hold her, feel her breathing, inhale her. Struck by the desire to do something for her, I rose early and moved around Martha in the kitchen, earning bemused smiles and suggestions from my housekeeper. Use these napkins, they're prettier. And, no, not that tray, this one. Until finally, I had a breakfast of eggs and pancakes on a platter for Adelie. I slipped out to the hedgerows behind my house and cut a few flowers for her, and then hurried inside only to find my bride standing in the kitchen. I was caught. The sneaky excitement inside of me doused. Adelie's blonde hair was appealingly rumpled, sticking out at one part on the side of her head. She hugged her arms around her torso, looking amazing in the silky pink pajama top and shorts I'd caught a glimpse of the night before. "What's this?" she asked, staring at the tray. "I was bringing you breakfast in bed," I said. A little enchanted smile lit her face. Should I go back and pretend I didn't come out yet? "Yes," Martha chimed from her spot in the kitchen, bent over in front of the oven as she was. Adelie's smile spread. In an instant, she flounced back down the hall and toward her room, her hair bouncing behind her. I shot my housekeeper a look. Though she'd probably figure it out, she hadn't been officially apprised of the fact that this was not a real marriage. I didn't see the need for anyone but the Freighters, Ella, and me to know, and figured I'd keep it a secret as long as I could. Grinning, shaking my head, I strolled through the house, weaving through the halls, my heart climbing in my chest the closer I got to Adelie's room. I knocked. "I'm sleeping," she announced. "Pretend you didn't see me before." Chuckling, using my hip to push through the door, I carried the tray inside. She had pulled the covers up over her head. The admiration I'd felt last night seared through me all over again. along with the realization I'd made during the group call. Loving Adelie would be worth the risk. That thought was so liberating. It was almost as though something opened inside of my chest, and I gazed at her longer than I should have, long enough for her to slide the covers back down again. "Everything okay?" she said, her eyes darting from side to side. I shook some sense back into place. "Good morning, Mrs. Hatter," I said. "I wasn't sure if you were awake or not, but I couldn't wait to see you and wanted to bring you something." Slowly, she slid upward from the covers to sit up against the headboard, and while I knew what she was wearing, it still didn't erase the fact that her skin looked super creamy with the backdrop of all that pink. I lowered my head, nearly spilling the milk in the cup on the tray. "I wasn't sure what you liked," I said, "so I hope pancakes and eggs are okay." "I love it," she said. "This is so sweet of you." She sank back while I guided the tray over her lap. Her hand brushed mine, and my eyes locked onto hers. They were crystalline blue and so trusting. What would she do if I told her about the feelings rampaging inside of me right now? "What about you?" she asked. "Got him covered." Martha knocked on the door and entered with a second tray. Distractedly, I rose and took the tray from her, thanking her, before moving onto the edge of the bed. I perched on the side, keeping my back to her. "Are you really going to sit like that?" Adelie said with a little snort. I peered over my shoulder at her. "Should I sit somewhere else?" She lifted the covers and patted the bed beside her. "Here." A knot blocked my airways. I wormed it down as I stood, rotated, and sank onto the mattress beside her. Live wires ignited between us. She was a magnet, the perfect polar opposite to me, luring me in closer. I slid my socked feet beneath the blankets and edged in beside her. We sat side by side while I positioned the tray over my legs the way hers did over hers. I tapped the edges of my tray, wondering what to say. I tried to remind myself that our marriage was transactional, a business decision, something to help us both help her grandma. But this morning, things were different. I wasn't sure if she felt it or not, but I sure did. Adelie dipped her chin and then lifted her gaze to me. That look was unraveling. "How did you sleep?" I said, clearing my throat. "So good," she said, resting her hands on either side of her tray. "You?" "I dreamed of you," I told her. And those dreams hadn't stopped even though I was awake. What if we had moments like this without tension, without limits, without the fact that my dreams occurred after I'd gotten home from scoping out Wonderland's perimeter? I hadn't told her about that. I wasn't sure how to. I didn't want to ruin our morning with reminders of threats. Redness climbed up her throat. She placed a hand on her chest. Her reply was so quiet, I didn't hear her over the chiming of my phone, which I forgot to silence this morning. Adelie jumped at the sound. In the process, her knee bent and knocked into the tray on her lap. Her glass tipped over. Milk spilled from her cup all over the food on her plate. "Oh!" she squealed. "I got it," I said, reaching for the glass and righting it. Not that it did much good. The damage was already done. Not in time to save the breakfast. She looked sadly at her pancake swimming in a sea of white, and then lifted her gaze to mine. "You can have some of mine," I said, in an attempt to salvage the moment. I stared down at the spread Martha had brought in. The butter slid off the top pancake, oozing slowly to land on the plate. The phone jabbed into my leg, startling me again. I wanted to ignore it, but I couldn't. It was a harpoon bursting the thoughts I couldn't keep giving into. Once we found the informant, Adelie and I were ending things. That was the whole reason I hadn't woken her last night. The reason I hadn't yet told her about the bros and our impromptu visit to Wonderland last night. I couldn't get tangled up with Adelie any more than I already was. We had to keep our distance. She was better that way. Safer. The phone tapped into my leg, startling me again. I pushed the tray toward my feet and cursed myself for making things awkward between us again. "Hang on," I said. She released a disappointed moan. I slipped out of the covers. I couldn't account for the rapid rate my pulse had decided to take on. Still feeling like an idiot, I took a minute to stare off, wondering what had just happened, and gather my senses. Then I extricated my phone and saw who had messaged me. It was Larry, the head of my security. "Larry, vandalism at the park sometime in the night. You might want to come in?" In an instant, Scarlet flashed through my mind. The guys and I had walked all around Wonderland. We'd searched what we could see of the park. I'd even spoken with my nighttime security. Had she been there after all? What is it? Adelie asked. Something happened at the park last night, I said. We should probably head over there. Instead of complaining, concern pinched Addie's brow. She leaped out of bed and hurried to my side. As if waiting for my permission, she peered at the screen. I turned my phone in her direction so she could see the text, just as another one came in. Hawk. Dude, they're at it again. How did he keep better tabs on the park than I did? Probably because he wasn't picturing a morning makeout session with his fiancée. Or yeah, he had a PI tailing whoever he was tailing. I wasn't sure what the status was now that he'd stopped following Ella's stepsister. Me. Addie and I are heading over there now. I turned to my wife, taking in the sight of the rumpled covers behind her, her disheveled hair, and then smiling apologetically at her. Looks like we'll have to catch up where we were later. She chewed her bottom lip. Later is good for me. That lip, I gave in. I bent down toward her, moving slowly, cautiously. If she pulled away, I wouldn't force it. She didn't. Hope flickered in her eyes. She lifted her chin to meet me there. So I went for it. I pressed my mouth to hers, indulging in her sweet softness and thrilling at her eager response. I flattened my hand to her back and held her to me before letting her go. Was that okay? I asked. Yeah, she said on a breath. I couldn't tell if that was a relief or not. All I knew was that I wanted to pull her to me again. I'll meet you in the hall, I said, kissing her one more time. Then I bent for one of the trays and carried it out to the kitchen. Adelie dressed quickly, wearing a pink shirt and those shredded jeans again that made me want to watch her while she walked, and then we were in my Benz and on the way to the park. The entrance was underground. I wondered if I shouldn't have gone to the front parking lot instead for a better view of what was going on. I marched through to the monitoring room. The sound of one set of footsteps alerted me. My own footsteps. I peered around, wondering where Adelie was. She shuffled about 20 feet behind me. I slowed my steps and slipped my hand over hers. Sorry, I said, my stride is wider than yours. She quickened her pace while I tried slowing mine, and we approached the entrance and walked through the hall to the monitoring room. The silent hall was contrasted by a hive-like bustle inside the room. Men and women sat at their places in front of the monitors, talking and caught in the bustle. Here's another one, a man called out, pointing to another screen. Larry strode purposefully across the room. I glanced at Addie and then led her to the same screen. What's going on? I asked, thinking of Fay Carol. Was anyone hurt? No one's hurt, but they're all over the park, Larry said, indicating the screen. I peered in for a closer look. On the sign for the caucus race that had once featured a lovely view of Adelie peering over her shoulder, someone had spray painted over her. It was some kind of shape, with pointed ears and an open mouth decking several fangs. Is that a wolf? I asked, trying to make sense of the black spray whose lines dripped down like spattered blood. It's what it looks like to me, Larry said, and it's all over the park. Show me. Sitting in front of the screen, Riggins typed on his keyboard and the images flicked from one to another. Down the rabbit hole, the image of Adelie peering toward a small hole in the grass had been sprayed over. The pool of tears, the mad Ferris wheel, the Queen's croquet ground. Every ride, every sign where Adelie's image appeared, had been sprayed over with a wolf baring its fangs. The sight was amateur and grim all at once. Was anything else damaged? I asked. Any of the rides? Not that we can tell, Larry said. I've got a team out there now looking things over, and so far, none of the mechanics have been messed with. It's only... His eyes slid to Adelie. She lifted her chin. Me, she said. I turned to her and took her face in my hands. We knew something like this might happen, I said, hoping to comfort her, to let her know I didn't blame her. Really, I'd laid my theme park on the line in order to catch this imbecile. And I'd had an entire security detail who should have handled this better. Why hadn't they? What is the footage showing? I asked, thinking again of Scarlett. Had the guy seen her with a can of spray paint? Who did this? When? And how? We'd amped up security, but I couldn't help but think there was more we needed to do. Facial recognition in the surveillance system didn't seem to be enough, not when the culprit wore a mask. In the night, Larry said, indicating for Riggins to pull up the footage. After a few more moments of him typing and clicking the mouse, the information showed. You see there? Larry said. He pointed to the man on the screen. They're in that hood and mask again. We also don't know how they got into the park. There's no proof of damage other than the destroyed images. They didn't enter forcefully. I exchanged a look with Adelie. They had a key, she suggested, or a code to get in. Someone on the inside, I muttered. A sense of helplessness washed over me. It was the embezzlement all over again. The thought that things were happening behind my back that I had no control over. I tried to think of employees I might suspect of doing this, but we did background checks on everyone who worked in the park. We held regular evaluations. I didn't know of anyone who was that upset with the way things were run here to do this. This woman came up on the feed frequently around the same time the vandalism was taking place. Larry said, frowning at his computer. We think she may have been trying to distract the system by lingering. He tapped and a woman's image appeared, and sadly it was exactly who I expected him to pull up. Scarlett, I muttered. Adelie glanced at me. Your ex? The one who tried to crash the wedding? I rubbed her back. The guys called me last night. They said she was snooping around and wanted me to come out here and talk to her. Me and my stupid reservations. I should have come sooner. Would I have seen who was doing this if I had? She gazed up at me with an unreadable expression in her eyes. I wanted to know what she was thinking. I fixed my gaze on my head of security. Have you called the police? I asked. Yes, sir, Larry said. They're on the perimeter as well. We should have them call Scarlett in. She's the only lead we have. This happened the day of the wedding, Adelie said, her voice contemplative. Do you think whoever this is was there? Do you think... She chewed her lip. I'm sure you're very thorough, but is there any way this person came in for the wedding and never left? It's possible, Larry said. The team checked the perimeter, but it's not like we have thermal optics checking every square inch of the place. This person could have hidden away, bided his time until nightfall. Thermal optics wasn't a bad idea. Scanning the park with a heat-seeking drone could help us find anyone who might be hiding here. Check the list from the wedding, I said. Perhaps someone stayed behind instead of leaving in order to do this. Although I couldn't think of who. We'd scrubbed the list of attendees pretty carefully, keeping it solely to close friends and family. I shuddered to think that anyone either of us loved or knew well would do this. Addie stared at her phone, her thumbs flying across the screen. Seconds later, she lifted her gaze and stared at me as though she'd just discovered the vandal to be her sister, Susie. What is it? I asked. Susie just texted me. Ha. So the sister was involved in her look of shock. Is everything okay? Her chest heaved. Gradually, her eyes widened, and rather than a look of horror or a quivering chin signaling the onset of tears, the corners of her mouth drew upward. Disbelieving delight lit her eyes, and you would have thought the day had a second sunrise. What? I said again with a little more adamancy. What had her looking so happy at a time like this? I need to go, she said. Grammy's awake.
Chapter 26. Adelie. The timing couldn't be more terrible. Grammy had woken up. I was ecstatic. I couldn't wait to see her. But I also hated to leave MADDOX while he was dealing with such a crisis, especially when the target was obviously me. He'd given up overseeing the last crisis here to help me. How could I leave him now? But how could I not? The corners of his eyes were tight. That's amazing, he said. Of course you should go see her. He dug into his pocket and handed me his keys. I raised my hands and backed up a step. You're letting me drive your Benz? I wasn't sure why. Maybe from the dozen snazzy, outrageously priced cars sitting in his garage, but I had the impression he was the kind of guy who was particular about who sat behind the wheel of his whip. MADDOX. His gaze fixed on me. I can't leave right now, but I know you need to. I was touched. This felt like a huge level of trust. Slowly, I wrapped my fingers around his keys. "What about you?" I asked. "I'll be all right, but I don't really want you going alone." His intense gaze swallowed me whole. My mouth was dry, but I managed a few words. "It's okay," I said. "I can ask Ella to pick me up." "You're sure?" "Positive." This was a step in a new direction. Like the moment he'd come to my house to bring me flowers and see how I was, and I didn't know how to act. Like his sweet gesture with breakfast this morning. Like how he kept kissing me even though he said he wouldn't. Like how he'd said he dreamed of me. What was happening? Our hands brushed as he took his keys back from me. In the process, he reeled me close and pressed a kiss to my temple. The gesture flurried straight into my low belly. This didn't feel fake at all. I didn't know what to make of it, but that gleam in his eyes was no act. My reservations attempted to put themselves back into place, to tell me I couldn't buy into anything that would make me forget what we were doing here. He was being thoughtful, nothing more. Yet I didn't believe that either. So I gave in. I leaned in, inhaled the scent of his shirt. He smelled like laundry soap and heartbreak. "Be careful," he said, "and come right back to me." Back to him. The flurry from earlier swarmed once more. Nodding, I slipped my hand from his and made my way out the door and back down the hall toward the parking lot. By the time I made it there, and after pacing for 6 million agonizing seconds, Ella's little Ford pulled up. Susie waved from the front seat, so I slipped into the back. "That sucks about the vandalism," Ella said once I was in the car. "Do they know who did it?" "They're looking into it." "This is good, though." Ella concentrated on working her way through the underground parking lot's twists and turns, following the little arrows that pointed toward the exit. "I mean, I know it doesn't seem that way, but the plan is working. This is what we wanted." I hugged myself, impeded only by the seatbelt across my chest. "Yeah, it's working. I knew it was going to be risky. I just don't want anyone else getting hurt because of this." "That's why you're doing it," Ella said. "You have to keep perspective during times like this." "Right," I said, puffing out an exhale. I'd been giving myself the same reminder, but it wasn't doing its job. It was supposed to ease my worries and chase away my fears. Instead, it was like a gust of oxygen on dying coals, fanning them into full flames once more. Full, fearful flames. "And at least Grammy's awake," Ella said, tightening her fists on the steering wheel. Finally, she ascended to the main level, and we were back out onto the street and zooming toward the road to Bennington. "Maybe she knows something," Susie said from the passenger seat. I leaned forward. "Like what?" "Like she's feisty. Maybe she saw that guy in the hoodie and went after him or something." "Grammy?" In the rearview mirror, Ella's eyes flicked in my direction. We exchanged a glance, and then the three of us laughed. Grammy was feisty, but she was also 80, and they would have had footage of that if anything like that had happened. There had been no kind of confrontation between her and the culprit on any of the footage. The drive to Bennington passed in a blur of worry and confusion and chewed bottom lips. MADDOX texted me a few times. I had to wipe my palms on my jeans because my fingers were too clammy to reply. "MADDOX, did you make it to the hospital yet?" Me, "Not yet." "MADDOX, everything okay?" His question tore through me like a breeze through a pile of leaves, disrupting everything in the process. Me, "I don't know yet. We aren't there, remember?" "MADDOX, I mean you." A little odd squeak leaked out. He kept doing that. He kept catching me off guard, doing things, saying unexpected things, walks to his personal museum, breakfast in bed, dreaming of me. If he kept saying cute things to me, I was going to lose it. What did he think he was doing when he acted like that? Did he have any idea what it did to my fragile hopes and crumbling dreams? "What?" Ella asked. "What is it?" I hugged the phone to my chest. "Nothing." "That is not a squeak of nothing," Susie insisted, rotating in her seat to look at me. "That's a squeak of excitement. What happened with that husband of yours?" "That's none of our business." Ella waved her down. Susie snorted. "It's totally our business if Addie wants it to be." "What if I don't?" I said, phone still clutched close to my chest. Ella glanced at me through the rearview mirror again before slowing, signaling, and turning into Bennington past its water tower. "You look happy," she said. "So whatever is going on, it must be good." I was not happy, even though I kind of was. Who was I kidding? This was everything I wanted. I wanted a man who texted me cute things. I wanted a man who got me breakfast in bed, who trusted me with the keys to his car, who constantly directed his attention to my well-being and stole kisses that stirred my blood. So, I was happy that MADDOX was doing all of these things. Sure I was. And I was dying inside that none of it was going to last. I worked through my thoughts, trying to figure out how to word it so I didn't sound selfish or psycho. "I feel bad this is all happening to the park, to MADDOX," I said. "But yes, I'm also happy with him. I just can't hold on to it too tightly, you know?" "Why not?" Susie asked. I couldn't believe she asked that. "Because the exact things we wanted are happening. We're going to catch the informant, and then—" "The dream ends," Ella said. "Thank you, Captain Painfully Obvious." She turned the wheel and the hospital came into view. A large white van exited the parking lot at the same time we entered. "So, enjoy it while it lasts," Susie said with a shrug in her tone. Like it was that easy. She had no clue how invested my heart already was in him. How every time he touched me, every time our glances met, every time he said something sweet or considerate, it only pulled me down deeper. I was already 20,000 leagues in. "I think that's only setting myself up," I said. "You like him?" Ella said. I dipped my chin. She'd get no denial from me. I didn't see the point, not with these two. She pulled into a parking stall and glanced at me. "It's okay to like him, Addie. It's okay to want more." "I do," I said, the admission making me jitter. "What if he doesn't?" "Then you'll just have to take a chance," Ella said, exiting the car. "You have to fight for him." I was already taking a chance, though. I'd done nothing but take chances since I met him. Once he pulled away, I was going to be crushed harder than an empty soda can in someone's fist. I couldn't let that happen. I liked him. I wanted to stay married to my husband, which meant Ella was right. I had to fight for him. We entered the hospital and got visitor passes. Then we took the elevator up to the ICU. Ella tapped the button on the wide double doors, and moments later, a woman responded. "Yes?" "We're here to see Faye Carroll. Is she awake?" "She is. She'll be glad for visitors." The door beeped, and I reached for the handle, eagerness tripping through me. Ella, Susie, and I clasped one another's hands as we passed the nurse's station. I inhaled the definitive scent of hospital, cleaning supplies, and old people smell, and we turned toward room 312. A nurse wearing bright red scrubs and white Crocs pushed a cart toward us down the hall. She smiled, recognizing us from our previous visits. "So good to see her awake," she said. "She'll be so happy you're all here." "Thanks," Ella said. "Thanks for taking such good care of her." "Of course. She'll need some looking after still. Between you and me, I think there might be some brain damage going on in there." I froze, then wrung my hands in front of my stomach. "What makes you say that?" "She's been saying things," the nurse said. "Talking about a man with dark eyes and wings. How he was somewhere he shouldn't have been. Between you and me, sounds like she's reading one too many paranormal romance novels." She beamed as if this were some kind of joke, waved to us, and continued pushing her cart down the hall. "Grammy doesn't read paranormal romance," Ella said. "Yeah, that's more Susie's thing," I added. "I'll take dark eyes and wings," Susie agreed. "But I admit that's kind of weird. What do you think she was talking about?" "Let's go see her." I led the way toward her room, questioning the nurse's claims the whole time. Had Grammy been hallucinating or something? Wings. Did that refer to some kind of existential experience? I'd heard of people near death seeing those kinds of things. It was something we'd have to ask her about. I entered room 312. "Grammy?" I said tentatively. The regular beeping noises from her heart monitor were absent. The curtain was drawn around her bed, the way nurses sometimes did when they wanted to grant their patients additional privacy while checking their vitals or examining things. She still hadn't responded. Was she asleep? Ella and I exchanged a glance. Maybe one of the nurses took her for a walk? I suggested, though if that were the case, wouldn't that other nurse have mentioned as much? Grammy? Ella said. We heard you're awake. I reached for the curtain, drew it back, and gasped. Grammy's bed was empty. The cords that had tied her to the machine dangled, and sitting on the blankets was a stuffed wolf with large ears, black eyes, and sharp teeth poking out of its deceptively cute fabric face. What is that? Ella exclaimed. It always seemed ludicrous to me that Red Riding Hood didn't know a wolf had taken the place of her grandma in the bed. Like, could anyone really be that dense to not realize the sharp fangs and bulging eyes and oh yeah, fur was not your grandma? But it made for a good story, at least with the better to eat you with lines. This was no story, however, and there was no clever character in disguise throwing out catchy phrases to try and throw us off. No, my grandma was missing. Maybe they took her to the bathroom, Susie suggested. You mean that bathroom? Ella pointed to the door adjoined to the room, the open door, offering a full view of the darkened sink, shower, and toilet within. She crossed to the bed and picked up the wolf, turning it upside down as if expecting to find a tag or something. There was no tag, no note, no indicator of where Grammy had disappeared to. Only her armband displaying her name and information wrapped neatly around the wolf's paw. Her armband is here? This isn't cool. Ella popped her head out to the nurse's station. No one's there, she said. After my surgery, Susie said, speaking slowly as she lifted one of Grammy's blankets, they had me get up and walk around for a while just to keep blood flowing. Maybe they've taken her for a walk. Maybe Winnie from the GGs gave her a super creepy but kind of cute stuffed wolf, and she just left it behind while she walked. It sounds like something Winnie would do, I said, thinking of the lucky charms she always carried around to ward off all the superstitions the older woman clung to. But if she was walking around right now, though, the nurse would have mentioned it, I said, and she would be wearing her armband. Maybe she wasn't at the desk when Grammy walked past. The nurses come and go sometimes. Ella didn't sound like she meant a word of this. She returned the wolf to the mussed-white bedding, and this time I crossed to the bed and picked it up. I turned it one way, then the other, taking in its beady black eyes and the mischievously cute smile where 2 triangles had been sewn in as teeth. This is too coincidental, I said. How do you mean? Ella asked. First, the images of me being trashed all over the park. With spray-painted wolves, Susie added. I had the sudden urge to toss the cute little wolf into the cute little garbage can, like it was laced with poison, or like touching it would somehow incriminate me. This felt like the kind of thing that would show up in one of my favorite episodes. Roscoe Donovan, lab director extraordinaire, would look at all the pieces and facts of a case. He would examine the body, take people's stories into account, and worm out details the people themselves weren't even aware that they knew, and he would bust the mystery wide open. But that was just crime fiction. This was no serialized TV show, and there was no body to inspect. Oh, my crazy sauce. There was no body? That made it sound like Grammy was already gone. If she wasn't here, then she wasn't getting the care she needed. What was going on? The mood in the room turned icy as we each wandered through our own thoughts. Ella was the first to lift her head, searching the room as if for clues. You're right, she said. This is part of their game. You don't think someone really took her, do you? Kidnapping our grandma? Replacing her with a wolf like this is some kind of sick fairy tale? Susie's face paled. She paused only moments before marching across the small space to the door. Nurse, Susie called from the door, trying again to notify them where Ella hadn't been able to. Nurse. This time, the nurse wearing red scrubs entered the room. She pocketed her phone and stared at the bed, her smile slowly fading. Where's Faye? She asked, her gaze bouncing to each of us in turn as though we had whisked our grandmother away. That's what we were about to ask you, Ella said. You didn't see her leave? No, she insisted, going to the bed and lifting the blankets, as though Grammy had shrunk in size and was swimming in the fabric somewhere. And what about her monitors? I asked, my nursing school know-how coming into play. They're supposed to alert you if the beeping stops at all. You didn't notice her machine had stopped beeping? It didn't stop, she said, her brow pinched. It's still going on my end of things. Strange. From what I understood, hospitals had a floor-specific computer terminal that tracked nurses and doctors on that floor. Nurses and doctors wore badges whose signal was picked up by a device in the ceiling, notifying people that the nurse was in the room. Patients, on the other hand, only had their armbands, and Grammy's was there, wrapped around the wolf's furry wrist, which meant if she did indeed leave, she'd somehow managed to do so without any of the staff finding out. "I'm calling the police," Ella said, whipping out her phone. I glanced at Susie, skimming through what I knew of how hospitals ran. "Can someone hack into the computers at a hospital?" "Probably," Susie said. "But I don't know why they'd want to take our grandma." "Because I married MADDOX," I said. The statement sent chills across my arms. Ella turned her back to us, her phone to her ear as she called the police. Her voice trailed with the slightest hints of panic as she described the situation. Missing woman, hospital, and nurses' station made it through the barrier setting up around my mind. I couldn't wrap my head around this. Someone had taken Grammy? Why? "They were supposed to come after me," I muttered, my knees threatening to buckle beneath my weight. I stepped closer to the sink and rested my hand against its cold porcelain side. Susie frowned. "What?" "That's why MADDOX and I did this. That's why I married him, to get the informant to come after me, not my ailing grandmother." There was every chance that this room was bugged, but I no longer cared if anyone knew about our ruse. Let them know. Let them come after me. I couldn't help but think of what the nurse said Grammy kept muttering. "Dark eyes and wings," I muttered, rehashing it, trying to make sense of it. Dark eyes and wings. Was it something she'd seen while at the park? The godmother gals had been with her. Would they know what Grammy was talking about? Had any of them been targeted too? The next several hours swept by in muddled, out-of-body confusion. Before I knew it, police were there. MADDOX and Hawk were there. Hospital staff scrambled to check on their other patients, but as far as they could tell, Grammy was the only one who'd gone missing. We talked to the police. We talked to the staff. We were apprised of the hospital's security findings. There's no evidence of fake Carol being removed from the premises. Nothing but tampered feed and blacked-out screens. Someone had done this. Someone had snuck in and messed with the feeds. Someone had kidnapped her. The question now was, where had she gone? And why?
Chapter 27. MADDOX. If I thought I was worried before, it was nothing to the concern coursing through me now. Adelie came home from the hospital, acting more unbalanced and outspoken than I'd ever seen her. In fact, by the time she stopped talking about her grandma and what had happened to her, I was sure she'd snapped, and I didn't blame her in the slightest. I watched helplessly as she ranted and paced the room. If only there was more that I could do. The guys would know. They at least needed to know what had happened. Adelie sat rigidly in my home office's armchair while I called Duncan and Adrian about her grandmother's disappearance. The guys were just as dumbfounded as I was. We all worried about where Faye Carroll could have gone. Hawk was freaking out more than any of us, and for good reason, since Faye had been a large part of his life. He got off the phone after a brief tirade about calling the hospital and the police just to make sure they were doing all they could to find her. I ended the call full of all kinds of questions. Was Faye Carroll okay? Where was she? What could the informant possibly want with an elderly woman who had no connection to the fraternity whatsoever? Were we completely off track here? What if the attacks at Wonderland had nothing to do with the pact after all? And I just put Adelie on the front lines for no reason? Still in the armchair, she chewed her fingernails and stared toward the curtains covering the window. "You're sleeping in my room," I told her as soon as I got off the phone with Hawk. Adelie placed both of her feet, which had been tucked beneath her, on the floor. What?" "I'm not taking any chances. MADDOX, your house is the Taj Mahal of security. No one is getting through. I gestured with my phone toward the window. Hospitals are secure too. And look what happened there. We're not risking your life. And I don't want to wake up to find a wolf in the bed where you should be without a clue where you've disappeared to. Because that would be anticlimactic, she muttered. I didn't think I could smile at a time like this, but I fought one down all the same. Apparently, her previously hidden sarcasm had emerged as well. I had to say, even though I was worried, I liked this frisky side of her. She lingered on the chair, her hands gripping the cushion beneath her. Please, I knelt in front of her. We don't have to share my bed, although it's big enough you could be on one side and I'd be on the other and we'd never know it. I'm a floppy sleeper, she said. I'll probably cross the border without a passport. You are not. I am. When we were kids, Susie and I had to share a bed, and I drove her nuts because I always threw my leg over her in the middle of the night. She would push me away and draw an invisible line down the mattress, telling me I wasn't allowed to cross it. You're asking for it. The next thing you know, I'll subconsciously prop my leg over you, and you'll wake up with all kinds of regret. You're feisty, I said, liking this side of her all too much. I rested a fist on her knee. Almost drunk. I'm on edge and pumping with residual adrenaline, she said defiantly, shaking her legs so that the chair swiveled and knocked my fist off. I'd never seen her this fidgety before. I didn't blame her for that either. I can't help what comes out of my mouth right now, she added. I placed my phone on the floor and stopped her shaking knees with my hands, and Adelie looked at me then. I'll risk the leg toss, I said. Sleep with me. Her eyes widened. She inhaled, sharply. Well, that was right out there. I sank back and cleared my throat while flames blasted my face. In my room, I mean, please. Does that mean I'll get to hear you sing in the shower too? The corner of her mouth tweaked. Not the response I expected. I fought down a smile of my own. I told you I don't sing in the shower. Mischief flickered in her glance. Actually, you said what you wanted to say wouldn't be appropriate. I eyed her. I wasn't sure what I'd been thinking in that moment, but she was probably right. My thoughts were still on the whole leg thing. Fine, she said on a breath, as if releasing some of her adrenaline with it. We'll draw an invisible line that you can't cross, Buster. She poked my chest with her finger. We're married, I said, by way of reminder. This time my lips refused to remain down. The smile won out. Adelie was adorable, plain and simple. You know this ring doesn't mean what it's supposed to. She waggled her fingers at me. Then she rose to her feet and turned her back to me on the way to her room. I did. I knew that all too well. Do you need any help? I asked, rising to stand and quickening my pace to keep up with her. Finding your room, you mean? She said over her shoulder. Yes. You don't know where my room is? You've never shown me. We're always in mine. In the 3 times we've spent together in this monstrosity you call a house. There was that unforeseen sarcasm again. She really needed to let it loose more often. Guess it's time to remedy that. I'll help you carry stuff if you want. I got it. I'm not bringing that much with me. I wondered what she would choose. Though we'd spent time together while preparing for the wedding, I still didn't know my new bride all that well. She was usually so shy, so reserved. What did she hold dear? What would she not want to leave behind if the house caught on fire? She'd added a few more personal touches since the last time I'd been in here. I held myself back, watching her as she wandered into her closet. The bed was made, and I wondered if Adelie had done that, or if she was the type of person to leave her bedmust and Martha had been the one to straighten up. For the first time, I regretted having a housekeeper. Was Adelie an orderly kind of person? Was she frazzled and disorganized? When I'd been in her sister's little farmhouse, everything had seemed clean and put together. Not that it really mattered. I just found myself wanting to know her. A few textbooks lay open on the desk near the window, and a cupful of pens sat at the corner. A case holding wireless earbuds sat atop one of the textbooks. I wondered what kind of music she'd like to listen to while she studied. There was also a framed picture of that swirly medical symbol. A caduceus, I think it was called. Did she have it there for inspiration while she went through her schoolwork? When her semester started again, I guess that was the case. I wasn't sure if it would bother her if I peeked into the closet to see what she was up to. Would she mind my snooping? I risked it. My feet sank into the carpet past the bed and the blue blanket she'd brought from home that draped across the white comforter's end. An aromatherapy diffuser sat on the stand near the bed beside a few more books, a framed inspirational quote, and a picture of people I didn't recognize. Were they her parents? Inside the closet, Adelie had her hands full of what looked like the pink pajamas she'd worn last night. I noticed a blue backpack hanging from one of the hooks just inside the closet, and a stethoscope dangling from the hook right beside it. "How long are we talking here?" she asked, peering back at me before returning her attention to the clothes she had placed on the shelves. "Just tonight?" "Would it sound weird if I said I didn't know?" I said. She glanced at me more fully this time, her brow lifted. "What does that mean?" "That means I don't know. As long as we're married, I guess. I just don't want you to get too—" I cut off that thought at the look on her face. It was the look of a woman who'd been given a gift, only to be told she had to give it back when she was done. "I'm only trying to be considerate of you," I hurried to explain, wishing I hadn't said anything in the first place. This whole fake marriage thing was more of a mess than I'd bargained on. If I were being honest, I wanted her as close to me as possible. And yet the idea of having her in my room was like walking straight into a brand new furnace the first time it was lit. Shiny, pretty, and warm, but promising to burn me alive. "One night, then," she said as if reading something I hadn't said in my rambling. "I didn't have a cot or anything similar I could sleep on instead, but I could move one of the beds from another room into mine. Or, come to think of it, a few of these rooms had two beds, one for each of us. We could swing it like old-fashioned movies where they never showed married people in the same bed. It could happen. Except Martha didn't know about our arrangement. She would think it was weird if I suddenly moved my stuff into a different room in my house. Then again, she probably already wondered why Addie and I had separate spaces. Not that I cared about what she would think. I did care about what Adelie thought, though. And I did want her as close to me as possible, even if that meant drawing invisible lines down the center of the mattress. "It's up to you," I said, taking my foot out of my mouth. "However long you want, I want you there, too." There. I hope that sounded okay. Adelie nodded, and I had to do something to kill the awkward mood. I left her in the closet and sank onto the foot of the bed while she meandered out, placed her pajamas on the chair, and then went into the bathroom. If the house were on fire and you could only carry 3 things before it burned to a crisp, what would you choose? I asked. Adelie stepped out of the bathroom with a toiletry bag under her arm. She peered around. "My phone, obviously," she said. "I'd give her that one." She waved the copy of Jane Eyre, whose spine looked like it had been cracked and then some. "My favorite book, and this." She went to the room and retrieved the framed picture by her bedside table. "Who are they?" I asked, looking at the couple. "My parents." Guessed it. We'd talked about my mom and my absent father. I hadn't asked about her parents, and I kicked myself for that fact. "Tell me about them," I said. "They died in a car accident when I was 6, she said. "I never knew them." "Not really." I like the expressions on their faces in this picture, though. They look like they really loved each other, you know? I gazed at the picture she held before me. Adelie's mom was blonde like she was. Her dad had darker hair, and they shared an adoring glance while a smile captivated her mom's face. "Yeah, they do," I said. "I'm sorry you didn't get more time with them." "Thanks," she said with a little smile. "That's all the more reason I can't lose Grammy. She's—" Her voice broke. I hurried to wrap her in my arms. Adelie burrowed her face into my shoulder. "We'll find her," I said, stroking her back and hoping the words were true. Her phone buzzed, and she pulled away to glance at it. Moments later, after reading whatever was on her screen, she gazed at me with wide eyes. "You didn't," she said as if thunderstruck. My guard went up instantly. "What? What now?" She placed a hand over her cheek, and she stared at me. "I can't believe you." She was killing me here. This came out of nowhere, and I had no idea what she was talking about. Was it her grandma? Something else? What was she accusing me of? I held my hands as though waiting to catch the next rebound in a basketball game. "For the love of all that's holy, what are you talking about?" Before I knew it, she threw her arms around me once more, hugging me tight. "Whoa," I said, hugging her back. "What's this about?" Her eyes welled with tears. She lifted her phone and thrust it so far in my face, I had to pull back to read the text conversation. Your grandma? I asked. No, she said, checking her screen and swiping down. Read it from here. Refocusing, I skimmed the screen from the direction she pointed. It was another conversation with her sister. Susie, all I can say is, you picked a good one. Addie, what are you talking about? Susie, we needed some good news right about now. I just got online to pay the mortgage, but it's not there. Addie, what do you mean it's not there? Susie, I mean, the balance has been paid in full. It no longer exists. You better treat your man right after this, girl. That was some wedding gift. I lifted my eyes to meet Adelie's and found them swimming with tears. You paid off our house? She asked. I didn't want you to worry, I began, but she cut me off. In seconds, she jumped me, literally. I was taken aback as she flew at me, wrapped her legs around my waist, and lodged herself in my arms. I staggered against the wall, but caught her and breathed her in. How? She asked, still holding me tight. How can you even afford all of this? It's so much extravagance. You live in this amazing house, and you footed this beautiful wedding, and now you paid off my house? I can't. She buried her face into my neck, latching onto me like a koala on bamboo. I planted a kiss on her throat, overcome by her reaction. I knew she'd be happy, but I'd never expected this. Gradually, she pushed away and slid against me to land on her feet. Her hands rested on my shoulders. She swiped her cheeks, beaming and bashful once more. Thank you, she said. I wiped her tears away with my thumbs. You're welcome. Adelie glanced around as if only just realizing she'd dropped her book and the picture of her parents. You have no idea how much this means to me, she said, retrieving both, and clutching the book and the picture to her chest. I've never felt like this before. I've never had a man treat me as good as you do. Then the men you've known are idiots, I said. She laughed. The mayor's son once threatened to buy our house to get back at me if I didn't go on a date with him. Did you know that? He did? Did you go on the date? No. He didn't know Susie and I owned the house, and we refused to sell it, even though we could have used the money. I couldn't figure out why she was telling me this. And did you know during the last job interview I had, the guy asking me the questions kept hitting on me? What are you saying? I know you like me as your Alice. The words sounded strained on their way out. I liked your attention, MADDOX, but I didn't know how to handle it. I've never known how to handle that kind of attention from men, even though I get it all the time. It didn't surprise me to learn she got hit on wherever she went, but an unaccountable, raging jealousy boiled up in my chest, and the protectiveness I felt after hearing about her grandma going missing turned feral. And this, she said, moving closer. She placed a hand on my chest. I enveloped it in mine. I always thought I was just a model to you. She'd mentioned something like that before, how she was just my Alice. I didn't mean to treat her like that, but I had. You're so much more than that, I said. I'm sorry I ever made you feel that way. She tiptoed up to press her lips to mine. Thank you. I'd never felt this way about anyone before, and I didn't know what to do about it. Her grandma was missing. There was so much unknown, and this shift between us was so new, I didn't want to overstep and ruin it in any way. Not when she was already dealing with so much. So I didn't kiss her. I didn't take things any farther. I'm pretty tired, she said. You gonna show me where we're sleeping? We. The statement made my heart pound. I liked it a little too much. When this was all said and done, I had to find a way to keep that status. For now, it was time to survive the night sharing a bed with my wife.
Chapter 28. Adelie. He was my husband. He was my husband. It was kosher to share a bed with your husband. But there were never any established rules for fake husbands. Then again, he wasn't necessarily fake. We vowed the vows. I wore the ring. And our wedding had been terribly dream-worthy and had made me feel like I needed to pinch myself a bunch of times the entire day. Not to mention the kisses and sweet moments we'd shared since. Or, hello, the outrageous gift he'd given me. I'd never in a million years expected him to do something so generous, like paying off my freaking house, not when he was my short-lived husband. Sleeping with short-lived husbands then. What was the protocol there? Oh man, the thought of him being short-lived made me think of this one episode of Forensic Dispatch where Donovan investigated a murder. The woman killed her husband on their wedding night just so she could access his generous life insurance. That was all I needed, to be thinking of murder at a time like this. Before we'd gotten married, MADDOX had me sign a prenup ensuring that I wouldn't have access to any of his financial anything. So even if I was a deranged murderer, that option was off the table. I didn't mind all the paperwork, not since I got why he had me do so. Hawk had joked about my bad side. MADDOX kept talking about wanting to protect me. Would he think that still if he knew I had this other dark side, after all? I sighed and sank onto the edge of the bed, hugging my pink pajamas to my chest, wondering what to expect once he finished in the bathroom. The water turned on. It shut back off again. It was quiet. Too quiet. Something tapped the counter, and then the water turned back on again one more time, only to shut off a few seconds later. Maybe he was brushing his teeth. I wasn't sure if I should hurry and dress because what if I was halfway through putting on my shorts and he walked out? I would be mortified. So I hugged my pajamas and waited for him to finish. My thoughts trailed to all kinds of places they never had before, wondering if MADDOX snored or what he wore while he slept. I loved that T-shirt song by Birdie, where she thinks about the T-shirt her man sleeps in. The chorus chimed through my mind, and then a thought nearly strangled me. Did MADDOX wear a T-shirt? He didn't sleep shirtless, did he? Flames exploded in my stomach at the thought. He was sporty, as evidenced by the many courts and hoops in proper places in his backyard, so that meant he was probably ripped. We were going to be drawing all kinds of lines down the center of the bed. I was on the point of hyperventilation by the time the bathroom door opened. The scent of soap exited first, and I squeezed my eyes shut and then covered my eyes with my hand for good measure. His footsteps stopped. "What are you doing?" he asked. "If you're shirtless, I don't want to know." A chuckle escaped. His footsteps on the carpet began again, only they didn't shuffle to the other side of the room. They were coming right at me. They stopped, right near me. "Look at me." "No." "Why not?" "Because I can't know if you have rippling abs." I wasn't sure I'd survive the encounter. He touched my chin. "Adelie," he said, his voice soft and low. "I'm wearing a shirt." My shoulders loosened just enough. I peeked one eye open. The sight of gray fabric covering his shoulders and chest gave me the freedom I needed to open the other eye, and I exhaled. MADDOX had a single eyebrow raised. "You good? For now?" Then there was the whole prospect of lying down next to him. He was right. There was plenty of room in the bed, so we'd hardly have to touch. I could even tuck a pillow or two between us if I had to. That was a line I could not cross. Not when I wanted to so badly. Not when I didn't know if this marriage was going to last. "Then I won't tell you I do have rippling abs." He lifted the hem of his shirt, giving me the teasing-est peek. Sure enough, there was some serious definition under there. Lip curling, I reached for the nearest pillow and launched it at him. MADDOX caught it and laughed. That thought kept rolling around in my mind as I changed into pajamas and when I climbed under the covers. When I sank down. When I laid against the oh-so-soft pillow and nestled the covers to my chin, and again when he sank onto the mattress on the other side of me. My thoughts trailed to Grammy. The police hadn't called with any updates. Neither Susie nor Ella had called either, though they each chimed in on a group chat to ask if any of us had heard anything. I hoped Grammy was okay. Please let her be okay. "I like to read a little bit before I fall asleep," MADDOX said from his hemisphere of our mattress world. "Is that okay with you?" "I like to do that too," I muttered, reaching for my copy of Jane Eyre. I was reading it again for the umpteenth time. There was something so lovely about the words Charlotte Bronte chose to describe things. Stringing words together in such a poetic way was a dying art in today's fast-paced world. Sometimes I liked slowing down. There wasn't a better way to do that than by reading classics where the author took a whole page to describe the scenic view of a drafty castle. He settled in, propping himself up on a stack of pillows. The sound of pages was the perfect cradle song, and I couldn't help but turn toward him for a peek at the title. What did the billionaire owner of a theme park read late at night? He tilted the book away from his face to peer at me. What? Just wondering what you're reading. Then I sat up a little straighter. John Grisham? How can you read that when you're trying to relax? I like legal thrillers, he said. Me too, but not right before bed. Can't handle it? Not when I read those. It's like watching crime shows. I get all these ideas and have to read something a little calmer so I can settle down again. I waved Jane Eyre at him. Calmer. You mean boring. I was offended on Charlotte Bronte's behalf. This isn't boring, this is beautiful. And yet it has its own thriller edge to it. Secret, psychotic wife hiding in the attic? I sat up a little straighter. You've read Jane Eyre? Maddox lowered his book. You sound so surprised. I'm completely surprised. I have a theme park based on a classic, Addie, he said pointedly. True enough. I guess I'm just surprised because you're so... I wasn't sure what to say. You're sporty, crazy generous, into computers and tech, and you read thrillers and classics. He inhaled and lifted the book to his face again. I skimmed my book too, but my eyes glazed over Jane and Rochester's banter about Rochester's ward-liking presence, cadeau, and whether or not Jane did too. I couldn't concentrate. You never told me why, you know, I said softly. Why what? I lowered my book. Why you signed the pact? He paused so long I wasn't sure he would answer. I pulled the puffy covers up my stomach and looked at him. Too personal? I said, preempting his response. Probably. Way to ruin the easiness we finally found, Adelie. Never mind. I shouldn't have asked. You remember me telling you about my parents? His voice crawled on the specks of light filtering between us from his lamp. I sat up against my pillows again. Yeah? He closed his book and laid it on his lap, staring straight ahead. They loved each other to the point it was embarrassing to be around them sometimes. Dad would come up behind her while she was cooking and pinch her butt or put his arms around her. She would throw her arms around him when he came home from work. They'd kiss at random times in public like they were teenagers instead of old fogies. They didn't need a reason. They were just really affectionate. Even though their behavior was embarrassing sometimes, I always thought I wanted a relationship like they had. I wanted to find a woman I didn't want to be away from. I wanted a woman who I would love and choose every day of our lives. Did something change? Did your parents break up? His leg bent beneath the covers. I think my dad felt like they broke up when my mom died. He got so angry. He became so distant. He couldn't stand anything that reminded him of her, including me. That's why he wanted to get rid of all her Wonderland stuff, I said, my heart pricking with sadness for him. He nodded. Yeah. I wondered, I said. I wondered why you don't really talk about him, about why there was such a distant interaction between you at the wedding. Sorry about that, he said. I was surprised he came, to be honest. I rubbed my hands against the comforter, contemplating my next move. Reaching for him felt like the right thing to do. But that would mean crossing boundaries I'd set semi-firmly in place. So you signed the pact to keep yourself from falling in love? Falling in love devastated my dad when he'd lost it. I signed the pact because I never wanted to subject myself to a similar fate. His eyes slid to mine, stripped bare and full of apology. I suppose that made sense. It was foolhardy and stupid, but it made sense, at least to a young man's mind. All my life, I couldn't wait to fall in love, I admitted. My problem was that I was too scared to. Scared why? He asked. Because love makes you vulnerable, I said. I have a hard time being myself with anyone except my family, and they're forced to love me like family should. He laughed. I wouldn't say forced. You don't have to love your family. No, but most of the time you do. It comes with the territory. He didn't argue with that, so I went on. Falling in love means you start from scratch. There's no obligation for those feelings to exist. They blossom because the other person is such a match for you that love can't help existing. Love exists because it's meant to. Good, bad, ugly, pretty. It sees it all and exists anyway. And that scared me because I always doubted I'd ever ignite that in someone else. You want to be loved for more than just your looks. I met his gaze without any difficulty for once. I want to be loved for everything I am. For a long stretch, he said nothing. This was no secret. I'd told him as much before, but I hadn't been quite this explicit before. Time ticked by. I nestled beneath the blankets, uncertain about what to say next. Should I lie down? Go to sleep? Let our confessions stew between us and become random bits of our dreams? You don't have to be afraid. His voice was bare toes tiptoeing through grass. I peered at him. Afraid? That you won't find someone to love you like that. A little flame lit in my stomach. What was he saying? Did that mean? I didn't get the chance to put that under a microscope before he pulled a few of his pillows out from behind him and flopped onto his side. You ready to shut the light out? Disappointed, disjointed, I considered bugging him about what he'd said. Or about the fact that I hadn't had the chance to read anything yet, but I decided to leave it alone. I guess, I said. I turned on my side, away from him, and nestled into my pillow, curling my hands beneath my chin. MADDOX shuffled. The sounds of pillows ruffled. And then the darkness quietened. "Good night, Adelie," he said. "Good night, MADDOX." It took far too long to actually fall asleep. I lay there, listening to the sound of his breathing and stewing in thoughts and meanings behind things that had been said, and things that hadn't. Once his breathing slowed, I rolled to face him. He lay toward me, his lashes against his cheeks, his face lost in repose. I watched his chest rise and fall. I watched the way his hand rested beside him. I had the strangest urge to move in closer, to feel his warmth and have him hold me, because the longer time passed, the more I thought again about Grammy, about the vandalism, about the informant and what he possibly meant by targeting MADDOX and me the way he had. Wondering what MADDOX would do, I wound my hand through his. He didn't stir. I wasn't sure he was even aware of what I'd done, but he inhaled and then exhaled, long and slow, as his fingers curled around mine. In that moment, I knew. After all this man had done for me, I felt it. Love. Existing because it couldn't help but do anything else. I loved MADDOX Hatter. Sunlight gave a gentle nudge to my subconscious. My body was warm, comfortable, and relaxed in every way it could be. The blanket covering me, the pillow cradling my head, MADDOX's arm around me. MADDOX's arm. My eyes shot open. I grew increasingly aware of the warmth of his body pressed against my back. His warm, strong arm rested across my stomach while his soothing breath stroked the back of my neck. MADDOX, who had insisted we wouldn't be near one another, had cuddled in to spoon in the middle of the night. I was so giving him crap for this. I rolled slightly to the side, praying the motion wouldn't wake him, and took advantage of the chance to examine every inch of his handsome face, in the sunlight this time. There were those long lashes again. The slightest signs of aging lined his tanned forehead and near his eyes, just enough to be brushstrokes on an otherwise perfect canvas. I wasn't sure how old he was. In his 30s? His lips parted. I stared, entranced by their shape, their fullness, and the memory of how they'd felt against mine. Invisible hands guided me nearer, tempting me to press a new kiss there now, a surprise kiss, a morning kiss. I tore my gaze away and stared up at the ceiling, overcome by the pounding in my chest and the rapid awareness channeling through me. Last night, the words had embedded themselves into the fibers of who I was. I loved MADDOX. Our attraction was undeniable. But it wasn't only his good looks that drew me in now, and not even the protective way he held me, the way he'd wanted me close after everything that had happened. He was kind and considerate. He was smart and skilled. He was easy to talk to. He liked books and listened like what I said mattered. It was like layers of him were being peeled away one at a time to reveal just who I'd married. A man who put others before himself and used his plentiful resources to make others happy. A man who liked sports, who treated those who worked for him with respect, and who liked to read before bed. I stared at everything and nothing while my heart chugged in my chest. The more I lay here in the arms of my new husband, the more I thought about him, about how much I liked who he was, the more a stirring newness surfaced. The craziest thing about this was that I never thought I'd be comfortable enough to do this, to share a bed, to get emotionally close to a man, ever. In all the times men had ogled me, it had only made me skitter and panic like a spooked cat. I'd never had a boyfriend or anything close to it because I'd never taken that chance. But last night, even with all the uncertainty, I'd felt safe. I mean, I always felt safe around him, but this definition was different. This time, I felt safe enough to be myself around him. Safe enough to share my innermost thoughts, to know he wouldn't mock or ridicule me for them or worse, hold them against me. He'd opened himself to me and given me permission to do the same. He pushed me out of my comfort zone. He encouraged me to be more than I thought I could be. It was as though he'd awoken a version of myself that only he could access. A version I hoped I would find. MADDOX inhaled. His grip around me tightened, and he buried his face in my hair as he drew in a long inhale. I stiffened, caught between wanting to curl into his embrace and... Nope. There was no battle there. I just wanted to curl into him. So I did. I nestled in closer, even knowing this memory would be one of those that would kill me softly later. After this marriage ended. After I went back to living in the farmhouse with Susie. After I was no longer married to this man who was slowly stealing my heart. I would lay in my bed all by myself and remember the way he'd held me. The way he'd trailed his nose along my jawline. "What are you doing over here?" he muttered, his voice low and sleep-riddled. "You crossed the invisible line," I said, angling my face away. Morning breath was a very, very real thing. His arms tightened around me. I didn't know he had one. His mouth found the bare spot beneath my ear. "And who said it was me? You're on my side." I peered toward the book and my phone on the nightstand. Sure enough, there was more distance from here to there than on his side. I wasn't going to admit that. "For all we know, you pulled me in," I said. "Don't tell me you didn't like waking up in my arms. What if I just wanted you close?" I rolled toward him, facing him so I could read his expression. His eyes were unguarded. He looked at me like I was extraordinary, precious. That expression was baffling and fascinating all at once, and it sent a thrill through me. "I'm not used to this," I said. "To what?" "To the way you're looking at me." He'd stared at me plenty of times and made me feel beautiful. But this was more than that. It was like he saw something inside of me that he admired rather than my outward appearance. I suddenly didn't know how to handle it. I whipped away from him, unexpectedly breathless. I reached for my phone, needing something else to focus on, to get my stupid blood in my stupid veins to calm down. I'd wanted him to see me for more than my appearance, didn't I? So why was this so unnerving now that he finally was? Maybe because no one ever had before. Maybe because I knew it couldn't mean what I wanted it to mean. Maybe because I couldn't read too much into it. He knew now that this was what I wanted. Was he just doing it because of what I'd said last night? "Are you okay?" he asked. "Fine," I said, still trying to keep it together. I tapped my screen to read Susie's texts. Susie. Still no word about Grammy. Grammy. She was missing. And here I was, addled by being wanted by my husband. Being wanted by my fake temporary husband. Me. None here either. Any crazy men attack last night? Susie. Hundreds. Boyfriend did kung fu. You should have seen it. Of course, there'll be no living here after this. I chuckled, grateful that even in serious conversations, Susie could lighten the mood. Maddox's hand stroked the bare skin of my upper back. I shrieked and lurched toward the edge of the bed, rounding on him. "You scared me." "I didn't mean to. I just wanted to show you this. He fanned his phone in my direction, and the minute I saw the headline of the article on the Westville Gazette, my heart sank.
Chapter 29, MADDOX. Adelie's attention on her phone gave me permission to glance at mine, too. I laid in bed, swiping through the day's news as I usually did before getting up and ready for the day. This time, the headline in the Gazette that morning was jarring, and I could tell Adelie felt the same the instant I showed it to her. Elderly woman's mysterious disappearance connected to Wonderland. I knew news of the vandalism would leak soon, I said as I propped pillows up behind my back. But the journalist also featured your grandma's disappearance into the article. What does it say? Adelie tucked back into the blankets, sliding in close and pressing her side into mine. Her bare foot struck my calf and sent a streak of electricity up my leg. I cleared my throat. She affected me. So much. Waking up next to her, I never wanted to sleep alone again. Brushing the thoughts aside, I read aloud. Faye Carroll, who had been in the grasp of a coma for the past 5 weeks, following a harrowing incident at Wonderland theme park, has vanished from her hospital bed in what authorities are calling an unprecedented display of kidnapping. The family of the elderly woman is struggling with the confusing circumstances of her disappearance. The question remains of how the culprit made it not only into the intensive care unit of St. Luke's Hospital in Bennington, but how did they then remove the elderly Carol without raising alarm with the hospital staff? Billionaire owner of Wonderland, Maddox Hatter's new bride, happens to be Faye Carroll's granddaughter. When questioned, the new Mrs. Hatter claimed that her grandmother's disappearance was completely unexpected. They quoted me, she asked, sounding stunned. When did you talk to reporters and police? I didn't know I was talking to a reporter, she said. We just talked to the police before we left the hospital. Keep reading. I did. Faye Carroll's body was eerily replaced with a plush wolf, suggesting not only a twisted reference to a beloved fairy tale, but a connection to the recent vandalism that took place in Wonderland theme park, following the billionaire's sudden wedding to his model. The park's new branding was recently bombarded with spray-painted images of wolves. This has left law enforcement and devoted park enthusiasts alike wondering, are the two events entwined in some sinister plot? And if so, who is behind this? And what is their enigmatic motive? I rested a hand on my lap and slipped my hand around her waist. She nestled in, resting her head against my shoulder, and my thoughts raced. I skimmed through the past, the pact, the details I knew of Adrian and Hawk's situations, as well as this one. It's got to be connected, she said. I just can't figure out how. Did you ever hear about the company that tried sabotaging Adrian's? I said, voicing something that had been nagging at me since the spray-painted wolves had surfaced. Back before he and Gabby got married? I hadn't yet broached this idea with any of the guys yet, but I couldn't help expressing it to her. What company? This company came out of nowhere and was called Wolf Industries. Last year, they peeled through Adrian's clientele at Bear Financial Investments, emailing them and promising better rates on their financial advising. He lost a lot of customers to this other company, only to have it disband shortly afterward. Just after Adrian managed to save many of his clients from switching their accounts over, Gabby had gone missing. Adrian had flown to Wisconsin to confront Will before he could hurt her. Addie tucked her leg beneath her. She moved away and then grabbed one of her pillows, holding it to her chest. You think this Wolf Industries has something to do with the vandalism? With Grammy, it's very Little Red Riding Hood. Yeah, with the wolf in her place. That hadn't escaped me either. Hang on. Tossing the covers back, she darted from the bed. She scampered from the room and returned minutes later with the stuffed wolf in hand. You kept it? I asked. The police couldn't really fingerprint a stuffed animal, she said. They asked if I wanted to hold on to it. It looks like it's been cut open. Yeah, she said. I figured it could be bugged. What if whoever did this left some kind of recording or tracking device in it because they wanted to keep tabs on us? And she gave me flack for my John Grisham last night. You and your crime shows. A little smile emerged. I considered going into forensics or becoming a medical examiner, but decided I'd rather do nursing than investigate crimes. Any particular reason? She cleared her throat and peered at the picture on her nightstand. Because nurses tried helping my parents. I wanted to do that, too. That made sense. Maybe you should switch back to forensics. The whole wolf thing taking place of your grandma. I said, scraping a hand behind my neck. It would be clever if it wasn't so disturbing. She shuddered from where she sat. Did you find anything in the wolf? No, she said, but I think someone had Grammy's room at the hospital bugged. The night before our wedding, I went to visit her. I told her marrying you was all a ruse. I've wondered if that's why they took her. You said she mentioned something weird to the nurses, though, right? Yeah, she said. Dark eyes and wings. I don't think she was talking about a hot guy working at KFC. I chuckled. Dark eyes and wings, I repeated. I'm coming up blank on that one. Adelie nodded and placed the wolf on her nightstand. What's the plan for today, she asked. Is the park closed? Yeah, I said. I've decided to close until we can get the images replaced and make sure people are safe. I'm sorry this is happening, she said. Me too. Without warning, I had a hard time drawing breath. I had hoped to save the park in the process of all of this. But the prospect of losing my life's work, my mom's dream, crashed over me. I had enough investments to keep me going financially. It was how I'd afforded to pay for the wedding, Adelie's house, and to maintain my current lifestyle. But that wouldn't last forever. And I didn't want to let the park die. It had occurred to me before, but I'd pushed that unease away time and time again. Sure, I'd be able to best it before it could best me. Now, though, the worries I'd been battling raged in with full force. I crossed my ankles beneath the covers and leaned over my legs. I've had this fear for a while now. Money vanished from the park last year because we caught someone embezzling. Now, these attacks feel like a full frontal assault on the legacy I've built. I don't want to lose the park, Addie. That would be like losing Mom all over again. Embezzlement? That sucks. I hadn't told her that part of things. I'd told the guys, though. Adrian and Duncan had both been trying to help me for a while now, but we couldn't find traces of where the funds went. The employee vanished before he could be arrested, and he covered his tracks a little too well. She ran a hand along my shoulders and back. You won't lose the park. You're not alone in this, Maddox. We got married so we could call this guy out. It's working. Her face was so earnest, so sweet. I leaned in and pressed my lips to hers without even thinking. Kissing her was so natural. A closed-mouth, simple kiss that was meant to express words I couldn't say. She stiffened for only moments before relaxing into it. Into me. Then she slung her arm around me and pressed her cheek to mine. I had the slightest amount of scruff on my cheeks this morning, but it didn't seem to bother her. I'm glad I'm not alone in this, I said. You're not. We'll find Grammy. We'll find who's doing this. We'll stop them. She still held her phone in her other hand. It buzzed, and she glanced at it. What is it? I asked. Adelie sat up, away from me once more. She swiped the screen, not seeming to care that I could see whatever she was looking at, too. A text from Gertrude. Who's Gertrude? Her forehead pinched as she perused the phone. Her hand slid to my thigh, making everything in me tighten. She's from the Godmother Galls. The what? Light glimmered in her eyes. She peered up at me. Did I ever tell you Grammy was part of a Godmother Club? She's Hawk's godmother, right, I said, connecting the pieces. So it's what? A whole group of women who are godmothers? Yeah, she said. Her smile grew. And Gertrude is part of it. How did she get your number? She reached out to me after Grammy first got hurt, Addie said. I've known these women for years, but I didn't have much to do with them personally other than seeing them here and there at Grammy's events. Turns out she gave them my number in case of emergencies. And this Gertrude, you haven't heard from her since? No, but she said... Another message came in. Adelie paused to read it before rotating and sitting on her knees, facing me on the bed. She took my hand. Maddox, she asked if we wanted to meet up. They saw the article. They want to talk to us. A bunch of old ladies want to talk to us? Why? I don't know. She said she thinks she can help. My skepticism was flying at full mast, waving in the wind for good measure. I know she means well, but I don't see how a bunch of old ladies can do anything about this. What can it hurt? She said. If you don't want to go, I will. This time, my phone exploded with messages. From Larry. From Riggins. I ran a hand over my face. The last thing I wanted was Adelie going anywhere without me, but I couldn't expect her to tag along while I did some damage control. Looks like I've got to meet with my marketing team to talk about next steps, I said distractedly. Now that someone destroyed all my images, you mean? Yeah, that. I'll just meet up with them then, she said, fingers flying across her phone. Not without me. What? I don't want you on your own, I said. Not with your grandmother's disappearance and everything that's happening. I don't think it's a good idea. She'd hitched herself to me because of the pact. I couldn't in good conscience leave her alone in anything. Not until we got some answers. Isn't that very caveman of you? She said with a lilt to her voice. I almost mimed scraping my armpits like an ape, but decided against it. I'm serious, I said. You know what happened to Ella? To Gabby. I'm not risking that. Her smile lifted her cheeks, and she tossed the covers back once more and stood beside the bed. Her hair tumbled past her shoulders. Her bare shoulders. Her shorts also accentuated just how long her legs were, and I had to tear my eyes away. Those legs did not have me thinking about old ladies right now. Then I'll tell good old Gertrude you'll be joining me, she said. Okay then. Once I handled damage control, once I got my thoughts back in line, we were going to meet up with some old ladies. I couldn't help my skepticism. What would a bunch of senior citizens know about their friend's disappearance? I'd soon find out they knew more than I banked on.
Chapter 30. Adelie. The evening had a chill to it that defied my jacket and snuck through its folds anyway. I shivered on the front step of a large brick house in the older part of town not far from where Susie and I lived. MADDOX and I had spent the day at the park, working through promotional appearances, talking to authorities, looking at surveillance, and planning out with his marketing and public relations teams how to handle the flood of publicity in a positive way, and also reassure patrons that Wonderland staff were committed to finding the vandal's identity and bringing him to justice. They agreed to take the vandalized images of me down and replace them. Security had insisted on installing new locks, increasing lighting at night, and investigating fingerprints of those on the night shift when the images had appeared. MADDOX had done a live stream on social media to address his guests' concerns about the vandalism and offer updates about the park's closure while the investigation was ongoing. We're increasing security and surveillance. We want to ensure the safety of everyone at Wonderland, and closing the park is the best way to offer that, he'd said. People had even questioned me throughout the live session. MADDOX had glanced at me only briefly to see if I was willing to address them. Uncertain but eager, I nodded and stepped into the limelight as he turned his phone to include me. I'm not offended by the streak of hatred, I said, urging confidence into my voice. Confidence that had come during my short time as Alice. I'm saddened by the cost of these resources and time for MADDOX and others at the park. Whoever is doing this only cares about himself, and we're doing all we can to find him. Someone else typed in another question. Will you keep working as Alice? You're amazing at her. Thank you, Jen, I said, secretly pleased at something I never ever thought I would do or be remotely good at. Yes, I plan on continuing as Alice. Questions flooded in then, more than I could handle. My vision grasped hold of one that I continued seeing over and over. Stella asked, "How is it being married to Maddox Hatter?" I said. My heart gave a little shiver. Maddox's hand squeezed my knee and I grasped it, grateful the screen didn't capture these little touches. How could I ever answer that? He was incredible. Sexy, generous, selfless. Being married to Maddox is like nothing else. He's like everything I ever dreamed of finding. And even then, he manages to surprise me. I can't tell you enough how happy I am with him. He's amazing, you guys. Seconds passed as comments filled the section below our video, but I couldn't focus on those. Not when I felt Maddox's gaze on me. Did you mean that? He muttered, riveted. Every word. His gaze was quicksand. His eyes raked over my face, and then the moment grew wings. Then he kissed me, his mouth fervent and hot against mine. I nearly forgot we were doing a live broadcast until someone to our left cleared his throat. Thank you, he muttered, before turning back to the camera. Bewildered, I tried to clear my head, but it was hard with him so close to me. Eventually, the words flashing on the screen made more sense. You guys are like a fairy tale. You're adorable. You're the cutest couple ever. The more the words came in, the more resolved I was to keep things this way. It was true. Being with Maddox was amazing, but seeing all of this only reminded me how fleeting our relationship actually was. I couldn't let him go. I was fighting for him. "What about your grandma?" someone had asked. I'd frozen, tongue-tied, and flummoxed. Maddox had taken over then, working his charm to amicably end the live stream and thank people for their continued support. He handled publicity well, so much better than I did. Then again, he had a lot more practice. Now, here we were, on Gertrude's doorstep, and I was more than ready for the answer to the guest's final question myself. What did the godmothers know about her disappearance? "Ready?" Maddox asked, lifting his fist to the door. I cast away my exhaustion. The fatigue was more emotional than anything else. I wasn't sure how Maddox handled this all the time. "Ready," I said. His finger found the doorbell. A few minutes later, Gertrude opened the door. She was a tall woman with gray hair and a shawl wrapped around her shoulders. Her face was narrower than Grammy's, and she had deeper lines around her mouth. "Addie, and the husband. Welcome, come on in, come on in." "I hope you don't mind that Maddox came with me." "Not at all," she said. "You know the crew." I lifted a hand to each woman in turn. I waited for my usual squeamishness at being around so many people to rear its head, but it didn't. In fact, it took moments for me to realize I felt zero unease about talking to these women at all. "It's been a while since I've seen you all," I said. "This is my husband, Maddox." He stepped into the living room with dated furniture, a wingback velvet chair covered by a doily, and a grandfather clock chiming in the corner, greeting the women. "Wonderland is delightful," Harriet said, not moving so as not to disturb the cat on her lap. Her gray hair was piled on her head. For some reason, animals always flocked to her, and it looked like Gertrude's cat was no exception. "Even if it is haunted," Winnie added. Unlike Gertrude and Harriet's longer locks, her hair was short and spiky, an homage to her feisty nature. Winnie had freaked me out as a kid with ghost stories. Apparently, her fascination with the paranormal hadn't changed. "Wonderland isn't haunted," Delilah said, coming in from the kitchen with a tray in her hands. She wove through to the coffee table in the center of the couches and chairs and placed her spread down. She'd been the one to provide food when I'd gone to gatherings as a kid, too. "It might be," Maddox said, taking the empty seat that Harriet gestured to and pulling me beside him. "Maybe it's a ghost doing all these things." "I wish it was a ghost," I muttered. "You and me both," Winnie said, rubbing her hands and making her bracelets jangle. "I just got some new ghost hunting equipment that I'd love to try out on that Pool of Tears ride of yours. Bet it was a ghost that made all those boats hunker down together. Faye was certain she'd seen something on that little island in the middle." "She was?" My heart began to thrum. That was what the nurse had said, too. Why hadn't I spoken to these women about what happened sooner? Of course they knew what had happened. "Sure," Winnie said, but Beatrice cut her off. The two of them reminded me of a veritable Tweedledum and Tweedledee. She leaped right out of the boat like she was half her age. That was when the ride malfunctioned, and the next thing we knew, everything was all jumbled together, and we'd collided like some danged crash on a race course. "My neck will never be the same," Delilah muttered, rubbing it as if easing whiplash. "I'm just sorry it happened at all," Maddox said, executor mode kicking in. "We've had authorities and specialists looking into it, and if you feel the need, we have liability insurance to cover." Gertrude waved him off as she sat down on the couch. "We know you're sorry, Mr. Hatter." "Maddox," he insisted. Gertrude's eyes twinkled. She nudged Harriet in the ribs, making Harriet nearly drop her treat on the cat in her lap. "He's cute, isn't he? Good job, Adelie. I know Faye was hoping you'd fall for this guy." "She was?" Maddox sounded amused. How did she know about me? It couldn't be because I'd talked to her about him. I wanted to plunge my face into my hands as the last words Grammy had shared with me chimed through my mind. "Fall in love with this billionaire of yours, okay?" she'd said. "I've seen the way you look when you talk about him, Addie girl. There's something there, isn't there?" Grammy was close to these women. but she wasn't close enough to tell them about conversations Ella and I had had with her, was she? He is cute, I said, trying to recover the situation. Maddox scooted a little closer to me. That whole side of my body caught fire. Cute, he said. Is that all? Your wedding was like nothing I'd ever seen? And that top hat? Gertrude sighed, and so did several of the other GGs. Winnie harumphed like the idea of top hats was unsavory, or because the rest of these geriatric women were swooning at the sight of a much younger man. I couldn't tell which. Come to think of it, that was a little disturbing. These women were in their 70s at least, if not older. The sight of it would have put her into a coma all on its own, Gertrude finished. Grammy would have loved the wedding, I said by way of agreement. I sensed we were nearing dangerous territory, though. The last thing I needed was for these ladies to start talking about when Maddox and I were going to start having kids, because that was what happened with old ladies when they talked about marriage. Not a topic anyone in this room needed to broach. Ever. So you said you wanted to talk to us about her disappearance? I wanted to sidetrack them before this conversation got out of hand. Grammy had no filter when it came to embarrassing topics. I wouldn't put it past the Godmother gals to be the same. Yes, Gertrude said. I thought you might be interested to know that Faye isn't the only member of the Godmother gals who's gone missing. What? I glanced around at the women. As far as I knew, they were all here. Gertrude, the techno-geek, Harriet, the animal lover, and Winifred with her obsession with ghosts and supernatural mysteries. Delilah was the foodie, and Beatrice was the adrenaline junkie who often pushed the ladies out of the normal things women their ages usually did. Grammy had been the artistic addition to their group, often bringing them back down to earth with normal things like painting and sewing. Who's missing? I asked. This isn't all of us, you know, Harriet said, sitting quietly in her spot beside Gertrude. We were just so sorry to hear about Faye, in a coma. Delilah shuddered as though the concept was alarming. It kind of was. Yeah, I know, I said. And then to have Faye go missing just after Eudora did, Winnie said. Maddox spit into his drink. He hacked a few times, coughing and sputtering. I took the cup from him to prevent further mess. You okay? I asked. Maddox coughed a few more times. He took a drink, presumably to clear the liquid and get it going down the right pipe this time. Then his eyes boggled at Winnie. What name did you say? He asked. Winnie's eyes darted toward Beatrice, who shrugged in response. Eudora? His hand flew to my knee as though he needed an anchor to hold on to. Eudora Wilson? Yes, Beatrice said. Now, she was the one eyeing Maddox as though he were speaking in tongues. You know her? She was the proprietor of the fraternity I was a part of in college, he said, his hand trailing over to clasp mine. I understood the reason for his surprise, for the tenseness I felt in his touch. There was more to it, though. What had thrown him like this? Eudora Wilson was affiliated with Sigma Phi Rho, he went on, turning to me. She started it. Her sons used their funds to launch the fraternity's scholarship program, which we had to sign a contract with bizarre terms to access. He slid me a meaningful glance, and my heart lodged in my throat. The pact. I didn't dare mention it aloud, not in this setting. Not until we heard more about what the GGs wanted to talk to us about. Knowing this wacky group of old women, they'd be all over the concept of a cluster of handsome men pledging not to fall in love like a dog on a bone. Undoubtedly, they'd give Maddox a lecture about men and women needing to perpetuate the species or something. How do you know her? I asked. Eudora? She was a friend of Faye's, Beatrice said. And then we all met her when we climbed Kilimanjaro a few years ago. Eudora had wanted in on our group. Of course we'd welcomed her with open arms. Gertrude beamed. After she'd agreed to an initiation? Winnie added with secret delight as though they'd put Eudora through something unthinkable. I wondered what that initiation had been. Last year they'd held a cryptic letter party where everyone in attendance had to pretend to be spies and write one another letters with hidden messages inside. In any case, Eudora stopped talking to us about a year ago, Gertrude said. No wolf stuffed animals or anything like that, but she sent this. Gertrude slipped what looked like a postcard from beneath her teacup on the end table beside her. She handed it to me but recited it before I got the chance to read it. Her and her photographic memory. I wanted you to know I'm okay, but I've had to bow out of the group. The springs are full of youth, something I no longer have. I stared at Gertrude. Springs? What was she talking about? Why would she formally remove herself from the godmother gals like this? Was she a godmother herself? We don't know. Eudora had better manners than that. She was always so polite and mannerly. To send us this short, cryptic message without formalities or explanation? Not only that, Winnie said. Did you see the little stamp at the bottom? Stamp? I skimmed over the postcard's unfamiliar handwriting once more. There, at the bottom, next to the scratch of a signature, was a stamped wolf. Chills skittered down my spine. Meanwhile, MADDOX voiced the question I'd had earlier. Is Eudora a godmother too? You all have godchildren? Before they could answer, I showed him the postcard, pointing to the little stamp in the bottom corner. A wolf, he muttered, taking the paper from me and examining it more closely. Hawk tried contacting Eudora last Christmas when crap hit the fan and Ella was framed. He couldn't get a hold of her. Eudora was a godmother too, Beatrice said. She joined in as many of our adventures as she could. To have her back out like she did was unusual. Then when the wolves were spray-painted all over Miss Addie's face at your park, Harriet said, petting the cat on her lap. And then the wolf showing up in Faye's bed, added Gertrude. Told you Wonderland was haunted, Winnie muttered. Ghosts aren't behind this, Gertrude said, but we think someone else is. You're sure Eudora sent this? MADDOX asked, lifting the postcard. No, Gertrude said. We haven't heard from her since. Someone sent it in her place, Beatrice said. That's what we think. MADDOX and I stared at one another, soaking in this new information. We think you should take the envelope that letter came in and have it fingerprinted. Winnie produced a plastic baggie from the bag at her feet and passed it to him. Perhaps whoever sent it knows something about Eudora and Faye's disappearance, too. It's the ultimate scavenger hunt, Beatrice added, her adventure-loving nature coming out in her voice. The group of us mulled over this newest revelation, each lost in his or her own thoughts. Some indulged in Delilah's tray of cheese, crackers, cookies, and fresh vegetables. Others spoke in hushed tones until Winnie pronounced that in exchange for their help, we had to stay and finish the puzzle they'd been working on. Harriet picked it up at the thrift store, and it's a doozy. We gathered around the table in the dining room and sorted through tiny pieces, making only fractional progress since the final image was a kaleidoscope. With such similar colors and details, it was almost impossible to connect any pieces, until finally, it was time to go. MADDOX and I greeted and hugged the Gigi's one by one. Thank you, MADDOX said. I can't tell you how much this means. We hope you find her, Gertrude said. We hope you find them both.
Chapter 31, MADDOX. Eudora's letter was a brick in my pocket the entire drive home. Who would have ever guessed that she was associated with quirky old women's states away from where she'd lived? Talk about a small world. Adelie slept in my bed again that night, cuddling in close once I turned out the light. In the morning, we dressed, and I texted the guys for another Zoom chat after I showed her my indoor pool. She gazed at the waterfall that gushed from the second level. Hawk called shortly after I reached out, and I couldn't hold in the news. I stepped toward the door to push the button and shut off the waterfall once more. It gushed too loudly for a phone call. You remember how you were trying to get a hold of Eudora Wilson for information on the pact? I asked, once it was quiet again. Yeah? She's missing too. You're kidding. I'm not. How does she know Faye? I asked, watching Adelie circle the pool's unique shape. Did you know she knew Faye? Beats me, Hawk said. I didn't exactly talk to Faye about my time at the frat, though. Those were dark years for me. I scoffed at this. Hawk had been secretary, well-liked, and deeply involved in perpetuating the pact to new freighters. eating up the game of coercing them into signing the stupid pledge in the first place. Eudora had been around weekly when we'd lived at Sigma Phi Rho. We'd had a housekeeper and cook, but Eudora liked to personally ensure that everything stayed clean and orderly. She'd come to restock toilet paper and towels, to check on the guys, and to make sure we weren't trashing the house. Even though she was friendly, I didn't exactly interact with her all that much either. So we what? Contact all the old ladies in her club to find out if they knew about the pact? Hawk's tone was skeptical. They wouldn't know about it, or they would have said something last night when Eudora's name came up, I said. We won't get results back on that envelope for 3 to 5 business days. So what are you doing in the meantime? Adelie made it all the way around the pool and sauntered toward me. Sunlight bashed through the massive windows, glinting off her hair, giving her a halo, giving me momentary amnesia. Hello? Hawk said. Did I lose you? Huh? I asked what you were doing while you waited for fingerprint results. Fire gleamed in Adelie's eyes. She stepped toward me, and every move she made severed my brain from my brainstem a little more. Hawk had asked me a question. I should answer. I needed to focus. I said. I think I'm losing you, Hawk said. Patchy reception. Patchy, I agreed, completely thrown as Adelie joined me and threaded her fingers through mine. Her hand was soft. Her gaze had an adoring glimmer, and I couldn't concentrate. I'll talk to you later, okay? Hawk said. Call me if you hear anything. I think I managed to mumble something in response, but the other end cut, and I lowered my phone. I shouldn't be surprised you have your own pool, Adelie said, taking in the oblong-shaped water and the fake mountain climbing up the far windows. It's pretty cool, I said. I felt suddenly stymied. The junior high version of myself reared its head. Words failed me, and I wasn't sure what to say to her. I was pretty sure I hadn't been this inarticulate since Duncan had dared me to ask Veronica Witherstone to a dance in 8th grade. I'd invite you to go for a swim, but under the circumstances, enjoying ourselves when everything was so upside down right now seemed wrong. Maybe once this all blows over. Who are you talking to? She asked. Hawk, I said. Or trying to talk to him anyway. I was just filling him in on the latest revelation about Eudora Wilson. She inhaled and nodded, tucking her lips between her teeth. Then she meandered to where a set of pool chairs perched near the pool's edge. I joined her, taking the seat across from hers. Someone really has it in for Wonderland, Adelie said. Do you have anyone who would have it in for you this badly? That was a valid question. We'd suspected this to be personal. I gave her the only answer I'd been able to conjure so far. Scarlett, I said. She's always been bitter that I never reciprocated. My words died off. What? She asked. What were you going to say? I can't believe I never thought of it before. Thought of what? Ulrich. He'd been on the chats. He'd heard us talk about abolishing the pact. Heck, he'd agreed to it himself. Unless this apparent vengeance against me, against Wonderland, wasn't about the pact at all. Memories flashed through my mind. Memories I'd tried all too hard to forget. My first kiss with Scarlett had happened after a dance during my junior year of college. I'd taken her to a winter formal. She'd been so beautiful, so seductive in this red dress that had a super high slit up the thigh. She'd thrown me upside down that night, and I hadn't been able to help myself. So I kissed her at the door of her apartment, and I'd floated on clouds the rest of the night, excited to see her again the next day. Only the next day, she hadn't been all that excited to see me. Once classes ended, I'd bounded downstairs to sit on the couches with the guys and try to get some studying in. River and Adrian were flipping channels on the flat screen. Henrik stared at his laptop on his lap, and Ulrich and Scarlett occupied the love seat. And when I say occupied, I mean occupied. There she was, in full-on makeout mode with another guy, not caring that I might walk in and see her. The sight hit me like a baseball to the head. I'd known we'd signed the pact. I'd known we'd agreed to see other people, too. Agreeing to something and experiencing it were apparently two different things. I didn't think she'd hook up with my frat bro right there the night after I'd kissed her. I'd tried playing it off, but every time we were together after that, I pictured her with him, too. Scarlett came to Sigma Phi Rho on the regular. She flirted with all the guys, though one by one, They all lost interest in her as she bounced from Ulrich to me and back again. I couldn't help thinking of my parents' relationship, of the connection they shared, the connection I wanted and didn't have with Scarlett. It ate at me, even more so after Mom died. I tried pushing it away, but it didn't matter what I did. The notion of finding a love like they had wouldn't leave me alone. As graduation neared, the idea of our open relationship repulsed me more and more. I told her I wanted to be done, but by that time, she'd spent so much time with me, she'd apparently latched on more than I thought. She wasn't going for it. We have fun, don't we? Don't let me go. I'd considered her request. I liked Scarlett. There was a chance that could develop into something more, couldn't it? Even so, I didn't want an open relationship. If we're doing this, I don't want to share you anymore, I said. If this is going to work, you've got to stop seeing Ulrich. She hadn't liked that much. But a few days later, she'd come back to me and agreed. I'd given our relationship a try then. I'd gone all in only to catch them kissing in the backyard of Sigma Phi Rho when I'd come to move my stuff out. That had been a moment of realization. The sight of her kissing him had kind of hurt, but not really. Deep down, I realized I'd been expecting it. I'd expect to find her cheating on me. And it didn't hurt as much as it should have. I wasn't emotionally invested in her at all, not like I should have been with someone I was dating. I'd ended things for good after that. I'd told her to stay out of my life. A week or two later, just before I was ready to move to Westville with Hawk and Duncan, Ulrich had shown up on my doorstep. Without any other greeting, he'd landed a fist in my face. The bones in my nose had cracked. Blood had streamed down my face. He waved his fist at his side as though it had hurt him as much as it hurt me. What was that for? For breaking her heart, he said, sneering. If you ever do anything like that to her again, I'll make you pay. Message delivered, he'd marched right back down the sidewalk. The clear surface of my pool brought me back to the present moment. Adelie's hand was in mine. She traced her fingertip across the ridge of my nail, sitting quietly with me and just letting me think. The attack on the Pool of Tears ride had happened the day I'd rejected Scarlett as my Red Queen. Had she gone running to Ulrich? Were they still together? I had a sickening vision of her tattling to him, and of the retaliation he'd had in place, because he'd known I would do it. Scarlett wouldn't be that petty, would she? Thanks to her previous actions, I could absolutely see her being that petty, and Ulrich. Smiling and laughing with the rest of the guys on the chat. My blood boiled just thinking about it. Could he really be behind this? If so, I could see him targeting me. But Adelie's grandma? What did she have to do with any of this? Earth to MADDOX, Adelie said, waving her hand in front of my face. Blinking a few times cleared my head enough to respond. I clasped her hand, holding it in both of mine, and stroked her soft skin. There is someone who genuinely hates me, I said, answering her question several minutes later than I should have. I couldn't believe he would still hold on to that grudge, but... Would he hate you enough to sabotage your business? Adelie asked. Enough to target Wonderland and endanger people just for supporting you? And enough to rope Scarlett into it as well, I said, meeting her gaze. Yeah, Ulrich Phillips. From her frown, I guess the name didn't ring a bell. Who is that? I filled her in on our complicated history. And then you dumped Scarlett, she said with realization when I finished. That could be why she interrupted our wedding, I said. What if she was acting as a distraction while Ulrich snuck in and put that virus into the security system so they could vandalize later that night? Would she work with Ulrich to get back at me? She'd slashed my tires after I'd broken up with her. She'd sent threatening notes. She'd broken into my apartment and trashed my stuff. So that would be a yes. MADDOX, she said with inspiration. With her free hand, she reached for her phone. I loved that she didn't let go of my hand to do so. I searched the name Ulrich itself just to see if anything came up. The name Ulrich means, it's power of the wolf in German. You're kidding. I moved in for a closer look at her search results and got a bonus whiff of green apple shampoo while I was at it. Sure enough, there it was. Why go after you, though? Why do any of this, she said. You think he'd be happy you were with someone else. And it sounds like he roped Scarlett into this. I can see why she would want revenge on you for breaking her heart. But why would he care? If she knew him, if she'd seen how obsessive he was in college, she'd never have to ask that question. Chapter 32. MADDOX. I tried to think of the best way to explain Ulrich's character, or lack thereof. You want to talk about cavemen? I said, gathering her hand in both of mine. Ulrich puts UG to shame. He knew Scarlett had signed the pact, so she could have the freedom to mess around with whoever she wanted at the frat and have no repercussions. She liked me more than she should have, though, and he noticed. So you guys fought over her? Her disgust was evident. I didn't blame her. It was messed up. What can I say? I'd been an idiot. She always told me I was her favorite, I said with a frown. The memory made me want to vomit. I think it was meant to be sweet or something, but really it was just a reminder that I was just an option to her. In college, I didn't mind, but then we graduated. Life meant more, and the older I got, the more I knew I didn't want her in it. She begged me to reconsider. She begged me to be with her. She swore she was done messing around with other guys. Adelie made a face. You know how messed up that sounds. Yeah, I do. I'm not that way anymore, Adelie. I haven't been that way for a long time. I was eager to prove that I was someone she could trust. As though an invisible being in my head had rammed its way into our conversation, another question nagged me. Why? Why did that matter if I was trustworthy to Adelie or not? Was it because we were married now? We weren't going to stay this way. Why did I care what she thought of me? I did care, though. I was a different man. I was a better man now. And I wanted her to know it. I have a past, I said, stroking her skin. Not just that of her hand, but down her wrist and forearm, too. I'm not proud of it. I'll spend every day proving to you that I'm someone you can count on. She looked right at me, and her expression was unreadable, and I was desperate to know what she was thinking. You've already proven that to me, MADDOX. I cleared my throat. Her fingers responded to mine. They explored my fingertips, sending shivers with every touch. I wasn't sure what to say. She moved on before I could figure it out. But you didn't believe her, Scarlett? You know, when she said she would be true to you? I threaded my fingers through hers. I did at first. We tried. But when I caught her cheating on me again after that, I just didn't care enough anymore. That was evidence enough that I didn't love her like she wanted me to. One day, Ulrich showed up on my doorstep. He landed his fist in my face. That's how you broke your nose. She trailed a finger down the bridge of my nose, finding the small bump there. The touch sent a firework up my spine. Yeah, I rubbed my face. It had taken Herculean effort not to retaliate. He punched me and then threatened me. For what? For breaking her heart, I guess. She frowned. He signed the pact, too, didn't he? Yeah? Then it sounds like he liked her more than he should have, too. I stroked my thumb across the back of her hand and stared at the pool's glassy surface. I thought it was Will Ryers. Did you ever hear about Will? She shook her head. Will went ballistic on everyone because he took the stupid agreement too seriously, too. In college, he broke up with his girlfriend only to have her die a short while later. Adelie gasped and covered her mouth with her free hand. Oh my gosh, that's so sad. It is. Will blamed the pact for not getting to be with her. I don't know if he thought he could have saved her life or what, but that was why he was getting revenge on Adrian. Will was the one who kidnapped Gabby? Yeah, he's in jail now, though. From the furrow in her brow, I could tell she was concentrating. So, was Will close to Ulrich? Is he having Ulrich carry on the legacy or something? They weren't close as far as I know, which means Ulrich has his own motives for coming after me, assuming it's him. That's why I think this is about Scarlett. She remained still, staring off, lost in thought. She wasn't twirling her hair around her finger or chewing her bottom lip. She was just staring, listless, affected. Without a word, she slipped her hand away from mine. Its absence was noticeable. This bothers you, doesn't it? I asked. Why should it? It was your past. The words sounded like she was trying to be convincing, but her tone, her vacant expression, she was too still, too calm. It was stupid, I said. I don't want to be judged for my past either. Her voice was so quiet I almost didn't hear her. I flattened my feet on the stone floor and inched my body toward her. What have you done that's all that bad? Cowardice, she said with a sigh. That's my bad side, my shame. There was that finger, reaching for her hair. I beat her to it, clasping her hand once more, keeping it in mine. She let me. Not only that, but she brought her gaze to mine, her eyes pleading for me to explain the reason for my interference. If you hadn't told me how scared you were about things, I'd never have believed it. You're brave, Addie. One of the bravest people I know. She shook her head. Circumstances forced me to that point. There she went again, deflecting praise. No. Circumstances provided the opportunity. You could have said no. You could have hidden away. But you grabbed on with both hands and jumped off. Adelie went still. I moved closer and brushed a hair away from her face, then traced my finger along her jawline. Her breath caught. Do you know what one of my favorite parts of Alice's adventures in Wonderland is? I asked. I had quite a few favorite parts, but this one probably topped the rest. What? Alice gets lost at one point. Cheshire Cat appears, and she asks him which way she should go. Cheshire Cat tells her that depends on where she wants to get to. Adelie nodded as though recalling the story. Alice said she didn't know, she said. The book says she didn't much care, I said. And then do you remember what Cheshire Cat says? He says, then it doesn't much matter which way you go. What are you getting at? If you don't know where you're going, any road can take you there. You care, I said. You knew where you were going. You wanted to get something out of this adventure with me. She inhaled. You're right. I wanted to be braver. Stronger. And are you? She lifted her blue eyes to mine. They were pools of clear water, inviting and open. Yes, she said, you helped me. Only because you let me. She turned away. MADDOX, I placed a hand on her back. Take the credit, Addie, this change in yourself. It's all you. And it's amazing. In that moment, I realized how much I'd been like Alice, too. I'd had a direction with my life, but because I shut myself off from falling in love, I didn't much care where I ended up. Now, though, sitting here with this incredible woman, I had a direction. I wanted whichever path I took to lead to her. The thought stole the air from my lungs. Once this was all over, once we figured out who had taken her grandma, who had sabotaged Wonderland, I didn't want to let her go. What's wrong? She asked, turning toward me once more. Your face just went slack. Is it Scarlet? I grunted. I wish you'd stop bringing her up. Maybe you should talk to her, Addie suggested. The guys had said as much too, and I didn't want to go there. She's the last person I want to be around. Besides, I doubt she'll tell me anything. The Gigi's are all godmothers, Adelie said. Her train of thought had changed tracks. It was too random for me right now. What did the Gigi's have to do with Scarlet? Or, more importantly, my feelings for her? Right? It sounded like a question, mainly because I had no idea where she was going with this. I've been trying to figure out how Eudora fits into all of this. Gertrude never said who the goddaughter was, but she mentioned she lived with her during college. MADDOX, what if Eudora is more connected to Scarlet than you thought? What if she's in on this too? Is she more than a godmother to her? Is Eudora related to Scarlet? That got me. Was that why Scarlet had always hung around Sigma Phi Rho? She and I had been close. Surely Scarlet would have told me if she'd had a connection to Eudora. No way, she would have told me. The pact was started by Eudora's son to keep from being taken advantage of by women, right? Adelie said. Eudora would have wanted to make sure Scarlet had the same guarantees, wouldn't she? Why keep their relationship a secret, though? Maybe Eudora wanted Scarlet to not be hounded for money. Adelie continued speaking as though having a debate with herself. Even if that were the case, why would they go after Grammy? Because of you, I said. There was so much more to that statement, more than I knew. But you haven't broken the pact, she said. Are you so sure about that? Adelie's eyes widened. Her pouty bottom lip dropped. She stared at me with the look of someone who'd searched for something and had just found it. I rose from my chair and moved to sit beside her instead, weaving my arm around her waist. It wasn't only about love. I agreed to lifelong bachelorhood, and I didn't just break both parts of that pledge, Addie. I shattered it to pieces. With me. With you. I cradled her face in my hands. She smiled that disbelieving smile, her chest rising and falling as though she couldn't catch her breath. "And I'd do it again," I went on, the words spilling from me. "I'd do it all over again if it meant having you with me." Her smile widened. Needing the connection, I brought my lips to hers. The kiss was tender and sweet and filled me in a way I wasn't sure any other kiss ever had before. When it ended, Adelie nestled her cheek against my neck. I inhaled the scent of chlorine in this muggy room, staring at the water while a galloping horse replaced my bloodstream. I clenched my hands at my sides, working to rein it in. Whoever this was had gone after Faye Carroll because of my stupidity. "I have to make this right," I told her, breaking our silence. I rose to my feet and stalked to the pool's edge. Adelie's voice followed from behind. "Do you mean Grammy?" "Yes." Seconds later, Adelie was by my side. Taller than most women, she still had to peer up at me. "Then let's find her," she said, slipping her hand into mine and leaning her head against my shoulder. It was exactly what I needed. I slid my arm around her waist. "We will. I'll call Scarlett, assuming the information she left on her audition materials is still valid." "I'll call the Gigi's," Adelie said. "They would know if Eudora was Scarlett's godmother." Excellent. We had a game plan. I could work with that. After holding her just a little longer, I shot out a text to Duncan and Hawk, for good measure, letting them know what we were up to. Like the awesome guys they were, they jumped right on board, saying they were on their way. I had the coolest friends. Adelie and I left the pool and meandered past my personal gym and up the stairs to the house's main level. We situated ourselves in the seating area by the foyer. She burrowed into my side, and I wrapped my arm around her as tightly as I dared. 1,000 things ran through my mind while we waited. The things I loved about Adelie, things I never thought I would care about. She'd started out as a means to an end, but she'd become much more than that. She'd become the end. Something after which there was no more. The crest, the climax, the vertex, and view at the mountaintop. She was my destination. I didn't need anyone or anything else because she was it. I stared at her while a bowling ball plunged in my stomach and tore all the air from my lungs, while my fingers stroked a path down her arm, while her hair created a pillow for my cheek. It was happening. I had fallen in love with my wife. If anyone got in the way of that, I'd make them rue the day.
Chapter 33. Adelie. Was it just me? Or could MADDOX not keep his hands off me? He kept touching me, taking my hand, stroking my back, reeling me in close. Not that I minded. I mean, I had all kinds of stray thoughts about what was going on here. Actually, it was more like a caged dog that was finally set free and was barking, yipping, and darting around the park inside my heart. We headed into Wonderland, and I cuddled onto the super comfortable leather couch in his office beside him. Though we snuggled in when we first got here, he frowned at his phone, his thumbs tapping on the screen, so I'd scooted away just a fraction. I couldn't stop staring at him. His brown hair tumbling into his eyes, the lines of his jaw, the crooked bump on his nose. What was all that Cheshire Cat talk? And then the pact? It almost sounded like he loved me. My insides went all mushy, and I instantly told them to stop it. I could not get any more attached to this man than I already was. I was already going to die once I went back to sleeping on my own. We were close to catching this informant, okay? We had clues. We had a direction. I wanted to follow them and find Grammy. And I didn't at the same time. Because once we solved this, I was done being Mrs. Hatter. I couldn't stand the thought of our agreement coming to an end. It wouldn't now, would it? Would he really let me go? Before long, I found out who he was texting. Hawk, Ella, and Duncan stalked toward his office. I scurried to answer the door. "Knock, knock," Hawk said. "Hey, Addie." "I finished designing my dress," Ella said, stepping inside and taking my hands. "Oh my gosh, Addie, I have a wedding dress." "That's amazing," I said, cottoning onto the switch and topic. "Have you guys moved your date up?" "Yeah," she said, glancing back at him as he closed the door behind her. "We want to tie the knot in September. We'll find Grammy by then, won't we?" My stomach roiled. That's 4 months from now. We'd better. That's why we're here, Hawk said, raising his voice and speaking to each of us. You said you need Scarlett's number? You think she might know more about Eudora's disappearance? I've got it. Duncan offered MADDOX a sticky note and a scowl. Rosabelle still had the number. By the way, she said sorry. For what? MADDOX asked, taking the sticky note. Duncan ran a hand behind his neck and then stuffed that hand into his pocket. His head was bent downward, and he lifted his eyes toward his friend. Was he embarrassed? About what? I guess Rosie's the reason Scarlett was at the wedding, Duncan said. Sounds like Scarlett gave her some sob story about still being in love with you, and Rosabelle snuck her in as her guest. She feels bad. MADDOX nodded, digesting the information. It's okay. You told her I don't want Scarlett anywhere near Wonderland? Yeah, I set things straight. She said to tell you sorry. Tell her I said thanks, MADDOX said. No harm done, and I'm glad she has this. He lifted the sticky note and gestured for the rest of them to follow before slipping his fingers into mine. I clasped them with complete amazement. He was holding my hand, like it was natural, like he wanted to. His words about the Cheshire Cat and finding a direction pinged through me like a bouncy ball on the loose. That edginess was only worsened because, of all the rooms MADDOX had to choose to make this call in, he led us to the conference room, the room where he suggested we get married. The room I would never look at the same way again. This was where it had all started for us. MADDOX retrieved a phone from one of the offices, moved it to the table, plugged it in, and we all sat around it. He dialed her number and turned it on speaker, putting a finger to his lips so the rest of us would get the hint not to talk so she wouldn't know they were listening in. My nerves were especially jumpy for this. I had no real reason to be jealous of his ex, but I couldn't help it. I'd told him his past didn't matter. I'd meant it, mostly. I also kind of said it hoping I'd believe it myself. The truth was, it was done. It had happened over 10 years ago, and he'd said it himself. He was a different person now. He'd told me he would help me trust him, but I already did. Why should that trust change just because I learned of the sketchy things he'd done years before? The dial tone rang a few minutes, and then the sound of her voice made me cringe. Hello? It's MADDOX, he said. There was a brief pause. MADDOX? Not that I'm not thrilled, but why are you calling me? I didn't know you had my number. Duncan and Hawk stared at the phone as though it could divine the future. Ella chewed her bottom lip in her teeth, and I held my hands in my lap while my knees jiggled beneath the table. MADDOX pinned his gaze on the phone. Something told me he wasn't as cool and collected as he looked. His hand found my knee beneath the table, and the touch sent a flurry to my stomach. I have a few questions for you, he said. If that's okay, can you talk? Scarlett's voice was filled with surprise. Just like that? No catching up? No, he said gruffly. I don't want to catch up. His hand tightened around mine as though reassuring me he meant what he said to her. Then I don't want to talk to you. He closed his eyes as if praying for patience. A swear word leaked out from under his breath. I wasn't sure if Scarlett heard it, but Duncan snorted. MADDOX shot him a warning glance. He rolled his eyes. How have you been? He muttered. She laughed. Nice try. My turn, she snapped. You got married. You said you never would. A knot fisted in my gut. I said a lot of things, he said, sliding a glance at me again. I suspected he didn't want to dive into the past with me listening in. Yeah, you did, she sneered. Blech. Of course he'd said things to her. This woman had known MADDOX longer than I had. She'd known him during his days of early adulthood where he'd been stupid enough to sign a let's all be bachelors pact. I didn't even know how long they dated for. He'd implied their relationship hadn't been very committed, and it had been more on and off than anything else while she flitted around among the rest of the freighters, which made me wonder. I peered at Hawk, Duncan, and wondered about Adrian, too. How many of them had had a piece of scarlet pie? You. Just you. Scarlett's voice turned derisive. You knew me for years and wouldn't break it for me. But you barely know her and you broke the pact for her? What's so special about her? I shifted, and so did everyone else in the room. Maddox's jaw gave a little jump. I knew his dilemma. If he praised me to her, he might lose the chance of getting her to open up. Quietly, his hand tightened around mine. Everything, he mouthed to me, winking. My stomach fisted. He then turned back to the phone. Are you related to Eudora? He asked, getting right to it. Smooth, Duncan muttered under his breath. Ella nudged him with her elbow. I was amazed she would sit next to him. As far as I knew, the more time she spent around Duncan Hawthorne, the less she liked about him. From what I heard, Duncan had come to her rescue last Christmas. He'd faced down the informant and had fought the masked man before he'd gotten away. You'd think she'd like him for that act of heroism at the very least. What had made them dislike one another so much? Ever the ace at deflection, Scarlett asked another question instead of answering Maddox's. What makes you think that? Did you know she's missing? Scarlett's words grew more heated. She's not missing, and I'm not related to her exactly. Eudora tutored my mom in high school, and they kept in touch after I was born. She's my godmother. Hawk raised his hands as if to say, Called it. Maddox waved a hand in his direction before leaning toward the phone. If she's not missing, then where is she? She retired, Scarlett said. She's living with her sister. You've seen her? Maddox clarified. You know for a fact that's where she is? I haven't spoken directly with Eudora in years, Scarlett said. Not since I graduated. She sends me cards on my birthdays and calls me sometimes. What's this about? Duncan gestured to Maddox and slid his hand across his throat, a warning not to say too much. Maddox's hand tightened on my leg. His voice crept toward the phone. Eudora has some connections here in Westville, a group of elderly women who get together and do things. Her friends got a mysterious note, Scarlett. They think she's gone missing, along with my wife's grandmother. Your wife, she muttered with a derisive scoff. I'll never get used to that. For some reason, her words made my heart flip in my chest. You and me both, sister. I had to pinch myself hourly, more so since his attention toward me had changed so much. I think you know what's going on here, Maddox said. This time he sounded defensive. Did he not like Scarlett making comments about me? You were seen snooping around the park the night of the vandalism. You interrupted our wedding. She gave an offended little grunt through the other end of the line. You think I have something to do with this? Do you? I'm insulted. Do you? His voice became more adamant. Ella jumped as though at an intense part in a movie and clasped her hands over her mouth. No! Scarlett took it to shrieking levels. Am I jealous of your new bride because I hoped you'd marry me? Yeah, but I would never stoop low enough to attack your park, Maddie. You know I love Wonderland. Don't call me that. He pointed a finger at the phone as though she could see through it. I haven't seen you since we broke up 8 years ago. The last thing I knew, you were in Detroit. Why did you come to Westville? Why show up wanting to be my Red Queen? What are you up to? Are you still seeing Ulrich? Scarlett released a disgusted sound. Don't even talk to me about that scumbag. Again, my gaze darted to the rest of the crew. Duncan's brows lifted. Hawk shook his head at him as if warning him to keep his mouth shut, which only made me wonder what he'd been about to say. I'll take that as a no, Maddox said. That's a heck no. What happened between you two? Her laugh was insulting. Now you're so curious about me? Go stuff it. I inched closer to Maddox. Duncan signaled to him again, and Maddox waved him away. He was pushing too hard. Whoever Ulrich was, she didn't like that he'd brought him up. She was closing off. I was surprised she hadn't hung up the phone yet. Scarlett, do you know who vandalized Wonderland? Maddox asked, jumping right to it as though he sensed she was withdrawing too. He sounded fed up, like did not want to talk to her anymore. Do you know who kidnapped Faye Carroll? There was a long pause on the other end of the line. You think her disappearance is connected to the vandalism? She said, her tone softening. Just like the article in the Gazette? You think it's a personal attack? Duncan shook his head more adamantly, this time employing both hands and cutting gestures at his throat. Maddox ignored him, apparently deciding to be straight up with her. Yeah, we do. What do you know, Scarlett? Another pause, a heaving sigh. Look, I interrupted your wedding because I wanted to see if you were sure about her. I thought if there was any hesitation about your decision, I'd help you find it. Was that true? Did Maddox buy her story? She'd claimed he still loved her. Why not contact him beforehand instead of doing it so publicly? To humiliate me, probably. I was starting to really not like this woman. And wandering around Wonderland the night of the vandalism? Maddox prodded. I was out walking, she said with another sigh. I think about you sometimes. We were together while you planned the park, Maddie. And it's amazing that you followed through. It's amazing that you accomplished everything you set out to do. I was looking at your dreams come to life. I'm proud of you. I threw up in my mouth. Maddox's hand tensed on my knee and I brought my fingers to his. He clasped onto them like a drowning man in need of life support. So you're saying it's just coincidental that you were there? That you interrupted the wedding? That you showed up when you did? What, you think I'm working with someone to sabotage you? Maddox inclined his head. I read his thoughts in his expression. Actually, that was exactly what we all thought. Have you ever thought it might be that new bride of yours? Scarlett said. I sniffed and backed away from the table, a knee-jerk reaction. Duncan and Hawk exchanged glances. Ella's jaw dropped. She held up a finger and moved toward the phone as if she was going to defend me. Hawk held her back, but not before she bumped into the desk and made some kind of noise. To his credit, Maddox didn't release his hold on my hand. She wouldn't, he said. How do you know? Scarlett insisted. Do you even know this girl you randomly married without warning? You guys hardly even dated and then all of a sudden you're married. No wonder the media is in uproar. No wonder whoever did this is freaking out. That muscle was doing acrobatics on the side of his jaw. What I do is no one else's business. When you own Wonderland theme park, your life is everyone's business, she said with a mocking laugh. She wasn't wrong. We'd made our engagement, our wedding plans, the wedding, all of it, so public, on purpose. I'm just saying watch your back, and look a little closer next time before making accusations. The other end of the line clicked. Scarlett? Maddox tapped the little clicky thing several times. Scarlett? She hung up, Ella said. Duncan flattened his hand against the table and gave Maddox a look as though chastising him for screwing that whole conversation all up. I couldn't understand why he'd tried warning him several times. Maddox had needed to open up to her a little bit in order to get her to do the same for us. That went well, Hawk muttered, reclining back in his chair and resting an arm across the back of Ella's. About as well as I expected it to. Maddox ran a hand over his face. For reasons I couldn't explain, my heart was thumping. Could she really think I was the one doing all of this? Did Maddox? Hawk? Duncan? Ella had come to my defense. She knew me well enough that I wouldn't sink so low, but what about the rest of them? It's not me. My voice was quiet but firm. I cleared my throat and went on, louder this time. I want to get that out there right now. I'm not doing this. I wouldn't hurt people. I wouldn't damage property. And it's not like you're the reason Grammy's missing, Ella added, rolling her eyes as if to show how preposterous the notion was. You're hiding her where? At Maddox's house? Please. Maddox turned to me. No one thinks it's you, he said. His green eyes were sincere, and I was relieved by the trust I saw there. He was showing trust in me. I could do the same for him. That conversation was about as helpful as a flashlight in broad daylight, Duncan added. We didn't find out anything new. Not true, Maddox countered. We know it's not Scarlett. You mean you believe her? I asked. I obviously couldn't tell. Had she really come to Westville for no reason? Or at least did her return have nothing to do with Maddox? I don't think Eudora has gone missing, Duncan said. Maybe she's just cut the other godmothers out of her life for whatever reason. Why not ask the GGs? I suggested. They can at least confirm if Scarlett was telling the truth or not. They'd said they hadn't heard from Eudora before she sent a note removing herself from the club, but maybe they know if Eudora really did move to live with her sister. Ella finished. Wherever that is. Maddox shook his head. If they knew as much, they would have told us. They think she's gone missing. There has to be some credit in that. I can ask them, I offered. Maybe there was more to dig into there. Maybe one of them knew more than she had let on. Do you think she's telling the truth? Hawk said to the group. About Ulrich? I wondered the same thing. If it wasn't Scarlett, was Ulrich the one who'd kidnapped Grammy? If so, why? She had no money. Nothing he could take from her tangibly, Ella said. Hang on, I said, lowering my phone without finishing my text to Gertrude. The nurse said Grammy was muttering something. Do you think... The cogs in my head turned, rolling slowly together. Gears that had been jammed before now fit together to run a little more smoothly. Do you think she saw something that day at the park? Which day? We're going to need more than that, Duncan said with snark. I cleared my throat. The day the Pool of Tears ride was attacked, Maddox said they found something wedged into the gears in the mechanic shed. Do you think Grammy saw whoever it was? She woke up, Ella said, sitting up straighter and cottoning on. She was starting to be more coherent. She was starting to talk, I said. And whoever our informant is didn't want her blabbing and giving him away, Hawk said. Maybe they were keeping tabs on her in that hospital room. My stomach squirmed. I'd gone to visit Grammy the night before the wedding. If the room was bugged, that meant whoever had taken Grammy had heard every sappy word I'd confessed that night. That meant they'd known our marriage was a hoax this whole time. That only added credit to the suspicion that this attack on Wonderland had nothing to do with the pact at all. This was a personal attack on Maddox. For whatever reason, this informant was using me, using my grandma, to get to him. Do you have a way to get a hold of Ulrich? Maddox asked Hawk. That's just one theory. What's the other? Duncan asked. I think Faye was taken to get to Addie, Maddox said. Ulrich took her to inadvertently get to me. Ulrich was on the group call, Hawk said, when we all got together to disband the pact. He'd agreed to end it too. Why would he do anything like this? Because he hates me for breaking Scarlett's heart, Maddox said, rubbing a finger along the side of his nose. His phone rang. He tore himself away and spoke under his breath in the corner. At almost the same moment, my phone vibrated in my pocket. Duncan, Hawk, and Ella discussed Grammy's disappearance, and I wedged my phone free. The instant I read the words of the text, my pulse traded places with my skin, hammering on the outside of my body and bleeding red. Unidentified. Come outside or Grandma dies. Tell no one. Queen's croquet ground. Come alone. Maddox had called it. He'd said Ulrich had taken Grammy to get to me. Well, he'd succeeded. I wasn't going to let this happen. My vision blurred. I glanced around the room, wondering if anyone else got a text, but so far they were still caught up in conversation. Did Ulrich have her here now? Was Eudora with them? Maddox said she could be trusted, but sometimes those who were closest to us let us down. Me. I'll be there. Give me 10 minutes. Don't hurt her. Unidentified. No promises. I suspected that somehow, whoever this person was, they were watching me. They would know if I said something. But how could I get away without Maddox and the others knowing? Chapter 34. Adelie. Faking having to pee was the best option. It promised seclusion and enough time to get myself outside. I'll be right back, I said, pushing away from the table. Where are you going? Maddox asked. His call had ended. He ran his thumb across his phone and looked at me with concern. In fact, his question had gathered attention from Hawk, Ella, and Duncan as well. I was too aware of everyone watching me now. The restroom, I said, pointing in the direction where my dressing room lay. Ella turned back to Hawk again, and the two of them spoke in quiet tones. Maddox moved possessively closer to me and lowered his voice. Concern edged his brow. Want me to come with you? To the bathroom? I fought the heat flooding my cheeks. Pretty sure I can handle it on my own? I said, faking a smile that took far too much effort to plant on my cheeks. Thanks, though. Either he was being sweet or possessive, or he saw right through me. I hoped not the latter. Fear tripped through me as I left the conference room, as I remembered the concern in his gaze. I made my way to my dressing room and pressed my thumb on the fingerprint scanner. The door registered me and unlocked, and I slipped inside. I clicked on the light. My costumes hung in their usual places. The wide mirror reflected the fear in my face, and I crossed to the opposite end of the room where my private exit was located, the one that led out into the park beside the mad Ferris wheel. This was the first time I'd done this for myself. Kathy had always been the one to swipe and hold the door for me to leave. Fortunately, the pad at the exit recognized my fingerprint as well. The door gave a formidable click and opened. Warnings trampled through me like elephants on the loose, pounding and galumphing and drawing way too much attention for me to ignore. Come outside or Grammy dies. I had to do this. I trailed through the dimly lit corridor and to the exit that would lead me outside. The night air was eerily silent. Creaking sounds came from the quiet roller coaster, sending shivers down my spine. I peered upward at its twining track, at the gleaming, towering Ferris wheel and the carousel's tented top. Surveillance had been increased since the attacks. Larry or someone would undoubtedly see me running through the park toward the Queen's croquet ground near the back. Stick to the shadows as much as possible, I told myself. I had to get to Grammy. I darted along the shadowed corners of the ride, past the Duchess's house and the Pool of Tears ride. I wove through the center area with tables where people could sit and eat the fodder they purchased from the Ever After Sweet shop and the Odds and Ends gift shop. Soon enough, my muscles ached, my lungs burned, and the giant flamingos and playing cards with human heads came into view at the entrance to the Queen's croquet ground. "Hello?" I called out, stepping beneath the massive wickets leading to the onset of the ride. A large flamingo, bigger than me, leaned against one of the curved hoops, along with a large colorful hedgehog serving as a ball. No one responded, so I pulled out my phone and tapped out a message to the unidentified number. "Me. I'm here. Where's my grandma?" Unidentified. "Keep walking, you're almost there." Did that mean they could see me? How? From where? I racked my brains, trying to remember this part of the book. Alice got caught up playing croquet with the Queen. The Cheshire Cat kept reappearing and disappearing, confusing the Queen and the game. Any minute now I expected someone to shout out, "Off with their heads!" "Grammy?" I called, following the path leading through the fake grass to where the cars on the ride were visible. There was no sign of anyone out here. Had I been lured away under false pretenses? My phone buzzed. "MADDOX, where are you?" I grimaced, only to have Ella's text follow shortly afterward. "Ella. Girl, I checked every bathroom. You're nowhere in sight, but the light was left on in your dressing room and you're not in there." What's going on? Maddox is freaked. I couldn't tell them. Not until I met with this person. Not until they saw I'd come alone. "I hope you're not texting your little friends," a voice said, emerging from the shadows. It was a woman. But it wasn't Scarlett's voice as I'd expected. The voice sounded vaguely familiar, but I couldn't place why. I hurried to pocket my phone. "They're asking where I am. They know I'm not there." "Give me that," the woman said. I squinted, attempting to make out where she was, or who. Finally, she appeared beneath the awning where the workers who usually ran the ride and those who directed traffic for those waiting in line to ride it stood. Her hand was outstretched as she stepped into a slither of moonlight. "Hand over my phone? Just like that?" "Who are you?" Derision scratched up her throat. "You don't recognize me? I'm insulted." I squinted, trying for a closer look. It was hard to tell. Her hair was dark and her eyes were shadowed. She was a few inches shorter than me, too. Not that that told me a whole lot. At 5'9", I was taller than most women. "It's not like you're my stepsister's cousin or anything like that," she said. "Pris?" I eked out the word. "Priscilla Malice?" I'd met Pris a few times, but I hadn't seen her since we were much younger. Since Ella had invited me to one of her family dinners after her mom had passed away. Pris looked much different then. Her hair had been a lot shorter for one, and she'd had more to her cheeks than she did now. Hawk had stopped having his PI tail her at just the wrong time, it seemed. What might have happened if he hadn't? Would his PI have found anything suspicious involving Ella's wicked stepsister? Took you long enough? Now give me your phone before you get any ideas of texting your friends. What if I don't? Then I use mine to tell my friends to kill Grammy Carroll. Her voice dripped with mockery. She reached into her back pocket and retrieved the device. I slammed my phone into her outstretched palm. Pris sniffed and gave me an exultant smile. Good girl. Where is my grandma? I asked, my voice shaking with either anger or fear, I couldn't tell which. She's nearby, Pris said. She had no weapon on her that I could see. Not that I had anything like that either, but I couldn't help trying to categorize the entire situation and try to find something that I could use if I had to. MADDOX's crew kept the park so clean, though. There wasn't even a random stick in sight. Why you? I asked. Why are you doing this? Did you vandalize my pictures? She tisked. So vain, she said, pacing around. I turned, following her movements. My question had nothing to do with vanity and more about wanting answers. For the first time since leaving MADDOX's HQ, I took a good look around. I hadn't been through the park since our wedding day. The damaged images of me as Alice had been taken down, and they hadn't yet been replaced. MADDOX was waiting to reopen the park until his new security systems were in place, until we knew who was behind this. In all of our discussions with his friends and alone, neither of us once suspected Ella's stepsister would still be up to no good. Why are you doing this? I asked. What do you care if Wonderland sinks? I don't, she said, staring at her phone. Or mine. I couldn't tell which one she held. Something told me it was mine. The screen was lit up. MADDOX and Ella were probably still messaging me to see where I was. I'm trying to get a job as an athletic trainer, but no one will hire me with a felony on my record. I was told if I helped, I could clear the felony off. So many states require background checks. It's not like I'm going into law enforcement. Athletic, training Adelie, something fit, sporty, healthy. Can you believe they won't hire me for that? I had no response. Honestly, I was baffled she was opening up to me. Though I couldn't make out her expression well in the dark, her voice sounded distant. I want to turn over a new leaf. I'm not the person I was before. It sounded like she was trying hard to convince herself of this, not me. Did she not realize that was so far from the truth? Then you shouldn't have framed your cousin, I said, if you didn't want a felony. That's not why I have the felony, she snapped, losing her cool. Whoa, what else had she done? MADDOX had mentioned someone had embezzled funds from his company. Was that the reason Pris had a felony? I didn't think she'd ever worked for Wonderland. As far as I knew, she'd done custodial work with her mother's company up until Stina had been fired for blackmailing Ella. And tell your friends to stop texting you. This is getting annoying. She threw my phone on the ground and then stomped on it several times with her heel. Don't! I cried, darting toward her to push her away. My hands struck her shoulders, but she shoved me back. In an instant, she whipped a gun from her pocket and cocked it. Guess she did have a weapon after all. My heart threatened to break my ribs. I wasn't sure my lungs could keep up. You want to play dirty? She said, poising herself. What? You didn't think I was armed? Pris, I said, lifting my hands. You don't want to do this. You think this will help them expunge a felony from your record? If anything, it will make your record worse than it already is. Shut up! She shrieked. Inside, I was coming unglued, but I worked to keep myself calm. If only there was some way to let MADDOX know what I was doing, where I'd gone. I should have told him. I should have given him some kind of heads up. Who promised you that they would change your record? I asked, keeping my voice as steady as possible despite the rampaging rhinos in my bloodstream. The informant? Pris laughed and tightened her grip on the phone. Like I'll tell you. Okay then. I could only hope to keep her occupied long enough for MADDOX and his team to search the surveillance cameras and find us. He'd added facial recognition technology to his system, which meant I had to back out far enough to be within view. You could petition the courts, I said. Talk to an attorney. I said shut it. What about my grandma? Why take her? Let her go. You don't want to do this. It's too late. The gun shook in her hands. An ounce of desperation entered her tone, and she grimaced with every word she spoke. I'm already in too deep. He knows. He's watching. And if I don't do this, if I don't draw you out, he'll kill me. I still wasn't sure what her objective was then. Draw me out? Why, to kill me? What was her end goal? I didn't know, and I wasn't sure I wanted to find out.
Chapter 35. MADDOX. I thought I'd known fear when my mom died. I thought I'd known fear when over a dozen people had been injured on a ride at my theme park. I thought I'd known fear the night Duncan and I had gone to help Hawk track down the informant near the warehouses on the east end of town. Each of those experiences had been spine-chilling, distressing, poignant, and just plain awful. But they had nothing on the afflictive unknown tormenting me right now. Adelie had disappeared, and I didn't have the first idea where to find her. Ella had searched the bathrooms. I combed through Adelie's dressing room. We'd each texted her, and had heard nothing back. Grim scenarios plagued my mind, probably from all those thrillers I like to read. Where was she? What was going on? Has she replied? I demanded of Ella, who paced in front of the dressing room as I stepped back out into the hall. Nothing, she said. Me neither. I tapped Larry's number and held the phone to my ear, not waiting for my head of security to answer before marching in the direction of the monitoring room. Using my fingerprint, I unlocked the door and barged in. Riggins, Cass, and several others whose names I didn't know startled at their desks. I ended the call Larry had never answered and approached his desk instead. He lowered the coffee at his lips and gaped at me. Everything okay? It's time to check out our new additions, I said. Adelie is missing. Can you activate the facial recognition? I'm on it. Larry's fingers clacked across the keyboard. And what about the ring, he asked. Did you have the tracker installed on it? I did, I said, sinking into the chair beside him and eyeing the screen with desperation. I hadn't told Adelie about this little development. She'd agreed I could track her for her own safety. Before the wedding, I'd had a minuscule tracker placed on her wedding ring. I just hadn't told her as much. That fact didn't dispel the worry ripping me apart inside. What was happening to her while we were sitting here? Was she okay? Riggins, Larry said. Activating, Riggins said, clicking a few things on the tablet. Within seconds, something flashed on his screen. She's by the Queen's croquet ground, he said. That was all I needed. I thanked my team and told them to alert the police. Then I turned on my heel and barged past Hawk and Duncan, only to have Hawk intercept. You're not going without us, he said. Or me, Ella added. I pinched the bridge of my nose. I can't risk any of you either, I said. What if this is what the informant wants? Last time the three of us came with Hawk. What if he has something in play this time to take us all down? All the more reason to give you some backup out there. Duncan crossed his arms over his chest, displaying the pythons he worked hard on maintaining. The guy not only had martial arts training and was ripped, but he also studied guns and had more experience with them than Hawk and I did. No doubt he was packing. Sure enough, he lifted his shirt to display the gun tucked away at his belt. As I said, Duncan insisted, you're not going without me. Hawk, Ella, I said, what about your wedding? If anything happens to you. That's my cousin out there, Ella said, lifting her chin. And my grandma. Hawk lifted his hands. You might as well stop trying to argue. I considered for only seconds. They were right. It would be nice to have some backup until the police could get here, but I still didn't like the idea of endangering any of them. Let's go.
Adelie. I wasn't sure how bloodthirsty Pris Malice was about having her record expunged. I stole several glances around, but every time I did, she lifted her gun, securing it in my direction. Would she shoot me? Was she cutthroat? Maybe she was just skittish or genuinely didn't notice, But she didn't even catch that I stepped back every few moments until I stood in between two hooks where I was pretty sure the surveillance cameras would see me. I still didn't dare do much else, though, not with her finger on the trigger. We didn't say much else either. She was waiting for something. I wasn't sure what. I just knew I couldn't stay here like this and wait for her to decide what the heck she was doing. I was only feet away from one of the trees. Would it offer enough protection? Even if I got away from her, she was young, and from that whole athletic trainer ambition of hers, in good shape. She could keep up with me, surpass me, probably. Footsteps sounded, and Pris spooked. She rounded on the additional person. It was a woman whose voice I recognized from hearing it on the phone not an hour before. "Cool it, it's just me." Scarlett. So she was working with Pris on this. "You're here," Pris said, lowering the gun just enough. Even though curiosity stormed through me like a hurricane, I didn't wait. Taking advantage of her distraction, I bolted, running toward the gift shop for all I was worth. The doors were closed, but if I could get around it, there was a set of restrooms just beyond that. If the doors were unlocked, I could make it inside and lock them. It would be better than standing around. "Get back here!" Pris shouted. Footsteps pounded behind me. I pumped my legs, pushing hard before fear could overcome my adrenaline. I made it to the bathroom. I gripped the handle, yanked. The door didn't respond. "No," I said, pounding a fist on the door. MADDOX and his ruthless security. They weren't taking any chances, and they'd just deprived me of the best getaway. Now I was stuck between the bathroom door and the wooden cage enclosing it. I was backed into a literal corner. Pris approached, whipping her hair away from her face and holding the gun in my direction with shaking hands. "Think you're pretty smart, don't you?" she said, slightly breathless. Scarlett appeared behind her, panting, though not quite as hard as Pris was. From what I could tell, she held no weapon. Her red hair was pulled back into a ponytail, showing the sharp angles of her jaw. "Just let me go," I said. "Tell me where my grandma is and let us both go." Scarlett and Pris flanked my only exit, unless I suddenly became adept at scaling walls, which was about as likely as growing wings. Neither was going to happen. Pris lifted her voice. "Anytime you want to show up," she called as though someone were waiting for the right moment to appear. Did she think MADDOX could hear her or something? Did she have something in play, something she assumed he knew about? "They're both here," Pris went on, elevating her voice. "You said you'd take it from here, and my arms are getting tired." "Probably not something you should admit to your enemy," Scarlett muttered. I panted, bracing my hands on the wood behind me. Pris was getting tired. I'd never messed with guns at all before, but would it be hard to spring myself on her, to wrench it from her hands? But then there was Scarlett. What if she had a weapon that, like Pris's, I couldn't see at first? "Who are you talking to?" Scarlett asked. This threw me. She was acting like her accomplice, and she didn't know? Pris turned away from me, whipping her gun in Scarlett's direction instead. He told me you were coming, that I couldn't leave until you both were here." "Who told you that?" Scarlett asked, lifting her hands into a surrender position. This was interesting. At first I thought Scarlett was here to help Pris, but with how skittish she was acting, that wasn't the case. If she was here to help, why would Pris turn the gun on her next? I inched a step closer. With her attention on Scarlett, Pris didn't see me. Only, I didn't make it much past the opening. A man's voice joined us, coming from behind the two women. I cursed the stupid wall keeping me from being able to see past my assailants. "I did," a man said. Pris turned her back to me and then lowered her gun. She still held it with both hands. It was just now pointed toward the ground. Her shoulders lost some of their tension, which only increased the uneasiness in mine. "It took you long enough," she said. "Had her increase security," the man said. Footsteps accompanied his approach. I wanted to push past the women to get a better view of him. The not seeing was agony. I couldn't get in the way I did before. Scarlett turned and her jaw dropped. "Ulrich?" she said, facing him before turning back to Pris. "He was the one who sent you after Adelie?" Ulrich, the man who'd fallen in love with Scarlett, the one who'd fought MADDOX over her and then had punched him for breaking up with her. It was him, after all. This guy was a real gem. "I figured it was you." MADDOX's voice appeared from the other end of the shadows, and my heart gave a leap. "MADDOX!" I shouted, unable to help myself. Pris rounded on me, lifting the gun once more. "Shut it," she said. I lifted my hands and cowered against the wall, hating this. She had every advantage over me. I couldn't defend myself, not when she had the gun, and I didn't, not when I was trapped. What could I do? If she was going to shoot me, wouldn't she have done so by now? What was the point of all this? More footsteps sounded. I pictured MADDOX moving in on Ulrich, especially when he spoke again. "I thought you were half-baked in college, but this is sinking to an all-new level of stupidity." "You don't know what you're talking about. I'm smarter than you ever were." "Then enlighten me," MADDOX said. I was amazed at how cool and collected his voice sounded, just as it had during our live broadcast on social media. "Just what did you think you were accomplishing by targeting Wonderland? By going after my wife?" "I was never after her," he snapped. Silence ensued. What was going on? Were they in some kind of stare-off? Another set of footsteps moved. This time, Pris and Scarlett moved as well. They edged far enough away they left an opening for me to step out. Keeping to the wall, I shuffled closer to the exit, wanting a glimpse of what was happening, but not wanting to draw attention to myself. I poked my head around to find MADDOX, beautiful, amazing, attractive MADDOX, lifting his hands and facing a shorter, scrawnier man wearing the same hood we'd seen in the surveillance footage. This had to be the saboteur, the one who'd messed with the Pool of Tears ride, the one who'd kidnapped Grammy. He was right here. I couldn't account for the monkeys riding trapeze in my chest. It felt like I really had a full zoo in there. Either MADDOX didn't see me yet, or he hid it really well. His gaze flicked to Scarlett. Then he lowered his hands and stepped closer, his eyes darting from Scarlett to Ulrich and back again. "Don't drag me into this," Scarlett said to MADDOX. "I only came because I thought it was you texting me." "See? She wanted you," Ulrich spat. "Even after all I did for her. She wanted to be faithful to you. The last person who deserved her. Of course, that's who she picked. So I backed out. I stopped calling her, stopped trying to prove myself. I thought I loved her enough to do that." "Ulrich, let it go," Scarlett said with exasperation. "Then what do?" he said, taking the gun from Pris. Pris handed it over without a problem and took several steps back toward the restrooms. MADDOX lifted his hands in surrender in Ulrich's direction. "I was ready to give her everything. But then what did you do?" "I didn't love her," MADDOX said. "You dumped her. Let her go. Broke her heart. You married someone else." "It's not worth taking out his park over," Scarlett said, apparently not scared of Ulrich. She was reprimanding him, folding her arms in a show of disapproval. "He's probably called the police." "Do you know what I did after you dumped her, MADDOX? After you started your park? I got a job in your accounting department. I made sure I was under the radar, and I slowly started feeding funds into an account for Scarlett. Something you didn't have the decency to do." Ire flashed in MADDOX's eyes. "I never wanted that," Scarlett said, lifting her hands and inching forward. Her voice took on a more pleading tone with him than the annoyance she'd flashed at Ulrich. "MADDOX, I swear, I didn't tell him to do this." "I told you I'd take care of you," Ulrich shrieked. "That's what this is," Scarlett said, stepping closer to him. "Taking care of me by taking MADDOX down?" "That's exactly what I'm doing. I know you love him, but he doesn't deserve you. And he calls me stupid? He's the one who had no idea when I got a job at Wonderland under a pseudonym, when I took his money and used it to bribe Pris Malice to turn the attention onto her instead so I could keep off the radar. I went after Ella because Hawk mistreated me in college too, and he deserved to lose the woman he loved. And now, Hatter, it's time for you to lose everything, just like you've done to me." Ulrich lifted the gun in MADDOX's direction. "What about my grandma?" I yelled, forcing out the words. I hoped it would be enough to distract him. I couldn't stand here and watch him shoot MADDOX. Sure enough, He lowered the weapon only inches and turned it toward me instead. "Your grandma," he said, spitting on the cement and taking a step toward me. The gun dangled in his hands. "She saw me when I sabotaged the stupid ride. She recognized me after seeing me come into the Ever After sweet shop and commenting about the wings on my shoes. I couldn't let her rat me out. Dark eyes and wings." I glanced at his feet. Sure enough, he wore the same shoes Grammy had complimented when he'd come into the sweet shop that day. That had been Ulrich. He'd been right there, and we hadn't known? "So you killed her?" I couldn't believe I was hearing this. "Who says she's dead?" Ulrich said. "Not like you'll be." "If you touch her, I'll kill you," Maddox growled. "And then we'll make sure no one finds out." Duncan stepped out of the shadows looking like a hitman. The gun in his hands was directed right at Ulrich's chest. "You thought you were so clever," Hawk said, "fooling all of us on the group chats, agreeing to disband the pact, making us think you were still one of us." "Not very smart," Ella added, arms folded as she stepped at Hawk's side. The corner of Maddox's mouth did an incredible trick. It barely moved and yet held all power over me. His attractiveness was the last thing I should be focusing on right now. "I got friends in high places," Maddox said. "You'd better lower your gun or Duncan might show you how good he is at using his." "You know I'm a trick shot at everything I do," Duncan added. He didn't smile. He only fixed his glower in all its menacing glory in Ulrich's direction, and that glance could melt the socks off a snowman. "Golf, pool, soccer," Maddox said as if listing all of the things Duncan was good at. "Video games," Hawk added. "Firearms," said Ella. "You won't win this," Maddox said. "And now, you've just revealed yourself. You showed your winning hand at the worst possible point in the game. You should have stayed incognito. Congratulations, Ulrich. You've just thrown your life away." "I'm not the one going down here," he said, his voice shrill with desperation. Without warning, he lifted the gun in my direction and pulled the trigger. "Duck, Addie!" A shot rang out and a burning sensation grazed my arm. My brain was slow to register what was going on, but I clasped a hand to my left bicep and the moisture there. Lights flashed in the park, shining right at us and so blinding I squinted. Maddox roared and charged at Ulrich, taking advantage of his distraction. He knocked the gun from his hands and plowed him to the ground. Scarlet and Pris bolted in opposite directions. Duncan joined the fray while Hawk and Ella darted in the directions the two women had taken. Duncan wrangled Ulrich to the ground, holding him in place in a way that twisted his arm painfully behind him. Meanwhile, Maddox landed a fist in his face. My head grew light. I staggered, my hand growing stickier at my arm. Footsteps pounded in, men in uniform surrounding the four of us. Dark vests were strapped to their chests. They were decked out in full gear and each of them held guns pointed in each of our directions. "He's there," Maddox called, gesturing to where Duncan still held Ulrich. "Ulrich Phillips. He's the one behind this." They closed in. Ulrich fought, lifted his gun and fired once more. Maddox ducked and I screamed. Boots moved in, and it all moved too quickly for me to keep real tabs on, especially with the lightness taking over my brain. I couldn't concentrate. I couldn't register what was going on. Maddox! I cried before my legs gave out.
Chapter 36, MADDOX. I couldn't make good on my promise. I told Ulrich that if he hurt Adelie, I would kill him. Well, he'd shot her. In the freaking arm, thank goodness. But she needed that arm. She needed it to wave to people, to reach things on high shelves, to wrap it around me when I held her like I was aching to. She needed to not be lying in a hospital bed, recovering from having the bullet that had lodged into her bicep removed. But Ulrich had been arrested, and I didn't exactly want to join him. So, yeah, I'd made a promise I couldn't keep. I wouldn't be killing him anytime soon. "You look angry," Adelie said, smiling from her bed. Wearing the hospital gown and tucked beneath the blankets, she reached forward and scrubbed a finger against the spot between my eyebrows. She used her free hand, the one not attached to an IV. "Is it because Susie and I both have our arms in slings now?" Sure enough, her sister had texted that she would be stopping by later so they could document the new fashion statement. "That's not it," I said, catching her hand. "I am angry." Why? Because you're here. Her mouth dropped. Should I be offended? At the hospital, I mended, figuring I should probably clarify. It wasn't like she'd been tailing the thoughts in my head the way I had for the last 2 hours, since she'd been taken in for surgery and the additional time it had taken for her to wake from the anesthetic. With her vitals checked, Jell-O administered, ice chips delivered, she grew more fully alert by the minute. I'm angry because you're in the hospital. They saved my life, she said. You saved my life. Her hand slid to my jaw, stroking the stubble there. I shivered under her touch, under the adoring way she looked at me. Did you expect me to do anything differently? Are you mad, Hatter? She smirked at her little joke. What did you just call me? You heard me. Her voice was weak. Her eyelids fluttered closed, and she lay back against her pillows, resting. I scooted my chair closer and rubbed my fingers along the ring around hers. The ring I put there. The ring that had helped me find her last night. The one I didn't want her to remove from her hand. Ever? I'm mad because I can't kill Ulrich. She popped her eyes open. Oh, never thought you'd take things that far. She was still making light of this, which was what I needed. I threaded my fingers through hers. Thank you, she said, still sounding weak and tired. She rested her head against its pillow. For coming for me. I concentrated on her fingers, not sure how to say the words that were burning a hole through my chest. The moment stretched between us. I bent in and pressed my lips to the back of her hand, keeping it against my mouth for nothing else than to feel her warmth. Where's Grammy? She asked. I slid to the edge of the incredibly uncomfortable plastic chair I'd been occupying and collected her soft hand in mine. She's with Ella. And she's okay? She's okay, I said, wanting to put her at ease. In fact, Faye Carroll had a surprising amount of energy. She kept griping about Ulrich, talking about the ride malfunctioning and how it was nothing to the rapids she and the other godmother gals had braved during their trip to Costa Rica a few years ago. You'd think I could handle a little boat ride, she'd muttered as she'd climbed into Ella's car. The nurse bustled in and began checking Adelie's vitals. Reluctantly, I released her hand and slid back to allow room for the woman to maneuver around Addie's bed. Everything's looking good, she said, writing a few things down on the board. Once we get you up and walking, you should be good to go home. Thank you, I told the nurse. I'll take her around. I stood and waited as Adelie cast the blankets covering her lower half aside, displaying the socks all hospitals equipped their patients with. For some reason, they made me think of Hawk and the outrageous socks he insisted on wearing. Adelie clung to me as she stood on her feet and regained her balance. I wasn't sure what to expect by way of the hospital gown she wore. Those puppies hung open from the back, people. Would she be weird if I were the one to tie it for her? Fortunately, it was already securely closed, snapped and tied. Ready, I said. She nodded, and I kept at her pace as we ambled our way out on the floor and around the nurse's station. I guided the wheeled stand, holding the drip bag leading to her IV. You're doing great, I said, one foot in front of the other. And then what? She asked. I swallowed, looked down to meet her eyes. What do you mean? The nurse said I could go home. Where is that, MADDOX? No guile, no qualms whatsoever. The burning in my chest amplified. With me, I said, feeling the words course right through me. I'd never been sure of anything in my life. I wanted her with me. Her steps shuffled, the sounds of the grips on the bottom of her socks hitting the linoleum. We passed a room where another nurse helped a man settle into a wheelchair. But the ruse is over. We caught Ulrich. We did, I said, but that doesn't mean you have to leave. She was supposed to be walking, to get the blood circulating, to make sure any clots thinned out, to get her body systems firing again. But she stopped and gazed up at me with surprise and tears welling in her blue eyes. You look surprised, I said. And sad? Please tell me she wasn't sad about this. I am, she said with a little laugh. Are you saying? What are you saying? My heart pounded at double speed. There was no going back. After the fear of losing her, I wasn't going to let her go. If she was willing, I was too. I'm saying I like you as my wife, and I don't want that to change. I'm saying I want you to stay with me. I looked at her, wanting her to know, to see in my eyes, just how much I meant this. Her gaze was crystal clear and so surprised. She said nothing, but she blinked a few times as tears continued to well in her eyes. I wrapped my arm around her waist, wanting her to feel as steady as she possibly could. "Why?" she asked, placing her hand on my chest. "We started from scratch, you and me," I said. "Then everything built from there. Every day with you, every moment, just keeps getting better and better. When you disappeared, when I thought you'd been shot. Addie, I wasn't sure I'd make it through the night if you didn't." Words didn't seem like enough to convey just how deeply I felt this, just how worried I'd been the instant I'd realized she'd vanished, just how desperate I'd been to find her again. And then when Ulrich had pointed his gun toward her and shot, all of my senses had fled, and I'd had only one motive: to keep her safe. A tear escaped down her cheek. I lifted my hand and wiped it away. Emotion filled my throat, and even I could hear the depth, the catch in my voice as I continued. "You've become my whole world. That's why I don't think I can go back home again if you're not there. I want you." My voice broke. I brushed her blonde hair away from her shoulder and slid my hand to her cheek, swiping away another tear with my thumb. "I like you. I like us together. I like getting to know you. And I want to keep getting to know you." Pink flushed across her cheeks. Her eyes glittered, and she lifted her hand to her face. "Just alike? Should there be more? I think I want to be married to someone who loves me." I tilted to bring my cheek to hers and spoke low so only she could hear. "I love you, Adelie Hatter." Her full smile blossomed. Though she stood there with her hair rumpled, wearing a hospital gown and a bandage on her hand where the IV was, she'd never looked more beautiful. "I love you too," she said. The fire in my chest expanded to a full blaze. Victory. "You always seemed like the perfect match for me," I said, a hum taking over my entire body. I kept speaking, not able to keep it to myself any longer. "From the minute I saw you, I think my heart knew more than my head. It took my head some time to get it together." "To get what together?" "That you're not just perfect as Alice. You're perfect as yourself. Perfect for me. Will you be my wife, Addie? Stay this way. Be married to me for good this time?" Another tear slid down her cheek. "No expiration date?" "No expiration date." She laughed and stared off, as though unsure what to make of this. Using her hands, she wiped more tears from her cheeks. She took a few more steps and then staggered to a stop. "Is that a yes?" I said, agonizing. I hoped she would want to. I'd assumed she would. I never thought she'd say no. Was she going to say no? "It's just impossible," she said, staring at the bulletin board we passed. "I always thought staying with you was impossible." The words brought to mind another favorite quote of mine from Alice's Adventures in Wonderland. "Sometimes I've believed as many as 6 impossible things before breakfast," I said. She faced me and slid her good hand up behind my neck, threading her fingers in my hair. "Why, Mr. Hatter, I do believe you just keep on surprising me." "Get used to it," I said, weaving my arms around her, working around her left arm in its sling. "So, yes," she said as more tears trailed down her cheeks. "Yes, I will. I'm so glad you asked." I couldn't stand the thought of sleeping on my own again. "Never again," I said, inching in and pressing my mouth to hers. "Not if I can help it." And then I deepened the kiss, taking her mouth and showing her just how much I meant it.
Chapter 37. Adelie. It turned out that if doctors used a nerve blocker in your arm to keep you from feeling pain during surgery, you basically lose the use of your arm. For days. I couldn't feel my fingers. For days. In fact, MADDOX had all kinds of fun flopping my arm around. "You could cut my hand off right now, and I wouldn't feel it," I told him, as he flapped my hand back and forth in the air. I sat on the chair in the corner of his room, our room, laughing. He was the best male nurse a girl could ask for, though. He laid in bed with me, reading books, getting meds, bringing me food, and kissing me soundly while tucking me in at night, with pillows to prop up my arm. Ella, Hawk, and Duncan visited to see how I was doing, filling me in on details they knew. Ulrich, Scarlett and Pris were in jail. Grammy was recovering in her house and had in-house health care. The images of me that had been vandalized were now replaced, and Wonderland was back in full swing. Once I recovered enough to function a little better on my own and got the feeling back in my arm, along with the full use of my fingers, hally-flipping Lugia, I insisted MADDOX take me to Grammy's. Not only did he need to officially meet her, and we needed to tell her about our wedding in person, but I wanted to see how she was doing. I didn't want to wait another minute to hear her version of what had happened to her. We were well into June. Gabby would be having her baby in another month, which meant we'd be flying out to Montana soon. Summertime bathed Westville in gold. Golden sun, golden flowers mixed in with splashes of pink, golden hazes dusting the edge of the sun as it set behind the line of trees at Grammy's house. Hand in hand, MADDOX and I strolled up her sidewalk. "Now that you're feeling better, you're moving in permanently now, right?" he said as we approached Grammy's red front door. "I thought I already was," I said. "I mean, we can move all your stuff in. There's enough room in my closet for your clothes, too. We can go get anything else you left behind at the farmhouse. You can decorate if you want to." I smiled. "Who says I want to?" He lifted a shoulder and then knocked on Grammy's door before sliding his arms around my waist. He was always doing that, keeping me close. "I'm just saying, when I bought the house, I took it as is, all set up for me. I think it's time we personalize it." "You're taking a real risk, you know," I said, resting my good hand on his arm while hugging my injured one in its sling. Susie and I were a sight in our matching slings, that was for sure. She was about ready to stop wearing hers, but I had a long road of recovery ahead of me. "How so?" he asked, his eyes twinkling. I loved his eyes twinkling. "What if my favorite colors are fuchsia and orange, and I want to paint all the walls the color of flamingos on crack?" A laugh burst from his chest. He threw his head back, letting the sound rumble, and then reeled me in close, dipping his mouth toward mine just as Grammy's door opened. I didn't care in the slightest that she'd barged out here right as he was about to kiss me. I was beyond happy, and I wanted her to see as much. "Grammy," I said, turning to her, "you're okay." "Course I am," she said, hunched over in her usual posture. She eyed MADDOX. "Looks like you are too." I laughed this time. "We are. We wanted to see how you were." Smirking, Grammy nodded. "What are you waiting for then? Get in here. I need to sit down." Squeezing MADDOX's hand, I led the way inside. Her house was warm. The sewing machines Ella and I had been using were still on her dining table, but we bypassed the dining room to take the end of her blue couch situated just down from the piano in her living room. MADDOX and I stayed close, helping her and ensuring she made it to her spot, which was indicated by the blanket positioned there and the mug half full of what looked like coffee on the table beside it. The TV was on, but the sound had been muted. With a little jolt, I recognized several actors on the screen. The brooding Roscoe Donovan in his white lab coat, bending over his desk and adjusting his glasses as he flipped through papers. The look of shock on his face as he pulled a pink slip closer to his face. No way. She couldn't be. "Grammy, are you watching Forensic Dispatch?" "So what if I am? You and Susie talk about it often enough. Thought I'd give it a try. So far it's good. That Donovan could investigate me anytime he wanted." She grinned a toothy smile at me. MADDOX settled his arm around my shoulders, and a blast of laughter panted out. The skin beneath her eyes puffed out more than usual, but other than that, she looked uninjured. Tired, but good. Unfazed by her own comment, Grammy went on as though she hadn't said something semi-inappropriate about the attractiveness of the actor on TV. He was good-looking, I'd give her that, but he had nothing on the man sitting next to me. Grammy pointed to MADDOX. "This must be the husband Ella told me you picked up while I was out." Like he was an accessory I'd found while she'd gone to the store. "The billionaire?" Grammy prodded when I didn't answer right away. I cleared my throat and smoothed a hand over my stomach, trying to rein in my emotions. "Yep, this is him. Maddox Hatter, my husband." Those words were everything. Those words encapsulated more joy than I knew I could feel. He loved me. Maddox Hatter was my husband, and he loved me, and he wanted me to share his room, his house, his life. I couldn't wait for the rest of our lives because we were going to be spending them together. "I'm glad to see you on your feet, Mrs. Carroll," Maddox said, sitting beside me. "It's nice to meet you." "Nice to meet you too, Maddox." Then she turned to me, her eyes thinning. "You did it, didn't you?" "Did what?" "Fell in love." I tucked my hair behind my ears and shot a sheepish glance at Maddox, who eyed me curiously. "She told me to," I told him. "I had no other choice, really." His green eyes glimmered like molten luck. "I see how it is." I was trapped in that glance. I couldn't look away. Grammy sighed. "Your grandpa used to look at me like that. I'm glad you're happy. It's good to see you happy." Maddox looked away first. "We're glad to see you're okay," he said. "What happened, Grammy? Did they hurt you at all?" "Nah," she said, waving this off. "I was in and out of consciousness once I came to at the hospital. One minute I was sitting in my bed, talking to my nurse, and the next I woke up in an unfamiliar bed in someone's dirty apartment." While grossed out at the thought, I was surprised to hear he'd had the consideration to place her in a bed at all. I remembered seeing the white van leave when Ella, Susie, and I had arrived at the hospital. Had Grammy been in that van and we hadn't known? I pictured an epic hospital bus scene like that one Reese Witherspoon movie, Just Like Heaven. Mark Ruffalo had coordinated with his friend to steal Reese's character's comatose body from the hospital before she died, and much hilarity ensued. Just how had Ulrich gotten Grammy out of the hospital? I supposed we'd never know. "So he took care of you? Like, fed you?" "Ulrich was a lost boy," Grammy said reflectively. "Not all there upstairs, if you know what I mean. He said he didn't mean me any harm, that his attention on me was nothing personal, and that if you two cooperated, everything would work out the way it was supposed to." I wondered what it was he'd wanted Maddox and me to cooperate with. From his deranged ranting, he'd just wanted to kill me to get back at Maddox. Shudder. "I guess I was too weak and tired to do much about it," Grammy said. "So I laid there in that bed and took him for his word." I clutched my hands. Ulrich may have been borderline psychotic, but at least he hadn't hurt her. "I still can't believe he had the gall to come into the sweet shop," I said. "Stalking us, probably." "That was how you knew who he was," Maddox said. "You saw him at Wonderland, didn't you? The day the ride malfunctioned? You recognized him." Grammy stared at the muted TV. "I did. While the ride went down, people were screaming. Chaos had broken loose, yet in the middle of it there was this young man wearing a sweatshirt in the heat of the day. I wouldn't have noticed him otherwise, but what really got me was—" "The shoes," I said. "The shoes," she finished, nodding. Maddox rested his hand on his thigh. "We think he had your hospital room bugged. He was worried you'd give him away, and that was why he took you." "That's what he told me, too," Grammy said. "Stupid thing to do, if you ask me. I didn't see anything else about him other than that. I didn't know his name. I guess I did see his face that day in the sweet shop." "People act hasty when they're guilty," Maddox said. "Maybe he worried you knew more than you actually did?" "I think so," she agreed. "What about Eudora Wilson?" I asked. An ache gnawed its way up my arm. I didn't realize I'd been clenching my muscles, and I consciously forced myself to relax. This question had me on edge, though. Eudora's whereabouts were something Maddox, Hawk, and the other guys hadn't yet been able to decipher. We couldn't find anything about her having a sister. From the records we'd been able to track down, Eudora had been an only child. The thought was chilling. Had she been taken like Grammy had been? Or was her disappearance something Eudora herself had done intentionally? What about her? Grammy narrowed her eyes. "Do you know where she is?" Maddox asked. "I haven't heard from her since she bowed out of the GGs," Grammy said. "They came to visit me after I got home, you know. None of them has heard from Eudora either. They're worried about her." "Are you?" I asked. "I suppose so." "You don't sound that convinced," I said, shooting a look at Maddox and then turning back to Grammy. "Did you not like her?" "She was fine. She was a friend, Addie girl. Friends don't back out on each other like she did. Wherever she is, I hope she stays there. This sentiment wasn't enough for me. I got the feeling there was more to Eudora's disappearance. I just didn't know what it was. Grammy didn't seem to be worried about the missing Gigi, but Gertrude, Beatrice, and the others were. And so was I. I agree, Maddox said to Grammy, obviously not on the same wavelength as I was. Ulrich was never a friend of mine personally, but he was friends with the other guys. What he's done to Hawk, to me, wasn't cool. Grammy fiddled with the blanket on her lap. What became of him? Did they lock him up? Yes, I said with massive relief. He's locked up. Pity, she said. I liked that boy. Everyone needs a second chance, don't you know? Maddox gave me an incredulous look. I read in that look what I knew he'd never say, at least not to my grandmother. He did know. And he disagreed with her. Ulrich didn't need a second chance. He needed to stay where he was, behind bars. I squeezed his hand. I couldn't blame him for feeling that way. Ulrich had been his enemy for years, and he'd come at me personally to get revenge on Maddox. Maddox wouldn't think second chances were possible for someone like that. I'm just glad he'll be out of our lives for good this time, he said. Grammy shifted in her seat, wrenching her head back as though trying to adjust something behind her. Getting it sorted out, she straightened and looked him in the eye. I wouldn't be so sure. It's like that line from a movie I saw. Nothing is final until you're dead. Maddox's fingers traced over mine, more possessively this time. I read that touch. It said, "It better be final." It said, "I'll never let him near you again." I only hoped that was the case. I never wanted to deal with anything like standing at gunpoint again.
Epilogue, MADDOX. I adjusted the massive top hat with its wide brim onto my head and took in the whole look in the mirror. With the gothic embroidered tailcoat I wore, the fancy shirt and bundled cravat thing at my throat, it was time to step outside. Adelie had given me the idea of dressing up as a sexy version of the Hatter. It was the kind of thing I didn't do regularly, but once a month or so, I'd given it a try. Being unable to help myself, I flirted with my wife in her role as Alice. The response had been like nothing we'd ever expected. Adelie just thought it would be something fun for people, and it had been. People had taken pictures and they'd posted our stolen moments in costume. Then the internet had exploded, giving Wonderland a resurgence like nothing I could have done on my own without her. It turned out people loved the idea of a romance between Alice and the Hatter, and even more so since we had a romance in real life. My phone buzzed from within the pocket of this tailored coat. Not wanting to delay much longer since Adelie would be finishing her stint as Alice soon, I gave it a quick glance. The text was from my dad, replying to the chat we'd had earlier. Dad, glad you're both okay. I'd hate it if anything happened to either of you. I gripped the phone and let that sink in. Though about 2 months had passed since Pris had lured Adelie out into the park, Dad had reached out after hearing about the attacks on Wonderland. For once, his remarks weren't cynical or degrading. He'd shown concern. It had opened a chain of text conversations. I was speaking to him more than I had in years, and it felt good to repair that breach. I tapped out a quick reply. Me. Thanks, so am I. Ulrich is in jail and awaiting trial. The threats, the vandalism has all stopped. All good on the home front. Dad, what about the 2 women who were involved? Me. Pris is behind bars, too. Scarlett is on probation, and she's left town. Dad, good. Let's hope she stays far away. I never liked her much. This made me chuckle. He'd said a few things about her over the years. She was another reason he'd been disappointed in me. But he liked Adelie, and I suspected that she made talking to me easier for Dad. Adelie made everything better. Dad, keep me posted. Me. I will. I smiled, pocketing the phone, grateful to be talking to him again. The rabbit clock on Adelie's dressing room wall chimed, its nose twitching. Her shift would be ending soon so she could get to class, now that her fall semester had started. That was my cue. I pushed in the door's code and ventured out into the sunshine. I strolled down the cobblestone pathway between the flower gardens and the Duchess's house. A crowd gathered, and my heart gave a little flip when I saw the reason for the roadblock. It was my wife, looking lovely and enchantingly aloof as Alice. I'm afraid that just won't work, Adelie said in response to something someone from the crowd had said to her, earning gales of laughter. She played it off brilliantly, like she'd said, and done nothing interesting whatsoever, which only made her that much more interesting. I couldn't take my eyes off her. I could hardly keep myself from busting through the crowd to whisk her away to my office and lock the door for an hour or two. There would be time for that later. For now, I tipped the top hat back on my head and approached. That's the issue with this world, I muttered, catching her eye. A blush filled her cheeks. She beamed at me, rotating as I circled her. Everyone wants a magical solution for their problem, and everyone refuses to believe in magic, I said, quoting one of the Hatter's lines from the book. It's only because they haven't met you. The crowd around us cooed. Adelie lifted her chin. You'd never be able to tell this was difficult for her. Talking to people, meandering, interacting, she crushed it more and more by the day. Here to play your part, are you? She said with a twinkle of mischief. Around you? I said, touching a hand to my chest. This is no part. I'm mad about you. I swept in and took her hand. You make me the kind of crazy I want to be. We never rehearsed these interactions, which only made her reactions to me that much better. I captured her hand, twirled her, and brought her close to me so our chests brushed. Color filled her cheeks, and she was the loveliest sight I'd ever seen. I was utterly devoted to this woman. See, I said, lowering my voice and stroking her cheek. I still bring out the blush in you. She captured my finger and turned to the crowd. Can you believe him? What am I going to do with him? Several people laughed and shouted out suggestions. Take him to tea. Kick him out. Kiss him. I like that last one best, I said, swooping in and bringing Adelie to me once more. She laughed as I planted a kiss on her irresistible mouth. The crowd around us applauded, their phones flashing in our direction, and she grinned at me the minute our kiss broke. I can't wait to see you when you're done with class, I said in her ear. Without the crowds. I'll help you with your buttons again. She shivered in my grasp. It took her several long moments before the daze of my words washed over her. I'd noticed the glaze in her eyes enough times before. The way her breath caught. The way she stilled in my arms when I said things like that to her. To know she needed a moment or two to recover. It was something I couldn't get enough of. Gradually, she recovered and gave me that sexy little smile. She tiptoed up for one more kiss before sauntering off near a small boy, reaching for one of the puffs of hydrangea blossoms on the edge of the flower gardens. They'll talk back to you, you know, she warned him. If you touch them, the flowers don't like it. I chuckled, stuffing my hands in my pockets and making my way back to my office to look over the paperwork I'd just gotten for the new system Larry wanted to implement. I was all about more security, but I wasn't sure about the geofencing concept he was trying to push through. Several people stopped me along the way for pictures. I joked with them the best that I could, but nowhere near as well as Adelie did. She'd overcome her shyness so well. I knew it was something she was proud of. I was proud of her for it, too. She'd thrived in this role that had once scared her so much. She was amazing. I thought maybe she would quit after school started. She was still intent on getting her nursing degree after all, but she'd said she wanted to keep it up as long as she could. Adelie had helped me save my park. That wasn't the best thing that had happened in all of this, I thought as I untied the cravat and stalked to my office. My staff bustled about HQ, doing their jobs, talking, going over parameters and paperwork. The behind the scenes had a different kind of energy to it, which was something I loved witnessing and being a part of. We'd finally gotten to the bottom of this. For a while there, I was tempted to pack it in, sell Wonderland, cut my losses, move to Europe and live in Einvar for a while with Prince Henrik from the fraternity. Henrik would love that, I thought sarcastically. No, the best part of this was her. I slipped out of the tailcoat, changed out of these clothes, back into my typical slacks and collared shirt, and stared at the picture on my desk. It was of Adelie and me on our wedding day. She wore that flowing white dress with the crown of flowers on her golden hair, and she gazed up at me in my gray top hat, not the same hat I'd used earlier, while I held the cane in one hand and had the other around her. She'd had it framed and given it to me for our 1-month anniversary. Even if I lost the park, I would have held onto her tightly and not let go. Scarlett had asked what was so special about Adelie. My answer? Everything. I loved everything about her. That hadn't changed after 2 months of a real marriage. Not fake, not forced. Real in every sense we could make it. Something told me, even though it hadn't been that long, I would still feel this way about my wife, even in 20 years. Shuffling noises came from the cage that was situated against the black and white striped wall. Whitey was back in his place. Red eyes aside, it wasn't the same without him here. So my staff had been more than willing to bring him back again, rather than keep him at my house's museum. I sank onto my cushy leather chair, creaked my neck to one side, and reached for the paperwork on my desk when Duncan barged through the door. His hair stuck out at all angles. His button-up shirt was untucked. Had he ever been this pale? Duncan, what's up? Was it Rosabelle? Had she finally let him down easy? He slammed the door shut behind him. I'm pulling out all the stops. This isn't happening. What isn't? I asked. He thrust a note in my face. It was one line, typed, printed, and then taped into place on a black piece of paper. I reared back, grasping it before it fluttered to the floor, and read, I know how you feel about her. Who sent this? I asked. Where did you get this? He paced away from me with his hands on his hips. It's almost like they're trying to take us down one by one or something. I couldn't make any sense of it. I couldn't think of a single person who would carry this on. Will was in jail. Ulrich was in jail? What the heck? Give me Pris's number, Duncan said with desperation, pointing to my desk as though it would magically appear at his command. Pris is behind bars. Duncan knew that. He'd been there when she'd been convicted during her trial. Again, I added, and I think she's going to stay there longer this time. Duncan released an angry grunt. He rounded, reeling his fist back and punching a hole in the wall. My office wall. Dude, I said. I'd never seen him this emotional before. He'd lost it, plain and simple. He didn't even shake off the impact, but stormed toward me, pointing at the paper in my hand. His nostrils flared. If this scum dares to come after Rosabelle, he's going to find himself missing a few limbs. I'll tear his bones from his body and beat him with them. There are no depths I won't sink to. Whoa. I get it, I said, and I did. This fury was exactly how I felt the night Adelie had disappeared, the night she'd nearly slipped through my fingers. I would have sunk to any level if it meant stopping someone from hurting her. I knew Duncan was into Rosabelle, but until this point, I hadn't realized just how much. I pushed away from my desk. This made no sense. I couldn't wrap my head around it. Why would Ulrich threaten anything from prison? We'd thought Will was doing that from jail too, but when Hawk Duncan and I had confronted him about it, Will had denied anything, claiming he'd already lost his life to revenge and wouldn't go there again. There had to be something more to this. Who was to say this was from Ulrich at all? When did you get that note? I asked, trying to bring him back down from his anger mountain. He breathed hard. It was in one of the slots at my office. I haven't gone through all my papers for a while, weeks maybe. I just saw it. Then there's a chance it could have been planted there, right? I said, hoping what I said would help him get a grip. You said one reason you keep your distance from her is because of the rumors, right? From what he'd told me, women in his office were bloodthirsty for gossip. They were certain there was something going on between him and Rosabelle behind the scenes. Maybe one of them had slipped the note into his mailbox. Right? I prodded. Yeah, he ultimately amended. I rounded my desk and placed a hand on his shoulder, which rose and fell beneath my touch. I took a few steps back again. Don't read too much into it. It could have been Ulrich, all right? He could have sent it before crap hit the fan here at Wonderland. Or it could be some kind of joke going on at your office. For all we know, it's nothing. It's just a piece of paper. Duncan angled his jaw, and I was sure if something were between his teeth right now, it'd be ground to bits. Just a piece of paper, he muttered. Yeah, wait and see. It could amount to nothing, all right? Again, there was a pause, and more teeth grinding. Duncan looked over his shoulder at the hole he'd punched into my sheetrock. Then, as if just realizing his hand hurt, he shook it a few times. Sorry about your wall, he muttered. It's okay, we can patch it, I said. It'll be okay, and so will she, okay? Okay, I talked him down. Tried changing the subject. Had my new assistant bring him some coffee. By the time Duncan left, He at least wasn't enacting the part of an escaped rhinoceros, but I wasn't sure how placated he would be for long. Duncan wasn't the type of guy to wear his heart on his sleeve. In fact, most people wondered if he had a heart at all. If he was showing this much emotion, that meant his worries ran deep. After everything that had happened, I couldn't say I blamed him. Sank onto my chair at my desk, less relaxed than I'd been before. The problem with Ulrich had been taken care of, that was true. Had it really, though? Adelie's grandma had called Ulrich psychotic. Ulrich had gone after Hogg before coming after me. He didn't have something in motion to get back at Duncan next, did he? All we could do was be on our guard from here on out and hope that wasn't the case. Because I was fairly certain if Ulrich did go after Rosabelle next, Duncan would burn the world down if it meant keeping her safe.
Hey, what's up? This is Caitlin Meadows. I just wanted to hop on here and say thank you so much for listening to Alice in the Billionaire's Wonderland or Romancing the Hatter. I hope you loved the little tidbits of mystery and intrigue that I've added to the series. Coming up next is Rosabelle and the Billionaire Beast or Romancing the Beast. And things really start to heat up as our billionaires try to catch the informant. So I hope you'll keep an eye out for that. Make sure you're subscribed to my channel if you haven't already. Hit subscribe so you don't miss when I have a new release. And if you like this video, please let me know in the comments because I love to hear your thoughts, and make sure you hit the like button. Thanks so much.
Thank you for listening. This has been Alice and the Billionaire's Wonderland, Romancing the Hatter. Once Upon a Billionaire Book 3. Written by Caitlin Meadows. Narrated by 11 Labs. Copyright 2024 by Courtney Pearson. Production copyright 2024 by Courtney Pearson.